One day, portals suddenly opened all over the world. 7 deadly monsters wreaked havoc on the Earth's server, and countless people logged out forever. Only a few awakened and triggered supernatural abilities. People called them the saviors of humanity. Among them was the protagonist, Lee Hyun-wook, known as the Steel Sovereign. He was the last savior of humanity. But just as he reached the peak of power, the ultimate VIP, a total legend, Lee Hyun-wook, was backstabbed and logged out of Earth. When he woke up, he realized he had returned to the past. But what the hell? Why did it have to be during his military service? Right now, at this very moment, Lee Hyun-wook was forced into a hellish training regime, stuck doing handstands. Gritting his teeth with his head toward the ground, he secretly moved a bullet from his pocket. He popped it into his mouth and started chewing. The system notified him, current metal manipulation capacity, 300 grams. In the near future, nearly all of humanity will be wiped out. Blood will flow like a river. The protagonist had to solo a group of fanatics from the cult, a group that was way too strong. On top of that, they were great at sneaking around and backstabbing. They beat him until his teeth fell out. He died with so much regret. In his final moments, Lee Hyun-wook had a massive rock smashed into his face by a huge, dark-skinned brute. And just like that, his life came to an end. He never thought he'd actually travel back to the past like in those novels. Lee Hyun-wook was still diligently chewing on the bullet. The system chimed, "Congratulations, you have discovered a method to grow stronger. 10 minutes remaining to complete metal consumption." The officer over there was still yelling. He was screaming at everyone. The protagonist was trembling with rage. Why the hell did he have to go back to the past? His skills had reset to ground zero. Well, that was fine, I guess. But why the hell did it have to be during his 5th month of service? He was being treated like a dog, and the food was so bad it smelled disgusting. Lee Hyun-wook stood in the mess line. Then the head officer called him out, demanding he do something before eating. He was exhausted, tired like a dog after training and being pushed around again. What did he have to do now? That officer sneered at him with contempt, calling the protagonist a piece of trash. Lee Hyun-wook suddenly remembered this guy. The garbage of the 5th platoon. Oh Sang-wook. That guy scowled and pointed at him. A rank F piece of trash is acting like a useless rank F loser. At least try to do some actual work. In his past life, Lee Hyun-wook once thought he'd never be able to overcome being rank F. He was pissed off, being mocked by losers like this, but he couldn't fight back yet. Lee Hyun-wook silently glared at the officer. The guy, annoyed by the protagonist's attitude, chanted a spell and summoned a ring around him. The officer attacked the protagonist. Lee Hyun-wook dodged it easily. He smirked mockingly and said he'd go do the job if he got some food. The reason the protagonist was so confident was because there were many people watching, so Oh Sang-wook didn't dare do anything too extreme. The protagonist sarcastically remarked that a guy involved in rumors of power abuse. How could he ever become a high-ranking official in the future? Oh Sang-wook stopped acting out. He shouted at the others to go eat. Lee Hyun-wook told his friend to just go ahead, saying he wouldn't eat. He snuck to the back, trying to calm himself down and endure it. This was still bearable. It was nothing compared to what that backstabbing bastard did to him in the previous life. Lee Hyun-wook was incredibly bitter about the bastard Gordon Presley. If he had to stay here longer for causing trouble, he wouldn't be able to catch up to that scum. His system notified him that metal consumption was complete. Now he could manipulate 1 more gram of metal. Lee Hyun-wook glanced at the notification. He pulled out a bunch of spoons he had just stolen. He couldn't let the whole world know he could level up while everyone else in the mess hall didn't even have spoons to eat with. The protagonist calmly, slowly ate his food. Outside, the system notified him, starting metal absorption. Time remaining, 13 seconds. Expected increase after absorption, 1.25 grams of metal manipulation. Lee Hyun-wook held the knife, weighing an M7 bayonet. It weighed 140 grams. If he wanted to increase the weight to create an impact, he could only control 1 for now. Bullet casings added 1 gram. Spoons only added 1.25 grams. At this rate, it would take a very long time to catch up to the point before he died. Lee Hyun-wook looked up at the guard tower. He felt a slight headache. He only had 3 days to prepare, and then he had to defeat the boss monster at level 1. He went back to practicing metal manipulation. 3 days later, at the 5th Platoon Station, 1st Battalion, 3rd Brigade, Lee Hyun-wook was on guard duty with someone else. Park Jun-mo tried to start a conversation, but the protagonist was being a cold loner and didn't seem to care much. Hyun-wook looked at his system window, then abruptly turned to ask Jun-mo, "Do you trust me?" Park Jun-mo didn't understand what was happening, but he said yes. The protagonist confidently picked up his rifle. At that same moment, somewhere else, a spatial portal opened. Monsters poured out of the portal, preparing to crush the earth. At that moment, everyone else was still sleeping. Lee Hyun-wook went solo against the monsters. He controlled a knife and stabbed it straight into a monster's face. He had been standing there since the afternoon, all day long. Finally, these guys showed up. The monster that had just been stabbed stood up and glared at Lee Hyun-wook. In the past, he had never failed an ambush. Perhaps because he was at level 1, it was a bit difficult. This was his second chance, and he didn't want to repeat the same things he did the first time. The monsters charged toward him, attacking. Hyun-wook controlled his knife, slicing the heads off one monster after another. A red gem dropped out. The protagonist picked up the gem and stuffed it straight into his mouth. He chewed it rapidly. It tasted terrible. Hyun-wook knew about the future, and he needed to eat metal to get stronger. Mana would also increase after absorbing the metal. This meant that if he ate all the items he got from now on, this life would be much easier. After eating the gem, he controlled the knife to go back and shred the monster formation. Hyun-wook threatened Junmo, telling him to shut his mouth and not report the monsters to his superiors. If the military found out, all this weaponry would end up in their hands. Hyun-wook used his skilled techniques, taking down dozens of monsters in a row. A monster tried to take the opportunity to attack him from behind. Hyun-wook swung his weapon, slicing its head off. Another red gem rolled out. He turned, glaring and threatening the rest of them. If anyone else dares to sneak up on me, I'll eat you alive. Hyun-wook. Step by step, he sowed fear among the monsters, making them too terrified to act recklessly. Hyun-wook fought while staying alert, scanning the surroundings for the leader of the pack. It was a crafty, wicked shaman goblin. Hyun-wook stooped down. Pretending to collect a dozen red gems, he had welcomed the monster so warmly, he bet it wouldn't miss this opportunity. Just as predicted, the shaman goblin had been hiding in a tree all this time. It pulled a ring from its neck and began casting a spell. Hyun-wook grinned craftily. He had been waiting for this since the afternoon. He picked up a stone and immediately shifted into a fighting stance. Meanwhile, the troops on the hill were completely oblivious to what was happening after the shaman goblin's strike. A cluster of sharp thorns erupted beneath Hyun-wook's feet. The shaman goblin, thinking it had taken him down, tilted its head back and cackled, but to its surprise, Hyun-wook was completely unscathed. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside the monster and threw a dagger at it. The shaman goblin somersaulted to dodge, slashing away the incoming blade. He feigned panic, and the shaman goblin scoffed triumphantly. Unexpectedly, while the monster let its guard down, Hyun-wook controlled the dagger to loop back toward it. The blade was inches from its neck, yet the monster managed to grab it. It gritted its teeth and sneered. Heh! Hyun-wook hadn't expected that the monster could block even his greatsword. It seemed he really was a failure in his past life. Hyun-wook boasted like a firecracker, daring to send an entire goblin gang to hunt me down. If you manage to scratch me, don't you dare cry. Come down here, I'll take all of you on. After bragging, Hyun-wook realized he'd gone a bit too far. Now he had no idea what to do. The boss had emerged to face him directly, and the small fry were getting aggressive. His system alert showed he only had 40% mana left. Things had reached this point, and Hyun-wook had no choice but to go all in. Even if it was time-consuming, he had to wipe them out, finish them all off, and then head back to the outpost. Just as both sides prepared to charge, Hyun-wook heard the panicked calls of his screw-up teammate, Junmo. The shaman goblin noticed it too. It sneered and ordered its minions to attack Junmo. That screw-up didn't know what was happening and could only scream at the top of his lungs. Hyun-wook told Junmo to duck, took his gun, and shot the monster down, then proceeded to take out the others one by one. When he turned back, the shaman goblin and the rest had vanished. They had escaped. At the same time, the radio on his shoulder crackled. The military on the other end was starting to stir. They had heard the gunfire and demanded a report. Hyun-wook had no choice but to report that a barrier had appeared in the area. He identified the monsters as goblins. After the first encounter, the goblins had retreated from the area. Outpost 5 currently had no casualties. The other side issued a directive, ordering Outpost 5 to stay in position and await further orders. Hyun-wook knew she would be coming soon. She was an elite officer of the anti-monster terrorism squad, Lieutenant Seo Eun-ha. If she appeared just like in his past life, she would secure the gate and seize all the weaponry. Among them was the legendary adamantium gear. In the past, this was the ultimate equipment that led people to call Hyun-wook the Iron Emperor. If he missed this chance, the next opportunity wouldn't come for another 4 years. If that history repeated itself, everything would go back to the way it was in his past life, and he would die again. Therefore, he needed to finish this before the backup team arrived. The goblins needed living prey, but they wouldn't enter the city center yet. With goblin packs, the city density was too high. Suddenly, the radio crackled again. Outpost 6 has been attacked by goblins. Hyun-wook saw his chance. He shouted into the radio that he was going to provide support, then cut the line, not wanting to hear the swearing on the other end. Jun-mo grabbed his leg, begging Hyun-wook not to do anything foolish. Disobeying orders wouldn't just get him detained, he'd face a court-martial. Hyun-wook didn't listen. Outpost 6 only has mages or archers, only long-range players. They can't handle goblins. Everyone there is going to die. Jun-mo desperately clung to him, refusing to let Hyun-wook go alone. You can't do anything by yourself. Hyun-wook disagreed. He wasn't alone. I've got you, Jun-mo. Jun-mo was speechless. Are you kidding me? Meanwhile, at Outpost 6, it was pure chaos. Many had been taken down, while the commander kept issuing orders for Outpost 6 to defend their position with their lives. The monsters had infiltrated deep inside, slashing and killing. Many were bleeding out, suffering critical injuries. They could only hide in crates, waiting for death. Suddenly, a barrage of small stones started hitting the glass windows. The two soldiers hiding inside were terrified. This boss was too smart. Once the crate was smashed, they would be sitting ducks. A corporal pointed his gun at himself, intending to end it all to save himself the misery. The other soldier just sobbed uncontrollably. Suddenly, the radio crackled. The person on the radio told the private, "Archer, aim at the light, draw your bow, then fire and hold your position." The private didn't quite understand, but he obeyed. He had no other choice. He followed the instructions, drawing his bow straight toward the light. The person on the other end of the radio was none other than Hyun-wook. He had strapped a flashlight to his shoulder as a signal. He told the archer to stand still and focus on his aim. He would be the one to pull the trigger. Hyun-wook clicked the remote. A fire arrow tore through the air and struck the monster. Hyun-wook held his position as the monster was burned to ash. The system notified him he had used 1% of his mana. Hyun-wook had found a way to conserve mana, and combined with the archer's high fire power, the game was easy. The fire had attracted the attention of the shaman goblin and its minions. The shaman threw stones at Hyun-wook, but he dived into the bushes and dodged. Hyun-wook ordered the archer to do it again. The archer obeyed, frantically preparing his bow. Once again, he aimed at the light. Hyun-wook pulled the trigger again. One by one, the monsters were burned away. The shaman goblin gritted its teeth in fury. Hyun-wook's partner in crime, Jun-mo, was still hiding in the bushes. His only job was to send the signal. Hyun-wook said he would just distract them, but looking at the situation, it seemed he was about to wipe them all out. Suddenly, a goblin spotted Jun-mo and raised its blade to strike, but Hyun-wook arrived just in time. He pulled the trigger, and the monster went down. Jun-mo stared in shock. Was this really the same Hyun-wook as before? So, everything Hyun-wook had done was to lure the shaman goblin out. He was silently assessing that named boss. His mana was down to 12%. It still hadn't appeared. Was it really going to wait and let its minions fall one by one? One by one. Wait, why is Park Jun-mo Hyun calling for help over the radio all of a sudden? Hyun-wook rushes over in a panic. The Lich had captured Park Jun-mo to use as a hostage. Hyun-wook pretends to drop his weapon and surrender, but he smirks and pulls the trigger. The Lich is hit and spits blood. Hyun-wook seizes the chance, lunging forward and throwing a knife at the fleeing monster. But the blade just bounces right off. The creature is wearing a cloak, making it hard to pierce. The system warns him again. Hyun-wook's mana has dropped to 9%. The Lich runs for its life, heading straight for the portal. Just as it's about to step inside, Hyun-wook notices something on the monster's necklace. It's steel. Without hesitating, he uses his metal manipulation skill to pull the monster back. His mana drops to only 2%. Hyun-wook throws a knife, stabbing it straight into the Lich's face. His mana hits 0 at the exact right moment. The monster is down. A golden beam of light shoots up, illuminating the whole sky. Hyun-wook curses under his breath. Lieutenant Seo Eun-ha is already here. Hyun-wook frantically searches for the stone on the Lich. He finds it just in time, pops it into his mouth, and suddenly, the military surrounds him. They point their guns at him and demand his name and rank. Hyun-wook raises his hands to surrender and answers honestly. When Seo Eun-ha walks by the portal and sees the boss has been defeated, she looks shocked. A rank F soldier took down a boss? That's insane. She notices all the monsters have similar wounds. This was definitely the work of one person. Hyun-wook is carried away on a stretcher. The system notifies him that he has successfully absorbed the legendary item, adamantium. It will take 9 hours to fully absorb the metal. Hyun-wook hides his face and grins happily. The system adds more information. The metal he just absorbed is a reinforcement type. After absorption, he will gain magic skills based on the reinforcement type. The total amount of metal he can store has yet to be determined. Seo Eun-ha is confused as to why Hyun-wook is still smiling. Hyun-wook is overjoyed as his system pops up another notification. After absorbing the legendary item, a rare skill has emerged. Now, he can detect all metal within his skill's range. The day has finally come. Hyun-wook can finally feel it again. The magnetic field of the surrounding metal is resonating with him. Today is the day the Steel Emperor officially makes his comeback. A few days after the incident at the army camp, the rumors have spread far and wide. People are talking about a rank F corporal who appeared with a massive sword and slaughtered the goblins. However, many people just don't believe the rumors. A prime example is this guy, Sergeant Oh Sang-wook, a mage from the Special Intelligence Magic Division who commands the 2nd Squad. He's busy berating his subordinate. Oh Sang-wook turns to the fat guy next to him and asks, if someone could tear a goblin apart with their bare hands, could they take on 3 other people and clear a gate? The fat guy answers decisively, no way. This fat guy is Oh Sang-wook's loyal lackey, Private Lee Hyun-wook. He's a melee maniac, a high-level specialist, a rank D soldier who acts like he's a rank C. None of them have actually seen a rank F soldier take down a boss, so they assume the rank F just got lucky with goblins that were already left behind. But if a rank F really has gone crazy, then it's a real threat to military order. The fat guy understands exactly what his superior wants. Over at the battalion commander's office, Hyun-wook has been summoned. His heart is pounding. If everything went so smoothly, they could have easily just ignored it, so why call him in? Aside from Seo Eun-ha, inside the commander's room are Lieutenant Lee Min-hee, a rank C mage, and the battalion commander. Major Kim Kang-chol, a rank B player, looks stern. Let me ask you, Hyun-wook, did you really disobey orders to delay and intentionally push back the first round of the gate? This lieutenant is known as the Mountain King of Namsan, ranked 166th in Korea. If he says the wrong thing now, he'll definitely be suspended. Hyun-wook takes a deep breath to steady himself. He has to stay calm. At the very least, he needs to protect his rank. He boldly admits that he saw the gate burst while he was in position and reacted immediately. The commander asks him back, saying he's already read the report, but he doesn't understand under normal circumstances, a rank F soldier like Hyun-wook would have been torn to shreds. Hyun-wook gulps. The pressure is suffocating. If he backs down now, his military career is finished. He smirks and explains, it feels unfair. It feels like I was tricked. Lieutenant Lee Min-hee starts to speak, but the commander stops her. He wants to hear the rest of what Hyun-wook has to say. Hyun-wook seizes the momentum. He asks the commander, every time we train, you always emphasize that no matter how low our rank is, if we apply the military's monster strategy, even a rank D or a rank E can fight against trolls. Hyun-wook drones on, following the commander's own training manual. Even if a rank F like me might struggle against a troll, fighting a goblin shouldn't be impossible. Even though I did go against the commander's orders, if I hadn't gone to help Outpost 6, everyone would have lost their lives. After saying that, Hyun-wook feels satisfied. Now, after the logic, it's time for the emotional appeal. Hyun-wook repeats what the commander taught them before. That's why every soldier, regardless of rank, is still a soldier. We must always fight with everything we have as true soldiers. Hyun-wook says these cheesy lines without even blushing. The commander is someone he truly respects. He says he utilized everything he was trained to do and tried his best to work with the other soldiers when their lives were threatened. The only reason he could keep going when he was looked down upon for being rank F was because of that very saying from the commander. Hyun-wook picks the perfect moment to bow his head and explain. So, when I heard the commander deny that, I felt like my entire career was just a lie. That's why I felt like I was being tricked. Hyun-wook knows Kim Kang-chol very well. Right after he was promoted to 2nd lieutenant, the gates began to open. He nearly lost his life in a battle with an orc, but without a moment's hesitation, he returned to the military and became a core member of the early Terror Monster Counter Squad. In other words, he's a true soldier. Hyun-wook is extremely confident. He says he has taken his words to heart. With his faith and risk-taking for his comrades, how dare he suspend him? Just as expected, the battalion commander was fired up. He patted Hyun-wook on the shoulder and officially promoted him to non-commissioned officer. The system notification popped up. Congratulations, player. You have met the special conditions, and you've acquired a new skill, Iron Body. Use mana to temporarily reinforce part of your body. Hyun-wook was speechless, and on the other side, Min-hee could only sigh helplessly. The battalion commander's stare was so intense, Hyun-wook was sweating buckets. He never thought it would come to this. Did he hear that right? At the 3rd Brigade, 1st Battalion Gym, Hyun-wook was lifting weights while cursing, then threw the weights down in a fit of rage. You stepped in it, and now you're tied up in this mess. Damn it. Back then, Lee Min-hee had already tried to persuade the battalion commander to retract the decision. In the history of the counterterrorism team, there has never been an F-rank NCO. Thanks to platoon leader Lee Min-hee, Hyun-wook was given some time to say he'd think about it, but he was advised to keep a low profile for a while to avoid drawing attention. Just as he was getting annoyed, 2 idiots looking for trouble showed up. The fat guy walked up to him and asked if he was done with the weights. Hyun-wook replied that he wasn't. The fat guy stared him down. His attitude changed completely. He lifted the weights with one hand and mockingly sneered. Hyun-wook, you're famous lately, but you can only lift this much. It's so shameful. Thanks to the fat guy's loud mouth, everyone else in the gym noticed the commotion. They all pricked up their ears to eavesdrop. Hyun-wook looked over and recognized one of them. That trash. Oh, Sang-wook. He knew this guy was going to bully him just like in his previous life. How annoying. Hyun-wook smoothed his hair to cool his head. He had just decided to live quietly and avoid trouble. But how annoying. He turned back and challenged the fat guy to a solo fight. The whole legion was buzzing with rumors about Lee Hyun-wook and the F-rank private. Hyun-wook got ready to brawl. The crowd gathered, filling the arena. The two main characters were already there. The fat guy seemed sure of victory. He didn't hold back his insults toward Hyun-wook. The signal whistle blew. The fat guy aggressively charged and punched at Hyun-wook. He raised his hands to block. He tried to dodge every one of the fat guy's strikes. He almost got punched in the face once, but reacted just in time to save his handsome mug. Hyun-wook beckoned him to come closer. The fat guy was furious. Just then, Second Lieutenant Cheon Myung-ho, the tactical training officer of the Black Tiger Unit, walked in. He had been coaxed by a private into coming to watch the fight between Hyun-wook and the fat guy. The officer next to him kept yapping incessantly. Those blows are like thunder. The second lieutenant didn't pay much attention to the wind blowing in his ear from the other officer. He stood outside, observing the situation. Among the crowd below, some couldn't wait anymore. One guy shouted at the fat guy, "Stop holding back. Hurry up and fight for real." Others joined in. They told the fat guy to fight properly and stop playing around, saying they were losing their betting money. The fat guy on the stage was feeling the pressure too. He hadn't been holding back at all. His body felt like it was weighed down by lead. It was hard to move, let alone fight. Hyun-wook had been waving his hand up and down this whole time. With his ability to manipulate metal, he had been keeping the metal on the fat guy's shoes pinned down. That's why the fat guy couldn't land a single hit. He was flailing his arms and legs. It must have felt like he was fighting while moving through a swamp. Hyun-wook didn't have to do anything but stand there and smile. He was about to win. The fat guy suddenly called out, "Stop, hold up," he said. His legs felt strange. Hyun-wook feigned ignorance and asked, "Oh, just like that?" He added a few more taunts. The fat guy snapped. He tensed his abs, clenched his glutes, and unleashed his internal power. His outer shirt ripped to shreds. The people below let out a gasp of admiration. The fat guy was using the berserker's body reinforcement skill. Iron armor skill. He was breathing like a bull. Hyun-wook also got serious. The second lieutenant down below was ready to intervene. Body reinforcement. This wasn't a normal match anymore. However, looking at Hyun-wook's eyes, which didn't show a hint of flinching, he held back and just kept watching. The fat guy and Hyun-wook were like a fierce buffalo fighting a leopard that was intentionally hiding its fangs, waiting for the right moment. The second lieutenant found the match interesting. The officer next to him was thrilled, talking non-stop, praising the fat guy, saying he wasn't an ordinary person. A D rank using body reinforcement? First time I've seen it. The fat guy wanted to end the fight quickly. After reinforcing, he was many times faster than before. He flashed forward and punched, sending Hyun-wook flying into the stadium wall. The crowd below roared, cheering for the fat guy. Nobody knew, but the fat guy himself, after throwing that punch, felt like he punched a slab of iron. Hyun-wook had used his body reinforcement skill to turn part of his arm into steel to block the blow. Now, it was his turn to counter. The fat guy went crazy. He charged to attack again. Hyun-wook sidestepped and dodged. A good skill like this wasted on someone like this fat guy is such a shame. Hyun-wook used his leg reinforcement skill and kicked the fat guy's calf. The fat guy screamed in pain and collapsed. Hyun-wook seized the opportunity and rained punches on the fat guy's face. Someone who gets arrogant just because they have strength is nothing but a pest. Trying to teach someone a lesson. Don't know who's teaching whom. The crowd below stood stunned, not believing their eyes. Second Lieutenant Cheon Myung-ho looked as if he'd seen the light of truth. The leopard's fangs were finally bared. It had bitten the buffalo's neck. The second lieutenant was still waiting. On the other side, Hyun-wook was still relentlessly punching the fat guy's face. The second lieutenant was waiting for him to land the finishing blow. But Hyun-wook was grabbed by the shirt and lifted up by the fat guy. He intended to throw him hard to the ground. The fat guy meant to slam Hyun-wook straight into the dirt, but he used a chokehold to lock him tight. The fat guy couldn't move. If he slammed his opponent down hard, he would shatter his own arm. The second lieutenant watched in silence. For a berserker in a state of body reinforcement, a chokehold usually wouldn't work. On the other side, the fight between the two was still quite intense. The fat guy struggled to escape Hyun-wook's chokehold. He raised his other hand, trying to punch him, but Hyun-wook, he managed to peel the fat guy's fingers off his neck just in time, twisted away to dodge the attack, then grabbed the guy's hair and put him in a chokehold from behind. The warrant officer silently applauded. That's how you do it, transitioning into a chokehold. Exactly. If he presses hard enough on the carotid artery, he's going to cause some serious damage. Because the madman focused all his body reinforcement on his muscles, he couldn't break Hyun-wook's grip. He clawed at Hyun-wook's arms in a panic, but it was useless. Hyun-wook smirked. He had used his body reinforcement skill on both arms. There was no way that fat guy was breaking free. The system flashed a warning. The usage limit for body reinforcement had been exceeded, but Hyun-wook didn't stop. He just tightened his hold on the fat guy's neck even harder. The system sent another warning. The crowd below began to stir. One of the lackeys turned to Sang-wook, asking if he wasn't going to step in. If he keeps hitting him, someone's gonna die. Hyun-wook's eyes were bloodshot, and blood was streaming from his nose, but he didn't let go. He stared straight at Sang-wook, who was standing behind them. You piece of trash. Consider this a warning. Sang-wook broke into a cold sweat under that gaze. The fat guy's consciousness was fading. Could he really be losing to a useless weakling? The fat guy gritted his teeth and pushed back with everything he had. He was supposed to be the ace of the new generation. He couldn't afford such a pathetic defeat. He reinforced his body one more time. The warrant officer stood on the sidelines, looking excited. Well, would you look at that? Rank D. Reinforcing his body twice in a row, but if he can't get out of that chokehold, the end result is that he'll just end up choking himself out. Across the yard, the fight was heating up. Hyun-wook squeezed tighter, and the fat guy roared, trying to break free. But he couldn't escape. He tried too hard, and like a balloon pushed to its limit, he just deflated. The fat guy ran out of breath and collapsed. The warrant officer was thrilled his instincts were right. Hyun-wook was a true beast. The others rushed over to check on the fat guy. Luckily, he was still breathing, just unconscious. Junmo ran over, happily trying to hug Hyun-wook. Congrats on the win. Hyun-wook didn't care. He pushed Junmo away, his eyes still locked on that bastard Sang-wook standing in the back. Without a word, Warrant Officer Cheon Mong-ho approached and asked for his name. Hyun-wook stood at attention and gave his name in standard military protocol. He was curious why was this guy here. The warrant officer saluted back and introduced himself as part of the C Tactical Training Center Black Tiger Unit. He had been watching Hyun-wook's fight. He handed him a black card and invited him to join the Special Operations Unit. The crowd started buzzing. The Black Tiger Unit was the strongest anti-monster and counterterrorism group there was. Hyun-wook didn't hesitate to decline. He was just an F-rank player. He didn't belong in a place like that. Warrant Officer Cheon didn't see it that way. Rank is just a standard set by ordinary people. We need a warrior as strong as you. DS 20. Hyun-wook was crying on the inside. He was in so much pain. He kept getting cornered, one side or the other, and everyone was trying to force him to stay. The military was such a strict environment. Lee Hyun-wook cried out in his heart, feeling utterly devastated. He collapsed, back and forth, as everyone kept insisting he stay. The military was such a harsh environment. The warrant officer asked him again if he would join. Hyun-wook looked sadly at the black card. He knew if he faced the villainous army later, he'd just get held back by the special forces anyway. He took the card and said he would think about it, just trying to find an excuse to keep his distance for now. Sang-wook, standing to the side, was shaking with rage, his veins popping out. At the battalion commander's office, the battalion commander and the warrant officer were sitting and chatting. Over tea, the battalion commander asked the warrant officer if there were any issues with the Black Tiger unit lately. Warrant Officer Cheon sipped his tea. He replied that they were always struggling with a manpower shortage. Battalion Commander Kim Kang-chul understood. These days, as soon as someone reached rank C, the guilds snatched them up. They had no choice. They poured their hearts into training talent, only for outsiders to take them all. They were both in the same boat. They looked at each other, understanding. The battalion commander asked if the warrant officer had come for Sergeant Choi Rang-jun. The warrant officer beamed. That's right. Choi Rang-jun was on leave, but because of that, the warrant officer had found an interesting soldier. The battalion commander was startled and stopped mid-sip. Outside, Hyun-wook was being chased around the yard by Junmo. The kid kept clinging to him, demanding to know how to get stronger. Hyun-wook was already exhausted to the point of death. The battalion commander watched this ridiculous scene from his office. He pulled out his phone to contact someone, asking them to do some digging. He wanted to find out what Hyun-wook did before he enlisted. He didn't want to be like this, but Warrant Officer Cheon had stirred up his greed. In the bustling city, people were moving about everywhere. A young child, distracted by play, chased after a monkey. The animal ran into a small alleyway. The boy followed it, but the monkey he saw wasn't just any ordinary monkey. It was a terrifying monster with sharp fangs. And not just one, thousands upon thousands of them poured out of a gate at the battalion's weapon depot. At that moment, Hyun-wook was being shown around by Eun-ha. The battalion commander had recognized his merit, rewarding him with a weapon and some leave. But the squad leader didn't believe he could have done it. Hyun-wook cursed under his breath. That squad leader was a pain in his past life, and he was just as difficult in this one. Hyun-wook cleared his throat and told her that, believe it or not, he did it. Eun-ha snapped back, telling him not to be so confident. All the goblins at the gate were killed with a single sword strike. That meant a sentry had stopped the first wave on their own. Hyun-wook didn't seem to care much about what Eun-ha had to say. He picked up a sword and said he was choosing this one. Eun-ha told him to choose carefully, as if she were forcing him to reconsider before making his final decision. Hyun-wook swung the sword back and forth. He was very satisfied. This was a cloud sword that had the ability to absorb water. It could then create a mist to blind his opponents. Right now, it looked like a piece of junk, but later on, Sergeant Choi Rang-jun would be honored as a sword saint because of this blade. The sword's real name was Cloud Master's Hidden Hand. In the Danga mythology, 3 weather gods descended to the mortal realm: the Wind Master, the Rain Master, and the Cloud Master. Among them, the Cloud Master, who governed the clouds, achieved many great things with his sword, known as the Hidden Hand. Cloud Master's hidden hand was understood to mean a blade hidden within the clouds. In other words, it was the lightning god. If one knew how to utilize its potential, they could harness the power of lightning, strong enough to raid a medium-sized monster dungeon all on their own. Hyun-wook was extremely happy with this sword. The combo of steel and lightning is the best. This time, he's going to take this sword. Eun-ha complains about his terrible performance. Are you seriously just going to take such a flimsy sword? Hyun-wook stood firm, his decision unchanged. Suddenly, an alarm blared across the entire military district, an alert at the Itaewon gate. Eun-ha looked at Hyun-wook, also finding it strange. How could he be so calm? It was as if he'd known this would happen. The troops quickly assembled. The guild from yesterday, wearing silver armor, arrived too. Their gear and weapons were top tier. You could buy a building and gang them just by selling one of their cloaks. Hyun-wook was also put in charge of a small squad. He reminded his subordinates to stay sharp, even against the small monsters, because they could cause just as many casualties. Compared to the dungeon battle, they mainly use poison gas and fangs to attack. Don't ever roll up your combat uniform sleeves on the battlefield. A soldier at the front of the line hurriedly pulled his sleeves down. He didn't understand why he had to be so careful. Hyun-wook shot back. Do you want a kobold to gouge your eyes out? The soldier went silent, not daring to ask anything else. Hyun-wook reminded everyone again, to prepare for the poison gas, they must remember to check and ensure they could put on their gas masks easily in an emergency. Soldiers from another squad wandered over from somewhere, mocking them. A trash squad having a strategy meeting? Anyone looking at this would think the support unit is racing to get into the fight. The soldiers in Hyun-wook's squad hung their heads, not daring to talk back. Hyun-wook, feeling annoyed, turned around and snapped at the 2 guys. Why aren't you checking your gas masks instead of running your mouths? Kobolds often leave their territory during dungeon raids to launch attacks. The 2 guys didn't care in the slightest. They were confident. They thought they were experienced combat veterans, so they didn't give a damn. After mocking them to their heart's content, the 2 guys left. Hyun-wook looked back at his squad and seeing everyone's morale dropping. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Everybody, attention." He gave a speech to rally their spirits. They had heard those taunts so many times before. Now, they were in a real-world situation where they could die at any moment. This wasn't the time to lose heart. The soldiers in Hyun-wook's squad straightened their posture, stood at attention, and waited for orders. Hyun-wook continued his instructions. The kobolds are quite small, so these motion sensors must be installed at all drainage pipes and narrow passages. He ordered the soldiers to finish the task within 20 minutes. The soldiers scurried off to get to work. After the other soldiers left, only Hyun-wook and Junmo were left moving the supply crates. Junmo also felt that Hyun-wook was acting a bit sensitive today. Hyun-wook stared intently at Junmo, remembering his past life. Just as Hyun-wook was about to ask what Junmo had said, an arrow suddenly pierced his neck. Hyun-wook collapsed to the ground. Kobolds jumped out from somewhere, releasing a cloud of poison gas. Many soldiers managed to pull out their gas masks and put them on. However, these monsters were too fast and too dangerous. They leapt into the poison fog, tearing into countless soldiers. Hyun-wook was still lying on the ground. He hadn't managed to pull the arrow out of his neck yet. Suddenly, the leader of the monsters appeared behind him, holding a dagger, and lunged straight at his face. But luckily, the blade only grazed him. Someone came to save him. There was a long gash on Hyun-wook's face reaching to his ear. The person who arrived was Junmo. He wanted to give his gas mask to Hyun-wook, but Hyun-wook told him to hurry up and run. The two of them struggled for a moment before Jun-mo was knocked away by the monster. Hyun-wook screamed in despair. In his past life, Jun-mo had been killed by the kobold while trying to save him. Earlier, before the kobolds arrived, he had ordered Jun-mo to lead the battalion members out of the combat zone. He would send the combat signal to Jun-mo later. This was Hyun-wook's strategy. From another sector, rapid reports were flooding in. Delta Team, report. Sectors 1 and 3, no one left. Epsilon Team reported, Sectors 4, 5, and 6, no survivors. Gamma Team reported, no one left. In the early stages of the Red Battlefield campaign, Beta Team reported finding a kobold den in Sector 2, subsector B9. They estimated about 200 kobolds. The Military Strategic Command set an ambush. They moved in. The magic circle in Sector A was ready. After the signal, the soldiers broke down the doors and charged in. They set up shields, activated the magic circle, and waited, just as ordered by their superiors. The kobolds saw the intruders and swarmed forward to attack. The army waited for the monsters to get close and then gave the signal to fire. A blast of fire erupted from the magic circle, burning quite a few kobolds. Meanwhile, Hyun-wook's squad was still busy installing sensors. Lieutenant Lee Min-hee came by to inspect the situation and asked, "What are you doing?" Hyun-wook respectfully replied that he was installing motion sensors according to the manual and marking their positions with aluminum tape. Lee Min-hee complained, "What a waste of money. Don't worry too much. The guild is sending reinforcements just to deal with the kobold gate. The first platoon will mobilize in 20 minutes, so the support squad must provide the antidote kits or supplies." Hyun-wook pushed back. "Our mission as a support unit given by the platoon leader is to prevent the monsters from running toward the residential area in the rear." Hyun-wook deliberately shouted loud enough to attract quite a few onlookers. Lee Min-hee didn't want to lose face. He gritted his teeth and mocked him. "So the new squad leader was treated well once, and now you think you can do whatever you want? You have no life experience." The two of them were going back and forth when someone came looking for them. This pink-haired girl was Sergeant Choi Se-ah. She was a C-rank player, a healer. Lee Min-hee, who had been acting arrogant, dropped his attitude, put his arm around Hyun-wook, and laughed out loud. Hyun-wook chuckled to himself. This was Lieutenant Lee Min-hee's weakness. Because his crush showed up, he had become less aggressive. Lee Min-hee shyly asked, "Se-ah, is something the matter?" Se-ah finally remembered the main point. She said the battalion commander wanted to see Hyun-wook. Hyun-wook found it strange. Why call for him? At the same time, over on Eun-ha's side, she was using binoculars to monitor the situation on Hyun-wook's end. Se-ah told him to go ahead and meet the squad leader. "You're in charge of installing the next sensor, Lee Hyun-wook." He was annoyed. They were running out of time. To be precise, the battalion commander. What on earth was he thinking? Eun-ha's squad was standing on the rooftop, ready for combat. A soldier, itching to talk, blurted out, "They're the battalion commander's direct assault force." "Maybe that's why they were summoned," they whispered. During the Koban attack, Eun-ha lowered her binoculars. "They're just soldiers who have to follow orders from above," she stated. At the battalion commander's makeshift headquarters, Lee Hyun-wook arrived to meet him, only to find 2nd Lieutenant Chow Myung-ho there as well. He saluted both of them solemnly. Deep down, he wondered what the battalion commander wanted from him. The commander stared at him sternly. He wanted to test Lee Hyun-wook because he assumed he was on break. So, he would temporarily take over command of the 1st platoon and carry out an assault support mission at the gate. Lee Hyun-wook was stunned. That man, who had never cared about him in his past life, just said what? He didn't have time for this. Had the battalion commander lost his mind? Lee Hyun-wook tried to push back, saying that since being assigned to this platoon, he had only ever performed support and reinforcement tasks. He couldn't accept putting the lives of the 1st platoon members at risk for such a dangerous test. It wasn't even a training exercise. It was a real combat situation. The commander just looked at him coldly and said, "This is an order." Lee Hyun-wook gritted his teeth in frustration but dared not speak. Just then, a transmission came over the radio. Information from the Delta team: the Kobans had left their nest. Lee Hyun-wook heard the announcement too. The Kobans would attack the support units soon. If he didn't leave right now, the rear defense line would be breached. He gritted his teeth and made a decision. He had to get out of there immediately. Lee Hyun-wook turned back to the battalion commander, saying he had something to say. Outside, Eun-ha had been watching Lee Hyun-wook with her binoculars. She saw him running like he was being chased by a ghost after leaving the room. "Commander," Lee Hyun-wook shouted, telling the support unit to watch out for poison gas. A red alert sounded simultaneously. A cloud of toxic gas spread everywhere. Lee Hyun-wook hadn't anticipated this. The Kobans arrived much faster than he remembered. Earlier, in the room, Lee Hyun-wook had poured his heart out to the commander. He had heard the commander had lost all his unit members on his very first mission. It was hard to believe that Lee Hyun-wook, who came from the support army and was treated like a disposable soldier, was now being ordered by the commander to join a real battle, all just to test him. Lee Hyun-wook asked the commander, "Does even our honorable battalion commander view ordinary soldiers as disposable items?" The commander, feeling slighted, was startled. He denied it, then changed his tune and ordered him to follow the assault platoon under his command. Lee Hyun-wook cut the commander off, heroically declaring, "If that is the commander's order, I will obey." But who knew the turmoil in his heart? He couldn't exactly say he knew the future. Extremely frustrated, Lee Hyun-wook continued, saying he lacked real combat experience, especially when it came to leading a platoon. He had never done it before. The chances of casualties were high. He was very grateful that the commander had placed his trust in him. But if the price was the lives of his comrades, then he would refuse the order. The commander was silent, looking down. Second, Lieutenant Cheon Myung-ho, standing next to them, spoke up, warning that disobeying orders during wartime meant facing the death penalty. Lee Hyun-wook, of course, knew this, but if he didn't go now, the entire rear line would be wiped out. The silent commander finally spoke up. He rescinded the order. Today, Lee Hyun-wook would perform his original duty with the support unit, as planned. However, as a true soldier, the punishment for disobeying orders would be carried out in the future, and everyone would bear the consequences. Lee Hyun-wook cursed as he ran, putting on his gas mask. "Damn army bastards." Lee Hyun-wook took his sword from his pouch and poured some water onto it. Currently, visibility was completely neutralized by the toxic gas. Lee Hyun-wook silently prayed for Park Jun-mo to take the others and run fast. Contrary to Lee Hyun-wook's wishes, Park Jun-mo didn't take people and leave. Instead, he brought troops to support another team. He told everyone to quickly put the wounded into medical boxes and retreat. The pink-haired girl, Choi Se-ah, was also on the battlefield. Choi Se-ah was shaking and couldn't move. Park Jun-mo urged her to provide medical aid quickly, but she was too terrified to do it. He was shaking, too. The hand holding his gun was trembling rhythmically. Choi Se-ah was only 20 years old. He knew this was her first time in combat after being assigned to this team, but he was just a disposable soldier in this support unit, too. What more could he do? Not to mention, the others were starting to run out of ammo. They couldn't hold on. Park Jun-mo was also stressed. Were they going to die here? Suddenly, he thought of Lee Hyun-wook. Park Jun-mo followed the lead of the protagonist and gave orders to the support unit. The Kobans were attracted to glowing objects. He would use a fast attack to distract the monsters, then the whole platoon would go with the sergeant, carrying the wounded and leaving this place immediately. The others were stunned after hearing Park Jun-mo's order. Park Jun-mo firmly urged everyone to go. They had to reach the evacuation zone. Once there, they would meet up with the squad. Park Jun-mo knew his electric skill couldn't kill a single monster, not even the weakest one, but finally, he could use it to save everyone. Park Jun-mo held a glowing hammer and ran in another direction. The monsters, attracted by the light in his hand, all chased after him. Park Jun-mo shouted for everyone to run. He believed he was doing the right thing. If Lee Hyun-wook were here, he would do the same. He was determined to use his own body as bait. Suddenly, the monsters chasing Park Jun-mo were smashed to pieces by a single blow. Lee Hyun-wook had arrived just in time. He used his sword to absorb the water, creating a mist screen that neutralized the poison gas within its range. Lee Hyun-wook called out to Park Jun-mo, thanking him for surviving. Hyun-woo looked on, visibly touched and tearing up, grateful that thanks to Jun-mo, his younger brother could finally enjoy this feast. "You're going to devour it all," Hyun-woo shouted, swinging his sword and cutting down a swarm of kobolds, their red gems scattering everywhere. He watched them, drooling with hunger. Because Jun-mo was here, he couldn't just eat them right away. After fighting for a while, they were still just small fry. The boss hadn't shown itself yet. Suddenly, a loud screech echoed. The monsters turned and fled in the opposite direction. Hyun-woo shouted at Jun-mo to run, warning him that their squad was in danger. Over there, the poisonous gas hadn't dissipated yet, making visibility difficult. At this rate, they couldn't provide support. Eun-ha put on her mask and ordered her subordinates to hold their current position. She told them to cooperate with Chae Myung-ho's squad to snipe the kobolds, preventing them from leaving the poison gas zone and reaching the civilians. After putting on her mask, Eun-ha also jumped into the smoke. She needed to check on a few things. Hyun-woo's actions made it seem as if he already knew everything. Choi Se-ah was crying incessantly. There were too many dead and wounded around them. The protective barrier they were using also started to crack. The monster's magic was too powerful. Several soldiers were struggling to keep the barrier from breaking. But it was no use. The barrier had been ripped open. The kobolds were swarming in, and right on their heels was Hyun-woo. He gripped his sword and threw it straight at the boss. The boss leaned to dodge it, but the sword changed direction, tracking the boss relentlessly. Hyun-woo's sword grazed the canister on the monster's back, causing a bit of poisonous gas to leak out. The monster, furious, ordered its underlings to retreat, and they lined up to fire arrows at Hyun-woo. He used his sword to knock the arrows away, fighting while defending Jun-mo. Hyun-woo used his metal control skill to take command of the arrows. He turned them around and fired them back at the monsters. The system warned him that the M7 sword he had thrown at the boss was now out of control, but Hyun-woo didn't care about that right now. He was struggling with the remaining small fry. Those bastards were following the boss's orders to attack everyone. If he kept attacking like this, he would scare it off and buy more time for the others. Taking Jun-mo along to attack the boss would be too dangerous. Hyun-woo ordered Jun-mo to back away toward the barrier. The two turned and ran for their lives while the monsters behind them kept firing arrows. Hyun-woo used his metal control skill. He neutralized all of them, and the two successfully made it back inside the barrier with the other soldiers. It was complete chaos inside, like a henhouse with a fox on the loose. There was no one left to save the wounded. The healer was panicking, suffering from psychological trauma. If things continued this way, the whole squad would be wiped out. Hyun-woo approached Choi Seo and told her to snap out of it. The situation was critical, and if she kept acting like this, everyone would be finished. After some persuasion, finally, Choi Seo calmed down. She started treating the wounded. Although the deputy squad leader's condition wasn't looking good, he was bleeding profusely. But Choi Seo would still give it her all to save him. Hyun-woo used his metal control skill to instinctively gather everyone's knives. He was going to make those monkeys out their pay. Somewhere else, a woman with a poisonous spider perched on her shoulder sat lounging in a luxury car. She received a call. After hanging up, she ordered the driver to head straight to Itaewon. Hyun-woo stood alone, knife in hand, ready to solo the kobolds. He identified the location of the sensor and looked around. The prey had walked right into the trap. The hunting ground was perfect. He had marked and installed sensors exactly where he wanted, right in the center. The margin of error was within Area A. Led by the deputy squad leader, the leader would be controlling things from the back. If he could just find it, this game would be over. Hyun-woo used his metal detection skill to search. If there was any metal he didn't recognize outside of Area A, that had to be the boss. Hyun-woo maneuvered several knives. He stabbed them straight into the kobolds hiding in the bushes. One knife headed straight for the boss in the very back. The boss unleashed magic to deflect the knife. After pinning down the boss's location, Hyun-woo directed the other knives toward it as well. The boss shrieked and unleashed its magic. It simultaneously neutralized Hyun-woo's knives. He tried to control them to bring them back, but the knives were stuck. The system flashed a warning. The M7 knife was too heavy, exceeding the weight he could control. The other small monsters took the opportunity to fire darts at Hyun-woo simultaneously. He raised his hand to block the darts. The boss ordered the monsters to swarm him. Hyun-woo thought he would get hit like in his previous life. But this time, he had the body reinforcement skill, so the darts didn't even scratch him. Hyun-woo called his knives back and made them spin. They formed a massive vortex, sweeping away the small fry. The last one left was the boss, a dark mage. Now, he was going to settle the score with this one. The boss gritted its teeth and spewed poisonous gas again. Hyun-woo used his sword to shield himself from the toxic smoke. He used his metal sense skill to perceive his surroundings. If he was careless and swung his sword like last time, he'd get played. He had to attack carefully. He found it strange. Why wasn't the boss making any moves? But as soon as he stood up, he realized the dark mage had cast a spell to restrict his feet. As soon as he stood up, he fell flat on his face. The boss controlled its magic, wrapping it around his leg and dragging him toward it. Hyun-woo let out a loud shout. The boss threw him straight into the toxic smoke. Just as it was gloating, Hyun-woo returned. Thanks to his body reinforcement skill, his leg wasn't hurt at all. He was getting a bit annoyed now. How many times had this been today? This damn monkey was giving him so much psychological trauma. The boss continued to emit poisonous gas and blinked to another direction. Soon, it appeared right behind Hyun-woo. It thrust its sword toward him, but he nimbly dodged. Hyun-woo was furious. This bitch is playing dirty. Like hitting a sore spot, Hyun-woo was enraged. He brought his sword straight down onto the monster's head, simultaneously activating body reinforcement on his leg. He kicked the monster in the face, shattering it. The boss flew away, rolling uncontrollably. This was the moment Hyun-woo had been waiting for since the first night after returning to the past. He had been thinking about how to take revenge on the backstabbers like these wretched monkeys. The boss had its mask shattered by that kick. It couldn't use magic anymore. Time to get to work. Hyun-woo controlled a series of knives, stabbing them straight into the boss. The canister of poison gas on its back shattered into pieces. The monster was heavily injured. Hyun-wook approached it, grabbed its face, and hoisted it up. He had held a grudge against this thing for a very long time. Because of it, he had to live like a cripple for years in his past life. The swords he used to stab the boss just now were the very weapons of the squad members it had slaughtered. In his past life, Hyun-wook had driven a Cloud sword straight into the boss. The system notification popped up. Cloud's sword is absorbing the monster's vitality. Hyun-wook wasn't done yet. He controlled another blade and drove it into the creature's head. This is the price for the scar on my face, he thought. In his past life, the monster had tormented him until he was at death's door. Finally, the first knot from the past that had caused Hyun-wook so much agony all this time had been undone. An item dropped. A system notification appeared. Obtained Inferno Devil Metal, the Metal of Hellfire. It hid the power of the demon race and was one of the high-tier items in the Divine Metal series. Hyun-wook held the metal, looking dazed. Why is this thing appearing here? This is an item belonging to that person. His Andy's army was like hell to everyone still alive. He was one of the most terrifying villains in human history, the Necromancer. Though he hadn't discovered anything clear about that man yet, he knew one specific trait, non-growth, just like him. Because of that, ever since he returned to the past, he always had to hide the fact that even though he was an F rank, he could still increase his power. Furthermore, the non-growth trait was a characteristic that developed in the user's own way, not through training and combat. In his past life, after Hyun-wook finished a brutal battle against the Necromancer with a narrow victory at the Golem workshop, the only thing he received at best was an Inferno replica. But this time, he was holding the real thing in his hands. There were still too many things he didn't know. As the toxic gas dissipated, Hyun-wook opened his mouth to swallow the Inferno. Suddenly, Yoon-ha appeared from behind, pointed her sword at him, and demanded, "Who are you?" Hyun-wook was startled. How much had she seen during the fight just now? Just then, someone else arrived. It was the woman who was sitting in the vehicle with the spider earlier. She was Ho Eun-ju, the strategic planning chief of the Jungwa Guild. Hyun-wook had been caught. He hurriedly hid the item behind his back. Eun-ha asked what he was hiding. He quickly denied it. Ho Eun-ju had witnessed Hyun-wook's entire fight. She also recognized Eun-ha as the third daughter of the Knight Commander. Ignoring Eun-ha's warning, she approached Hyun-wook and handed him a business card. Ho Eun-ju was the daughter of the Jungwa Guild Master and an A-rank player. Hyun-wook stood stunned, unable to react. Ho Eun-ju asked, "Could it be that you don't know who I am?" Hyun-wook gritted his teeth. How could he not know? Among the villains who wiped out humanity, he could never forget this woman, Ho Eun-ju. In his past life, Eun-ha sacrificed herself to be his shield. This woman, Ho Eun-ju, had killed Eun-ha. Returning to the present, Ho Eun-ju was still flirting and trying to seduce Hyun-wook. Eun-ha shouted, "This is a military operational zone." She wanted to chase that woman away. Ho Eun-ju let out an annoyed sigh and turned to tell Eun-ha that she had to address her as the strategic planning chief of the Jungwa Guild. The two women stared at each other, sparks of lightning flying between them. Hyun-wook could also feel the terrifying atmosphere between the two. Just then, more vehicles arrived. The person who arrived was the squad leader. He stepped out of the vehicle and looked around, seeing the monsters and the boss all taken down. Hyun-wook was startled. Why is the squad leader here already? Lieutenant Kim Kang-chul bowed politely to greet Ho Eun-ju. They were very grateful for the Jungwa Guild's help, but this was a military operational zone. Even if she came from the Jungwa Guild, trespassing into an operational area without consent would be very troublesome. The lieutenant politely invited Ho Eun-ju to get lost. Ho Eun-ju waved her business card and grumbled, acting like no one knows you're military. How stiff. She kissed the business card she was holding, then intentionally tucked it into Hyun-wook's pocket, telling him to remember to contact her. After Ho Eun-ju left, Lieutenant Kim Kang-chul directly appointed him as the sub-squad leader. His internship at the Koban Gate had a top priority, ensuring the survival of the people and selecting new members for the team. Hyun-wook didn't understand what the lieutenant was thinking. The lieutenant ordered him sternly. After all, reports here are finished. Leave everything else to Hyun-wook to handle. Hyun-wook obeyed. Yoon-ha was still staring at him. 1 week later, at the 1st Battalion of the Demon-Slaying Brigade, Hyun-wook's Inferno Devil Metal had finished absorbing the metal. The weight of the metal he could control increased by 499 grams. A new space was forming in his stomach. Hyun-wook had been hugging the bathroom since morning and hadn't come out. The system had also warned him that due to the appearance of the new space, Hyun-wook would feel pain. It had been a week already, but this body was still too weak, so the pain felt much more intense. Jun-mo walked into the bathroom to look for him. He saw Hyun-wook wasn't coming out, and thought he was doing something shady. But who could know that Hyun-wook was in agony, feeling like he was dying? He had no strength left to utter a word. The Koban Gate, which everyone had ignored and had misjudged its danger, had ultimately caused many casualties. Fortunately, thanks to the efforts of Corporal Choi Se-ah, Private First Class, and Min Tae, was safely transported to the military hospital in an emergency state. Because of this, Hyun-wook had abandoned the thought that he could protect everyone alone. The members of the support squad had begun training to enhance their strength so they could at least protect themselves. However, two problems arose. After that day, Corporal Choi Seo started bothering Hyun-wook again. This was a place with too many variables to proceed according to plan. The second problem, Lieutenant Kim Kang-chol wanted him to serve as an officer instead of a non-commissioned officer. Hyun-wook was devastated. He cried in his heart, wishing he could just get out. 5 hours later, he wasn't even surprised anymore. Lieutenant Kim Kang-chol had paid special attention to him during this Itaewon operation. His ambition to create an ideal military culture that ignored rank was rising higher than ever. Why is everyone making me do what I don't want? Hyun-wook could only helplessly say he would rethink it during his leave. 3 weeks later, on the first day of his leave, the weather was beautiful. Hyun-wook's system popped up a notification congratulating him on meeting a special condition. He gained 10 new skills. One, called Flame, helps him absorb metal faster and allows him to store a much larger quantity of metal in his inventory. Hyun-wook had been struggling in the bathroom, but now he can digest everything quickly and won't have to spend so much time sitting on the toilet anymore. He washed his hands and headed out. The next encounter with the monsters would be many times harder. He needs to be extremely cautious, or he could lose his life in a heartbeat. He has to prepare everything thoroughly during this break. This is the moment to change the future. Hyun-wook had just stepped out of the bathroom when he ran into an acquaintance. It was Choi Seo. She was dressed up beautifully, standing by a vending machine trying to light a cigarette, but it just wouldn't light. When Choi Seo saw him, she asked if he had a lighter. Hyun-wook realized she had shown her true colors while he wasn't paying attention. The two of them boarded the train together. Choi Seo tried to make conversation, asking about his parents. Hyun-wook replied that they had passed away when he was young. Choi Seo was struck speechless, not knowing what else to ask. Hyun-wook felt he had been a bit too blunt, so he warmly shared that while his childhood was difficult and lonely, ever since he grew up, he had found people who were like family to him. Choi Seo asked who they were, and Hyun-wook recalled his past life. He had friends, colleagues, and comrades who were just like family to him. Hyun-wook arrived at Gyeongdong-jin, planning to stay there for 4 days and 3 nights. During this short break, he needs to prepare fully for the future, and the first thing to secure is money. Hyun-wook saw a notification looking for investors. It was from a player of Blue Chi, the owner of Blue Chi, who holds assets worth trillions as of now. Gordon Presley, that man's dirty money flows underground to bribe high-ranking officials and players. By buying and selling items, he gradually gains complete control over everything. There are many reasons why people sell their souls to the devil, but the most important one is still money. Even though Hyun-wook currently doesn't have the ability to make more money than Gordon, at least he must ensure he doesn't get dragged into his money games. He knows the major events that will happen in the future, as well as the time and place to make money. This means as long as he invests earlier than others, he can still make a fortune, even with little capital. Therefore, when investing, one needs someone who will absolutely never betray them. He must entrust this to someone who will keep their word, even the smallest promise. Hyun-wook walked into a dilapidated apartment complex. He climbed the stairs step by step. Upstairs, 2 people were arguing loudly. When Hyun-wook walked in, they stopped their bickering. The white-haired guy saw Hyun-wook and excitedly greeted him. This person is Lee Hyun-chun. The two have known each other for a long time. Conversely, looking at these 2 guys, Hyun-wook wasn't very happy. Lee Hyun-chun also changed his demeanor. He had held a grudge against Hyun-wook for a long time. Back then, Hyun-wook could only make a few pieces of metal float, yet he dared to call himself an awakened, while he couldn't do a damn thing, so he became resentful. He slapped Hyun-wook, making his mouth bleed. Lee Hyun-chun looked at him with contempt. With that little bit of ability, you delusional freak, you dare call yourself an awakened? He threatened Hyun-wook not to go around blabbering about being an awakened. If I hear that again, I'll smash your face in. Lee Hyun-chun fell back into his thug-like ways aggressively, rushing forward with the intention of beating Hyun-wook up just like back in school. The other person hurriedly stepped in to stop Lee Hyun-chun, telling him not to cause trouble. Lee Hyun-chun wouldn't listen and even tried to hit the person who intervened. Hyun-wook, on the other hand, wasn't afraid of anyone. He dared Lee Hyun-chun to go ahead and kill him. Lee Hyun-chun went berserk. He lunged, intending to punch Hyun-wook in the face, but froze as a fountain pen floated in the air, ready to stab him straight in the eye. Not only that, a knife was also hovering, threatening to cut off his leg. Besides that, many other sharp weapons were pointed directly at Lee Hyun-chun. Hyun-wook looked at him with disdain. Today, I might not be able to kill you yet, but at least I can inflict a fatal wound on you. As a melee fighter, he could finish off a player quite easily. Just then, someone walked in from the door, calling for Lee Hyun-chun to hurry up for an event. Hyun-wook suddenly changed his attitude. As fickle as an ex-lover, he quickly put his weapons down, pitifully begging Lee Won-chun to spare him, saying he would be more careful next time. Hyun-wook rushed over and hugged Lee Won-chun like a close friend, leaning into his ear to issue a warning. He mentioned how Lee Won-chun had been kicked out of the White Tiger Guild because he supposedly wet his pants and ran away during his first battle. Hyun-wook knew all about that. Hyun-wook threatened that if he didn't want his underlings to see his pathetic self losing to a nobody in a fight, he better behave. I can blabber about that anytime, you know. After saying that, Hyun-wook sternly told Lee Won-chun to get lost once he understood. After they left, only Hyun-wook and the person who had been bullied by Lee Won-chun remained. They sat down to talk. This was the person Hyun-wook had mentioned, the one he could completely trust. That is why he told this person everything about the stocks and the black card. After Lee Won-chun left with his underlings, he was still extremely furious. Even as a guard, he couldn't do his job properly. A tall man, appearing to be a customer, walked out to complain. He criticized the service, saying, "What kind of terrible security is this? In such a prestigious place, how can someone act so lawlessly?" The man walked up to Lee Won-chun and scolded him. "Don't think you're the owner here. This is Zone C. Zones A, B, C, and D are for VIPs. Do you understand English? I've said it so many times. If you can't learn, you better listen carefully." Lee Won-chun couldn't take it anymore. He was already pissed from earlier, and now he was being provoked again. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and punched the man, sending him flying. He frantically started raining punches on his face. Blood splattered everywhere. His underlings didn't dare to intervene. After he had his fill, Lee Won-chun finally stopped. He ordered his underlings to find information on Hyun-wook. He couldn't swallow this anger. He swore he would definitely kill him. Back to this side, Park Cho-soo still couldn't believe why Lee Hyun-wook would be so willing to hand over all this detailed information to him. Lee Hyun-wook wasn't surprised by his reaction at all, suddenly hearing someone say they'd help you make enough money to change your life. Who would believe that? Money doesn't just fall from the sky. Lee Hyun-wook placed a hand over his heart to show his sincerity. When asked if he was someone who could be trusted, Park Cho-soo quickly affirmed that he was, at the very top. "You're one of the top 5 people I trust. All this information is true, except for the part about me revealing secrets from my past life." After reading the messages from the conversation with Captain Park, Park Cho-soo finally believed it was all real. Lee Hyun-wook handed him a savings book with 20 million won. He said happily, "I'm entrusting everything I have to you. Please, help me invest it." 20 million won wasn't a huge amount, but it was everything his parents had left behind. Park Cho-soo took the book, still unable to believe this young man trusted him that much. In their past life, when Lee Hyun-wook was completely broken, it was Park Cho-soo who stayed by his side to comfort him. Lee Hyun-wook, no one is useless. Talent is just a matter of timing. What you have is called an ability. Don't blame yourself. There will come a day when our abilities are recognized. Stay strong, okay? Those words of encouragement had helped him climb out of the abyss. This was a profitable investment, but also a way to repay his benefactor. He was the only one who had shown Lee Hyun-wook warmth and kindness back when he felt most useless. He had helped him so much. In the future, humanity would realize the existence of the other world and initiate contact. With the technology gained from those exchanges, the Dungeon Gate Wars would reach a major turning point. Their technology was essential to prevent gate bursts and monster waves. These would appear in the future. To handle that, humanity had to communicate with people from the other world and learn skills and techniques from them. To do that, the protagonist needed the help of those experts. At the Smithy Alley in Dongdaemun, Lee Hyun-wook walked around, asking for the price of magic stones. At one stall, the seller asked how much he was willing to pay. He was preparing for his second chance at the future, alongside 7 dwarf experts. He would have to forge the highest grade equipment. Expert-level blacksmiths were always the first targets before the villains noticed them. Lee Hyun-wook stopped by a forge and greeted the owner, but the man only glanced at him coldly and went back to work. He said he only sold what was already in the shop. If he couldn't find what he needed, he should go look around at other shops. This man was the blacksmith Kang Dong-do. Because of his hot temper, he'd been kicked out of the blacksmith's guild and was struggling financially. Lee Hyun-wook couldn't help but smile at the old man's blunt honesty. He thought to himself that investing in him was definitely worth it. The old man continued, hammering away rhythmically. That was a spear made of orichalcum. It looked rough and ugly, but later on it would be the item capable of piercing the heart of the dragon Teres, also known as the dragon-slaying spear. Now, Lee Hyun-wook knew the origin and location where the best equipment would be born, starting from this shabby forge. Just then, a girl with a ponytail walked out. "Oh, we have a customer?" The old man barked, "Hey, kid. Customer? What customer?" The girl playfully retorted, You always say customer to everyone else. Why are you scolding me now? Lee Hyun-wook looked at the girl and smiled. In his past life, she had been his comrade in arms. She was the renowned blacksmith Kang Baektion. 4 years after Kang Dong-do passed away, she inherited all his skills and became an excellent blacksmith. She started eyeing his outfit, calculating the price. Long coat, 1.5 million won. High-top boots, 1.6 million. The girl was suddenly startled and thrilled. Oh my god, not a customer, but a VIP. Anything you're looking for, just say the word haha. Lee Hyun-wook was speechless. Seeing money and having her eyes light up was indeed a typical trait of dwarves. But then again, who doesn't love money? Regardless, Lee Hyun-wook had successfully grabbed their attention. Now, he started listing his requests. Baeksion cheered happily when the total bill came to 18 million won. This is our regular customer now, not just some random person. Dong-do asked Lee Hyun-wook, noting that even at a glance, this guest didn't look like a mage. Then why would you buy toxic magic metal that can't be processed and mithril alloy? Are you trying to launder money? Baeksion hurriedly defended him. Don't just guess like that. There will be a use for them. If I bought them, I'll know how to use them. Lee Hyun-wook didn't hesitate to say he really needed them right now. If the goods are good, I'll come often. The old man sighed and agreed. Lee Hyun-wook said goodbye to Baeksion and told her to see him next time. She happily told him to drop by often. The image of Baeksion losing her life flashed in his mind. He thought silently, I'm sorry. Unlike the other comrades, I have to drag you to the battlefield once again. This time, he was determined to protect her. Back at the hotel, a mysterious man was staring inside as if something was up. Lee Hyun-wook started using the items he bought from the forge. Before the break ended, he needed to increase his ability to control metal weight so he could increase his body's poison resistance through the item absorption mechanism. The system notified him, metal absorption time remaining, 19 seconds. You have absorbed toxic metal. After absorption, poison resistance will increase slightly. Normally, it would take that long, but now. Lee Hyun-wook had the breath of the forge inside him. The metal slowly entered his body, melting away until the system updated his skill info. Skill name, Flame Breath Smeltery. Because the smelting furnace was active, the metal absorption rate skyrocketed, increasing by 250%, but along with the high efficiency, the practitioner would have to endure intense pain. The attention notification kept repeating in Lee Hyun-wook's head, making him incredibly angry. In pain, he shouted, "Shut up, I know." Lee Hyun-wook thought to himself, he didn't have much time left before arriving at the Soul Gate. Before it happened, although it was very painful, he still encouraged his body, I must absorb all of this. Lee Hyun-wook endured it for 2 days. The mysterious man tracking Hyun-wook finally led his boss to the hotel where he was hiding, pointing at the building. The boss muttered, that brat hasn't shown his face in 2 days. No idea what he's up to. Inside, the absorption process was nearing completion. System notification. Warning. You have been poisoned by multiple substances. Phase 2 of the antitoxin process is at 81%. You have absorbed all necessary metals. The weight of metal you can now manipulate is 17,499 grams. Metal detection range increased. You can sense 500 grams of metal within 135 meters. Hyun-wook felt his strength surging and his body changing. Phase 2 of the antitoxin process was easier than he'd imagined. He could now manipulate enough metal to control about 60 daggers. Just then, the system notified him again. Congratulations. You have succeeded in your first potential breakthrough and acquired a special skill. Shatter Metal, Rank D. Effect. Consumes mana to destroy a specific amount of metal. Mana consumption depends on the quantity of metal targeted. This skill will allow Hyun-wook to dismantle enemy equipment. With this, he could easily break through any defense. Suddenly, he felt a surge of danger. 2 seconds later, the door was smashed in. That crazy boss stood there with a vicious look. Seeing Hyun-wook, he wasn't surprised at all. He just said calmly, I'm a soldier, so I try to avoid fighting. You should leave before I lose my temper. Hearing this, the guy got even angrier, panting like a stray dog. Rushing forward, he shouted, You're about to get beaten to a pulp and you're still talking trash. Facing the hateful maniac, Hyun-wook remained calm. He then effortlessly blocked the man's strike. The boss couldn't believe his eyes. What the hell is this? Hyun-wook warned him, Get out, don't cause trouble for others here. By now, the neighbors had heard the commotion and were gathering, curious. The maniac didn't let up, throwing a kick this time. He shouted as he kicked, Keep acting all high and mighty in front of me. Hyun-wook dodged the kick without the slightest effort. 2 days ago, this might have been a challenge, but today, it was nothing. Hyun-wook started his counterattack. Lee Won-chun took a blow so hard he looked like he was about to get kicked off the planet. Hyun-wook looked down at him and said, Lee Hyun-wook, let me ask you something. Compared to what I did to you, this is nothing. But why take it this far? One hit and you're already knocked off your high horse? For a guy like Hyun-wook, he couldn't stand being insulted. He attacked again with a hateful gaze. Seeing his opponent use his skill, Hyun-wook worried, reminding him that using skills here would hurt the civilians. But the maniac didn't care at all, thinking those damn people have nothing to do with me. Hyun-wook was anxious, but then he quickly thought of a way. He dashed toward the window. It was the only way to minimize the blast damage to the building. Hyun-wook saw his enemy running and chased after him. Just like that, they began trading blows with skills, creating a massive explosion. Hyun-wook began reinforcing his body, utilizing a combination of skills. Like that, he easily dodged all of his opponent's attacks. Hyun-wook was shocked to see Hyun-wook change direction in midair. Landing softly, he thought. In my past life, I couldn't move this freely. But by combining my techniques, I can control my body easily. Hyun-wook suddenly attacked from behind, thinking. So you learned some fancy tricks in the military. But those are just child's play. He kept attacking. Hyun-wook kept dodging. People in the building were now drawn to the fight. Hyun-wook started taunting him, claiming Hyun-wook only knew how to dodge like a rat. Try coming at me like before. Saying that, he charged straight at him. The two continued the battle. Everything around them was affected, the building shook violently, and the residents panicked. There seems to be an awakened person causing chaos on the lower floor. I've reported it to the association. Let's just wait a bit. The guy kept swinging. Hyun-wook kept dodging. Many people were watching. As a military officer, he couldn't fight back recklessly. If this blew up, it could ruin his plan to join the dungeon break at Seoul Station. The civilians were even taking out their phones to live stream on TikTok. Hyun-wook realized that maybe because so many people were watching, Hyun-wook didn't dare to make a move. Fine then. We just need to get rid of this annoyance. He planned to destroy the building and let everyone inside disappear forever. Hyun-wook reached out his hand and shouted, "Damn it. You're going to collapse this whole building. Can't you see how many innocent people are in there? They have nothing to do with me." But that maniac was beyond saving. He thought those civilians were just damn trash who needed to be erased for annoying him. He rushed in, shouting, "If you want to stop me, get your sorry ass over here and take a beating." At this point, Hyun-wook couldn't let it slide. He was furious, his blood boiling, and decided to grant that crazy guy his wish. Hyun-wook activated his ability with a glare, directly destroying the equipment on the man's feet. The system notification popped up, skill info, Iron Fist, rank D. Mana consumption, to crush a specific amount of metal. Mana consumption varies depending on the amount of metal the skill targets. Just like that, Hyun-wook's gear shattered, and his leg spurted blood. He clutched his leg, screaming in pain, "You son of a bitch, what did you do to my leg? Don't come near me." Hyun-wook approached him and asked for the last time, "Why take it this far?" The maniac, though terrified to the point of wetting himself, still acted tough. "What are you babbling about? Those annoying flies dared to bother me, so I had to kill them all, obviously." Hyun-wook replied calmly but with sharp irony, "I get it now. No wonder a dirty rat like you was kicked out of the wolf pack. Bullies like you, drunken on their own ego, aren't worthy of being players, because you'll always end up as traitors." Hyun-wook, even at this point, still stood his ground and shouted. Lee Hyun-wook pointed straight at his face and warned, "Listen, Lee Hyun-wook, if I ever see you in front of me again, I'll make sure you lose both your legs. You better thank your lucky stars that I'm a soldier," Hyun-wook said, as the madman started turning pale with fear at the warning. For Hyun-wook, he wouldn't miss any chance to protect his teammates and take revenge on a piece of trash like him. After the battle ended, the police quickly arrived at the scene. As part of the awakened task force, Hyun-wook gave his statement. He claimed he was simply trying to stop Lee Hyun-wook. His testimony perfectly matched the eyewitness accounts. The police officer reminded Hyun-wook that Hyun-wook was extremely dangerous, adding that he was very lucky. In all his time as an officer, this was the first time he'd seen a low-ranked player like Hyun-wook fight someone with a higher rank without even a scratch on him. Hyun-wook just gave an awkward laugh to brush it off, lying that he was just lucky because the steel pipe in Hyun-wook's leg exploded on its own. Now that it was all settled, Hyun-wook was free to go. He used to think being an F rank was a curse, but who would have thought it would help him deflect suspicion from everyone around him? Just then, a junior officer hurried over holding the steel plate from Hyun-wook, showing it to his superior. He reported that Lee Hyun-wook's shin guard showed no issues with durability or a mana surge. The officer looked over the documents and thought, if that's the case, then an F-rank player actually destroyed a C-rank player's armor without losing a single hair on his legs. That made no sense. Meanwhile, Hyun-wook was dashing away, recalling the news from his past life. The number of casualties trapped at the Seoul Station portal today had reached 745. Aside from the first, second, and third monster waves, This was an unprecedented disaster. The Seoul Station disaster was drawing heavy criticism toward player experts and authorities who were questioning the limitations and core problems of the disaster warning system regarding portal threats, which were different from the previous two. Hyun-wook had witnessed the portal opening with his own eyes that day, and with so little information, variables were likely to occur during the monster tide. The Seoul Station monster incident was one of the worst catastrophes. The clock struck 15:16. Could Hyun-wook handle it with his current abilities? Part of him wanted to go there and evacuate the civilians, but he couldn't just do that. Suddenly, Hyun-wook sensed something. He looked back and realized there was a traitor hiding nearby. If things went south, the traitor would get alert and run away, and Hyun-wook would never find the turning point to change the future. There were only 2 minutes left on the countdown when suddenly, a voice called out, "Lee Hyun-wook." He turned around in surprise. It was the deputy platoon leader. She said she'd been looking for him. "Corporal Lee Hyun-wook, I heard you're headed to the police station. The whole unit is going crazy over you." Hyun-wook wondered how she knew he was there. She said he mentioned having plans at Seoul Station the other day. Hyun-wook could only use the excuse that his phone was crushed. In his past life, Choi Seo-ah wasn't even there. So why was this pink-haired girl here now? Did he change the past? Only 1 minute left until the most dangerous portal on the planet opened. No time left. He had to stick to the plan. Things were dire, yet the pink-haired girl kept chattering in his ear. "If it were me, I would have punched her." Hyun-wook pulled his bag out and threw it on the ground. Seo-ah didn't understand what he was doing. "Why are you throwing that on the ground? Are you crazy?" Ignoring whatever she was saying, Hyun-wook calmly issued orders. "When I give the signal, you run and find a gas mask immediately." Choi Seo-ah stared in shock, still not understanding. Just a few seconds later, a gust of wind blew. The sky cracked open with a massive vortex. Monsters swarmed out from it. Seeing this, Hyun-wook shouted, "Now!" At the same time, outside, a mother and daughter were saying their reluctant goodbyes. The girl didn't want to leave her mother, and the mother was only worried about her child. Before she could finish her farewell, a barrier appeared. The girl screamed in panic. She collapsed, watching the black barrier swallow her mother, and could only tremble as she cried out, "Mom." The system announced a special event. An unfortunate event is occurring in this area. You may enter, but you cannot escape. The level limit is level 15 to escape. Find a way to survive for 6 hours, or defeat the boss monster. The clock started counting down. Inside the station, monsters landed, and civilians ran in terror. Hyun-wook told Seo-ah, "The priority is evacuating the civilians. Don't forget to get gas masks from the supply box." Choi Seo-ah insisted that she was also a military officer, so she absolutely wouldn't leave Hyun-wook alone. She demanded he tell her what to do. She would support him with all her might. Hyun-wook disagreed, saying that her specialty wasn't combat, so she should stay in the rear, focus on evacuating the civilians, and treat the injured. Hearing this, Seo-ah reluctantly agreed. She didn't know what he was planning, but she trusted him completely. "You must survive, promise me." Hyun-wook smiled lightly and complied. Elsewhere, a major general was talking to his subordinate. He was skeptical when his subordinate wanted to authorize a soldier ranked F to be an acting battalion commander. He insisted he didn't think a good officer should be hindered by the government's mechanical hierarchy. The major general was a bit surprised. The battalion commander continued, "As you know, rank doesn't equate to player level. Those are just basic numbers regarding combat efficiency, based on expectations of traits and compatibility with dungeon raids. Although levels are adjusted as players level up, they are often underestimated on the battlefield. This is the player training center. All awakened South Koreans are received here before being enlisted, trained for 2 months, and classified via a basic test." Hearing the battalion commander's words, the bald major general was furious. It took 2 months of training, followed by a basic aptitude test. Hearing the battalion commander's words, the bald major general was absolutely furious. He felt like he was being treated as a joke. He was Major General Choi Jung-cheon, commander of the 3rd Hangma Brigade, and head of the Monster Suppression Unit. A rank A player, ranked 31st in Korea. His military might was considered a strategic weapon, capable of unleashing wide-area magic without any external tools. Battalion Commander Kim Kang-chul immediately dismissed that thought. The Major General explained that if they didn't use the system to establish a hierarchy, then all the veteran players would join private guilds, while the rookies would end up as officers. In that case, who would even care about the military? He assumed the battalion commander thought the military was rotting. Everyone was constantly whispering about abolishing the Monster Suppression Unit. The battalion commander could only lower his head in silence. The Major General knew his subordinate had seen through something. But a leopard can't change its spots. The phone rang, a subordinate reported an emergency. A gate had suddenly appeared in the 1st Battalion's area. specifically at Seoul Station. It was an unfortunate event. To the two of them, it felt like a bolt from the blue. An unfortunate event, a natural disaster occurring in a specific area, creating a debuff effect on players, or adding new rules to make missions even harder. At Seoul Station, the monster was still attacking frantically. The officers were doing their best to hold it back. Everyone wondered about the monster's profile, because from the day they were born, they had never seen it in any manual. The monster swung its claw at a soldier who hadn't even reacted yet. Luckily, his comrades saved him just in time. Otherwise, he would have been pushing up daisies. With the monster's strength, the Fire Element attack squad was completely useless. Captain Aeon Manhwa, a rank C veteran player of the Seoul Guard Station, was worried. He ordered everyone to attack with ice magic and aim straight for its legs. The whole team switched to the ice element. The monster's parts were frozen, but it didn't seem effective. The captain thought, given its size, it couldn't take much more. Everyone had to seize the chance to attack with everything they had. He ordered them all to keep freezing it. Don't let it move. The monster was almost completely frozen. The captain lunged forward like a rocket, but before he could land a counterattack, it shattered the ice. Captain Aeon Manhwa had to use his shield to defend himself. This monster was a venom-armored spider, and it had a thick hide. Ordinary attacks couldn't hurt it. Just then, Lee Hyun-wook appeared. He wasn't fully confident in his own abilities yet. Would 2 days be enough for him to defeat this monster? But there was no time to hesitate now. It was time to put his skills to the test. Lee Hyun-wook activated his power, striking its body directly. This was his Iron Crush skill, consuming mana to pulverize a certain amount of metal. The mana consumption varied depending on how much metal the skill was applied to. The system constantly warned that his mana was dropping rapidly, currently at 92%. It kept dropping uncontrollably, 84%, then 76%. Hyun-wook ignored the warnings and continued using the skill to deal with the monster. To the astonishment of the captain and the other officers, Hyun-wook thought to himself, with this much power, I can stop the disaster from this gate. Not only that, he could take all the rewards for himself by wiping out the monsters here. The two sides confronted each other directly. Hyun-wook was confident he would send this monster to the afterlife with a single blow. He lunged in to test its hardness, then used Iron Wheel to finish it off. The monster shrieked in pain, which only made Hyun-wook more excited. How does it feel to have your guts crushed? The monster kept screaming in agony before completely collapsing. The captain watched the scene with his jaw on the floor, unable to believe Hyun-wook could kill the monster alone when no one else in his squad could even touch it. He had witnessed countless raids, but had never seen someone so relaxed when facing something like this. He wondered if it was rank S power. A mysterious figure hiding in the shadows watched every move and felt furious, cursing under his breath. Damn it, you fish-faced bastard, you're ruining everything for me. He tried to speak, but before he could say a word, Hyun-wook cut him off. It's not over yet. Don't celebrate too early. The captain didn't have a clue what was going on, looking as clueless as a newborn baby. Lee Hyun-wook warned him. That was just the opening act. As soon as he finished, several more monsters appeared. Lee Hyun-wook remained very confident. There was no doubt left. The outcome of this battle had been clear from the start. He continued to unleash his power, determined to clean up these monsters at Seoul Station. Meanwhile, the military was ready to rescue them. Squads 1 and 3 were prepared to deploy the front line until Stage 6. One person wondered, why is that thing rumbling like that? And why aren't we mobilizing more mages to use magic to break the barrier? But that wasn't magic, it was a system rule. No one could break the system unless the system collapsed entirely. The only thing they could do was wait for the system's timer to run out. The system interface appeared, and the clock kept counting down. The military helicopter landed. The battalion commander asked about the number of people under level 15 on the Cheonhwa Guild side. This woman was Ho Eun-ju, the strategy department head of the Seoul Lamhwa Guild, and a rank A player. She was still a bit skeptical, asking if anything like this had ever happened at Cheonhwa before, and if he really intended to send a rescue team in there. They would die if they went in. However, there were 800 lives trapped inside. If they prioritized the military's safety above all else, then it would be meaningless. Besides, there was someone in there that the battalion commander trusted deeply. Inside, Hyun-wook kept using Iron Wheel to face the monsters. One by one they were defeated, then he used Iron Manufacture Enhancement. Hyun-wook asked everyone to freeze them. The captain understood the plan, and the whole team froze them together. An officer who wasn't paying attention was ambushed by one. Hyun-wook quickly used Iron Manufacture to block it. Hey, you hairy-mouthed monster, you've got the wrong person. Your opponent is over here. And just like that, one by one, they were painfully taken down. Hyun-wook continued to fight enthusiastically. The system warned his mana consumption was at 63%. The unlucky monster turned pale with fear as Hyun-wook used Iron Crush. Warnings kept popping up. Now he was down to 39% before his mana ran dry. Hyun-wook needs to quickly eliminate the monsters, while a mysterious figure watches him from afar with hatred, surprised that a player of such caliber is here. There's no way it's just a coincidence that he's on the subway today. Why is someone like that at the Seoul station? Questions keep flooding his mind. Damn it, it's all ruined. I can't believe I failed the very first mission. System notification. Mission attack failed. You missed the target. The venom-armored spiders at Gate 1 have finished nesting in Seoul Station. The attack is over, and the civilians and the station are safe. The entire troop gathers to thank Hyun-wook. The captain takes responsibility for his own weakness in failing to stop the initial attack. They assume he's a high-level player. Thanks for the help, Hyun-wook says, searching for someone in the squad. Everyone wonders who he's looking for and feels suspicious. Isn't he also in the security team? Just then, Sergeant Choi Se-ah rushes over, panicked. Hyun-wook remembers and asks if she has finished evacuating all the civilians. The captain is shocked no one can command an S-rank player, and the military forces have arrived already. The vice captain reports that the spiders were huge, so the civilians were split into small groups and evacuated into rooms with narrow corridors. Fortunately, no one was injured. Choi Se-ah asks him to report to Squad 6. Everyone wants to know Hyun-wook's level, but he doesn't have time for such trivial nonsense. That's not important. Given the fact that everyone is facing a double dungeon, they are all stunned and left speechless. Hyun-wook knows that if the whole squad goes looking for those 800 citizens, that guy will definitely hide, and the second wave of monsters could even give him a chance to escape. If so, Hyun-wook must intercept him faster. Outside the station, the deputy colonel appoints Lieutenant Lee Min-hee to lead the front line for the Seoul Station rescue operation. Lee Min-hee salutes and follows orders. The captain demands absolute focus. He also regrets having to send members of lower-level units there, but the lives of innocent civilians depend on you. Protect them like soldiers. The whole team answers in unison. Understood. The deputy colonel tells Lee Min-hee, after the operation, when you meet Corporal Lee Hyun-wook, you must coordinate with his input. Lee Min-hee is surprised when his superior mentions the name Lee Hyun-wook. Inside the double gate, a notification appears. Special event monsters in the area will attack you. That mysterious man is furious. He doesn't understand what is happening. The system displays the mission list. 1. The venom-armored spiders at Gate 1 have finished nesting in Seoul Station. Failed. 2. Massacre at least 500 civilians, currently in progress. 3. Hand over the items received from the elite monster. At Gate 2 to the Traitor Alliance. In progress. He reminds himself that he must endure. Once the mission is complete, he will become a true traitor. Other players don't have the chance to get a mission like this. He took this job to change his life, so he needs to stay calm. Suddenly, he realizes someone is attacking and quickly uses a shield. Seeing that it's Hyun-wook, he introduces himself as a member of the railway security team, but Hyun-wook already knows his plan. If he hides while the civilians are in chaos and kills soldiers during the first attack, there will be more players around. His plan is to disguise himself as a soldier to avoid suspicion and then turn around and kill them. Haha, you look stupid, but you're actually quite smart, Hyun-wook teases, making him jump. This guy is Jang Ju-seop, a B-rank player, an aspiring traitor with a gluttony skill. After some time, he rises to the top of the A-rank players, known as Black Snake. Hyun-wook grinds his teeth, calling him a damn traitor. The traitor gets offended, not wanting to be called a traitor. He sees the ability of Hyun-wook's metal manipulation and guesses he is an A-rank player. Ju-seop knows Hyun-wook is confident in his skills, but he doesn't care what rank or position the opponent holds in the military force. The guy starts talking big. That steel marble is only enough to scratch me. Hyun-wook sneers because he knows his skills and how to deal with him perfectly. Then Hyun-wook activates his fire breath skill. In his previous life, Ju-seop massacred many innocent people and then arrogantly demanded, "Don't hide anymore, Hyun-wook. Do you intend to just stand there and watch my man-eating plant devour them?" Hyun-wook was heavily wounded, so he couldn't do anything, but in this life, everything is completely different. Ju-seop is no match for Hyun-wook. He attacks, but it's negligible. Hyun-wook easily blocks it because he knows his abilities and his opponents perfectly. Ju-seop is stunned watching Hyun-wook's movements. Isn't he a long-range skill user? Just like that, Hyun-wook nimbly dodges the man-eating plant and closes in on the enemy. Ju-seop, inside, is shocked as Hyun-wook keeps charging, thinking those attacks can't possibly touch him. Hyun-wook controls the steel marbles to fly straight at him. The guy has to thicken his defensive barrier. On Hyun-wook's face is a look of excitement, as if he has more firewood to burn. The rat inside still talks big. "You think you can do anything by getting close? Do you know who my dad is? This is a man-eating plant. It will chew your arm off." Hyun-wook just gives a cold, disdainful smile and activates his ability. With steel like this, not even its grandfather could eat it. Then, he uses his fire breath skill. Ju Seop's eyes go wide. Where did that come from? This bastard is just a walking piece of metal. How does he have the ability to breathe fire? Facing imminent death, he flips the script and begs for his life. He claims he was just on a mission, and that if he's spared, all the rewards will go to Hyun-wook. The guy thinks that with this offer, the enemy won't be able to refuse, but little does he know. Hyun-wook just utters one word: nonsense. In his previous life, he said the same thing. What a piece of trash. The guy doesn't understand what previous life means, and before he can figure it out, Hyun-wook sends him to meet his ancestors. Ju Seop is engulfed in a sea of flames. At this moment, the system announces, your level is high enough to enter the outside. The army was also preparing to enter the portal. Since they didn't know what kind of gate it was, the whole team remained extremely cautious, announcing it as a high-danger zone. The armed forces proceeded one by one. The system announced that once you enter, you cannot leave until you have fulfilled the specific requirements. An officer had barely stepped inside when he gasped in astonishment at the sight of a giant spider. Thankfully, his teammates signaled for him to stay quiet. Hearing voices, the captain shouted, "Who's there? We are the rescue team sent by the military." However, they were puzzled because they didn't see any injured civilians. What on earth had happened? The captain said that thanks to a member of the military, everyone had been evacuated in time. Even now, the whole team was following that person's orders. Lee Min-hee guessed that it must be Choi Se-ah, so she kept asking questions. Is the person standing there a woman? Where is she? Is she hurt? But right now, Choi Se-ah was controlling the situation at the temporary shelter. The person he was referring to was actually Lee Hyun-wook. Regardless, everyone there was following his lead. Park Junmo, hearing this, chimed in curiously. Is it the guy with the spiky hair who occasionally has that sinister smile? After hearing the confirmation, Park Junmo insisted, that must be Corporal Lee Hyun-wook. Lee Min-hee angrily scolded Park Junmo, calling him a lowly person who didn't know his place. To the surprise of the person opposite her, Lee Min-hee said, Lee Hyun-wook is just an F-rank soldier while I am the commander here, and I'm a C-rank transfer. But after hearing the question of why they were allowed in when this area was restricted to players under level 15, the captain was firm. Although he was hesitant at first, he was now completely convinced by Lee Hyun-wook's leadership skills, and he himself was currently C-rank. So, why should he listen to the platoon leader? Besides, they claimed to be a rescue team, but they had only just arrived. How are you planning to save anyone? How are you going to do it? Have you found a plan or a way out yet? Lee Min-hee stammered, saying they would rely on the barriers, and try to stall for time until the system timer ran out. Suddenly, Choi Se-ah arrived with urgent news. She pushed Lee Min-hee's concerns aside and reported that the citizens had realized this was a double portal. This was a nightmare. The people outside were in total chaos. Bring the person in charge here. You said we'd get out if we just waited. So why did you hide the fact that this is a double portal? The citizens refused to listen to any explanations. They believed the military was using them as meat shields to stall for time. The very guy, Jang Ju Seop, was the one poisoning the citizens' minds. At the same time, over at Lee Hyun-wook's spot, Jang Ju Seop was bitter. He had prepared so thoroughly for this mission. It was so unfair that this opportunity had finally come. Lee Hyun-wook found him rather annoying, so he decided to send him on a one-way trip to the afterlife. Villains sure do talk a lot, don't they? After dealing with Jang Ju Seop, a circle of light appeared. Two beautiful angels flew down, and the system notified him that his mana was gradually recovering. The two fairies fluttered around. Lee Hyun-wook's health was also recovering until the system announced, your quest has appeared. Lee Hyun-wook gave a sinister smile. This time, it was a hidden quest, the bringer of light. Become the one who brings the dawn to the world. You have thwarted the plot of the human traitors. You have the chance to become a protector of humanity. This quest will make you the light of the world. Do you accept the quest? Lee Hyun-wook firmly said, of course not. Hearing Lee Hyun-wook's refusal, the two angels were shocked and dumbfounded. The notification board asked again if the player was sure he wanted to refuse, as the opportunity would not come a second time. The premise of the Protector quest was to save humanity. That was a good thing, but in the end, they were just a group. There were surely rewards, but his actions would be constantly restricted. This is an item for use, not for eating. A traitor has appeared. Deal with him. You have violated the Protector's code of conduct. Do not smile like that. Give a blessing without being caught, or even being punished if the mission failed. Above all, a mission is a mission, and this human wasn't simple. If the mission wasn't up to standard, the Protector could turn into a traitor at any moment, just like the sinner of humanity, Gordon Presley. Originally, he had been a protector. Lee Hyun-wook firmly refused the quest. The two angels looked at Lee Hyun-wook with eyes that weren't exactly full of love. Then, with a flash, the circle of light vanished. Lee Hyun-wook used his ability to take the key, and the system sent a congratulatory message. You have won the first prize in the lucky event, Akashic Armory Key Number 2. This was the reward the traitor Jang Ju-seop had been searching for at all costs, even if it meant killing innocent people. If this was the reward for the main quest, it was definitely the item the traitors needed. Because of that, Lee Hyun-wook decided he would keep it in this life. He had to play those traitors for a fool. Outside, the captain was still actively trying to reassure the people. He was the only scarred protector there, but the other person wasn't him. The citizens still believed the military had hidden the truth about the double portal, and that the military was using them as shields. Lee Hyun-wook stepped out and noticed the chaotic situation. It was all caused by that jerk Jang Ju-seop. Lee Min-hee tried to calm the people down. Stay calm. I am the captain of the AMT rescue team. Please trust and follow us. Seeing Lee Min-hee, Lee Hyun-wook knew that Lieutenant Colonel Kim Seun-sok hadn't abandoned Seoul. Even so, the citizens still didn't trust them. When the rescue team only had 6 people. 6 people. How are you going to save us? You don't even have a plan. Seeing this, Lee Hyun-wook stepped forward to suppress the crowd. You don't understand. When the second wave hits, we're all going to die anyway. The crowd recoiled a bit, explaining that he himself was a customer who could trust the military. That was why he had to do this. Lee Hyun-wook used his authority to assert that if they didn't believe in him, then there was no other way. Faced with his firm stance, everyone was astonished. Those protectors on the front lines, fighting for your life out there isn't enough to earn trust. Lee, is there anyone else here who'd risk their lives for others? Lee Min-hee shouted when he saw Lee Hyun-wook raising his voice at the citizens, then criticized him for disappearing and only showing up now. Lee Hyun-wook calmly replied that he had sealed the double gate. Everyone was stunned. Lee Min-hee couldn't believe it. He sealed the double gate all by himself. Lee Hyun-wook just issued the order. The second wave of monsters is starting soon, so he told everyone to hide as best they could. He then ordered his comrades and the guards to follow him. The squad leader took the order, clearly bewildered as Lee Min-hee watched them all use tables and chairs to block the entrances and find cover. Lee Min-hee was still dumbfounded. What kind of command style was this? He couldn't even get a word in. Was this really the same Lee Hyun-wook? Park Jun-mo handed Lee Hyun-wook his sword and Choi Se her spellbook. Lee Hyun-wook gathered everyone and started speaking about the first wave of spider monsters. It wasn't mentioned in the field guide, but thanks to his armor and the security forces, the team successfully held them off. But with a monster from the Black Event, it felt like something was missing. Everyone agreed. Even though it was definitely tough to beat, something felt strange. The squad leader thought it was because it was just the first wave. The Black Event is an event, so it surely must be divided into phases. During the second wave, monsters using spider-specific venom will likely appear. Lee Min-hee wondered why everyone was following Lee Hyun-wook's orders so blindly. Hyun-wook demanded that everyone prepare gas masks first. No matter how large the station is, the poison gas will continue to spread, and the citizens will breathe it in. That's why we need to lure the monsters out first. Lee Hyun-wook continued to explain the operation in detail. When the second wave attacks, they need to attract the monsters' attention and lure them outside. That will be Lee Hyun-wook's mission. The security and rescue teams split into groups to wait outside. Then they will attack them from positions that provide cover and concealment. Like last time, everyone just needs to pin them down and buy time. Absolutely, do not get close to them. The whole team fought simultaneously. A guard was unfortunately attacked, but Lee Hyun-wook quickly activated a skill to eliminate it. He protected his teammates once they found a favorable spot, and Lee Hyun-wook destroyed the spider monster's armor. Everyone focused their firepower directly on those spots. Then they took them down. It was the crucial point to increase the success rate of the operation. The squad leader and the deputy. Squad leader commanded the team from above. If the squad leader keeps helping him teleport using the blink ability, Lee Hyun-wook can use all his mana and stamina to strip away all the spider's armor, while the deputy squad leader continuously replenishes the squad leader's mana. This way, they can use blink until the end of the battle. Hyun-wook turned to look at Lee Min-hee and said that the squad leader is the one with the ability to detect risks and handle situations in every group. He is very skilled at raid tactics. Lee Min-hee smiled triumphantly and agreed with Lee Hyun-wook's operation. He trusted Lee Min-hee's abilities completely. With Lee Min-hee's rank C, level 15 blink ability, they could complete this mission. Everyone took their positions, ready. The second wave of monsters was about to appear. The system notified that the event was in progress. The Black Event was happening in the area. You can enter, but you cannot leave. The area has a level 15 entry limit. survive for 6 hours, or defeat the boss monster to escape. Hyun-wook prepared thoroughly to welcome these spider monsters. The system displayed another notification. Survive for 6 hours or defeat the boss monster to escape. Lee Hyun-wook was very surprised that a boss monster appeared. This was outside his calculations. The giant boss monster had appeared. He had to defeat it. So the future had been changed. Lee Hyun-wook panicked. He ordered everyone to run away immediately. The squad leader didn't understand what was happening, trying to grasp the situation and ordering the team to take their positions. The raid plan hadn't changed at all. They had to lure it away from the residential area. The boss monster saw its spiderlings being killed and went berserk. According to what happened in his past life, this boss monster appeared after the second wave. So the future had changed. Lee Hyun-wook thought it was all because he had changed the past. The boss attacked wildly. Lee Hyun-wook needed to act now. If he didn't stop it, everyone would be doomed. He used a destruction strike to attack. His mana was dropping rapidly, down to 72%. The system warned, "Your Iron Fist attack failed. The monster's metal shell is stronger than your steel punch." Lee Hyun-wook was worried that his steel punch didn't even make a dent. He continued to use a series of metal-type skills, but it seemed useless. The monster counterattacked. With just one blow, it toppled the reinforced steel column. This move seemed to do nothing to it. Lee Hyun-wook was shocked that it could blow away the column. He tried to dodge and get close, even though the success rate was low. But this was the only way. Lee Min-hee saw this and was very surprised that Lee Hyun-wook wasn't following the plan from the past life. Lee Hyun-wook and Lee Min-hee talked. Lee Hyun-wook called Lee Min-hee the tactical commander. Thanks to Lee Min-hee's skills, everyone was safe. Lee Hyun-wook was happy to have a partner like Lee Min-hee. He wasn't bragging about being able to remember all the tactics. Hearing this, Lee Min-hee didn't feel very proud of it. Real combat tactics can't be executed based on theories in books. One must memorize them all to use them when the time is right to break through skill limits. It requires detailed calculation to use skills at the right time and place. However, right now, Lee Min-hee just thought Lee Hyun-wook was a fraud. What is Lee Hyun-wook doing? Why didn't he lure the monster out as planned? Meanwhile, on Lee Hyun-wook's side, he was still dodging the monster's attacks. Even though most of his magic power had been drained, Lee Hyun-wook always believed that with Lee Min-hee's profound knowledge, she would surely understand what he was trying to do. As the train station pillars broke one by one, Lee Min-hee finally realized something strange. Lee Hyun-wook wasn't dodging randomly. The monster's attack directions were all according to plan. He was moving toward the railway pillars. Lee Min-hee grew suspicious. Was this fraud trying to cause the high-speed rail to collapse? Seeing Lee Hyun-wook trying to head toward the final pillar, Lee Min-hee told his partner next to him to buff him with maximum magic power because he was about to activate the blink skill. At the last pillar of the train station, the monster realized its attacks weren't effective and changed its plan. The monster smashed its two claws into the ground. The ground was cracking apart everywhere, and even though Hyun-wook was fast, he couldn't dodge this massive attack. The moment his body stiffened, the monster's claws were already inches from his face. In desperation, Hyun-wook channeled his mana to activate his body reinforcement skill. Pushing past his limit like this could destroy his own body, but with a loud explosion, the final pillar was shattered, and Hyun-wook's body went flying like a bullet. The pillars collapsed one after another, shaking the train station violently. It was clearly about to crumble. Hyun-wook struggled to stand up, acting as bait to keep the monster focused entirely on him, not realizing the station was on the verge of total collapse. Seeing Hyun-wook's condition, Lee Min-hee shouted in a rage, "You idiot! Get out of there now! Don't you get it? If I trigger the blink, you'll get caught in the blast too." Hyun-wook replied, his expression firm and unwavering. He urged Lee Min-hee to do it immediately. "If you don't act now, we're all going to die." Lee Min-hee gritted his teeth and activated his spatial distortion skill. A portal suddenly appeared beneath the monster, and its entire body was sucked inside. The other side of the portal led to the control center of the high-speed rail station. After the successful teleport, Hyun-wook smiled and said, "I knew you could do it. Great job, partner." The next second, the high-speed station collapsed. Thinking back to his past life, the sight of the devastation after the battle left Hyun-wook feeling deeply saddened. So many comrades had died in that operation. Hyun-wook questioned whether he truly had the capability to be a leader. Seo Eun-ha just glared at him and snapped. A commander must never doubt their own abilities. Even so, he just shook his head, feeling discouraged. Back in the present, Hyun-wook was still in pain, and the system warned him that his mana was down to 30%. He seemed to give up and lose hope, whispering an apology to everyone before slowly falling. Memories of his past life came flooding back in an instant. Seo Eun-ha had gently comforted her teammates. "Don't try to carry everything on your own when you're feeling anxious. Look into the eyes of those around you. those who trust you and follow you. Just then, the voices of Lee Min-hee and Choi Se-ah shook Hyun-wook back to his senses. Seeing his teammates worried about him helped him wake up. Those two had saved Hyun-wook's life this time. Lee Min-hee put everything he had into his magic. The entire ground shook, debris fell like rain, and the timer continued to count down. Outside the gate, a subordinate was reporting urgent news to the captain. Every media outlet was calling for them to explain the measures being taken regarding the appearance of the boss monster at the train station. The captain was suffering from a massive headache over the situation. Meanwhile, a subordinate whispered into the ear of the strategic director, saying that if she and the director handled things that way, people would say the head of the strategic bureau was just a hack who handled things carelessly. She raised her voice and said, "Those who once called each other brothers, fighting side by side, are now tearing each other apart." The captain heard this and looked at her with a glare so sharp it could kill, forcing her to call for reinforcements. She dialed, thinking to herself, why did it have to be these freaks? Inside the battle, Choi Se-ah was trying to heal Hyun-wook. She asked him, "Did you plan on dying out there?" Hyun-wook had also thought he was done for. The future had changed. Now he couldn't even be sure how useful the information he possessed would be, or if it would all become completely useless. Lee Min-hee was furious and scolded Hyun-wook. "You arrogant bastard, who do you think you are to act all on your own like that? If it weren't for Lee Min-hee, we all would have died together. The foundation of tactics is the trust of your team, believing that the members will follow and carry out the actions discussed beforehand. That is where all tactics can be effective. Do you think running around alone like that is good for everyone?" Hearing these words, along with the echoes of his comrades from his past life, Hyun-wook seemed to have an epiphany. He smiled faintly and thanked the team leader for helping him realize what he needed to do. The boss was about to attack everyone. Hyun-wook had come up with a plan to deal with it. Lee Min-hee worried that this stubborn guy would keep fighting solo. Now, everyone needed to act tactically, not as individuals. This time, Hyun-wook confirmed that he would use a tactic suitable for this situation, and it required everyone to work together. Hyun-wook began issuing orders to all his teammates. The urgent situation forced everyone to follow his commands. At the same time, reporters and journalists had arrived at the scene outside. They interviewed the captain. Information about the boss monster is spreading everywhere. What will the military do to keep the people of Seoul safe? Please summarize the rescue situation. Faced with the reporter's interrogation, the captain could only lower his head and reply, "Additional information has now been confirmed to deal with this unfortunate event. The second rescue team has been deployed." Hearing this, everyone protested. In a situation where a boss monster appears, soldiers level 15 and below, and yet the military is sending a low-level rescue team. Is the military planning to use low-level soldiers as fodder for the boss monster? Inside, the boss monster was still rampaging. It destroyed everything in its path. The team quickly used magic to create a wall of water, then slammed it down onto the boss. Next, they used magic to block its path. Park Jun-mo detonated a bolt of lightning. The monster seemed to be in great pain. Hyun-wook told Jun-mo to hold on until the ice magic was ready. Everyone was suffering, as their gas masks didn't seem to be holding up. The ground shook violently. Outside, the captain continued to face the reporters' questions, but he finally revealed that this time, the second rescue team included an S-rank player, the Monarch, Han Tae-san. An S-rank player, known as the Monarch, ranked second in the country and 9th internationally. All the soldiers holding out until this moment had been through so much. Now, the boss's true opponent was Tae-san. This was the power of an S-rank player. Finally, the lazy tiger had appeared. Once he was here, it was over. "These measly monsters don't stand a chance against me." He raised his flaming arm and declared, "This fight will be over soon." Because the future had changed and Hyun-wook couldn't fully trust the information he had, he decided to give up the reward and wait for 5 hours. I never expected Han Tae-san to show up at this exact moment. In his past life, he was an S-rank player with no level restrictions, capable of obliterating dungeons single-handedly. Since he appeared right at the final minute, this unfortunate event actually turned him into an invincible warrior. He managed to get his hands on the secret armor of Manon and MacLear. But this time, things were different. Han Tae-san told Hyun-wook that he doesn't like sharing, so he demanded he stay out of it, even though it was Han Tae-san's favorite item. But in this game, the master of the house was Hyun-wook. He just gave a cold laugh and thanked Han Tae-san, because thanks to him, Hyun-wook wouldn't have to give up the reward after all. "This is my playground, pal." The boss monster started to attack, but Han Tae-san easily blocked it. The two faced off directly. As a result, the sheer power from his arm sent the monster flying 800 meters back. Yet, this stubborn little thing didn't even seem fazed. This level of resistance triggered Han Tae-san's competitive spirit. He rushed in like a missile and dealt the monster a devastating punch that went straight through its body. This intense, evenly matched battle continued. Everyone nearby was affected by the shockwaves. Salha quickly infused mana into Hyun-wook. Since he had been fighting non-stop, healing was now the top priority. Hyun-wook said he was fine and decided to head back into the fray. Even as his teammates tried to stop him, Han Tae-san landed a flurry of kicks on the boss, leaving it no time to react. Seizing the moment, Hyun-wook activated his skill to finish it off. The system window popped up with the skill name Steel Fist, D rank. The effect consumes mana to crush metal. The amount of mana consumed depends on the size of the metal target. Mana level is at 13%. Seeing that the monster was taken down by someone else, Han Tae-san turned, furious, to confront Hyun-wook. Why the hell did you interfere? Tired of living? Hyun-wook thought to himself that even though he was an S rank, the words coming out of his mouth were just shameless. Hearing this, Han Tae-san was absolutely livid. Hyun-wook argued that Han Tae-san was actually the one intruding on everyone else's raid in Gasol, but from Han Tae-san's perspective, he was just rescuing everyone. If it weren't for me, you all would have died together. Realizing Hyun-wook was cheating him, Han Tae-san rushed over, his face turning beet red. Everyone wanted to be the one to deal the final blow. The teammates on Hyun-wook's side had risked their lives to hold out until the very end, so he couldn't let this guy just jump in at the last second and play the hero. There was no way Hyun-wook would let the loot fall into someone else's hands. The two of them, with two surging powers, lunged forward simultaneously. The boss monster logged out and caused a massive explosion. The system announced that the boss had been defeated. The restrictions were lifted in the area after the double gate was destroyed. Everyone was showering praises after the Fist King Han Tae-san appeared. The boss was defeated in less than 5 minutes, and the mission was complete. The event dome vanished after a huge explosion. Only then could they see how terrible Gasol's condition really was. The situation was so dire that they couldn't guarantee the safety of the citizens. The survivors from inside began to walk out. A mother and daughter were finally reunited. After experiencing such a deadly catastrophe, they met again, hugging and comforting each other, saying they were okay. The state media also reported on the event. A miracle had occurred. All the residents of Gasol had miraculously survived. A notification window appeared. Congratulations, you have defeated the poison spider boss. You have survived the unfortunate event. Luck-based rewards will be granted to those who cleared it. The catastrophe ranking and rewards will be determined by your contribution during the event. Han Tae-san received second place. That was the reward for the person who assisted in taking down the boss. The notification continued, channeling a mysterious energy into his sword 24%. The first place was none other than Hyun-wook. He would receive the reward for being the one who slew the boss. The prize was this necklace, the secret necklace of Manan and Maclair. It's a heroic grade item with a growth attribute that improves through combat. When combined with mana, it creates a thin layer of armor on the skin, making the secret armor easy to carry and store. Specifically, it provides an extra space that allows the player to store items. And just like that, Hyun-wook successfully protected Gasol and got exactly what he wanted. Hyun-wook didn't realize that right there, a guy was boiling with rage because his reward had been stolen. He demanded an explanation. Hyun-wook calmly asserted that he and his teammates were the ones who had stopped the boss. Look, Han Tae-san, you should be grateful you even got second place. Even though you only jumped in at the very end of the fight. It's already over, so stop whining. Do you need me to teach you how the system works again? Han Tae-san started blabbering nonsense, claiming the boss kill accounted for 7% of the event reward, even though earlier, those weaklings. No matter what you do, my contribution is still higher. He continued to lose his mind when the word morals was mentioned. He had been in the middle of a 6-month retreat and had to come out to deal with this mess, so he at least deserved some hero rewards to make up for it. His anger flared up, asking Hyun-wook if he even felt worthy of receiving this reward. Hyun-wook smirked, thinking about the time he had spent fighting. No reward would ever be enough. Hyun-wook shouted at Han Tae-san to stand still. The atmosphere turned tense. Suddenly, Han Tae-san swung a lightning-fast punch at Hyun-wook. Lieutenant Colonel Kim Kang-chol and the head of the Seoul Strategic Department, Ho Eun-ju, arrived just in time to shout and stop Han Tae-san. Han Tae-san froze right in front of Hyun-wook. Hyun-wook took the opportunity to touch the glove and complimented Han Tae-san. Good job, Tiger. You're awesome. It's truly an honor to meet you. Then he ran over to Lieutenant Colonel Kim to check on each other. Han Tae-san felt like he was going crazy. He yelled, "Get back here right now." But Ho Eun-ju stopped him. Ho Eun-ju advised him that if he caused a scene here, it would be very difficult to deal with the consequences, even for the Blue Flower Guild. Just then, a teleportation gate opened, and Major General Choi Jung-cheon arrived. He sensed that something was wrong. He immediately started questioning Ho Eun-ju. Of course, Ho Eun-ju denied it. What could possibly have happened? The gate is already closed, isn't it? The Major General was suspicious and asked again. If it's the Blue Flower Guild, then obviously there's no problem, right? Ho Eun-ju thought to herself, you sly old fox. Ho Eun-ju then pressed Han Tae-san. Why did Gasul end up like this? You were given a condition to resolve the gate and prevent the second wave without causing any damage. She stressed that he absolutely had to handle a gate of that size without causing any collateral damage. At this point, Han Tae-san just scratched his head and replied, not destroying the terminal building or achieving the top rank in this raid. The chief of strategy was surprised that he didn't get top rank. An S rank awakened, the great Han Tae-san didn't reach the top rank. She looked toward Lee Hyun-wook and wondered, who managed to get first place. Meanwhile, on Lee Hyun-wook's side, they were discussing his military file. Both the Major General and the Lieutenant Colonel thought the file was wrong, considering Lee Hyun-wook was only F rank. While walking and giving a detailed report to the Major General, he remained on high alert. The Major General's strength was what had earned him the title, a strategic-class nuclear weapon. He was also incredibly intelligent, being the one whom the necromancer feared the most and had tried to assassinate countless times. Lee Hyun-wook's caution was well-founded, as the Major General was trying to probe into his unusual behavior, which contradicted his official ability file, asking him to report on what had actually happened. Lee Hyun-wook cleverly recounted the events to the Major General. Not long ago, when I captured my second spirit beast, my abilities suddenly surged, along with a system notification about the rise of the undead. Instead of 300 grams as the Lieutenant Colonel mentioned, I can now control approximately 17 kilograms and have gained a few extra skills. The Major General questioned the achievement system, finding it very abnormal, much like quests. He assumed Lee Hyun-wook was just lucky to have attained such power, and immediately suggested that he was likely C rank or higher. Afterward, the Major General offered a reward worthy of Lee Hyun-wook. He asked, "Is there any item you want?" Lee Hyun-wook sighed with relief. "Actually, there is a weapon I want, but I'm not sure a Major General like you could easily give it to me. A weapon I can't obtain? It's a hero-grade item, the Felon." The Major General burst into laughter at Lee Hyun-wook's audacity and set a condition for him. The next time you get a promotion in rank, that item might be yours as a reward. After all he had done, Lee Hyun-wook was specially recommended. A few days later, at the 3rd AMT Brigade, 1st Battalion, Lee Hyun-wook was lying in his hospital bed. He was notified that he was absorbing mana into the secret armor of Lee with 150% efficiency in the living furnace, finishing the metal absorption in 16 more hours. A hero-grade item is very hard to absorb. Two privates, Choi Min-jae and Park Jun-mo, came to Lee Hyun-wook, begging him to train them. He immediately refused by pulling up his shirt to point at his wounds, saying he was injured. Thanks to this counterattack, Lee Hyun-wook realized that the core element of this boss raid was actually Private Park Jun-mo. The two words trust are truly important. Just then, Private and Min-tae entered and said he had received orders to return and support the squad from the military hospital. Lee Hyun-wook felt that even if future items were important, there were things much more important right around him. Lee Hyun-wook immediately hugged Min-tae and thanked him for returning safely. Min-tae was confused, but Lee Hyun-wook said he had done a great job training on time. True joy now came from having comrades standing side by side with him. The atmosphere became much cheerier, and Lee Hyun-wook and everyone else went off to train. The phenomenon of many gates opening in the same area is called a wave. In the near future, a wave would sweep through Seoul, turning the city into hell, and only one person knew the future, Lee Hyun-wook. He couldn't stop this wave alone. If he wanted everyone to survive, Lee Hyun-wook couldn't do it by himself. He needed everyone's help. His comrades, those standing by his side, had to become stronger so he could save them. A moment later, Jun-mo rushed in with the news. C rank awakened and below were not allowed to use the training center. That meant low-ranking privates like them couldn't train here. Seeing his comrades still a bit afraid, Lee Hyun-wook tried to lift their spirits. "We all made it through the disaster together, so why are you losing heart now?" This time, except for Park Jun-mo, everyone had been promoted. Jun-mo felt discouraged because last time he only provided support, but now he had to stand on his own. Lee Hyun-wook said he would provide cover for them. Hearing this, Jun-mo's eyes lit up like car headlights, and he was incredibly excited. Everyone headed to the training grounds together. Park Jun-mo and the other privates stood outside, shaking like leaves. Lee Hyun-wook didn't hesitate to shove all of them inside. He flashed an evil grin and finally slammed the door shut. Inside, everyone started screaming, "Save us." Lee Hyun-wook smiled with a sinister plan. Attribute training began. At the convenience store, two girls were gossiping about Lee Hyun-wook, the F-rank uncle who carried the team during the blockade event. "I thought he'd be tall, dark, and buff, but it turns out that's not the case." Lee Hyun-wook was too busy thinking about his squad mates to know he was being bad-mouthed. No wonder his ears were burning. On this side, Seo Eun-ha was demanding that his rank buy enough supplies for the entire battalion. Suddenly, she saw Lee Hyun-wook. "Isn't it time for personal training?" Lee Hyun-wook quickly reported that he came to find supplies to boost the energy of the subordinates currently training. As Lee Hyun-wook reported, he glanced slightly at the person next to Seo Eun-ha, and that short-haired girl was Seo Eun-ha. She heard that Lee Hyun-wook achieved great success in the dungeon and saw the reports about his unusual combat records. She found it very convincing, but she thought Lee Hyun-wook was still hiding something. Lee Hyun-wook insisted he had nothing to hide. Seo Eun-ha felt that, at times, Lee Hyun-wook behaved very strangely, as if he knew everything in advance, as if he possessed information that no one else knew. Lee Hyun-wook heard this and felt a bit worried. Does she know something? While he was busy trying to explain himself, a speaker announcement came from the management office. "Private Lee Hyun-wook. I repeat, Private Lee Hyun-wook. Report to the battalion commander's office immediately." The battalion commander had summoned him. So, before ending this conversation here, Seo Eun-ha didn't forget to warn Lee Hyun-wook. She didn't know what his goal was, but she would keep a close eye on his every move. At least he was safe for now. Lee Hyun-wook sighed in relief. He had to stay away from that stubborn Seo Eun-ha for the time being. He wondered why he was being summoned urgently when the promotion ceremony was still a few days away. Inside the battalion commander's office, a heated argument was unfolding. Lee Hyun-wook arrived to report, only to find Major General Choi Jung-cheon inside, waiting for him. The Major General told Lee Hyun-wook directly about the situation. A few days ago, a red gate opened in the Cinderum area, causing the soldiers there to turn on and slaughter each other. The team captain, feeling helpless and unable to stop them, pleaded with everyone to snap out of it, reminding them they were all on the same side, but it was all in vain. Eventually, he himself was hunted down by his own men, who seemed to have completely lost their minds. He tried to flee, but he didn't make it. The third raid team of the Blue Flower Guild had been wiped out. The existence of a chaotic level 3 dungeon has been confirmed. After 3 failed raid attempts, it seems the organization currently lacks the necessary strength. Therefore, at least 2 organizations will need to combine forces for a counterattack. Lee Hyun-wook was stunned to hear this, as there was no such event in his memories. The entry limit for this gate is level 18 and up, with a maximum of 30 people. This is a dungeon they must clear to escape. Lee Hyun-wook's expression darkened. There's no way is this the commander of the Undead Legion from back then. The arrogant Blue Flower Guild had sacrificed so many promising rookies, and still failed the raid. Normally, clearing a dungeon is the guild's responsibility, so the military doesn't need to get involved. However, the Major General felt that Lee Hyun-wook was the right man for the job. The team captain seemed to want to say something, but the Major General cut him off. The captain had no choice but to stay silent and confirm whether Corporal Lee Hyun-wook could do it. In his past life, this never happened. Plus, if it's zombies, this might involve a necromancer. Lee Hyun-wook decided to participate. He accepted the invitation, to the absolute shock of both the team captain and the Major General. The Major General was quite pleased with this spirited young man. Lee Hyun-wook, however, was thinking of something else. He knew that with his current strength, winning was impossible. He seized the moment to propose to the Major General about the Fennec bow he had mentioned before. If he could get his hands on it, he would surely succeed in the raid. Fennec is a one-shot, dead-eye bow. It was used by Trista, a character who appeared in the King Arthur novel. It possesses incredible accuracy and a magic resistance effect. It's a rare weapon that's hard to come by, only used once before. Even in the Major General's hands, it was a precious, rare item he barely ever brought out. But for Lee Hyun-wook, it was a different story. The Major General hesitated at the request, but eventually, he proposed a deal. If Lee Hyun-wook failed, he would have to take full responsibility himself. But the old man didn't realize he had just met someone with more guts than common sense. Lee Hyun-wook smirked. It was an all-or-nothing bet. Sending commanders to raid dungeons is standard, but the Major General choosing Lee Hyun-wook, a regular soldier, as the raid leader. Perhaps he and the Blue Flower Guild Master are rivals. If Lee Hyun-wook succeeds, it would be a perfect victory over the elite players of the Blue Flower Guild. Even if he loses, it wouldn't necessarily be a failure for the military, since they were only there to support Blue Flower. This victory would prove that the monster prevention team isn't useless, and it would also grant them a victory in the power struggle against the Blue Flower Guild. Whatever the outcome, Major General Choi wins, so he happily agreed to give the Fennec bow to Lee Hyun-wook. He even promised to promote him to sergeant after the raid. However, Lee Hyun-wook knew the old fox's intentions and wouldn't let himself be used easily. He continued to press his luck. Since he had already promised the Fena as a reward, Lee Hyun-wook demanded an additional reward if he succeeded. The Major General froze for a second, but he had to agree to Lee Hyun-wook's request. As long as he succeeds, he promised to give him whatever he wants. Lee Hyun-wook expressed his determination to clear the dungeon at all costs. Back at the training grounds, Park Jun-mo and the privates finally completed the arena training after a long struggle. Level C. Now, are you all confident you can handle any mission? Before he could finish his sentence, Lee Hyun-wook shouted, "Everyone, grab your weapons. The support team will be conducting their first solo raid." Everyone's eyes widened, having no idea what he was talking about. 2 days later, a military vehicle brought the support team to the zombie dungeon. Since it's an undead dungeon, they would be using wholly imbued ammunition, which has a much stronger recoil than regular ammo. They had to be extremely careful when using it. Lee Hyun-wook handed the ammo box to his teammates, reminding them to stay sharp because this wasn't training anymore. The whole team replied in unison, "Yes, sir." One team member asked Lee Hyun-wook if he had brought Felix. He had already carefully prepared it inside his sleeve. The raid team began to disembark. They entered the red gate in Cinderim. Before entering, Lee Hyun-wook had to attend a strategy meeting. He left Park Jun-mo in charge of the site. Everyone felt the hostile glares from the other soldiers. A soldier walked up and said to his captain that Lee Hyun-wook's team was just a support squad filled with ordinary soldiers, all low-level troops. He was terrified his team would be dragged down by them. In a slip of the tongue, he revealed information about the campaign withdrawal, which made Lee Hyun-wook suspicious. The captain quickly shut him up. He decided that once they were inside, his team and the support team would split up. The soldier was worried that Lee Hyun-wook's team would die if they didn't go with them. Raiding a dungeon means risking your life. Everyone has to protect themselves. There is no other choice. Lee Hyun-wook walked into the meeting room, but there was no meeting inside. Only the strategic planning director, Ho Yoon-ju, was there. She had a hunch Lee Hyun-wook would come. Last time, he had hidden his status as an F-class soldier and accepted her business card. Lee Hyun-wook could tell she was very annoyed by that. He told her he never wanted it that way. The only reason she was there was to demand that Lee Hyun-wook's team just act as backup for this raid. She warned them not to do anything to get in the way of the Blue Flower Guild. "Just stay put," she said. Lee Hyun-wook realized this was why Blue Flower agreed to let ordinary soldiers support them in the first place. Keep dreaming, Lee Hyun-wook thought. He wouldn't bow down to her orders. He asserted that his team had the same rights as the Blue Flower Guild. The strategic planning director thought Lee Hyun-wook was overestimating himself, even if he had more skill and guts than the average F-class soldier. Lee Hyun-wook stood his ground. Why not? "Are you worried we'll win?" Hearing this, she burst into mocking laughter. She thought victory at Cinderim last time was just pure luck, and luck doesn't strike twice. For Hyun-wook, this situation isn't some trivial matter of chance. Ho Eun-ju noticed Hyun-wook's stubbornness, so she didn't say anything more, just warned him not to enter before them. 3 of the top 100 potential guilds are participating, so it probably won't be your turn anyway. Just stay out of each other's way. Hyun-wook was quite surprised that Ho Eun-ju didn't retaliate to his provocation. There was also the matter of the mission recall. There's something about this raid that Hyun-wook still doesn't know. Leaving those thoughts behind, Hyun-wook wants to make a wager with Catherine. If his team catches the boss monster before the Blue Flower Guild, she has to give him what he wants, but if it's the other way around, Hyun-wook has to give his life to her. Without hesitation, Lee Hyun-wook agreed. He secretly thought that even though he didn't know what Ho Eun-ju was hiding whatever is hidden behind this gate, he is determined to solve it. Both teams are ready to enter the gate. The Blue Flower Guild goes in first, with shields ready. The captain ordered his teammates to clear the entrance area before Hyun-wook's team could catch up. They ran, ready for anything. The Blue Flower Guild entered. The anti-monster raid team would follow in 3 minutes. Everyone in the team seemed very nervous. Jun-mo reassured them and reminded everyone to stay focused. "Just do as you did in training. Watch your breathing." The anti-monster team entered. As soon as they opened their eyes, they witnessed a horrific scene. It was a life-altering shock. Everyone inside was killing each other. Misery and tragedy covered everything. A soldier inside watched helplessly as his captain turned into a zombie. The soldiers who were still sane had to take down their own comrades. Hyun-wook's raid team had just entered and immediately clashed with a massive, giant monster. It spotted them and attacked instantly. The AMT raid team began to fight. Just then, a notification rang out. Monster King Zombie has appeared. The whole team aimed their guns and opened fire. But the monster easily used a magic shield. Choi Tae-dong slowly aimed his muzzle at the monster's head, remembering their training. Tae-dong wondered. Lee Hyun-wook knew that modern firearms didn't really faze these monsters. Doesn't that mean all their training is pointless? Since the team completely lacked the firepower of high-level players, Hyun-wook himself knew they wouldn't deal much damage to them. Even when using holy bullets to those monsters, the rounds felt like rubber. The reason Lee Hyun-wook used rifles for this raid was the noise. This horde of zombie monsters has poor senses but great hearing. The gunfire isn't meant to deal damage, but mainly to disorient them. When that happens, they won't be able to track their enemies. The whole team listened, mouths agape in surprise. Choi Tae-dong feared that these zombies in this dungeon might have different senses. If that were the case, the team's chance of failure would be extremely high, and they would all become zombies. It would be a living hell if that happened. Back to the present, Tae-dong aimed his gun at the monster's arm and pulled the trigger. The sound of the gunfire made the monster a bit uncomfortable. Next, Min-tae threw 2 grenades toward it. The monster was distracted by the explosion, and Min-tae tried his hardest to hold his ground. Suddenly, the boss teleported behind them, standing behind its army of zombies. The bloodthirsty zombies rushed in like moths to a flame, and Min-tae, Park Sumo, and Kyung-jin reloaded their guns. Hyun-wook activated his skill, controlling 4 guns aimed at them, and fired. The zombies were riddled with bullets, blood spraying out like a fountain. Suddenly, Private Kyung-jin saw something glowing inside the armor of a zombie soldier. It was a rare item. In the distance, a massive explosion occurred, drawing the boss's attention. It headed in that direction, clearly enraged. Just a few minutes later, only Hyun-wook and his teammates remained. Everyone collapsed, thinking they were dead. Their legs were shaking. They couldn't even stand. That crisis had diverted the monster horde elsewhere. This made Hyun-wook a bit suspicious. Even though they had infiltrated exactly as planned, something still felt off. There weren't as many zombies as he had imagined. On top of that, the name of the zombie king was distorted on the notification window. Hyun-wook reminded his team not to drop their guard. This gate isn't finished yet. Everyone moved out quickly. Standing high above, a mysterious man, with a snake on his body, was monitoring every move of the support team and then laughed sinisterly. It looks like there are a few interesting people there. Scanning everything around him, Hyun-wook was confused. Nothing. Nothing near the dungeon, no facilities, no zombies. Hyun-wook had raided countless dungeons, but this was the first time he'd seen anything this strange. Suddenly, Hyun-wook felt a metal mass moving 20 meters behind him. He immediately controlled a blade toward that strange metal mass. It turned out to be a blue flower soldier. He panicked, shouting that he was human. He had been hiding there because he thought Hyun-wook's team were zombies. He was Kim Tae-seop, a marksman with stealth skills, the only survivor from the 3rd raid team. Hyun-wook remained highly vigilant. Why was there only one survivor? He seemed to be starving. Outside, the Blue Flower Guild's temporary operation room had received news about the secret letter from the raid team captain, Gwang, sent to the major guilds. Ho Eun-ju was anxious. It was clear that everyone sent on this raid was a familiar soldier. So, what did this letter say that shocked Ho Eun-ju so much? Inside, Soldier Tae-seop was eating the AMT team's food and revealing the secret. The player who recovered the body of his nephew and the hero-grade item, the Spear of Asalar, in the 2nd raid would be rewarded 80 billion dong, as well as massive sponsorship from the Blue Flower Guild for that player's team. The current priority mission is the Spear. By now, Hyun-wook understood why Ho Eun was so careful. It turns out the Spear of Asalar is here. Tae-seop continued to recount that the chairman's 2nd nephew, Gu Dong-hun, had failed in the 1st raid, along with the Spear of Asalar, which was considered a symbol of the corporation. Now everyone understands why the Blue Flower soldiers were hostile toward the support team, as this was supposed to be their raid. His teammates noticed something wrong with Min-tae, but he just said he was fine. Over there, that mysterious man is still watching the Kyung-guk group. He sees his prey isn't doing anything interesting, just standing around gossiping. He kindly decides to summon a few more monsters to liven things up. Suddenly, Hyun-wook senses dozens of metallic signatures appearing 1, 2, 3, 9, 70, and finally, 120. The pile of metal keeps growing, and the situation is getting critical. With no time to explain, Hyun-wook commands the whole squad to gather. Switching to Plan C, and Min-tae and Choi Min-jae prep their gear, then take performance-enhancing potions. These 2 potions, one will keep his mana stats boosted for 5 minutes. The other will keep his strength stats climbing for 6 minutes. Hyun-wook clenches his fist and orders Park Jun-mo to do his part. Kim Tae-seop is panicking, totally lost. He wants to know what's going on and what the plan is. Jun-mo warns Kim Tae-seop to stick close when they run, or he'll end up as dinner for the zombies. Before he can even process that, from afar the monsters charge in. Hyun-wook uses his skill to manipulate bullets, aiming them straight at those lovely little monsters. Then, he orders the assault team to retreat from the area. That mysterious man watches the team's plan unfold with great amusement. So, they're using teammates as bait. If he can just kill Hyun-wook quickly, their plan becomes useless. Hyun-wook remains focused. He keeps directing the bullets for the enemies. Kim Tae-se runs for his life, worried that Plan C just means leaving him behind to escape. Is that really their reckless plan? Jeon-mo has absolute faith in Hyun-wook. This tactic was Hyun-wook's idea. He wouldn't be the type to gamble on failure. The monsters keep charging like crazy. When the time is right, Hyun-wook delivers a steel-crushing blow, causing the bullets imbued with holy power to make the monsters explode. The man realizes how dangerous Hyun-wook is. It wasn't just random that he became the bait, but because of all this noise, other zombies will be drawn in. After defeating the monsters, Hyun-wook senses metal among the zombies that is on a different level, likely from a human. He looks toward the mysterious man. It seems Hyun-wook has figured out who he is. Two monsters lunge straight for Hyun-wook. A moment of distraction, and he's attacked. His helmet split in two, leaving a wound on his head. Hyun-wook scrambles away. The guy stands in the distance, acting as if he overestimated his opponent. With the way things look, Hyun-wook seems exhausted. But the man didn't expect Hyun-wook to use his skill to control the debris left behind by the iron bullets, then use iron rain to make them rain down. The iron shards fall, piercing the monsters. Meanwhile, the zombie boss, drawn by the noise, charges at Hyun-wook. In the middle of the fight, a grenade is thrown from behind, causing an explosion. The boss is distracted by the sound again. Kim Tae-seop still doesn't get what they're doing. Surely Plan C isn't just sacrificing one person to run away. Who comes up with such a stupid plan? The team's true goal is to lure the zombie boss away from Corporal Lee. Seeing the boss change direction, that mysterious man finally understands. So, Hyun-wook wasn't the bait from the start. They were actually planning to raid this place. He laughs, realizing he severely underestimated the support squad. Hyun-wook's eyes never leave the man. How could he blend in with the zombies? Or is his purpose for coming to this dungeon still a mystery? The system warns, potion duration under 50%. Mana buff duration, 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Strength buff duration, 2 minutes and 58 seconds. In his mind, Hyun-wook doesn't stop thinking about the mysterious man's background. Meanwhile, the man pulls a sword from the mouth of a python. He's excited to taste Hyun-wook's blood and stain that blade with it. Hyun-wook shouts, "Are you a necromancer?" The man is quite surprised. This guy is indeed a necromancer. He's shocked a mere grunt shouldn't know about necromancers. What is this guy? Hyun-wook observes the situation. The zombies died and couldn't be revived. Looking at the man's reaction, maybe he isn't a necromancer. The man goes crazy at the question. He charges in, asking why Hyun-wook knows about him. The man's strike catches Hyun-wook off guard. He blocks it, but is stunned by the sheer power. A notification pops up regarding the skill. Indestructible Diamond Body, C rank, compatible with hero-grade weapons. Absorbing the energy from the secret armor of Manan and Mac, Lear unlocks new skills. 1. Mana Shield. 2. Secret Sigil. 3. Locked by rank. The skill improves by absorbing concentrated magical metal. With that last blow, if not for the secret armor of Manan on Mac, Lear fused with his indestructible diamond body, Hyun-wook would have lost an arm. The two face off directly. Hyun-wook controls a dagger to attack from behind, but the man spots it and dodges easily. Hyun-wook keeps aiming iron shards straight at him, but it's totally ineffective. He uses the python as a shield. The man seems very surprised that a level 18 rookie could have these kinds of attacks. Hyun-wook knows that if he can block attacks that easily, he must have surpassed the boundaries of the Red Gate. Both of them ask at the same time how the other got into the gate. Hyun-wook sees the fragments of the core burning him. Players take damage from holy power. The only ones who could be that are those who slaughter other players. Vampires. They are the demonic race that killed the people and Hyun-wook's comrades when the attack happened in Seoul in his past life. The man goes berserk from the provocation. The wounds from the core fragments heal quickly. Not a trace left. He's boiling with rage and intends to hack off all of Hyun-wook's limbs until he starts talking. That energy is from the hero-grade weapon, the Achilles Spear that the Guwon Corporation is looking for. Even the secret armor combined with the diamond body is useless if that spear reveals its true power. One more hit and Hyun-wook is done for. A warning notice pops up. Potion duration under 60%. Mana buff duration 1 minute and 43 seconds. Strength buff duration 2 minutes and 22 seconds. That means he only has a little over 2 minutes. Hyun-wook is forced to win within that time. The guy is still furious because Hyun-wook won't reply to his messages. He hurled a blade toward his opponent. He barely dodged it, but the impact was so devastating that it could have easily been fatal. Hyun-wook stealthily used his ability to launch a surprise knife attack from above, but that python managed to block it. These sneak attacks only made him more furious. That annoying python blocked all long-range attacks, so Hyun-wook couldn't use his projectiles. He was forced to keep dodging those deadly strikes. Between that blade and the python, close-quarters combat was impossible, so Lee Hyun-wook had to play this trump card sooner than expected. That maniac was furious because Hyun-wook dared to mention someone he didn't even know was an AI. As he attacked and Hyun-wook dodged, Hyun-wook claimed he was just a soldier. When he asked if he had reached level 5, the guy thought Hyun-wook was spouting nonsense, unaware that he had secretly planted a mine under his feet. So you haven't reached level 5 yet. Meanwhile, Junmo's team was hiding, taking advantage of the fact that the boss monster wasn't here. They planned to throw grenades at the zombies, but Kim Tae-seop stopped them. He feared that with this many zombies, not even the raid team could hold out. He figured Hyun-wook might have already fallen, so they should just run. But the teammates still held an undying faith in Hyun-wook. They believed he wouldn't be defeated so easily. As long as they hadn't received a signal, they had to seriously complete their mission, the one Hyun-wook had entrusted to Junmo. Before they split up, Hyun-wook had asked Junmo to attach a claymore mine to his back. If that mine detonated, it meant Hyun-wook had only one final option left. At that point, it would be Junmo's duty to lead the team to find a safe place. Back to Hyun-wook. When the opportunity arose, the mine exploded, and steel pellets flew out. The claymore mine, officially the KM-18A1, used C4 explosives. Upon detonation, it launched 700 steel ball bearings, each 1/8 of an inch in diameter and 3 millimeters long. The blast caused immense pain to the man and his python. The maniac never expected that he would be finished off by a mine. Hyun-wook used his arrow control skill to pierce the man's heart. At the same time, he snatched the blade. He moved so fast the man couldn't even track him with the naked eye. Item information for Trista's name of item appeared, a pursuit effect that strikes the target with a 100% success rate, ignoring the target's magic resistance. Hyun-wook's plan was to use the mine to handle the meddlesome python, while the arrow was his finishing blow. The man tried to pull it out, but it was useless. Since it carried Hyun-wook's power, it couldn't be easily removed. Now it's my turn to interrogate you. Meanwhile, Min-tae realized the explosion in the distance was a claymore mine. Junmo saw this and was deeply worried for Sergeant Hyun-wook. Could he have sacrificed himself? Kim Tae-seop seemed quite amused. He claimed he was right. Someone venturing out alone would eventually die a pointless death. He started preaching his logic. While he hadn't contributed anything to the team, the survival experience of a coward, according to him, was to hide in a safe spot and wait for the raid team to reinforce them. That way, one would survive. Park Junmo was furious to hear this nonsense while receiving reports that a teammate might have been killed. How could he laugh? The support team glared at him. Kim Tae-seop hurriedly explained himself but didn't forget to urge everyone to run away quickly. Just as he finished speaking, giant buildings erupted from the ground. This was the castle of the skeleton leader, Baron Samedi, being summoned. The skeleton leader would destroy any AI that trespassed on his territory. The rescue team panicked as the castle suddenly appeared. They had seen nothing like this during training. To make matters worse, a horde of zombies was also being summoned along with the castle. These zombies were even uglier than the last bunch. Kim Tae-seop was scared out of his wits. Junmo signaled for everyone to stay silent, but Kim Tae-seop panicked and bolted, causing a loud commotion. The zombies were attracted by the noise and rushed to attack. The situation became desperate. The raid team fired back, but because there were so many, the whole team had to scramble for cover. Back to Hyun-wook, the maniac laughed, claiming that the arrow in his heart couldn't kill him. Hyun-wook remained calm. It was true that without holy power, he couldn't kill him instantly, but with his current blood loss, even a vampire would feel pain worse than death. The maniac was bitter that his enemy knew so much, and he shrieked in agony. Because of the arrow pinned in his heart, Hyun-wook began the interrogation. What's this about the two young masters of the Gawon group? Is he backing you? The man screamed that the AI were just low-level prey. Hyun-wook kept asking about the necromancer. The man, despite his pain, spoke boldly. He could be anyone, a teammate standing by your side or a member of your family. Hyun-wook controlled another knife, aiming at him for breaking the rules. When the man mentioned family, he thought to himself that this guy was the type who lived for reputation, yet he was dodging the question now. It must be because you've never met the necromancer. The man was startled. It was true. He was just a shell. As for the necromancer, even if that guy was his loyal dog, he would never allow his subordinates to see him or reveal his intentions. Hyun-wook started kicking him. People say you're just a fanatical stalker. His pride wounded, the man went mad. Who gave you permission to ramble as if you know him that well? For Hyun-wook, he and the necromancer had been chasing each other for a long time. That meddlesome python tried to sneak attack again. Finally, Hyun-wook spotted it and easily gave it a beating. A notification appeared. You have obtained the spear of a Sendler. The effect of wounds caused by this spear was harder to heal. If the necromancer had awakened his power and started moving, Hyun-wook would have sensed it long ago. But the necromancer hadn't awakened yet, and this guy was so loyal. Hyun-wook felt there were too many suspicious points. Hyun-wook continued his interrogation. Why could you get inside while the Blue Flower Guild was guarding the outside? The man secretly activated the ring on his finger. He shouted, how can a level 18 player like Hyun-wook step through a raid portal that I created? Hearing this, Hyun-wook was stunned. It meant the portal could be controlled by an individual. Kia grinned wickedly, declaring that the second phase of the disaster would begin soon. As he spoke, the ground began to tremble. At this rate, Hyun-wook would lose him and the Felnut Tree. Hyun-wook retrieved his arrow from the enemy. The system warned that the Baron Samedi's skeleton leader's castle had been summoned. The player level cap to enter the portal had been increased from 18 to 30. The skeleton leader's castle was the second phase of the disaster. After this phase, his monster raid portal would truly be complete. With that, he vanished, leaving behind only a taunt. Enjoy the true horror of this world. Meanwhile, the support team was still trying to stay silent, hiding from the zombies. The skeleton leader appeared and granted each monster a pair of eyes, making the battle even harder. The skeleton leader was the one who held the power of life and death, the master of light and darkness. The system announced that the skeleton leader had been summoned and Baron Samedi's attack had begun. Baron Samedi was a renowned sorcerer as well as a voodoo saint, holding the power over life, death, and resurrection. Now, Hyun-wook and his teammates would have to face the skeleton leader. With his unstoppable power, his teammates might become sacrifices. The zombies would flood out of the portal and wipe out the world outside. Hyun-wook's mission was to stop Baron Samedi's attack and the zombies. So, the monsters had gained vision. The raid team was hanging by a thread. They had to get out of there quickly. The leader saw them firing at his minions and grew furious, attacking immediately. Luckily, a teammate threw a grenade, saving his life. Junmo was surprised that An Min-tae and Choi Min-jae were still holding their ground. But how could they abandon their teammates? He didn't have the heart to shoot them if they turned into zombies. They were holding off the monsters on their own. As the zombies charged, grenades were thrown out. They were determined to live or die together. Junmo was deeply moved and decided the entire raid team would retreat while throwing all their remaining grenades. Hyun-wook quickly rushed toward the sound of the explosions. Before the battle, Hyun-wook had considered sacrificing himself, but his team's absolute trust made him determined to survive in return. Now he was rushing toward the zombies with all his hatred. Information about the hero's spear appeared. It required a huge amount of mana to activate. Mana consumption, 21%. Despite the warning that the drain was too high, Hyun-wook decided to activate it. Both sides collided like moths to a flame. To Hyun-wook, the promise to return was the most important thing. Just like that, he sent a group of zombies to hell. A warning also appeared on the enemy's side that the skeleton leader's attack had been interrupted. Suddenly, noticing his item was missing, he was boiling with rage. That secret item had been taken by the thief, Kyung-jin. At some point, Kyung-jin felt that the item seemed very important to the leader, so he led the zombies away. Just as they were about to be caught, bullets were fired. Everyone had to act fast, or they would lose their lives. Kyung-jin quickly installed the C4, a common type of plastic explosive in the military, and Min-tae blocked the path ahead, waiting for the undead to rush in before detonating it. The blast left them lying scattered on the ground. Luckily, everyone was still alive. For now, the group had blocked the zombies' entrance, but unfortunately, they were trapped inside. If they stayed there, they would run out of oxygen. The urgent problem was solved, so they needed to find an exit quickly. Suddenly, the wall slid open the leader had attacked. Everything turned chaotic again. He saw his item and looked delighted. Meanwhile, the privates were shaking like leaves. From behind, a familiar voice echoed, "Don't move." It was Hyun-wook. He was too late. Hyun-wook's face was covered in wounds. He was ready to bleed for anyone who touched his teammates. Baron Samedi reached out his hand, and strange tentacles rose, sweeping across the space in front of the soldiers. They looked up, their eyes tense. They watched as the item just stolen from him vanished into thin air. With evil, glowing purple eyes, Baron Samedi broke into a twisted, wide grin, revealing sharp teeth. Seeing the horrifying scene, they couldn't help but shudder. Goosebumps rose in waves. Suddenly, a voice rang out, causing him to freeze. He slowly turned his head. "You bastard. Stop right there." Junmo recognized the familiar sound. He happily called out, "Corporal Lee Hyun-wook." Hyun-wook stood there, covered in blood, his eyes burning with rage. "What the hell is this? How dare you touch my teammates?" Then, he took a step forward, his gaze as sharp as a blade, speaking with great authority. "Hey, glow-in-the-dark eyes, listen closely. I'm the only one allowed to bully these guys around here." Hearing that, they froze, their mouths hanging open in astonishment. "What did you say?" Suddenly, the system appeared, warning. "A large amount of mana has been consumed. Be careful, 32% mana remaining." Seeing that, he cast a glance to the side, thinking, "Well, I don't have much mana left. and I still haven't figured out how to take that monster down. Seeing Baron Samedi slowly raise his hand to launch a tentacle, he startled and gripped his weapon, full of vigilance. He has long-range attacks. Immediately, Hyun-wook moved toward a stone pedestal on the side to dodge. Suddenly, the monster gritted his teeth and froze, not moving. Hyun-wook opened his eyes wide, confused. What is this? Why isn't he attacking me? At this moment, the others didn't just sit and watch. They started acting. Junmo gave orders. Kim, Kyung-jin, Choi, Tae-dong. Kyung-jin, Choi, Tae-dong, go. Open the toolboxes. Without hesitation, those called immediately searched for the boxes and popped the lids open, revealing glowing orbs and special gear inside. As for Hyun-wook, he looked up at the tank above him and guessed, "Don't tell me, is it because of that?" Baron Samedi stomped down where the zombies were standing below. With terrifying force, the ground cracked under the immense power. He lifted his foot high, aiming straight for Hyun-wook. Hyun-wook looked up, his eyes flashing with tension as he gritted his teeth. But just as the giant foot crashed down, he immediately leaped to the side. He dodged in the nick of time. The tentacles from Baron Samedi's hands swung out like mad snakes, rushing to attack him without pause. He focused every ounce of his concentration, dodging and weaving by a hair's breadth as the soldiers opened their supply kits and threw them all into the air at once. A flash of light erupted in midair. "Corporal Lee, catch it," he shouted, then quietly slipped into the small cave where the important items were stored. Startled by the sound, Samedi whipped around, his eyes burning with rage. He raised his massive fist, dark power coiling around his arm. Without a moment's hesitation, Samedi unleashed his tentacles, striking forward like spears. He aimed straight for the raiding party inside the cave. At that same moment, Lee Hyun-wook lunged forward. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the space, "System unlock." The display showed item information. Unlocked. Power of the Azalar Spear. Hero effect. The spear's attacks cause unhealable wounds. Consumes a large amount of mana upon use. Mana cost, 21%. Remaining mana, 11%. Lee Hyun-wook tightened his grip on the weapon. Red and black energy swirling around him, radiating a violent power. Without hesitation, he swung his blade and shouted, "And Minte, put up a shield." Now. As he spoke, he pivoted and gripped the spear in his hand. He lunged straight at a tentacle, knocking it off course. Hearing the order, a defensive barrier formed instantly. It blocked Samedi's ferocious attack. He immediately launched a powerful blue beam of light that coiled like a rope, quickly wrapping around the support potion. It was hovering in midair. Amidst the tense scene in the cave, a soldier turned around and yelled anxiously, "And Minte, are you okay?" He gripped his shield, which was partially broken. "Private and Minte is fine, sir." Just as the potion landed in his hand, Lee Hyun-wook drank it down without hesitation. The system displayed, "Mana Star. Continuously restores a set amount of mana for 5 minutes." After drinking it, he wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, his eyes gleaming with defiance. "All right, light bulbs." The glowing orbs hovering in the air vibrated slightly. He yelled provocatively, "I'm the one you're fighting." With that, Lee Hyun-wook raised his hand, and the glowing orbs trembled. Then they shot straight forward. They swirled in front of Samedi, radiating a powerful wave of energy that made him squint. He focused intently. A clear voice rang out, "Burst." Immediately, the orbs vibrated violently, and cracks appeared on their surfaces. A blue light, like a lightning bolt, flashed fiercely from within. At the same moment, a spear flashed through the air. It flew toward him with terrifying force. However, before it could hit, a magic shield suddenly appeared, stopping the attack in an instant. He frowned, pinching the spear between 3 fingers. Lee Hyun-wook ran, calculating. "Just as I thought. His magic barrier is the real problem. If I keep going like this, I'm going to lose." Seeing him lunging forward, Samedi turned instantly. He swung his tentacles horizontally, intending to block the path and counterattack. Lee Hyun-wook frowned, gritting his teeth, and raised his armored hand to block, thinking, "I can't keep fighting continuously without finding his weak point. My team is behind me." Taking advantage of the moment Samedi was focused on the attack, a soldier quickly raised a flask in his hand. Lee Hyun-wook nimbly dodged the blow while calculating in his head, "Where is it? He hasn't finished evolving yet, so there must be a weakness." Samedi roared like a beast, his eyes burning with fury, and charged straight at him. He gritted his teeth, his eyes full of anger. Where could his weak point be? That soldier suddenly smashed it hard onto the ground, shattering it in an instant. Witnessing the scene, one of them yelled in panic, "Kim Kyung-jin, what are you doing?" Hearing the voice, he spun around instantly. His eyes flashed with caution as Kyung-jin raised his sword, intending to stab what was in the pile of debris. The person standing next to him immediately stopped him. "Where did you get that sword?" Don't touch things in the dungeon like that. We don't know what they do. Are you listening to me? He gripped his weapon, determined. We're going to be killed anyway. Corporal Lee is also in danger because he's trying to protect us. I need to do something to help him. Hearing that, Junmo can only grit his teeth, without a word of argument. Just then, Samedi suddenly spun around, his fist clenched, and swung it hard toward them. Seeing the critical situation, he yelled loudly, Kim Kyung-jin, stab that thing, hurry. No sooner had he finished speaking than the tentacles from Samedi lunged like a storm, tearing through the air at terrifying speed, aiming straight at them. He immediately leaned his body to the side to dodge the blow, feeling the powerful gust of wind brush right past him. At this moment, Kyung-jin also gave it his all, stabbing the weapon hard into the object on the ground. Baron Samedi roared in pain. The scream echoed throughout the space. His body shook violently, then he stumbled and fell to his knees. The tentacles twitched wildly and fell to where they were. Lee Hyun-wook covered his face with his hand to block the dust while approaching the raiding party. He stared around, eyes wide, trying to find his teammates. Where is everyone? If you're still alive, say something. Inside, one by one, the silhouettes began to move. They struggled to push themselves off the ground, sitting up with difficulty. Hearing the call, Junmo replied, Report. Corporal Park Junmo, we're okay. He breathed a sigh of relief and turned his head, wondering, what on earth is happening? At this moment, Samedi was sitting on the ground, one hand clutching his chest, his face contorted in pain. He slowly turned his head, his eyes darkening as he stared at the item container. In the blink of an eye, it suddenly shifted violently, then turned into a beating heart, radiating a strange energy. Lee Hyun-wook froze. His eyes widened in shock as he witnessed the scene before him. A heart? No way. At that very moment, a sense of unease rose up, making him snap his head around. His eyes locked onto the thing that had just been stabbed, lying silently on the ground. He held his breath as he realized its familiar shape. My lungs! Samedi roared in anger. The scream echoed through the space, creating purple shockwaves that shook the entire room. Ah! He looked up to the sky and bellowed, his eyes glowing, emitting a ghostly, wrathful energy. A sonic wave that pierced. The ears exploded, pressing hard against their eardrums, forcing everyone to hurriedly cover their ears. A red system prompt suddenly appeared. Forced restart, inheritor of the skeleton leader, Baron Samedi, inheritance at 66.6%. He continued to scream, and the purple energy from his body also began to thicken. The system displayed a warning. The remaining spirit's magic began to be absorbed by the skeleton leader, and the level cap for players entering the gate has increased from 30 to 35. Lee Hyun-wook beamed, confirming, exactly. That's his weak point. So, those jars all had a purpose. He quickly pieced the clues together in his head. According to Egyptian legend, mummies had their internal organs stored inside canopic jars. Canopic jars containers for the organs of the mummified. If he is a mummy, his heart must be keeping his soul inside. Looking at the flickering purple circle in the center of Samedi's chest, his heart that was the weak point. Lee Hyun-wook was excited to know how to finish him off. He quickly raised his arm with the arrow on top, thinking, he left himself wide open by relying too much on his skeleton minions. This is my chance. Without waiting, he fired the arrow, shooting fast as lightning, tearing through the air straight toward the target. But just as it was about to hit, a red shield materialized in front of him. The system displayed the item info, Trista's Bow. Effect, target lock and pierces through any object, blocking the path, reducing all of the target's magic resistance. It shattered the red shield, pierced through, and embedded deep into the target, making the defensive barrier vanish instantly. Samedi winced in pain, staring down at the arrow. A red system alert appeared. The skeleton leader is constantly regenerating health by absorbing magic from his minions. He changed his expression, cracking a cold, triumphant smile that revealed his gruesome teeth. Then, he launched tentacles lunging toward him. Holding his spear, aiming at the boss, Lee Hyun-wook was furious. He stepped back to brace himself and shouted, You're still laughing? This is the real shot. The system once again displayed the item info. Azular Hero's Spear. Effect. Attacks from this spear cause wounds that cannot be healed. He thought, this hit will make it so he can't recover. And with that, he threw the weapon with all his might, screaming, Pierce. The Azular spear flew at breakneck speed, slicing through the tentacles. The spearhead struck straight into the target's chest with unstoppable force. It shattered the defenses and drilled deep inside. Samedi shrieked in agony, Ah! Each pang of pain is tearing my body apart. Lee Hyun-wook threw the weapon just as the tentacles lunged. In the distance, a soldier ran in from the side. At that moment, he was thinking. The spear of when suddenly, the system issued a warning, a massive amount of mana consumed in a short time. Mana recovery interrupted. Remaining mana, 0%. He widened his eyes, bracing himself. Ah, I'm dead. Lee Hyun-wook quickly dodged, as the tentacles lashed out, skillfully avoiding the threat by a hair's breadth. While moving, he suddenly jumped, realizing a tentacle had snuck up from behind without him noticing. However, a soldier ran over from afar and protected him with his shield just in time. He turned his head and yelled, "And Min-tae, what are you doing?" Before she could answer, she cast a magic barrier in front of them to create a shield. Thanks to that, the tentacles couldn't land a direct hit, but the force of it still made his feet slide backward involuntarily. They stood behind the shield, carefully observing the boss's every move. And Min-tae turned her head and asked, "Corporal Lee Hyun-wook, are you okay?" He looked at the magic barrier, surprised, and muttered, "That skill, don't tell me." He remembered the battle with the multi-armed monster, then thought about seeing the display of growth. After entering the dungeon, I leveled up rapidly. Next, she used her shield to block the creature's attacks. And Min-tae recounted, "Last time when I blocked the skeleton leader's strike, I leveled up. And with it, a notification chimed, 'Congratulations, you have reached level 20. You have received a new skill, Level 1 Magic Shield. Uses mana to create a magic shield that increases the user's defense." After reading through all the content, she was also surprised. She excitedly bragged to him, "I finally have a shield skill. Its level isn't high yet, but it can help everyone a lot." Lee Hyun-wook snapped angrily, making her jump. "Hey, you idiot. Why would you trust a skill you've never used before? You were almost killed." And Min-tae looked away sadly. "I just wanted to protect you and our teammates." He smiled, raised his hand, and gently patted her head. "I know, but my duty is to protect you guys, so don't push yourself too hard." Hearing this, her face flushed with shyness. "Yes, thank you." He chuckled. "Thank me after we get out of here alive." Suddenly, Baron Samedi roared violently, shaking the entire space. A red system alert appeared. Warning: due to continuous damage, the skeleton leader's inherited power has been revoked. He frowned, gritting his teeth, staring with resentment at the arrow and spear stuck in his chest, trying to use his skill to heal. However, the red system alert issued a warning. Incomplete undead status has spread throughout the body. The body will soon shatter and return to death. Seal unable to accept the truth, he roared, a thunderous scream. Ah! A violent wave of sound like a hurricane carried thick smoke, forcing both of them to use shields to block it, preventing the shockwave from hitting them. The tentacles on his body began to move erratically, stretching out forcefully to create a dangerous vortex. The tentacles lunged massively toward Min-tae and Lee Hyun-wook at breakneck speed, and immediately after, they changed direction, striking another area hard. Following that, the remaining tentacles began to smash everything around them, ravaging the space and sending rocks flying everywhere. Lee Hyun-wook gritted his teeth, observing, and thought to himself, "This monster can't control its body anymore. Is this a final, desperate struggle? You want to drag us down with you?" At this moment, the strike team charged forward. Someone shouted, "Choi Tae-dong, fire to block its vision." Upon receiving the order, she quickly lay down and fired blinding shots with her weapon. The successive volleys attacked him, causing him to lose focus and fail to react in time. A powerful voice shouted, guiding them to all attack him together until Corporal Lee Hyun-wook finished recovering his mana. The strike team deployed diversionary tactics. They replied in unison, "Understood." Samedi didn't just stand there and take it. He commanded his tentacles to strike hard toward Lee. Hyun-wook shouted anxiously, "Park Jun-mo, don't take any more risks." He turned back, refusing with a determined look. "Corporal Lee Hyun-wook, let us buy you some time. We'll leave the finishing blow to you." He was speechless, stunned by those words. "You guys," the system notification chimed, "mana regenerating. Current mana level, 9%. The boss, irritated to the point of madness, opened its mouth and roared in fury. It relentlessly launched tentacles from every direction, creating a storm that engulfed the surroundings. The system displayed mana regenerating. Current mana level, 12%. The soldiers agilely dodged its attacks, every movement precise and timely, while he watched helplessly. He stared at the regeneration percentage on the screen, gritting his teeth in frustration. One of them screamed in panic, "I'm out of ammo." He quickly dodged as a tentacle grazed his body. Seeing the situation becoming increasingly dire, he decided to step up, determined to turn the tide. Lee Hyun-wook stepped forward boldly. "Hey, you scumbag, I'm right here. I'm your real opponent." With that, he leaped high into the air, leaving only a faint blue trail of light behind. He quickly vanished. Next, he moved continuously, each jump leaving a trail of brilliant energy that created shimmering light streaks in the space. Every pin in Samedi's team began to glow, shaking violently as if impacted by a powerful force, while simultaneously his remaining weapon also began to glow. Lee Hyun-wook remembered the canopic jars he had found. To take down the skeleton leader, he had to destroy the organs kept inside those jars. The 3 jars contained the liver, the heart, and as he realized the final one was missing, he decided to rush toward the last one. Samety's scream echoed, blending with his battle cry. Both lunged at each other, creating a sound that reverberated throughout the space. Argja. He gritted his teeth, focusing on controlling Trista's bow, which was surging with spiritual energy, and charged toward the target at top speed. The system simultaneously displayed the item info, Trista's treasured bow. Effect: target tracking and armor piercing. Regardless of obstacles, it ignored the target's magic resistance. It pierced through the defensive barrier and struck straight into Samety's eye, creating a large hole. The boss howled in pain, unaware that he had already quickly closed the distance to its eye, preparing for the next attack. Lee Hyun-wook raised his weapon high, gritting his teeth. If you're a king, then act like one, you bastard. Cut out these pathetic antics. Saying this, he struck down decisively and vanished. Take this, you jerk. The system introduced the item info, Cloud Sword. Effect: absorbs moisture in the air and releases fog. Helps you hide your presence. A powerful, unknown energy enveloped the Cloud Sword. 49%. The boss staggered, unable to stand firm. Its body shook as if about to collapse. He also quickly leaped into the air and finally landed with a powerful impact, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. It created a thick cloud of dust. The soldiers hurriedly raised their hands to shield themselves, trying to protect themselves from the debris as the red system notification appeared. Congratulations on your victory. You have eliminated the skeleton leader, Samety. Seeing the text, they stammered in shock. Did we actually take it down? Junmo opened his eyes wide and replied, I think we did. After a moment of silence, they started cheering, Yahoo, while Lee Hyun-wook stood on the boss's remains. He raised his hand to claim the crown, completing the quest quietly. The system analyzed the item. Congratulations. You have received the Crown of Light and Shadow mythical rank. Effect: rapidly increases resistance attributes to damage caused by the undead. Special effect: lock. He held it in his hand, admiring it. What kind of item is this? It didn't appear in my previous life. On top of that, it even had a special effect. Suddenly, an earthquake struck, shaking the ground and causing rocks from above to fall, leaving them stunned. The red system alert appeared. Warning: the collapse of Baron Samety, the skeleton leader's fortress, has now begun. Junmo looked up and shouted, Wait for orders, Corporal Lee. Lee Hyun-wook gritted his teeth, looking around. We haven't collected 10 items yet. He then made a decision. The fortress is collapsing. Everyone, retreat now. They received the order and immediately retreated, rushing outside. 2 high towers by the fortress suddenly exploded and slowly collapsed, creating a massive blast. Junmo led the way. Get out! He directed everyone to hurry. They managed to scramble out, panting, exhausted but relieved. The red system announced, Conquest, successful. The portal will now close. Seeing the warning, he turned back, eyes fixed on the swirling red portal. Lee Hyun-wook immediately rushed toward it and called out to the team members. Damn it, don't stop. The portal is closing. Run faster. They ran with all their might, every step urgent. No one dared to hesitate, determined to escape before it shut. At this moment, on the other side of the portal, the Blue Flower Guild stood in neat rows, their eyes all fixed on it. A man in a suit spoke up. A party needs all players level 53 or higher. How could the conquest succeed with that level limit? Not to mention, we weren't allowed to organize this campaign independently. The Blue Flower Guild has many other problems that we need to deal with. Ho-and-ju coldly judged. So what? Will you take responsibility if the Guon group stops supporting us? Do you think if our group leaves now, we can quickly complete the mission? Suddenly, the portal shook violently, catching her attention as she turned back. Oh, the portal is closing. The voice echoed in the space. All eyes followed, not believing what was happening. It's closing? No way. Did the raid team really succeed in killing the boss in there? From inside the portal, Lee Hyun-wook's members rushed out quickly. With a shout, he also hurriedly rushed out after them, just in time before the portal closed. She and the person standing next to her stared at the scene in amazement. They stared with their mouths agape, unable to believe their eyes. Overjoyed, they hugged each other tightly as cheers erupted. We made it out. We're actually alive. We really made it out. Standing on the wall, he commanded with dignity, calling out to the strike team. Private Lee Hyun-wook, you all did a great job. The Red Gate suppression mission is now complete. After speaking, he flashed a proud, toothy grin. They erupted in joy once again. Ho-and-ju frowned, grinding her teeth in frustration. Did I mishear that? That bunch of second-rate cannon fodder actually conquered the Red Gate? Behind him, the man stuttered in fear. The section chief bit her lip, lost in thought. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook, what on earth is he? Meanwhile, inside the dungeon gate, someone was panting, wandering around. Kim Tae-seop's face was beaded with sweat, his eyes full of confusion and anxiety. I ran as soon as the announcement said the gate was closing. Shouldn't it be around here somewhere? He ran around aimlessly, passing through withered trees. Without any direction, his eyes grew frantic, his body drenched in a cold, fearful sweat. Where did the gate go? Why can't I see it? Suddenly, he noticed a shadow behind him and froze, glancing back quickly. Kang Ho leaned against the wall, half of his pale face obscured by shadow, leaving only eyes full of fatigue. When he didn't get an answer, Kim Tae-seop cautiously shifted backward. Just as he intended to leave, the man spoke up. Don't go. He jumped in surprise. Who are you? Then, Kim Tae-seop said excitedly. Wait, you're a human? You scared me. Are you from the rescue team? Phew, thank goodness. I was panicking, thinking I was stuck here. He cheered, eyes wide, rambling on. Thank goodness, let's get out of here. Where's the exit? The gate must be around here. Suddenly, he continued, I need. Then abruptly, Kang Ho vanished, leaving Kim Tae-seop stunned. What the? Before he could understand what was happening, he appeared right behind him, grabbing Kim Tae-seop in an instant. He bared his fangs, yanked his collar hard, and screamed, I need blood. A sharp, piercing scream echoed through the silent landscape. A moment later, Kim Tae-seop lay motionless on the ground, his body withered, eyes bloodshot and tearful, with dried blood still clinging to his neck. He stood tall, his eyes cold as he looked at the prey he had just finished off. Suddenly, the image of Lee Hyun-wook appeared in his mind with an arrogant expression, holding up 2 fingers. A green energy source sparked. That damned soldier Kang Ho looked up at the sky, scowling and grinding his teeth, blood staining his mouth in rage. Just you wait. I will take everything you cherish and kill them all. From inside the gate, members of Lee Hyun-wook's raid team rushed out quickly, shouting, Hurrah! He also hurriedly rushed out right behind them just before the gate closed. They looked at their own bodies, some hugging each other in joy. We made it out. We survived and made it back. Lee Hyun-wook stood on a high platform, shouting loudly, AMT raid team. He praised them clearly. Everyone did a great job up to this point. The raid on the red gate is complete. Their spirits soared instantly, raising their hands in excitement. Ho Eun-ju frowned and ground her teeth. Did I not see that correctly? That useless second-rate squad just cleared the red gate? The assistant anxiously called out, Section Chief. Lee Hyun-wook stepped down and shouted, Raid team, form 2 lines. He called out as he approached them. As they stood in line, Ho Eun-ju crossed her arms and growled, And what about my team? He folded his arms by his sides and stood straight, replying. When we entered the gate, he hesitated for a moment, taking a deep breath, and continued. It was already too late. Ho Eun-ju tilted her head, probing. So you mean this raid team completed the mission by themselves? He nodded firmly. That's right, as you can see. She firmly refused to believe what he said. How could that be? He didn't argue, simply suggesting. You can verify it yourself when the gate analysis results come in. Ho Eun-ju frowned, her eyes clearly suspicious. Who are you, really? Are you sure you're an F rank? Lee Hyun-wook opened his eyes wide, challenging her. Now, do you believe me? It wasn't just simple luck, was it? Not answering the question, she said coldly, I will only make my decision after seeing the analysis results. Then, she leaned in close to probe for information. But, did you by any chance see a spear in there? Perhaps it was in the hands of a member of the Blue Flower Guild who had turned into a zombie, or in the treasure room in the dungeon? Hearing that, his face went blank. The image of the fortress shaking flashed through his mind. He had been calling out to the members. The building is collapsing. Everyone, get out of here. The spear was still pinned deep in the monster's heart at that moment. He channeled green spiritual energy to retrieve it. A system mark appeared. C-rank skill. Vajra body. Body can withstand quite high physical damage. Secret mark, you can hide one item by using a storage slot in a sub-dimension. Instantly, it vanished into his arm. Back in reality, Lee Hyun-wook turned his head and shook it. No, I didn't see any spear. She grew frustrated and raised her voice. Impossible. There definitely was one. He couldn't take it anymore and spoke up. You keep changing the subject. Are you trying to avoid our bet? Irritated by her dodging, he confirmed again. Section Chief, the strategy lead of the Blue Flower Guild. Are you going to go back on your word? Ho Eun-ju trembled, stuttering that. He frowned, patiently waiting for an answer. She lowered her head, grinding her teeth, but didn't utter a word. Seeing no result, he shrugged, turned around, and prepared to leave. It seems you haven't regained your composure yet, so I will come back to collect my winnings later. She hurriedly grabbed his sleeve, voice urgent. Wait, I want you to join the Blue Flower Guild immediately. I guarantee you'll get better treatment than at any other guild. He narrowed his eyes, his hand grasping the sleeve on his shoulder that was being torn. She wants to be my superior and boss me around. Huh. Suddenly, a voice boomed as the Golden Gate opened. The Brigadier General of the Monster Prevention Unit, Division 3, has arrived. He startled and shouted, Corporal Lee Hyun-wook, salute. Choi Jung-cheon stepped out, laughing brightly. Ha ha ha. His eyes fell on the scene in front of him. Ho Eun-ju hurriedly let go of him. He winked and smiled, probing. Don't tell me you're trying to poach our ace soldier, are you? Ha ha ha. She held up both hands to deny it. Of course not. I was just making a recommendation. Suddenly, he glanced at her guild behind her and growled. By the way, did the Blue Flower Guild disobey orders and prepare their own private raid team? She looked a bit flustered, trying to explain. No, this is. Before she could finish, he stepped closer and continued. There are already many issues with the Gugwang group, yet the Blue Flower Guild went too far at the Red Gate. His expression changed, turning angry as he frowned and declared, I will be filing an official complaint about this incident to the head of the guild. Blue Flower. Furthermore, I believe some official documentation regarding this matter should be submitted for discussion with the other guilds. He clenched his fists in frustration. His fingernails dug into his skin, and blood began to trickle out. He stared silently, his cold eyes observing the trembling body that couldn't even offer a response. A while later, Lee Hyun-wook was in the room, recounting the conquest to him. Choi Jung-cheon clapped in applause. Really? I can't believe it. You cleared it 100%? That's incredible. I never expected you to bring me such outstanding results. Ha ha, he laughed incessantly, overcome with joy. Ha ha, I can't wait to see the expression on the Blue Flower Guild leader's face. He said nothing, merely watching the old man's reaction, thinking to himself, he's so smug about being able to mess with them this time. The general momentarily suppressed his excitement. Living to this age, this is the first time I've met someone like you. Lee Hyun-wook did not take all the credit for himself. I couldn't have done it alone. These results are the hard work of the entire raid team. Furthermore, the promise you made, he didn't let him finish the sentence. The general raised his finger, changing the subject. And you have such good character, too. I will promote your entire team by 1 rank. I will also give you an opportunity to reevaluate your rank. He silently widened his eyes, not saying a word, but screaming internally, Here we go again, this cunning old fox. The general nodded with a smile. Pretending not to remember, he offered the proposal first. Lee Hyun-wook wasn't about to let him have his way and deliberately shouted, Thank you, sir. The promotion for the whole team, the rank reevaluation, and the promised rewards, I am truly touched and grateful for your generosity. Upon hearing this, General Choi Jung-cheon couldn't help but be startled, then turned his head away in frustration. It's not easy to trick him, is it? Ahem, I see. What is it you want? He happily stated his request. I hope you will provide my entire team with holy power weapons. Suddenly, silence enveloped the room. The general, stunned, turned his head back. The dried bone dungeon gate had closed, yet he still wanted holy power weapons under the setting sun. Warm sunlight shone down on the military headquarters building, with the South Korean flag fluttering in the wind, accompanied by a voice echoing throughout the space. Breaking news, the raid team cleared the 53rd floor of the Red Gate raid all on their own. What kind of ridiculous lie is that? The soldier in civilian clothes argued, I'm telling you the truth. Corporal Lee Hyun-wook even received a recruitment offer from the Blue Flower Guild. The people standing there were extremely surprised. What? They started whispering excitedly. The soldier looked skeptical. Is that so? Doesn't he have a higher achievement record than Sergeant Choi Young-hoon? The person in the gray suit next to him replied enthusiastically. When Sergeant Choi Young-hoon returns from the deployment, we need a competition to see who's in the lead. The man in uniform said nothing, just adjusting his hat in annoyance. The next morning, in the garden, soldiers from other teams stood watching Choi Tae-dong and Lee Min-hee. They whispered excitedly. Are they the ones? Is that them? You mean the team full of F ranks? Choi Tae-dong lowered his head and whispered softly, Don't you feel bothered? Lee Min-hee turned his head and muttered, Everyone always ignored us, but now we're the center of attention. I still can't get used to it. Choi Tae-dong looked at Jun Mo, who was excitedly gesturing to the girls, and sighed. Why doesn't that happen to Private Park Jun Mo? Jun Mo was enthusiastically recounting the conquest. And then, right at that moment, Corporal Lee Hyun-wook had run out of mana. We stepped forward and stopped the zombies. Wow, it was so scary back then. The two sitting across from them placed their hands on their faces, embarrassed as they heard him brag about their exploits. A girl with short hair wondered, but besides the team leader, why are the other members so strong? He raised an eyebrow, covered one side of his face with his hand, and whispered, "It's all thanks to the special training from Corporal Lee Hyun-wook." At this moment, someone was trying to swallow a crown. Lee Hyun-wook bit down hard, piece by piece, struggling to swallow it. Suddenly, the door opened. Lee Won-sup walked in, saluted, and said, "This is Private Lee Won-sup. I'm here on business regarding the raid team." After reporting, he walked into the room, knelt, and bowed his head. His voice rang out, "Corporal Lee Hyun-wook, please forgive my rude behavior, just this once." He didn't speak, only glanced over, thinking to himself, why does this guy have to show up at a time like this? Seeing that he didn't react, the man hurriedly apologized. "I know you don't want to see me. I made a mistake." He was desperate, pleading, "I want to be trained by you, Corporal." After finishing, he looked up, waiting, longing for an answer. The system appeared. "You have digested the crown of light and shadow. The heat efficiency in your body has reached 50%. 24 hours, 57 minutes, 23 seconds until the next rare metal is absorbed." He frowned, carefully reading the displayed content. Then he fell into deep thought, imagining the scene of monsters pouring out of the gate. Lee Won-sup, I don't like him one bit, but now is not the time to be picky. Next, he imagined the ferocious dragon breathing fire, engulfing the city. The monster wave in Seoul is about to start. We won't be able to save everyone. He stood before Lee Won-sup, clenching his fists, deciding, having an extra hand to support us in battle will save more lives. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. "Fine." Lee Won-sup was overjoyed, his eyes brightening, unable to believe what he had just heard. He hurriedly confirmed, "Really?" Without further ado, he sternly said, "You'd better prepare your mind for death." Having said that, he grabbed Lee Won-sup by the collar and dragged him away, leaving him bewildered. He asked, confused, I hear that right?" As Lee Hyun-wook dragged him along, he replied in a cold voice, "Whether you heard it or not, I don't care." Lee Won-sup screamed in agony, "Ah, ah, Corporal Lee Hyun-wook." Inside the dungeon, a figure stood motionless, unmoving. The red gate suddenly appeared, rotating and moving in the silent space. Kang Ho, his mouth full of blood, heard the noise and immediately turned around. With sharp, vigilant eyes, the massive Kang Mook stepped out from the space. He was angry, baring his fangs, and criticized. "Do you know how many items we lost just because of an idiot like you? No, you couldn't even complete a simple test. What the hell is this?" Kang Ho bowed his head in apology, whispering, I'm sorry." Carol appeared unexpectedly, causing him to startle. "Usually, we would leave you here until you starved to death. But lucky for you, we were summoned here." She licked her lips, sliding her tongue over her fangs greedily. Then he roared with excitement, eyes burning with bloodlust. "Blood will flow all over Seoul. The Seoul wave has finally begun." A man in a white suit with silver hair stood quietly watching the city lights twinkling in the night. He held a phone to his ear, listening to the voice on the other end. "Yeah, that's right. It's on the desk." On the desk sat a neatly placed nameplate engraved with the owner's name, Baek-jun, master of the key backroom. He frowned while listening. "Honestly, after seeing the candidates fail at the Seoul Gate, our side is preparing for the next step." He turned around, voice matching the person on the other end. He was Baek-jun, the guild master of the Baksan Guild, ranked third among all guilds in South Korea. Even while on the move, he kept a tight grip on his phone, showing no signs of ending the conversation. "I've already got all the intel. That's why I'm mobilizing manpower at the black market, so we can keep watch and react in time. Why are you telling me this now?" A moment later, Baek-jun approached a room. "I will do whatever it takes to find that key." He looked at the tablet screen. An image of a soldier covered in blood lying on the ground appeared clearly. Looks like the thief used fire as a weapon, so it might be someone from the Monster Defense Force. A scream echoed from inside the room, blending with his cold voice. "Ah, ah, ah. In this Seoul attack, I'm going to open 4 gates at once and scatter them. After that, a few of my hounds will wipe out the 1st Battalion of the Monster Defense Force." His dry, raspy laugh rang out. "Ha, ha, ha. Yes, sir, you don't need to worry." But his face was the complete opposite, scowling and filled with irritation. "I'll handle everything in Korea." "Yes, understood. I'll call you back later." Finished, Baek-jun crushed the phone in his hand and threw it to the ground. A sharp, shattering sound echoed. Then he opened the door, which let out an ear-piercing creak, shattering the silence in the room. Looking inside at the chaotic scene, an oppressive atmosphere emerged with the stench of blood and corpses scattered all over the floor. In the distance, amidst the hazy, chaotic space, bodies were piled up. A group of zombies were competing to dive into their prey, drown in bloodlust. He observed them silently, then spoke up. "Butchers, I got new prey for you." Hearing his familiar voice, they raised their heads to look. Carol stopped her actions, her hands still clutching the trembling food, and replied, "Yes, master. Please give us your orders." She moved quickly to his side, ready to hear the command. "All butchers, when this attack begins, you will infiltrate the 1st Battalion of the Monster Defense Force at Namsan. Kill anyone who is still breathing." She looked up at him, eyebrows furrowed in confusion. "Kill them however we want?" The group behind her waited in silence. Baekjun nodded, making her grin widely from ear to ear. "However you want. First, we will wipe that battalion off the map of Seoul, and then wipe Seoul off the map of South Korea." The next day, the sky was clear and sunny, golden light shining on the hill at the 3rd Brigade, 1st Battalion of the Monster Defense Force. A voice boomed out, "Corporal Lee Hyun-wook and 6 others. Report. We have received orders for a 1-rank promotion, sir." He raised his hand to his forehead, stood at attention, and shouted, "Battalion Commander, report complete." Kim Kang-chul, with his muscular build, stood on the podium facing them and began to praise them. "You all did well. Congratulations." The representative replied with a strong voice, "I am Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook." "Thank you, sir." The team members all looked straight ahead, proud and happy. He scanned everyone with a solemn expression. "Ahem. I have always believed that if every soldier in the army and their superiors carry out their own roles correctly and fully, we can create a proper barracks culture without falling behind." One soldier heard this and sighed under his breath. "Ha, giving another lecture? Huh." But he continued with enthusiasm. "That belief of mine, I feel that you have proven it right with your strong morale. I couldn't be happier. And besides," just then, an important call came in, so Kim Kang-chul raised his hand to signal a pause. "Huh? Wait a second." The content of the conversation made him startle. "What? What was that? Kaido? All right, I understand. I'll be there right away. 2nd Platoon Leader, please finish the promotion ceremony in my stead." He heard this, slightly surprised, but still accepted the order. "Yes, sir." Hyun-wook bowed his head, his face darkening. "Kaido." He pictured the sword wielder standing silently under the dark sky, his pensive gaze fixed on the bloody corpse of Okita Kaido, the assassin of the Saint Sword, the one who murdered the Saint Sword, Guksa Empio. Then came the moment the security camera captured his blurry figure. In his previous life, after receiving information that he had infiltrated the country at Busan port, and once information about him was leaked, Kim Kang-chul immediately gave chase, not wanting to miss the chance to capture him. Battalion Commander Kim Kang-chul had left the battalion at that time to pursue him. The vampires took advantage of the loss of a strong leader and came to sweep through. Unfortunately, even though only 2 vampires appeared at that time, they slaughtered the entire 1st Battalion of the Monster Defense Force. The memory ended, and at that moment, he was certain that the incident in the past he knew had begun. The 2nd Platoon Leader brought out items, placed them on the ground, and with a list in hand, announced loudly, "I will now announce the results of the rank reevaluation. Corporal An and Min-tae, Choi Min-jae, Private 2nd Class Choi Tae-dong, Park Sumo, Kim Kyung-jin, all promoted from E rank to D rank. Check your weapon rewards and register them at the branch office." They stood at attention and shouted in unison, "Yes, sir." His thoughts continued to drift. "Now the important thing is whether. The future I know will play out the same way it did in the past. Will we survive and make it out of that future?" Clouds drifted lightly in the calm sky. Sunlight shone through the green trees, creating a peaceful space full of life. While they cheered joyfully, Jun-mo stood there, his expression not looking very happy. "Wow, D rank. We did it." Park Sumo excitedly laughed and said, "I have a feeling we could have done even better than this. Getting a 2-rank jump would have been even better." The other person noticed his expression was off and asked, "Hold on, hey. Corporal Park Sumo, are you okay?" Hearing his name called, he startled, snapped back to reality, forced a smile, and explained, "I'm fine. It's just that I pretty much guessed the outcome. That's why I wasn't as excited as you guys." He laughed out loud while raising his weapon, but even so, I managed to get a high-level weapon as a reward. 2 crates opened, revealing long, white stakes neatly arranged inside. They surrounded Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook, their eyes wide with surprise, not moving an inch. "Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook, aren't those just stakes? They don't look like weapons." "Exactly, they're just stakes, right?" He didn't answer, just stood up and channeled his energy. Blue spiritual energy engulfed them, making them float. He thought to himself, "I prepared everything I could. Worrying now is just a waste of time. I have no other choice but to face whatever future comes my way head on. No matter what it is, I'll charge right into it. I'll attack it, destroy it, and tear it apart." Time flew by, and the sky began to darken. With dark circles under his eyes, he stood still, thinking, what a load of nonsense. Why bother? Should have just gone to take a leak. A few days later, at the Namsan guard post, a soldier on duty turned and called out, Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook. He looked up at the sky and sighed, complaining. We've been pulling night shifts way too often lately, don't you think? We're probably being tricked again. Hyun-wook didn't answer right away, just checked his watch, deep in thought. Must be luck that the incident didn't happen sooner than expected, or maybe there just isn't any variable. That meant the changes he had made weren't enough to disrupt the attack event. He then glanced at his companion with a stern look. Jun-mo was startled and quickly explained. No, it's not that I'm unhappy with it. Hyun-wook was still lost in thought. If that's the case, then this strange event will definitely turn Seoul into hell. Seeing him approach, Jun-mo waved his hands in a panic. It's just that whenever I think about the fact that I'm supposed to get a few days of leave to visit my grandmother, I just can't seem to sleep well no matter how hard I try. I'm telling the truth. Really, I am. Asserting that the attack would happen today, he leaned in and asked, Park Jun-mo, do you trust me? The soldier stammered nervously. Corporal Park Jun-mo, I completely trust you, sir. In the distance, an orange cat hissed at the bushes, first standing on end. After receiving the answer, he grinned from ear to ear. Gun, huh. All right then. From now on, we're leaving our posts again. Jun-mo's eyes widened in confusion. What is this? Deja vu? A moment later, at the guard gate on a quiet road, a soldier shouted, and Min-tae, Park Jun-mo, you guys aren't sleeping, are you? The two on guard answered in unison. No, sir. The cat from before was now dead, its body covered in wounds. Han-era adjusted her helmet. Hey, you guys have been pulling night shifts quite often lately, right? Are you guys okay? With tired, dark-circled eyes, Jun-mo reported, Private Park Jun-mo, I am fine. And Min-tae also chimed in, Corporal, and Min-tae, reporting. Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook said this is training, so we don't have much of a choice. She smiled brightly to encourage them. Oh, is that so? Then I guess there's no other way. Hyun-wook knows you're capable. And Min-tae, that's why he asked you to do it. Cheer up. Hearing that, the soldier couldn't help but blush in embarrassment. Yes, thank you. I'll cheer up right away. Ara gave her final word. All right, you two cheer up. If I catch you two actually sleeping, I'll kill you, she answered, but then noticed a faint light in the distance. Yes, understood. Then the soldier grabbed the gun and shouted a warning. Hands up. If you move, I'll shoot. Step back. There was no movement. The soldier repeated. I said, step back. Jun-mo gripped his weapon, eyes narrowed, and suggested, if you're a civilian, take one step forward. The figure turned around. Emerging from the dark, the silhouette that had been charging and screaming became clear. That's a zombie. A gunshot rang out, hitting the creature directly. The zombie immediately collapsed to the ground. The soldier panted, face deathly pale with fear. After the shot, the ground shook. The surrounding spike traps shifted violently, creating a sharp, echoing sound. They gripped their guns in shock, clearly feeling the intense tremors from the ground beneath their feet. Jun-mo and Ara stared, mouths agape, unable to believe what was happening. And Min-tae stood frozen, as if paralyzed. His eyes widened in panic, unable to look away from the terrifying scene before him. Zombies emerged from the shadows, roaring. They poured out like a flood, rushing forward. Ah! And Min-tae aimed through the scope and yelled, fire! Bursts of gunfire erupted, echoing in the air. It hit the charging horde of zombies. Even as some fell, others kept rushing forward, eager, eyes glowing, never faltering. And Min-tae ran toward the gate, toward Jun-mo. He shouted, Park Jun-mo, get behind the door, hurry. After both were inside, he immediately cast his skill, Magic Shield. They screamed, using all their strength to block the wave of zombies crashing toward them. Oh, ha. The reckless zombies cared nothing for death. They kept charging, despite being knocked back. The scene became chaotic, with screams echoing everywhere as the two stood behind the door, determined to stop the monsters from flooding through. Ah! Seeing the explosion and hearing the thundering noise, soldiers rushed over. Meanwhile, a thought crossed his mind. In the guard break room, Hyun-wook gritted his teeth and frowned. It's finally starting. The attack that will turn Seoul into a living hell. Eun-ha was sitting and typing on her keyboard alone in the official control room. She typed with only 2 index fingers, her expression pouty and quite cute. Eun-ha typed on the overview screen, regarding the trend of soldiers under special control and management. A moment later, she was distracted by her surroundings. Why do I feel so creeped out? She opened the door to check on the situation. Eun-ha chanted a holy light spell, and flames erupted on her 2 fingertips. She walked over and looked into the window of the room. Inside, officers were screaming loudly as they were being wrapped up by giant snakes. Eun-ha panicked. Snakes! All the army officers were suddenly struck by some kind of measuring tape. It lunged at Eun-ha, making her jump in surprise. The tape tried to pierce right through her, but luckily, Eun-ha dodged in time. A muscular snake leg suddenly attacked her face. Gotcha now, the third daughter of the Holy Knight's commander. The attack from Jang Ho was so powerful it sent both of them flying through the window. Still conscious, Eun-ha used her hands to push his leg away, then quickly stomped her foot onto his face. Eun-ha used all her strength. She kicked Kang Ho squarely in the face and sent him flying, successfully landing safely on the ground herself. He slid across the floor for a long distance, and Seo Eun-ha raised her arm to shield her face where he had previously attacked. Are you an AI? Are you a player? Kang Ho's pants were torn slightly from where her holy force touched him, but not long after. That handprint on Seo Eun-ha faded away instantly. She wore a look of annoyance, while the spot where her holy force had touched him was now burning. Not to mention his healing power, so he really is an AI. Kang Ho stuck his tongue out cunningly. You don't need to know. Either way, you're going to die by my hands. But killing a pretty girl like you would be such a waste. He gripped his whip tightly, and seeing this, Seo Eun-ha took a defensive stance. Suddenly, she heard a strange noise and looked up. Above them was a black hole, and down below, there were skeletons wearing armor. Holding shields and daggers, they looked terrifying. Seo Eun-ha was shocked at the sight and panicked internally. A gate? That army no way a wave. He angrily lashed his whip toward her as she stood right in front of him. How dare you let your mind wander to other things? It quickly coiled around Seo Eun-ha's head. Before she could react, the whip wrapped around her neck and dragged her away. He pulled even harder. I've heard you were arrogant, but if you want to be haughty, at least learn to look around you first. Seo Eun-ha was in a difficult situation. She winced and thought to herself, ugh, I don't have a weapon, so there's nothing I can do. Kang Ho spoke viciously. I wanted to play a bit more, but I'm running out of time, so forget it. I'll just kill you now. Seo Eun-ha's strength was gradually fading. I have to stay sharp. I can't pass out. I have to fight him back, but I'm losing consciousness. Suddenly, Kang Ho's whip was severed by a bullet, followed by more shots fired his way. He angrily clicked his tongue. Damn it, which bastard is interfering? Seo Eun-ha tried to regain her strength and slowly stood up. She was surprised to see a pair of feet approaching. Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook stood there with a gun and asked, Are you okay, Han? Seo Eun-ha sat down, legs buckling. Lee Hyun-wook, why are you here? He answered seriously. I came to rescue you, Lieutenant. Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook, Class F ability, System Control. She looked at him skeptically. You're saving me? Lieutenant Seo Eun-ha, Class B ability, Holy Knight. Kang Ho glared at the two of them, annoyed. Ha, Berta, how dare you just like that bastard from last time? You military scum are so annoying. Han-wook pretended to care just to provoke him. Oh, long time no see. How have you been lately? He laughed smugly and took off his cap. You aren't planning on running away this time, are you? He glared furiously. You Kang Ho is too much. You damn brat. A large number of zombies were struggling in front of the gate. The strike team was trying to fight them off. Just wait a little longer. The quick response unit will be here soon. The zombies were too numerous and powerful, making it even harder for the strike team. They began to retreat. The monsters reached their arms inside. The strike team was struggling to hold them back. It felt like the gate was about to collapse. A girl on the team grabbed a book and began chanting. I will support the front line with mana. She gritted her teeth. The two team members followed her lead. They were pushing with all their might to stop the zombies. They gritted their teeth and squeezed their eyes shut. A moment later, the support unit arrived. Quick response unit, move. The young man heard them and was overjoyed. They ran over and moved to their positions. Position A2. Execute. They shouted in unison. Execute. Suddenly, glowing circles appeared, causing the zombies to panic. They stood blankly, staring up at the magic circles in the air. A vampire suddenly appeared behind the strike team, gently drawing a weapon from her waist. I've been wondering all this time why the zombies were still out there, so that's why. Before everyone could react, she used her power and slashed at them one by one. The girl on the strike team heard the noise and glanced over. She flew up to the roof of a house, leaving the girl and two guards at the gate stunned. Aaron said calmly, Well, have you seen enough? The young man was so scared he couldn't control himself. The quick response team didn't even have time to scream. If it stays like this, everyone is going to die. She glared and roared. Huh? Don't you see me? The vampire picked up her two daggers. Huh? You're all just a bunch of boring trash. She screamed, Die, all of you. The zombies wailed in chaos. Oh, oh, oh. Suddenly, they all stood still, blankly watching Sergeant Choi Joo-han walking toward them while drinking alcohol. Aaron was equally surprised. Is that guy crazy? A zombie approached and attacked him, breaking Choi Joo-han's glass bottle of alcohol. He cursed in his drunken stupor. Damn it, where did my alcohol go? Who finished it? He glared at the culprit who broke his bottle. Is it you? It stood blankly, trembling in fear. Choi Joo-hun didn't hesitate to use the sharp edge of the broken bottle to stab the zombies one by one. Aaron was suddenly startled. He drunkenly held up the broken bottle. Hey, are you their commander? How do you plan on paying me back for this? She stood on the roof and spoke up. Ha, how interesting. The vampire said with a mocking, arrogant tone, It seems you're quite confident in your own speed, aren't you? It's been a long time since I had some fun, she said smugly. Let's play a little, you and me. Before she could finish, he ambushed her from behind. Play your ass. Give me back my alcohol. The vampire panicked upon hearing the enemy's voice behind her. She turned around to attack Choi Joo-hun, but he had already moved one step ahead, dodging in time and using the broken glass to slash, and severed her hand with shocking precision. Everyone witnessed the scene. The vampire clutched her arm and shrieked in pain. The two soldiers couldn't hide their joy. He had finally arrived. They called out in unison, Sergeant Choi Joo-hun. He drunkenly pointed the glass shard at her and warned, Before I cut off a few other things and settle the score, bring me some booze. She clutched her bleeding arm. You're Choi Joo-hun? But they were sure you had been assigned elsewhere, he grumbled, groggily holding up the shattered bottle. They told me to go do some errands. I finished them, so I came back. You got a problem with me? Damn it, whatever. And what about my alcohol? What are you going to do? Aaron screamed in anger. This crazy bastard. The blade slashed through. With the remaining shards of the wine bottle, she kept lunging at him with sharp, purple strikes. But Choi Joo-hun dodged them all perfectly. The moment her blade was about to pierce his face, Choi Joo-hun vanished and quickly landed below her. She gritted her teeth. Since when was he there? He let out a sigh and called out, Ah, you're ruining my fun. Choi Joo-hun flicked his hand, catching a knife thrown by an agent from his pocket with pinpoint precision. Lend me your bayonet, will you? The others nervously urged Sergeant Choi Joo-hun, a regular bayonet won't be enough to fight her. I think she's a vampire, Choi Joo-hun muttered. What? Isn't she a zombie? Two of them retorted. What kind of zombie can talk? He replied. So, the vampire took a step forward. Aaron gathered her strength. Veins bulged on her legs, neck, and cheeks. One of her eyes transformed into a strange mark. Choi Joo-hun, no wonder everyone calls him the top candidate to be the next sword saint. In that case, I'll go all out with my full speed to fight you. The female officer with curly pink hair gasped as the roof exploded. Try to stop me now, if you can even see me. Before the officer could scream, Aaron had already lunged. The drunkard aimed her blade straight at his back. Choi Joo-hun spun around instantly. His bayonet clashed with her blade, sending red sparks flying. The pink-haired girl turned pale. The two of them were deadlocked, a powerful force of energy radiating through the surrounding wind. The pink-haired officer kept shouting, Watch out! The two blocking the gate stood frozen. He swung his arm and sent the vampire flying. Aaron slammed into the wall, shattering it. Dust forced everyone to cover their eyes. The wind blew away the pink-haired girl's locks as she slid along the ground, carving a deep trench. Aaron spat out a mouthful of blood. Choi Joo-hun sarcastically watched her wobble to her feet. Oh man, I tried so hard to be careful and keep my metabolic rate down, because every time my metabolism spikes, I sober up instantly. His glasses glinted. But now the real fun is over. Her eyes widened. Her pupils shrank as she heard his voice. Oi! He raised his blade high with a fierce glare. How are you going to take responsibility for all the damage you've caused? The vampire gritted her teeth, the mark on her right eye glowing. Damn it, he's way stronger than I thought. I can't handle him alone. I need to get out of here first. Aaron bolted before Choi Joo-hun could finish. Hey, forget about that. Now that I'm sober, I've got a question for you. The mark in her eye kept flashing as she thought frantically. I have to reach the other butchers quickly and find a way to take him out. Choi Joo-hun had caught up to Aaron. Think you're running away? He swung his hand. The blade sliced across her ankle, thigh, and wrist. The vampire lost her footing and fell, her back slamming into a utility pole. Choi Joo-hun pouted, glancing at the blood-soaked officers outside the gate. They were zombies trying to break in. The vampire curled up in pain, screaming. Choi Joo-hun ignored the gut-wrenching wail and repeated his earlier question. You're not a zombie, so how the hell are you controlling them? Aaron, furious, opened her mouth to curse him, but he didn't hold back and kicked her again. Right, I know what I'll do. Will you tell me if I keep this up? What kind of creature are you? An animal? Choi Joo-hun looked at the vampire lying still on the ground. Just lie there for a bit. After I clean up those guys, I'll come ask you later. The wind blew through the forest, leaves rustling in the night. He leaped onto the gate and ordered, One of you, go and tie her up. After dealing with the vampire, he addressed the pink-haired girl. Vice squad leader, once I've finished clearing them out, I'll report in. She was surprised. What? Oh, okay. Go chop them all up, then report in later. One person pulled out a long sword with a gold-plated hilt. Sergeant Choi Ju-hun, I've just been issued a holy weapon. Please, take it. Choi Ju-hun refused. No need. The officer was anxious, but you can't kill them with a regular bayonet. He flashed a grin, his eyes revealing a hint of madness. But if they die too easily, it's not fun, is it? Come on. Making it hard for them to die makes it even more painful, right? The two officers below couldn't help but shudder. Choi Ju-hun vanished from the spot. Thin streaks of his blade pierced through the mass of zombies with terrifying speed. The officer blocking the gate watched, asking, "Do you feel like Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook's personality has become a bit like Sergeant Choi Ju-hun's?" The other replied, "Whenever those two smile like that, I just feel terrified." Lee Hyun-wook, holding his helmet, bared his white teeth. "Oh, long time no see, you bastard. How have you been? You aren't going to run away this time, right?" Kang Ho's red pupils shrank. "Damn you," he roared. The enraged vampire immediately swung his whip blade, attacking repeatedly to parry the strikes. Lee Hyun-wook drew his weapon and told Seol Eun-ha, "Squad leader, the zombie soldiers are breaking through the gate toward the canteen. Please, take this weapon and save the soldiers there." Seol Eun-ha protested. "That thing is a vampire. Without a holy weapon, what are you going to do?" He raised his sword. "Fighting while protecting you is going to be too tough for me." Seol Eun-ha gritted her teeth in resignation. Lee Hyun-wook swung his sword to block the incoming whip. "We have to get a holy weapon quickly." She thought, "That's right." Thinking about it, everything Lee Hyun-wook has shown so far is actually impressive. Seol Eun-ha didn't forget to warn him, "Don't you dare die. That's an order." She left him to stall Kang Ho. She quickly accelerated and dashed off. Lee Hyun-wook's blade helped block the rapid-fire attacks from Kang Ho. He sneered, "You guys should just fight together. Are you planning to let her get away?" Lee Hyun-wook sneered, "Oh, that's a great idea. I'm so glad you're still alive." Kang Ho was confused. "What do you mean?" He withdrew his blade back to his hand. "You're still alive, which means your boss still doesn't know about me. You've kept your life because you haven't reported that failure yet, right? If you had reported it, you wouldn't even be standing here." Kang Ho heard this and gritted his teeth in fury. "You bastard." Lee Hyun-wook, looking incredibly punchable, continued, "Heh, looking at your violent reaction, it seems I guessed right. Do you know how annoyed I was when I let you get away last time? This time, I'll clear the path for you to die properly." Kang Ho screamed in frustration. "You really underestimate me." Black mist erupted from the whip, and the red gem glowing on his hand emitted a dense, dark aura. He exploded with a brand new weapon. "With my current equipment, I've reached an entirely different level, far beyond what I was before. Your pathetic little bit of holy power stands no chance against me." Lee Hyun-wook widened his eyes. "Lucky break, I hit the jackpot." "Exactly. How many loot crates worth $1 billion are in there?" Kang Ho was furious at his mockery. "Today, you can't even lay a finger on me, and I'll tear you into 100 pieces myself. Do you understand?" He raised his wooden sword. The system window displayed item information. Name, Crown of Light and Darkness. Effect, rapidly increases defense against undead attacks. Special trait, allows specific equipment to be imbued with holy or dark attributes. Warning, there are limitations when imbuing different auras onto equipment. 2 different powers cannot be used at the same time. Only one can be chosen. A glowing halo appeared above Lee Hyun-wook's head. The blade and sword in his hands lit up simultaneously. The system displayed a new skill. Use Aura of Virtue. Effect, imbues a piece of equipment with 10% of the crown's holy power. Penalty, reduces your mana by 10%. Kang Ho was startled. How did he turn such a crappy weapon into something infused with holy power? He proudly raised his weapon high. "I told you, I can only use holy power. Today, I will use this holy power to tear you into 100 pieces." Kang Ho swung his whip in a rage. "You're overthinking it, you really think. You can hurt me with that tiny bit of holy power?" Lee Hyun-wook smirked. "Let's see if I'm right. Are you scared?" He roared in fury. "I'll rip that mouth off your face so you can't talk anymore." The whip snaked through the air, lashing straight toward Lee Hyun-wook. He dodged in the nick of time as the whip curled after him. He thought to himself, "Using a whip as a weapon? Huh. Such long range, and the trajectory is hard to predict." The whip kept slamming into the wall, then redirected itself toward Lee Hyun-wook. He calculated, "If this thing hits me, I'm dead for sure." Even though he was clearly at a disadvantage, he wore a curious smile. So, this is why this fanatic is so confident. The whip pierced the wall again, and Lee Hyun-wook leapt away to dodge. But Kang Ho gripped his weapon tightly, completely unaware of what was circling behind him. A plan formed in Lee Hyun-wook's mind. If I close the distance, then the advantage of the whip becomes a disadvantage. He grabbed his sword and thrust downward while the blade behind him provided support. He sneered. Sharp spikes sprouted from Kang Ho's weapon. They suddenly elongated, hard as steel, dense as thorns, yet flexible as vines. In an instant, they locked onto the blade, grazing Lee Hyun-wook's hand and knocking the sword away, while at the same time, green streaks spread across the leather armor. Indestructible, indeed. Lee Hyun-wook spun to dodge the attack range, his body slamming into the ground, a continuous skill. He scrambled to his feet, avoiding the lunging thorns. The whip danced like a storm, relentlessly closing in. Kang Ho controlled them, attacking and laughing smugly. Talking so much trash and you're still running? Let's see where you can run to. He looked at the blade trapped by the spikes. Since those armored tentacles weren't in his initial calculations, he analyzed the situation. Now, those tentacles have blocked the close-quarters approach he aimed for to exploit the whip's lack of mobility. Lee Hyun-wook thought, at this rate, it's highly likely. An arrow covered in sparkling green light was hidden in the corner, aimed directly at his back. The bow I intended to use as the finisher for my long-range skill chain will be blocked. He summoned a long spear, its shaft swirling with green magic like flowing water. A new plan formed in his head. If that's the case, it'll consume a bit too much mana, but I'll have to use Azelur's spear. Kang Ho became increasingly excited, lost in the moment of his prey's desperation. Struggle all you want. Keep running until I kill you. Lee Hyun-wook stomped his foot into the ground, brandishing the spear. He gave the command, unlock. He leapt up, dodging the lashes, the spear drawing a brilliant arc of light. The system displayed the item information, unlock. Power of the hero's spear, Azelur. Effect. Wounds caused by this spear are difficult to recover from. Penalty. A large amount of mana will be consumed when this item is unlocked. Mana consumption, 21%. Lee Hyun-wook jumped away as the whip snapped. The system notified him of his remaining mana. 63%. He gritted his teeth. So, he guessed I was using the massive mana potion stored in my armor to fight. He's been stalling until I ran out of mana, damn it. Lee Hyun-wook knelt after putting some distance between them. It looks like this bastard prepared thoroughly by analyzing my weaknesses during the fight. He reached up to grab the walkie-talkie from his pocket. If other vampires are like this, even if I exhaust all my mana, it'll be hard to do anything to him. He was smug. What's wrong? Finally realize what kind of situation you're in? Come on, be as confident as you were before. Lee Hyun-wook held the walkie-talkie, watching the whip fly toward him, a guess forming in his mind. If that's the case, he screamed into the walkie-talkie, Choi Taedong. As Kang Ho frowned in confusion, a flash of light appeared from the edge of the forest, striking him in the chest, leaving a trail as thin as a thread. The sound echoed throughout the forest. Choi Taedong raised his smoking gun barrel and reported, Private Choi Taedong, target hit. Beside him, Corporal Choi Min-jae, C rank, tracker position, updated the situation via walkie-talkie. Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook, because our position might be revealed by that gunshot, we should move to another spot immediately. Choi Taedong stood up. Private Choi Taedong, C rank, sniper position. He knelt down, screaming in pain. Ah! Kang Ho was enraged. The weapon on his shoulder accumulated power again, gathering a stream of red energy. He roared in fury, You bastard! I'm going to kill you. Before he could even launch his attack, an arrow pierced through his chest. He couldn't believe it. Lee Hyun-wook seized the moment and lunged forward with his spear. Die, you stupid vampire! Lee Hyun-wook roared. He drove the spear in deeper, unleashing a surge of raw power. The vampire shuddered. He collapsed backward, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. Where the spear had struck, his flesh began to smolder, and the crown of light and shadow on Lee Hyun-wook's head slowly faded away. The vampire groaned in agony and frustration. I was chosen by the leader. How could this happen? Who are you? A rank a hunter? No. Rank S? How could you possibly defeat me? Lee Hyun-wook smugly pried the ruby loose. You're at death's door and still curious about me? Fine. Since you're such a repulsive noble, I'll tell you who I am. Lee Hyun-wook whispered into his ear. The crown above him dissolved like a shimmering galaxy. I'm just a rank F hunter. The system then displayed the skill information. Active Holy Aura, followed by the specified equipment effects. 10% Holy Power effect from the crown. Penalty, mana reduced by 10%. Kang's face twisted as the flames began to spread. He shrieked in rage, No, this can't be. There's no way I'd lose to a pathetic rank S. His screams were gradually swallowed by the flames. This can't be happening. This isn't real. No. The ruby fell to the ground. A system notification chimed, Congratulations, you have increased the power of your mana vessel. Mana vessel upgraded to level 3. Upon absorption, the mana amount will increase significantly. Lee Hyun-wook stared thoughtfully at the rubies in his hand. Looking at the absorption time, he decided, from now on, I'll only use half the vessel's capacity at a time, and I'll save the other half for emergencies. An urgent notification flashed, and he hurriedly grabbed his weapons and left. Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook. The skeletons are attacking base number 2. Lee Hyun-wook grabbed his radio and quickly demanded, what's the status of the battle right now? Choi Tae-dong looked at the skeletons, thick as ants, and reported, the number of skeletons is uncountable. Lee Hyun-wook peered through his scope. At this rate, I don't think anyone can make it out alive. Lee Hyun-wook furrowed his brow, thinking. A skeleton turned its head, its 2 eye sockets glowing red. They were knocked sideways by a vehicle. A soldier gripped the steering wheel tight. These low-level skeletons, I'm going to wipe you all out. The skeletons were already blocking the road in front of the windshield. Countless swords pierced the glass, causing the soldier to scream in terror. 7 skeletons surrounded the car, and long streaks of blood began to flow. A skeleton held up the head of the terrified soldier from moments ago. They marched in a long line. Choi Se-ah peeked out the window to assess the situation. They killed the platoon leader. 2 girls unleashed fire to stop their advance. Someone shouted, Sergeant Kim Choi Se-ah, don't get your hopes up. We don't have enough mana to take them all down. A soldier with a ponytail cried out, those monsters, they're breaking through. Choi Se-ah stepped up to take command. Stay calm. Stop wasting your spells. Focus everyone's firepower on the densest group. That'll slow them down. She turned her back and asked, what about the armory? Did we get the reinforcement weapons? Another female soldier reported in a rush. It's over. It looks like the platoon leader had the key to the armory. Choi Se-ah clenched her fist. Then break it or melt the door. I don't care how you do it, just open it. Quickly. Whether we can make it out alive or not depends on that. Don't give up. The girl watching the window reported, Sergeant Kim Choi Se-ah, the skeletons are climbing the walls. They're getting in. Choi Se-ah commanded. It's bad. Get away from the window, now. Lee Hyun-wook rushed in, seeing the massive swarm of skeletons. Since when were there this many skeletons here? Thinking of the many comrades in base number 2, he vowed, I won't let them die, no matter what. He prayed, please, stay alive. Kim Choi Se-ah. A skeleton suddenly lunged from behind Choi Se-ah. Everyone panicked and screamed in unison, Sergeant Kim Choi Se-ah. She turned around in a panic, seeing the blade swinging down. The knight cast a shadow over the skeleton legion. A voice spoke up, do we need to open the gates in order? He carried a stone statue on his shoulder. He looked toward Carol, who was gazing at the city, and suggested, Carol, if we all rush in together, I think we can wrap this up quickly. Ah No answered the question directly, only coldly remarking, a desire for survival. Kang Mok frowned in confusion. What nonsense are you babbling about? Carol giggled excitedly, revealing sharp fangs. Humans are so adorable when their hope for survival is being trampled by us. Seeing her expression, he thought, seems like your cruel nature is still the same, isn't it? Suddenly, Dong-ha emerged from the ground and spoke. Carol, it seems the entire infiltration squad has been wiped out. Kang Mok was startled and asked in disbelief. Both of them. He recounted what they had done. We completely eliminated all communication devices as well as cameras capable of functioning during the mana dispersion period and arrived at the designated point to await orders to infiltrate. However, the result was unexpected. Dong-ha said dejectedly. Not a single one came. Kang Mok questioned him irritably. Didn't you say the squad leader and the candidates for Swords Saint weren't here? He explained, that's what we confirmed before the infiltration. He turned his head and offered a guess. So, could that be Seol Eun-ha, the daughter of the Holy Knight's captain? He nodded. At this point, we have no choice but to accept that Seol Eun-ha is stronger than we anticipated. Carol suddenly spoke, giving an order, Kang Mok, go down there, and clear out the army at the base by yourself. Hearing that, he became so angry that his sharp fangs showed. Kang Mok slammed the stone pillar into the ground and roared, damn it, just because of those damn fools, I have to handle this. The cold sound of the system echoed with a warning. The gathering point of evil has been established in the area. Dark attribute stats increased by 50%. Undead attribute recovery increased by 50%. Number of monsters escaping from the gate increased by 100%. Suddenly, a spatial rift appeared. Lee Hyun-wook and Carol stepped out of the gate. He rubbed his hands and probed, Hoon, it's gotten to this point now. What do you think about turning the Holy Knight into one of our own? She frowned in annoyance. I told you to follow orders. Are you not focused on Seol Eun-ha anymore? He stepped forward, glancing at her. Do I look like one of those idiots? I'll take them out in one blow. Carol shook his head. Are these monsters going to deal with Seol Eun-ha? A heavy foot stepped down, causing the ground to tremble. A monster appeared with a burning face, and crimson magic flames poured through the portal as hordes of monsters armed with weapons stepped out. She smirked mockingly. I wonder what kind of expression he'll have when he falls into despair. Lee Hyun-wook slammed on the brakes as he saw the scene before him, thinking to himself, according to what I remember from my past life, there were 2 vampires. He increased his speed, subconsciously imagining the previous mark. But considering that lunatic I met earlier, I can't guarantee there won't be another one, because he wasn't in my memories. In this situation, at that moment, an undead army flooded in like a relentless tide. Even if Camp 2 were being attacked by vampires, I couldn't afford to lose any soldiers. Energy-imbued spikes, go. Blue light surrounded them. He controlled each one as they flew at dizzying speeds. Lee Hyun-wook launched the spikes from behind the skeletons. A skeleton, hearing the noise, startled and turned its head. It didn't even have time to react before the glowing iron spikes pierced its brittle frame, passing straight through and sending sparks flying. Countless powerful iron projectiles decimated the outer layer of that massive army. He poured his strength into creating many sharp points, silently praying, "Please, survive." The spikes tore through the wind, one after another, launching toward the enemies. He fully controlled their trajectory, shouting loudly, "Yua!" The undead horde was scattered. Along with his call, at the military headquarters building, a skeleton crept up behind Sergeant Kim Se-hee. She suddenly discovered it just before the sword could strike her head. Threads of emerald energy began to disperse from her body into the wind. A giant spirit tightly gripped the skeleton's sword. "See?" coldly questioned, "Who gave you the right to enter the women's barracks, half-naked, huh?" She finished her sentence and commanded the spirit to punch the skeleton away. Lee Hyun-wook, who was busy fighting, saw a skeleton fall from a window and urgently jumped up to ask about the situation. "Is everyone okay?" Watching her stand there, manipulating the spirit to save people, he only managed to say, "I came to save you." He was completely stunned. She glanced toward the person who arrived, who was saving whom. Hanging from the broken wall, he felt very embarrassed, silently lamenting, "She is truly strong, exceeding all my expectations." Her eyes looked at him, confused. What the hell? Why is he trying to act cool after crawling out from who knows where? He had a rough overview of Kim Se-hee. Despite being a necromancer, she had an incredibly impressive history of assassinations. 5 years later, after the second wave, the monster images showed she had been sent to complete a special mission, to assassinate the Orc King in the Orc Kingdom in Shanghai. The Orc King fell, and she left a massive mark in history in a life-or-death duel against the Orc King Tonos. That is why, when I officially started my mission, I didn't start out with her. A few girls chatted with each other. "Is that Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook?" "Yes, that's him, isn't it?" Hearing the girls gossiping, he said, "He's handsome, isn't he?" "Sorry, I couldn't get a good look at him back then." Lee Hyun-wook shyly spoke up. Who's in charge here right now?" She adjusted her uniform and proactively replied, It looks like that would be me for now." Another girl rushed over. "Sergeant Kim Se-hee, the armory is now open." He loudly declared, "I will block this place off, so everyone, hurry up and prepare. Your weapons." She covered her mouth in doubt. "Can you handle that by yourself? Considering the current situation, I guess it's possible, right?" He looked down at the undead and urged them. "Mana isn't infinite. We can't hold out for long. Please, hurry." Over the radio, someone called out, "Corporal Park Junmo, reporting." He completed his mission, rushing to report as instructed. Most of the soldiers at Camp 1 were ready and evacuated. He praised, "Well done, Park Junmo." He didn't forget to add, "Oh, and the platoon leader has been transferred to Camp 2. On the distant horizon, a flash of light suddenly erupted. He was so surprised his jaw dropped. Someone was wielding a weapon, sweeping away all the skeletons blocking the path. Unha landed, gliding past him. When she saw his face, she realized, it's Lee Hyun-wook again. The moment her feet touched the ground, she immediately interrogated him. "Have you dealt with the skeletons here yet?" He seriously replied, "Everything has been handled cleanly." Se-hee stood still and raised her hand to salute. Reporting, Sergeant Kim Se-hee. "I will have the troops at Camp 2 prepared quickly." She stared at him until his lip twitched. Her eyes were deep in thought. Evacuating Camp 1 and even providing support for Camp 2? Has this person already handled the entire situation? He seemed to understand her thoughts and avoided her gaze. The system emitted a warning signal. An evil gathering point has been established in the area. Dark attribute stats increased by 50%. Undead attribute regeneration increased by 50%. The number of monsters escaping from the portal has increased by 100%. As the announcement ended, the skeletons raised their heads and shrieked, their eyes glowing blood red. Everyone was confused. Unha took the lead and asked, "Is that an artifact?" An artifact is a type of magic item capable of casting magical effects over an area. Lee Hyun-wook narrowed his eyes. An artifact, a piece of gear connected to some devil's metal. I need to move and find it quickly before the others find that item. He stood at attention and reported. That vampire from before didn't come alone. She analyzed the problem. I know. I don't understand why they would use these skeletal monsters to attack here first, but this is definitely a calculated attack, with a hidden agenda behind it. Afterwards, she immediately gave orders. All military personnel, get ready and deploy the defensive formation. Until reinforcements arrive. The two of them didn't hesitate. Understood. Unha leaned in close to him and requested, and you, Lee Hyun-wook, you are coming with me to the control room. He widened his eyes in surprise, repeating, I'm going with you? At this moment, in the underground bunker control room, every monitoring screen had lost its signal. The door was sealed shut by a complex formation and was shaking violently. The two of them gripped their weapons and exchanged glances. If they have the ability to break a door sealed with 2 layers of defensive magic, then that person is on the same level as a monster. The moment he steps in here, fighting in such a cramped space is far too risky. Lee Hyun-wook sternly warned the platoon leader. Just as the door opened and I gave the signal, please, blow him away from me. Lee Min-hee opened her mouth. What? As he tensed his entire body's muscles, it instantly triggered a small whirlwind. He shouted loudly, Hey, Lee Hyun-wook, have you lost your mind? He gripped his axe tightly, refusing to back down. If someone manages to break that door open, we won't have another chance. Taking out all of them might be difficult, but I will stop this guy alone, even if it costs me my life. No sooner had he finished speaking than the door shattered with a deafening roar. The powerful blast forced both of them to struggle to hold their ground. They both braced themselves, covering their heads to avoid injury. Kang Mok led his troops in, still cursing under his breath. You bastards, you actually barricaded yourselves in here just to survive, huh? He focused his attention on Lee Hyun-wook, who was holding the axe. What is this? He looked up. Assessing the monster, he thought. What the hell is this size? He's so much bigger than me, and I'm a berserker. His heart went cold, filled with fear, but he couldn't back down. He channeled power into both hands and was stunned. What? Don't tell me you're planning to fight me. A sharp axe swing followed. Lee Hyun-wook charged in, ready to die. No, I'm going to kill you. Lee Hyun-wook shouted, trying to control his magic while yelling. Private Lee Hyun-wook. Lee Hyun-wook stood to the side with his arms crossed, lecturing him. Don't just blow up your magic like that without thinking. You have to control it. He rubbed his head and gave a wry smile. Magic is just too hard to control. He glared at the staff floating in the air. If you keep laughing at me, I'm going to beat you up. He flinched, mimicking Lee Hyun-wook's berserk state. It always wears off so fast because you keep switching into that berserk state. Finished and dejected, he hung his head. Ignoring his anger, Lee Hyun-wook commanded the staff to hit him while he stood there with his hands on his hips, scolding him. You just shot magic at me a moment ago. You need to take a good look at yourself. The two kept training. Private Lee Hyun-wook, control your magic. Private Lee Hyun-wook. Private Lee Hyun-wook. They lay exhausted on the ground, panting heavily. As the final rays of sunlight filtered through the trees, a voice rang out. Private Lee. Lee Hyun-wook, I have a question. He turned his head in confusion. What is it? He looked at her and posed a problem. If I have to face an opponent stronger than me in a real battle. Sergeant, what should I do? She responded with an answer that made him jump up to listen. More clearly, what on earth are you thinking about? Of course, she thought to herself. He's as big as an ox. Why does he keep trying to be stealthy? But on the outside, she still instructed. You have to run away immediately. Only then will your personality have room to shine. Lee Hyun-wook knelt, panicked, and waved his hands. Huh? Me? I'm not that kind of person. She glanced at him sideways. Isn't that right? He heard the rebuttal. No, that's not it. She punched him in the shoulder as if to say, How dare you argue with me? He flinched and shouted, Private Lee Hyun-wook. Lee Hyun-wook seriously pointed out, then don't run away, face the opponent head on. He listened to her words, dazed. Act like a soldier and protect the comrades behind you. If you do that, your comrades will protect you too. In the present, Lee Hyun-wook gripped his axe, deep in thought. I'm scared, but I can't back down. Kang Mok channeled power into both hands and sneered. What? Don't tell me you're planning to fight me? He lunged forward, swinging his axe to get close to his opponent. He shouted in denial, No, I will kill you. Lee Min-hee gritted her teeth and raised her hands to set up a formation. Lieutenant Lee Min-hee, Mage. Linked Mage. Trait, Bending, Class Player. She shouted, Platoon Leader. At that moment, Lee Hyun-wook relentlessly forced him to retreat into the established circle. Then, he powerfully pushed them both out of the room through the formation. Kang Mok started, watching the door slowly close behind him. He furrowed his brows and grinned wickedly, asking mockingly, "What are you doing?" He curled his body, clenching it tight, exerting strength that made the air fluctuate violently. Then, each muscle bulged, ripping his shirt to shreds. Private Lee Hyun-wook, Man-Tribe linked melee. Upper grade trait, D-class, considered class. He shouted, "You see, that place was too cramped for a real fight." Kang Mok turned his hands into claws and laughed with delight. "Oh, you're a gladiator?" He closed his eyes, gritting his teeth in concentration, thinking, "Control the magic. This time, I have to do it," he pleaded. In an instant, his muscles expanded, strength surged, and he gripped the weapon in his hands, cheering inwardly. Success! Lee Hyun-wook faced him, calculating, "Now I can maintain level 2 of this reinforcement technique." His eyes momentarily became resolute, and he charged fiercely just as Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook had said. He poured out all of his strength. He swung his axe, hoping to gain the upper hand against his opponent. The battle intensified. Every blow was delivered without hesitation. A burning determination ignited within him. "I will protect those behind me." Under the silent night, a tightly shut iron door of a fortified basement appeared deep underground. 3rd Monster Defense Brigade, 1st Battalion. Beneath the underground bunker, Seo Eun-ha and Lee Hyun-wook gripped their weapons, running frantically with the glowing stakes flying right behind them. She sped up while looking at her, thinking, "We have to handle the totem first." But Seo Eun-ha thought they had to reach the control room. Suddenly, a massive explosion appeared on the path. It caused the two of them to stop abruptly. She raised her hand to her head to shield herself from the blast of power, groaning. As the smoke cleared, the scene of Kang Mok grabbing Lee Hyun-wook by the neck was revealed. He stood firm, covered in blood and gore. Lee Hyun-wook stared in shock, unable to believe what was before her eyes. She stepped forward and shouted loudly, "Lee Hyun-wook." Hearing a familiar voice, Lee Hyun-wook opened his eyes and spoke with difficulty. "Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook, I told you, I'm not the type of person who runs away." Not letting him continue, he slammed his head hard against the floor. Kang Mok groaned irritably. "What are you mumbling about?" "Shut up." The panicked scene in the tunnel echoed with voices. "Stop." Seo Eun-ha furiously held her shield, questioning, "What do you want, huh?" She stood beside him, calmly asking for the platoon leader's help. "I'm sorry, but could you please head to the control room first?" She looked like she understood what he was planning, but he cut her off before she could reach the control room. "Give the order to locate the artifact, and hurry up, organize the personnel to mobilize and relocate immediately." His eyes were icy, filled with killing intent. "As for me, I'll kill this bastard and join you later." She gasped in surprise, unable to respond. Kang Mok suddenly noticed her and spoke up. "Oh, the captain of the Holy Knight's daughter, I see. Nice. I didn't want to have to kill them all and come find you myself, but look at you. You walked right into my trap." Eun-ha agreed with what he said and followed his instructions carefully. "I'm heading to the control room, and don't you dare die, that's an order." Seeing her leave, he called out, "Hey, where do you think you're going?" Lee Hyun-wook said slowly, "Lee Hyun-wook, I really don't like that guy. He's just a brute who relies entirely on his strength." He was confused. "Huang, what are you mumbling about?" He crushed the item in front of his chest, making it glow, and continued, "But you know he risked his life fighting just because of one word I said. So, if I have any self-respect left, I have to risk my own life to take revenge for him." The system broadcast information. Item info. Rank B, Magic Bottle. Magic bottles are used to provide concentrated mana to the caster at 100% capacity. Warning, excessive use will cause bodily harm to the caster. Lee Hyun-wook immediately lunged into attack. Kang Mok amusedly remarked, "Look at this madman." "Fine, come at me then. Let's see what you've got." No sooner had he finished speaking than he was startled when the boy slid between his legs. Not missing his chance, he regained his balance and spun around. Just as he turned his head, a flash of light appeared in front of him. Countless sharp points pierced his body and flew toward the boy. He gritted his teeth, stumbling with a body full of wounds, not realizing the boy's weapon had returned behind him. Holding the mana-infused spear high, he shouted, "Unlock." The spear in his hand immediately swept horizontally. He frowned, staring intently at the iron pillar, his hands gripping the spear, struggling against the guy's armor. Kang Mok shifted, easily catching his weapon. "Arrogant. Is that all your pathetic little tricks amount to?" "I'm disappointed." He added a kick, mocking, "You said you were getting revenge, right?" The boy took a stance to reduce damage. Indestructible diamond body. The force of the kick sent him flying backward. Lee Hyun-wook tried to use his hands to slow his slide, his eyes still darting to check the situation. Where his eyes swept, Lee Hyun-wook lay gasping for breath. Kang Mok teleported behind him, taunting, "Where are you looking?" The boy jumped into the air, Before the guy's punch landed, he quickly landed on the wall. Lee Hyun-wook immediately looked up to observe his opponent. What caught his eye was the guy with glowing red eyes charging in close, mocking him while attacking. Are you just going to keep dodging like a rat forever? He focused solely on dodging blow after blow. Kang Mok was excited as the distance closed. Gotcha. Lee Hyun-wook curled up, his hands emitting a green light. Indestructible diamond body. The guy's punch was so strong it smashed the boy into the wall. He took the hit, eyebrows furrowed, letting out a faint grunt. The guy stood outside the broken wall, looking in. Kang Mok, in his monster form with glowing red eyes, spewed insults. Do you really think you can kill me just with a few holy weapons? You talk about revenge, but this is all you can do? Ridiculous. A loud rumbling noise erupted, making him slightly startled. Huh? What's that sound? Where is this place? The boy calmly explained, You're right. A few weapons aren't enough to kill you. That's why I brought you here. Hugging his wounded body, he stood inside and introduced, This is the indestructible flow. Every weapon in this room is vibrating, they're all yours. This is a restricted area. Anti-Magic Brigade, Battalion 3, Armory. A sense of unease began to rise within him. The boy gritted his teeth and tapped his chest. Blood dripped from his mouth, but his gaze remained rock solid. Let's see who dies first, you bastard. A yellow magic circle appeared in front of the zombies. They rushed through the space gate. Suddenly, they all looked confused, glancing around. Lee Min-hee controlled the gate, urging everyone. I've blocked a few monsters, but that's my limit. We don't have much time left. Hurry. He tried his best to hold the center, yelling, Restore communication channels. Everyone, get ready to fire. Prepare to attack. The snipers were all in their designated positions. He still stood there, maintaining the formation to stop the zombies. The immense drain made him cry out, Ag. The magic circle was weak. It was shattered by their fierce onslaught. Lee Min-hee sat down exhausted, watching them pour into the room. One raised its sword to bring it down on his head. His eyes filled with despair. He opened his mouth to warn, Fire. At that same moment, Un-ha arrived, accompanied by a wave of sword energy that split the skeletal soldier in two. She sheathed her sword and asked about the situation. Lieutenant Lee Min-hee, are you okay? He happily called her name, Lieutenant Seo Un-ha. The skeletons burned in a fierce fire, blending with the voice that spoke up. We have cleared all the bone soldiers in the command room. Everything in this area was now under control. Lee Min-hee looked at her, slightly moved. Thanks. If they had taken the command room, we'd all be dead. A staff member suddenly reported, Lieutenant, we've re-established the communication channel. We've connected with Battalion 3. Hearing that, he excitedly urged, Hurry, ask them for help. The soldier's eyes suddenly widened. He lost all hope, hesitating. But they said monster gates are opening there too. At the Battalion 3 headquarters, the scene was chaotic as armies of monsters poured in. Lee Min-hee and Un-ha opened their mouths in shock. What? Then they immediately requested a connection to the Blue Flower Guild. But the guild building had been occupied by a dragon. The subordinate replied weakly, Many gates are opening over there too. Uneasy, he ordered. Connect to Battalion 5. Connect to Battalion 6. And then, they received the same news. All units in nearby guilds confirmed that gates were appearing everywhere. He jumped up, agitated. Right now, everyone is calling for support. Everywhere is like hell. Both of them were stunned, unable to believe it. After a long moment, he noticed a detail and shouted, calling them over. This is the 12th emergency distress signal. Seeing the caller, everyone stood at attention. Major, the loyal Kim Kang-chul, sat in the cabin explaining, I'm heading back to base. But it will take some time, so please understand. The helicopter was also racing through the night sky at high speed. His voice rang out through the screen. What's the current situation? Un-ha spoke up clearly. Currently, many gates are opening everywhere, causing chaos between the Awakeners and the enemy. Furthermore, most commanders, including the chief commander, have gone missing. They are presumed to have been assassinated. Kim Kang-chul frowned, questioning, Is that the full extent of the situation we're currently facing? She nodded respectfully. That is the current status, sir. Every word he spoke radiated overwhelming pressure toward the 2 battalion commanders present. I'm asking if there's any way to resolve this emergency. Her eyes widened, and she bit her lip, unable to speak. The transmission screen was heavily distorted by interference. Regaining her composure, she stated, Major, I have something to say. He didn't waste time with useless words. Speak. Seo Un-ha boldly presented her reasoning. It might sound a bit absurd given the current situation, but I propose we grant temporary command to Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook. Lee Min-hee asked irritably, What are you talking about? He crossed his arms and frowned with suspicion. I'm curious to hear your reasoning. Didn't you agree that we need to be cautious and suspicious of Sergeant Lee's actions? Her eyes were filled with determination. His sudden actions indeed warrant caution, sir, but so far, everything has unfolded quite normally. Over there, Lee Hyun-wook was pounding his own chest repeatedly. System notification, item information, grade 3 mana potion. A mana potion that provides concentrated mana to the user. Current mana, 100%. Caution. Excessive use may cause physical harm to the user. All the weapons in the armory had been enveloped in energy. He struggled to stand up and declared, "Oh, Kang-mok, I've prepared this for you. Various weapon types. Be aware that this is a restricted area." Third, Monster Suppression Brigade, Armory 1. In his monster form, he looked confused. "How do you know my name?" Ignoring the blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, he challenged, "Let's see who gets destroyed first or who dies first. Everyone, charge in all at once." Once he finished speaking, he mobilized the weapons he had at his disposal, taking a ready stance for attack. They chased each other, lunging through the tear in the wall, aiming for him. Kang-mok, refusing to be looked down upon, activated his defensive mode, Infinite Sword Barrier. They collided with his solid armor, sparking showers of fire. Whenever one blade shattered, another took its place to fill the gap. Remaining mana, 87%. His glowing red eyes radiated a mocking gaze. "You idiot, is this all you can do?" He stepped forward. "I'll reward your hard work all this time with a painless death." Kang-mok calmly advanced, ignoring the blades before him. "Come on, try every trick you have." Each step the monster took felt heavy as 1,000 pounds. Even his massive weapons couldn't shake him. He gritted his teeth, trying to swallow the blood in his chest. Lee Hyun-wook poured more blue mana into his hands and shouted, "Urgh!" And he succeeded in forcing the monster to back away. He advanced again, but his mask showed signs of shattering. Seol, unable to hide his excitement, he laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, that's interesting. More. Give me more." Those idiots who always think they're strong always end up dying miserably. Remaining mana, 38%. He had appeared right in front of him. A deathly fist descended, and Kang-mok happily scolded him. "Just like your incompetent comrades, you think you're strong enough to face me." The area was smashed to the point where its original shape was unrecognizable. Yet, as the dust settled, only Kang-mok stood there alone. A sharp spear pierced through the wind. He quickly lunged from the side to his back. He pressed right up against his back. With a grim expression, he asked, "Are you surprised, you bastard?" The deadly spear easily pierced his chest through the wound. He ignited his holy power, destroying the monster's body from the inside. After carefully observing the abnormal performance and suspicious behavior of Lee Hyun-wook beforehand, there was a sound. I suspected he belonged to a secret society with the goal of destroying South Korea. Or perhaps he was a spy from another nation. But he just glared at him frantically. "You will also die like those stupid bastards who always think they're strong." Kang-mok's body lost all vitality and began to burn. But now, I am certain, Lee Hyun-wook had observed from the very beginning. He is not a spy. He has stayed ahead of everyone, risking his life to handle this chaos. Furthermore, from the Gupling Gate in Itaewon to the unfortunate event in Gasol and the Red Gate in Seolim, the weapon returned to his side as if on cue. He is always at the center of the events, holding the key to solving the situation. The axe was placed on his back. Moreover, his strategy not only solves the situation quickly, but he also pays attention to saving the people around him. He solemnly promised, "I apologize for not being able to protect everyone. Even if this place collapses, I will return and bring everyone's bodies back." Then he quietly turned and walked away. "In this life, I will never survive alone and leave my comrades behind." The command room echoed with the statement. "Considering the situation and his actions up to this point, I believe Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook is the right person for this mission." Kim Kang-chul pondered for a moment. "You're right. I fully agree with this idea." Coincidentally, the person being discussed is already here. Everyone was relieved when he returned. They called out in unison, "Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook." He went straight to the point. "We are granting you temporary command of the 3rd Monster Suppression Brigade, 1st Battalion." He asked seriously, "Does the command include access to the armory?" Kim Kang-chul replied, "Exactly. Can you turn the tide of this dangerous situation?" The veins on the back of his hands stood out from gripping his fists so tightly. He obeyed without hesitation. "Yes, sir. I will do my absolute best. It's time for a counterattack." The soldiers received the order and fired continuously at the zombies. Approaching the location at Camp 1, the defensive line, someone ordered, "Cast the magic circle." Magic circles appeared right above the zombies' heads. The next order was given, "Fire." 4 magic circles generated sparks that struck the zombies directly, destroying them, leaving them incinerated. Immediately, the man who gave the order earlier panicked. "Damn it, if it keeps going like this, it will never end." The zombies wielding swords and shields escaped the magic circles and quickly entered Camp 2. The magic circle strategy was also used there. They were trying to eliminate them. Those zombies that escaped the attacks lunged straight for the building. A voice rang out as they were attacked. They breached the second floor. As the girls were bravely fighting the zombies, someone spoke up. Retreat. Sehi patted one of them on the shoulder and ordered, "Go to the upper floor." The panicked girl replied with tears in her eyes, "We can't save the people on the second floor. There are too many of them." Sehi patted one of them on the shoulder, ordering, "Get to the upper floors." The girl, panicked and in tears, replied, "We can't save the people on the second floor. There are just too many of them." She blames herself for not being able to save them, furiously slamming her hand against the stair railing and shouting, "We can't hold them back any longer." A figure wielding a blade appears, wiping out the zombies at the guard post. Choi Joo-hun kills them with a single swift strike. Two soldiers watching are stunned. They panic and yell, "Sergeant Choi Joo-hun, are you okay?" After he clears the area. Exhausted, he braces himself against his thighs, slumping over. "Do I look okay to you?" Before he can even catch his breath, a new wave of zombies arrives. His eyes widen, pupils contracting. He breathes heavily and frowns. Because of that totem, they're so hard to kill. They're flooding in. Choi Joo-hun excitedly points his blade forward. This is starting to get interesting. At the bunker's command and control room, Lee Hyun-wook explains the zombie situation. The scorpions infiltrating the barracks aren't that strong, but their numbers must be at least equivalent to a full unit. 10,000 to 20,000. He wraps up the point. With these numbers, our current strategy will fail. Lee Min-hee offers an opinion. We have no choice but to establish a base in the bunker and issues instructions. He quickly counters him. You can't do that. Recalling the image of them slaughtering civilians, he explains his reasoning. If we dodge them, these monsters will become a death squad, moving strategically, controlled by those who set up the totems. If the monsters flood down to Namsan, hundreds will die. The other man loses his cool and yells. Then what are we supposed to do now? Lee Hyun-wook presents his own idea. Write down the leader's name. Everyone, go find the totems together with the guards at the checkpoints. Unha turns to ask, and what about the zombies? With a firm and steady gaze, he lays out the plan. We will open the guard posts and herd all the zombies into one place. Min-hee, shocked by his plan, raises his voice. Are you insane? If those monsters are gathered in one spot, we'll all die. Lee Hyun-wook says proudly. Not at all, Deputy Commander. If you and I coordinate, they will be the ones who get wiped out. The man looks confused, pointing at himself, not quite believing it. Me? Choi Joo-hun is breathing hard and asks back in a flustered surprise. Why me? He refuses, leaning against the gate and looking at the dead zombies in front of him. Find all those totems? How am I supposed to find them all over Namsan? Lee Hyun-wook is slightly helpless, explaining with a blank face. Don't worry about that. A team member has already found the specific locations for you. The two soldiers guarding the gate panic as they see a new wave of zombies approaching and yell out, Sergeant Choi Joo-hun. They're swarming in again. Lee Hyun-wook looks serious and gives an order. Right now, I am in command. You must follow my orders. He rolls his eyes, pretending not to hear. What? I can't hear anything. Classified information. He is speechless, a thought flashing through his mind. Ah, right. I forgot about his temperament. What a dummy. He is surprised and shocked when the other end of the radio speaks. Choi, 21-year-old whiskey, Valentine Choi Joo-hun. He replies slyly, 30. He sighs in relief and smirks. Still the same as ever. He never takes anything seriously. At the same time, the radio transmits info. Classified information. Do you want me to go or not? A helpless voice comes over the radio. Fine. Having received the result, his face clearly shows joy. Understood. I'm leaving now. Unha turns towards the door, saying, Then I'm heading to Xandis boss. Lee Hyun-wook watches her leave, asking for help. Command the attack team. See you later. Meanwhile, please take care of the team members. She turns her head and replies, Certainly, don't worry. I don't plan on us losing any more soldiers. At night, under the vast sky, the drone takes flight with a resonant sound. The command center announces, Soldiers, try your best to hold off the zombie horde. And as they kill, they hear the announcement, Everyone, stop attacking and move inside. Soldiers keep firing at the zombies as orders are repeatedly shouted. Everyone, retreat to the bunker. The leader commands everyone, mages, shift the defensive barrier. Prepare for the incoming attacks. Why hasn't the backup arrived yet? At the observation room, two soldiers watch the situation intently and report. The zombies are already passing the guard posts. Current distance of the zombies, 200 meters from barracks number 2. The distance has shortened to 100 meters. Noisy, urgent sounds echo. 50 meters. The scorpions and zombies are already here. They swarm toward the building, blending in with the hurried sounds of people moving inside. The mages shift the defensive barrier. The leader's voice rings out, prepare for the impending attack. They advance, growling with glowing eyes, grr. Kim Si-hee stands on high, looking down. Thousands of zombies are rioting. She wonders, can they really stop this with just a defensive barrier? Are they crazy? Immediately after, someone gives her an order. Lieutenant Kim Se-hee, control the wind inside the barracks. Keep the wind speed under 3 meters per second. She is surprised by the plan. She exclaims, what on earth are they thinking? At this moment, 2 people are examining the magic at the inner brigade. Monster number 3, the armory. Lee Hyun-wook starts to think, my space only has a maximum of 90 meters. I never thought about connecting these spaces to a fixed point. To increase accuracy, Min-hee carefully casts a circle on the floor. That circle connects to the final point, which is under the drone. The drone has passed 800 meters. He frowns, thinking, this ability to connect and recreate space isn't something just anyone can do. The drone reaches its maximum communication altitude of 1 kilometer. The order is given, maintain the drone at this position. He looks at the report results. Platoon leader, the space area has been expanded to its maximum. Lee Hyun-wook uses his ability, placing his sword in the center of the circle. He confidently performs the first shot from afar. Carol is startled, seeing a light from the sky. It descends. Ah! He suddenly regains his composure, looking up as the sword pierces through, slamming directly into the zombie horde. The area hit explodes instantly, destroying everything around it. Soldiers observing from the mountain peak report the first shot was a hit. They watch and remind Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook, do not make any mistakes. He endures the pain, crushing the item right near his heart. Bright red light erupts and fragments fly out. The system notifies him of the item information, mana potion. He endured the agony and crushed the item right over his heart. A brilliant red light bursts forth, scattering shards into the air. The system announced the item details, mana potion. Rank B mana potion, used to support concentrated mana infusion for the caster, 100% effectiveness. Warning, overusage will cause bodily damage to the caster. Lee Hyun-wook, focus your power. With a steady gaze, let's do this. This time, he releases all his weapons, forming a rain of swords. They pierce through the circle, raining down upon the zombies. None of them can escape this sword storm. The raid team turns back, shocked to witness the scene. She and the commander from before also stare in disbelief at the spectacle. Lee Hyun-wook tries to pour all his remaining energy into this cast. He thinks to himself, right now, I am the commander. Carol stands in the distance, witnessing the sword rain pouring down, along with his determination etched into her subconscious. I won't let any of them die in this battle. She opens her eyes, stunned, truly unbelievable. Lee Min-hee knits his brows and turns to look at him. Blood is streaming from his nose and mouth, because he overexerted himself with such determination, not wanting anyone else to die because of him. Before a series of skeletons lying flat, covering the ground, a voice rings out. An announcement from command headquarters. Se-hee is excited and praises him. He's actually insane. Facing the surviving monsters, orders are issued. Evacuate the wounded and eliminate all remaining monsters. Repeating, quickly evacuate the wounded and eliminate all remaining monsters. The teammates, who were busy saving people, are also stunned. Lee Hyun-wook is this strong. Choi Ju-hun, on the hillside, wonders, our battalion has an A-ranker and nobody knew. Un-ha calmly replies, I don't think a rank can explain this. He gapes. What is that over there? Lee Min-hee tries to maintain his strength. Inwardly analyzing, he used his acceleration ability from high above and turned it into an area of effect attack that exceeds A rank. He looks grim, commenting, Lee Hyun-wook, this guy is not to be trifled with. Suddenly, he sinks to the floor. Hey, he asks worriedly, Lee Hyun-wook, are you okay? He pays no attention, just reminding them platoon leader, it's not over yet. You need to focus on maintaining the teleportation zone. Lee Min-hee grips his wrist anxiously. I'm at my limit, too. Not much longer now. He grits his teeth. Just a little more, please. Elsewhere, Carol is standing there biting her nails. Aaron suddenly appears and reports, oh, the target has reached the command room, but there's no response. The monsters are almost wiped out. Then, he asks cautiously, should we wait until the gate opens? She yells angrily, shut up, I'm thinking. Damn it. Recalling the barrage of iron spikes from above, she assesses, this isn't the power of a mountain king, or a reserve sword saint, or a holy knight. We have no information on him. A wide-range attack at this level, her brows knit tightly as she ventures a guess. Could he be at the level of a high-ranking army commander? Suddenly, Arin speaks up. Carol glances at him. Is there a scout nearby? She focuses her gaze on Kyung-jin, who is hiding behind a tree, trembling from being discovered. Arin immediately turns into a wisp of smoke as she says, I have many things to ask him. Bring him to me, immediately. Pyongjin realizes things are not looking good and quickly takes off. He dashes away as fast as he can, not forgetting to grab his walkie-talkie while Aaron glides behind him like the Grim Reaper. He rushes to report. Enemy spotted at location B39. Enemy spotted at location B39. Lee Hyun-wook's eyes widen when he hears this. Even Choi Ju-hun, Eun-ha, and the other soldiers tense up. Kyungjin breaks into a sweat and continues. They're about to catch me. I don't think I can shake them off. Arin catches up and lunges to cover his mouth. The walkie-talkie flies out and hits the ground. Lee Hyun-wook, on the other end, screams in worry. Kim Kyung-jin, command center, send a drone there immediately. The drone is instantly teleported over. Eun-ha, on her side, draws her sword and urges. Choi Ju-hun, hurry. He replies seriously, providing support immediately. Then, with a leap, he quickly vanishes. Carol stands high up, observing the situation. She raises her hand to signal and mutters. More than just one, huh? Eun-ha's team gathers back to back. She commands, our position has been compromised. Switch to defensive formation. When she looks up, she and the magic armor recognize each other. It quickly raises its sword high. Eun-ha warns, watch out. The soldier in the group raises his shield against the magic armor's attack. The shield glows according to her words. Enemy detected. They raise the shield, but a single slash shatters it, and Min-tae's left shoulder takes a direct hit, causing him to scream in pain. Arg! Arg! Eun-ha, on this side, also stumbles before the heavy slash of the magic armor. She grinds her teeth, holding her ground, but she doesn't know since when there has been a wound on her shoulder. Eun-ha narrows her eyes, erupting with energy, knocking back both the sword and the monster's body, then hurriedly warns. Keep your distance from them. It's magic armor. If any part of your body touches them, it will rot immediately. The teammates quickly pull and Min-tae back. Then, they ask worriedly, Corporal An and Min-tae, are you okay? He clutches his shoulder and replies, I think I dislocated it. Someone shouts, there are more coming. More and more magic armor advance to surround them. Amidst the terrifying roars, someone asks in confusion, Platoon leader, what do we do now? Suddenly, Eun-ha's body glows according to her words. Fall back behind me. A pair of wings spreads out from the shield. It's so large it illuminates the entire area. The golden cage born from the wings surrounds them. Finally, it is complete, blocking the magic armor. When they recklessly approach, they can only endure being burned until they smoke. None of them can reach Eun-ha's group. She slams the shield down, hard sanctuary technique. Then she instructs. For 7 minutes, everyone will receive a blessing from the sanctuary. If you get a chance, leave and focus on finding those progenitor types. Subordinate objects. But isn't it true that just one of them requires the whole platoon to fight back? Are you sure you'll be okay alone? She shoots off, leaving after saying, more than enough. She quickly lands on the shoulder of a magic armor, her sword erupting with golden holy light. Eun-ha stabs deep into its mouth, then grips the hilt with both hands and swings upward in a powerful motion, making its head explode. But another one takes the opportunity to attack. She decisively slashes down, splitting her companion's body in two, but she has already tossed herself high into the air. Leveraging the momentum, she stabs deep into the shoulder of another magic armor. She grits her teeth as the holy light erupts. The subordinates are dumbfounded, commenting, do holy knights always fight like that? Junmo replies, I don't know about others, but he continues exclaiming, now I understand why others call Lieutenant Seal a maniac whenever she holds a sword. Then Eun-ha successfully destroys the magic armor's arm and pauses, looking at her sword. He was a madman whenever he held a sword. Then, Eun-ha successfully shattered the arm of the hellhound and froze, staring at the blade. What the? The divine light's power suddenly cut out. Before he could even recover, she was already closing in. Arin nimbly planted her hand, vaulted over him, rolled across his shoulder, and slammed into the cliffside. The soldiers panicked as they watched the rift above the Holy Land vanish. Arin, on the other side, gritted her teeth and braced herself with her sword. A red warning flared into view. Gregory's curse is spreading. All divine power in the area is nullified. Gregory was an organization of fallen angels, and Azazel was their leader. The relic the group used, the one Azazel carried, was a weapon specifically designed to suppress divine power. Carol hovered in the air, leaking toxic green mist. Aaron stared, stunned, while On, looking grim, remarked, finally, I get to see the arrogant face of a holy knight. Choi Ju-hun dashed through the trees, moving forward relentlessly until his target came into view. He flashed an arrogant grin. Found you. He followed up by slashing his flaming sword toward Aaron's arm. He easily sliced the hand off, but it simply dissolved into nothing. That made Kyung-jin lose his support and fall. Just as Choi Joo-hun caught him, Aaron dissolved into smoke and vanished. Choi Joo-hun frowned, eyeing the black mist. Looks like I can't cut through this stuff. Suddenly, he sensed something from the trees. Oh ho, hiding, are we? Right after that, Choi Joo-hun suddenly grabbed Kyung-jin's face and wailed dramatically. Ah, right. Kim Kyung-jin, are you okay? Open your eyes. If you die, Lee Hyun-wook won't give me any more whiskey. Aaron's hand morphed into a sharp spike and thrust toward them. Choi Joo-hun nimbly dodged while holding Kyung-jin, mocking her with a laugh. Too slow. Before leaping far back to put some distance between them, but she was able to keep up, aiming to stab him in the back. His eyes darted down. She can match my speed? Choi Joo-hun arched his back and leaned to the side. His waist still got grazed by the blade. He managed to land while carrying Kyung-jin, and Aaron spoke up. So, you're the Saint Knight candidate, huh? Judging by your speed and reflexes, as he stood defensively in front of his comrade, she commented, I can see why the infiltration group was defeated, but that's useless against me, because I cannot be killed by a sword. Observing the blood that had stopped flowing from Choi Joo-hun's waist, Aaron admitted, it would be such a waste to kill you. She then reached out a hand, inviting him, join us. Imagining him painting the world in blood, she tempted him. If you gain the power of a vampire, you could stand at the pinnacle of the world. Suddenly, her eyes widened as if she realized something. Her sharp fingernails curled. You could become the chosen one, just like me. Choi Joo-hun shouted angrily, what a load of crap. Stop saying such nonsense. And how are you going to pay for my A-rank uniform? Huh. The air suddenly turned heavy. A question mark appeared over Aaron's head. Are you an idiot? Water gushed from her hand as she declared, it seems words aren't enough to make you understand. The purple water of the Aaron River surged forward, engulfing both Choi Joo-hun and his teammate. He was confused. What is this? The ground turned to mush. Kyung-jin was still unconscious, causing him to yell, hey, wake up. You're sinking. Aaron reminded him, your feet are locked now. The more you struggle, the faster you'll sink. Choi Joo-hun raised an eyebrow and muttered, what should I do with him? It was tough to fight while looking after him. He silently decided, once you wake up, I'm definitely going to beat you up. She appeared right behind him. Is that your last testament? The water tightened around Choi Joo-hun's legs. Protecting Kyung-jin had forced him to take another wound. He switched his short sword to his other hand, gritting his teeth, and swung up, severing Aaron's arm once again. But she quickly changed direction. Ambushing me from behind? I'm pretty sure I told you that stabbing me like that is pointless. Choi Joo-hun leaned back slightly as the blade whizzed past his shoulder. Then came the trade. She slashed, he blocked at high speed. Unfortunately, he got a scratch on his right shoulder. Ugh, Aaron sneered. How embarrassing for a Saint Knight candidate's reputation. You have absolutely no defense on your back. As she prepared to dash off like smoke, he spoke up to stop her. Hey, hold on. You keep aiming for my back, don't you? He spread his arms wide, defiantly adding, wounds on the back are a disgrace to a swordsman. I'll take them head on. Come at me. The tense atmosphere froze. Aaron had determined he was truly an idiot. She wrinkled her nose in annoyance. I can't believe I offered to let you join us. It's embarrassing. Kyung-jin was almost completely submerged by the water. Choi Joo-hun replied calmly, that's right. Then he flashed a mocking grin. Now that swamp won't trap us anymore. Thanks for being so easy. Take that, you idiot. Aaron, arrogant, didn't buy the bluff. That's enough. Unfortunately for you, you have to face me. He acted innocent again. That's enough. Have you ever been slashed at the speed of light? Her face wrinkled with frustration as she sighed. I'm getting tired of dealing with you. Losing patience, she pointed her blade at him. I don't need a lunatic like you as a comrade. Die. Choi Joo-hun just laughed nonchalantly, showing no fear. Time seemed to freeze. As his entire body radiated a golden light, he closed the distance instantly. Aaron hadn't moved. He raised his knee out of the water, and by the time he fully withdrew it, Choi Joo-hun lunged straight forward. A blade flashed across Aaron's arm, severing it for the third time, but this time, it slashed a few more times in quick succession. From top to bottom, and finally, he pointed his sword directly into Aaron's wide-open mouth. His eyes were cold and focused. The suspended leaves fell as time resumed. Aaron's body burst into pieces. The shockwave was so violent that dust billowed high into the air. Once things settled, Choi Joo-hun stood firmly on the ground. He examined his short sword and evaluated. I used a blade imbued with divine power, so it should inflict much greater damage on you. But it seems that wasn't enough to kill you. I guess I have to destroy your true form. Aaron, covered in blood, threw a tantrum. You lunatic. This is ridiculous. How could you do that to me? That's cheating. I won't accept this. Choi Ju-hun bared his white teeth in a sarcastic sneer. With that mouth? How can you say that to me? Now I see you're nothing special, are you? All you can do is just die. When you're hit by my light-speed slashes, you can't dodge, no surprise there. Her eyes showed shock, then she cursed weakly. You bastard. His hand holding the sword glowed. Let me help you shut that mouth. Choi Ju-hun swung, shing, shing. Aaron's entire body was shredded into pieces by the golden light. Finally, she dissolved into red debris that faded into the air. He collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Ah, I'm starving. If I push my metabolism to this level one more time, I'm really going to die. Carol floated in the air, radiating a green aura. A warning appeared. Gregory Azazel's curse was neutralizing all holy power in the area. Gregory is an organization of fallen angels led by Azazel. Azazel uses the organization's relics to counter holy power. She grinned excitedly. I'm so curious what kind of face will a holy knight make when they're about to die. The giant cursed armor raised a massive blade, preparing to strike. Suddenly, a barrage of green spikes shot out. As the armor swung down, it dodged, causing the blade to miss. Someone jumped down from a teleportation circle. It was Lee Hyun-wook. He skidded across the ground, sliding to a stop. Carol arched an eyebrow, while Seo Eun-ha's eyes widened in surprise, and the other soldiers were equally startled. Appearing before them, he bowed his head slightly and asked in a low, cold voice, "Where are the soldiers you were chasing?" Carol thought angrily. Who the hell is this guy? Lee Hyun-wook gritted his teeth, remembering his fallen comrades. With an explosive burst of energy, he roared, "Answer me. Where are the members of my squad?" A row of giant cursed armors stepped forward, shielding the soldiers. Carol sneered. It seems you don't realize your situation, do you? Instead of worrying about them, you should be worrying about what's right in front of you. Who knows when they'll die? White feathers constantly radiated energy, protecting the group of soldiers. Lee Hyun-wook frowned as he noticed. Suddenly, the armors raised their arms. A barrage of green spikes flew out, piercing their own limbs, making them roar. Lee Hyun-wook urged, Captain Seo Eun-ha. Now, I know. She drove her sword straight into the cursed armor's face. However, the one next to her raised its massive blade, ready to strike the golden cage, but it wasn't successful yet. It was slammed by the life force armor and grabbed by the shoulder, while a green spear pierced the other one. A notification appeared. A more powerful suppression force had emerged. Death magic activated, controlling cursed armor. New suppression power named Iron Control. Lee Hyun-wook looked up in surprise. Suppression power? Notification. Update complete. When the new suppression power is activated, the current one will be replaced. Power. Master. Master will affect standard life force armor, making it stronger. Do you want to keep this power to enhance the life force armor? He decided instantly. I agree. The cursed armor he attacked suddenly spewed thick red gas. An event appeared. You have used the master power on the life force armor. Warning. Depending on your suppression level, the life force armor may have limited range or functions. The gas around it turned blue. With a decisive swing of his sword, he took the head of the enemy. Everyone gasped at the sight. Even Carol was startled, her eyes widening. She had been watching the whole time and realized, So, you're the one who ruined my fun, he panted, breathing heavily and retorted. Fun? You call this fun? If you don't want me to break those horns of yours, she gritted her teeth, emitting a scorching green aura. As he demanded, return my comrades to me. Seo Eun-ha, wounded even in the leg, stood guard. The cursed armor sat up again, forcing her into a defensive stance. Carol closed her eyes and covered her mouth. What's wrong? Is that all you've got? That was quite the flashy greeting. You're so boring. Lee Hyun-wook narrowed his eyes and glanced aside. It's not over yet. A green light streaked across the forest on the other side. The cursed armors roared as they approached. The life force armor raised its sword, shielding the soldiers from Carol's sarcastic remark. That area of effect attack, just now, impressive. I'm very interested to see what you'll do next. But are you only capable of stealing cursed armors and controlling them? She tilted her head and smirked. You can't even use holy power, so what do you expect to accomplish with just 2 armors? The green light burst out from the trees. Lee Hyun-wook realized, this is it. He bowed his head and spoke. You're right. I can't do much right now. Carol wore an arrogant smile, but a green spear suddenly surged forward, startling her. He held up 2 fingers and said, That's why I'm going to turn the tables. Item information. Trista's treasure bow. Effect. Enemy tracking. Always hits the target, bypassing all magic resistance. Carol fell backward, dodging the green arrow. She turned and fled, causing the effect of Gregory Azazel's curse to dissipate. The power-suppressing holy energy was weakening. Seo Eun-ha was startled to see her sword glowing. My holy power is back. Lee Hyun-wook planted his feet and ordered, Captain, handle the remaining cursed armors. Everyone else, track down and eliminate the progenitor as soon as possible. The soldiers replied in unison, understood. Suddenly, Seo Eun-ha shouted, wait, Hyung-wook, go with Choi Choi Ju-hun. He retorted, Kim Kyung-jin's life depends on this battle. I don't have time to waste. He dashed forward, the spikes weaving through the trees, leaving green trails behind. Carol ran while looking back, speculating. What is this? Isn't that just a normal arrow? It can't be the treasure bow, can it? Hyung-wook glided through the air like the wind. He gritted his teeth, thinking, iron sword. Seeing the arrow flash through the forest. There, Hyung-wook summoned a red spear. Carol panicked as the spike approached. She bit her lip, watching it almost pierce her. Just as the tip of the arrow struck the emblem on her chest, a violent surge of energy exploded behind Carol, and Hyung-wook raised the spear high. Smash! Return my comrades! She hunched over as if waiting for the attack to land. The spear thrust forward, then was engulfed by red gas. A flame suddenly ignited in front of Carol's chest. She lamented, now I'm not just bored. Two long, sharp horns grew larger and more solid. Hyung-wook frowned at the sight. Carol grabbed his arrow without a scratch. Disappointing. She shouted in frustration, I hate this. I never thought I'd have to reveal my true form to a lowly creature like you. A source of red energy struck Hyung-wook's back. He silently activated the indestructible Vajra body, then was blown away. Carol shrieked when she saw the crack on her emblem. I never thought I'd have to pretend to fall for such an obvious trap. She frowned, emphasizing, because of someone who doesn't even know how to use a treasure bow. Hyung-wook grunted, coughing up blood. Then, she wanted to confirm. Are you and the commander who unleashed that area of effect attack the same person? He stood up, bracing himself. Does that matter? If you tell me where my comrades are, I'll tell you. A magic circle appeared along with Carol's mockery. Oh, it's very important. I can't leave. Before I could even savor the look of despair on the one who ruined my plans, Lee Hyun-wook froze. Suddenly, blood-red spider webs began sprouting from the ground. It expanded along with the magic circle. He gritted his teeth, guessing. This web, it's covering the area outside the battlefield. Maybe the entire zone? Wait, she said, plans? So they had everything prepared from the start. What are they planning to do? Over at the command center, they weren't safe from the red webs either. Everyone inside had been killed and were now pinned firmly to them. The spiders silk, then tightened, yanking them up like puppets. When they lifted their heads, they had turned into undead. Back on the battlefield, Carol calmly remarked, You'll meet the ones you're looking for, too. The webs extend to the shelter. One sup has already been defeated and is lying there. Lee Hyun-wook gasped. Could it be? Carol raised an eyebrow, mocking him. Since my subordinates already killed them, you're probably not too happy, are you? He scowled and roared, You scum. Stop it right now. One sup opened his glowing red eyes wide as he retorted, What's wrong? If you love your comrades so much, you should kill them again with your own hands, shouldn't you? The undead shattered the windows of the operations center and lunged out. As soon as they hit the ground, they kept growling, then leaped high toward the massive magic circle at the bunker entrance, attacking relentlessly. Panic erupted. Everyone, watch out for the corpses. If you don't handle them carefully, you'll be attacked. A soldier flinched, seeing something. What is that? Wait, could it be? Watching the blood-covered man, he wondered. Lee once up. With that, he launched himself high toward the peak. Lee Hyun-wook gripped his spear, releasing black energy, and went for the kill. Carol dodged easily and sneered. Is this all you've got? He gripped the spear tighter and lunged, but he was caught in the web. Lee Hyun-wook was pushed back, forced to plant his feet to hold his ground, and unluckily, a red thread sliced across his waist. Carol teased, Why so angry? The people you're longing for are coming. Don't die before they get here. Keep it up. She curled her lip and raised her hand. I'm genuinely curious to see the look of despair on your face when you meet your comrades while they're in their undead state. Lee Hyun-wook gritted his teeth. Damn it. This is tougher than I thought. He noticed her cracked badge. I removed the curse of Gregory Azazel with the divine bow, so I can use holy power once again. But a red warning appeared. The area where the demons were gathering had been alerted. Statistics showed that dark attribute power had increased by 50%, and the undead's healing power had increased by 50%. The number of monsters pouring out of the gate has increased by 100%. He narrowed his eyes, analyzing. The totem is still active. It's what's boosting her power, so even if I use holy power, I'm just wasting mana. In that case, there's only one way. Carol's eyes widened in shock. A level 3 mana potion item window appeared. Consume to restore user's mana. Mana concentration at 100%. The warning flashed. Excessive use may affect the user's body. Lee Hyun-wook crushed the bottle and spat out, Let's make this clear. You're the one who crossed the line first. Another item popped up. The Crown of Light and Darkness, which had the trait of increasing resistance against the undead. The special trait grants an aura attribute to a holy or dark magic weapon. Each time the aura is applied, there will be a penalty. A purple circle appeared above his head. A life for a life, blood for blood. Lee Hyun-wook declared, then I'll put my life on the line and break my limits too. This time, the skill info appeared as he selected the Dark Aura. Effect: grants 30% dark magic crown to a weapon. Penalty: health reduced by 30%. The spear began emitting purple energy. I'll use it, he muttered, fighting fire with fire. Additionally, Lee Hyun-wook received the totem buff. Because of the influence of the demon zone, the dark aura surged rapidly. Carol watched this sequence of actions in bewilderment. What is this? Where is this dark power coming from? With his eyes turning the color of magic, he shouted, prepare yourself. I'm going to swallow your dark energy. With an even stronger dark energy, the pressure from the explosion alone blew away the spider webs. Carol frowned at the sight. His arm gradually changed color as he added, indestructible diamond body. Then, gritting his teeth, he gripped the spear and swung it with all his might. Ha. A slash infused with dark energy flew straight toward Carol. She flew up to dodge it. Unbelievable. He's creating a dark attribute to use against the totem. How is he this insane? Seeing that, Lee Hyun-wook judged. Finally, it's having an effect, if I keep pushing her like this. But his vision blurred, accompanied by a warning. Dark energy has reached the user's limit. The user is entering a state of berserk. The darkness spread, as if trying to consume him. Berserk. Damn it. Why now? Is the totem stronger than I thought? A droplet fell onto the surface of the lake, causing it to ripple in his stream of consciousness. I need to get out of here. I have to get out. But elsewhere. Choi Ju-hun tilted his head in confusion. Whoa, what is this? He suddenly realized something. A group of undead appeared in front of him, making him exclaim, Platoon leader. The other platoon leaders, too. Looking at the group crazily summoning power, Choi Ju-hun muttered, did they take them all down already? He narrowed his eyes in deep thought. He gently laid Kyung-jin down. Lie down here for a bit. Damn it. I hate things like this. He drew his short sword. I made a bet with the commander over some good liquor. It seems I have no choice but to step in and protect this person. Then he launched himself toward the undead. Choi Ju-hun shouted with determination. Forgive me. Rest in peace. Back on the battlefield, Carol was forced to dodge Lee Hyun-wook's attacks. Next, she had to avoid a strike from the dark magic spear, which finally clipped her, making her moan. Ugh. She spread her wings and flew high, while he had fallen into a berserk state. I'll kill you, he growled. Carol threw webs in rage. You can't even control yourself after being consumed by dark energy. Do you really think you can beat me? Lee Hyun-wook tore through the red threads with his own body, then raised his spear high toward Carol. She snarled, You madman. He swung it with immense power. She had to lean back to escape it. Just then, one sub dove down from the sky. His massive axe collided with Lee Hyun-wook's spear, creating a shockwave that sent dust and debris flying. He had lost his mind, putting all his strength into pressing down, but Lee Hyun-wook easily pushed back, then headbutted one sup directly. Carol made a decision. Watching you makes me sick. I'll kill you along with your comrades. Spider webs shot straight toward the two of them. Lee Hyun-wook nimbly leaped up, seizing the moment to shatter the enemy's axe. His firm hand clamped around the throat as dark energy erupted, completely engulfing the enemy. Suddenly, in the depths of his mind, Lee Hyun-wook woke up. What am I doing here? I have to snap out of it and get out right now. Stay calm, Seol Eun-ha's desperate calls echoed incessantly. Lee Hyun-wook, save me. Hundreds of hands kept reaching out, trying to drag him down. Save me, Captain, save me. He panicked as the hands grabbed him. Back in reality, Lee Hyun-wook remained in that same posture. As if paused, he slowly regained his senses, his hands relaxing. A warning appeared. The user's despair and rage had reached their peak. Because of the dark energy, Lee Hyun-wook roared. A notification updated. Congratulations, you have met the requirements to unlock the item's hidden attribute. A fierce blue aura exploded from his body, blowing the enemy away as flames began to roar. Concentrated power surged around Lee Hyun-wook. Received, Hell Rank Demon's Medal. Hidden attribute. Hellfire state unlocked. When the user's dark energy reaches its peak, it will burn until the dark energy is depleted. He stood there silently, radiating energy. Carol panicked. Hellfire, even as a vampire, I've never seen power like this. Something is wrong here. I need to get out of here first. Before she could move, a blue flash sliced through her leg. Lee Hyun-wook had controlled that spear. He raised his hand, catching the returning weapon. Carol clutched her leg and screamed. His eyes glowed. He looked like a god holding the power of life and death in his hands. Meanwhile, in his mind, Lee Hyun-wook was struggling desperately, reaching his hands high as if seeking salvation, while those around him kept pulling him down. He told himself, "Stay calm." His face was being pulled under the water. His hopeless eyes looked up, trying to reassure himself, "If I get dragged in, I'll be completely swallowed by the darkness." Returning to reality, Lee Hyun-wook seemed to have regained his composure. He thought firmly, "I cannot let that happen." Suddenly, Carol deployed a massive magic circle in the sky. With dark red wings on her back, she hurled her attack at him, ferociously yelling, "You arrogant bastard! I'll tear you apart." Spider webs formed a circle, surrounding and advancing toward him, emitting powerful energy. He braced his body, standing his ground to maintain balance. Then, a barrage of webs lunged at him, shattering the ground into tiny pieces. They crept everywhere, leaving nothing intact. Lee Hyun-wook used both hands to brace against two large rocks. A source of blue energy appeared, incinerating them all. Seeing this, she gasped in shock. "He burned my webs, covered in blood." He pointed his finger at her. A stake covered in spirit energy flew around, attacked Carol, and pierced her from behind. She lost her balance and fell. Lee Hyun-wook seized the chance to slash with his spear. With a decisive strike, the magic circle shattered into pieces. Instantly, he returned to a combat stance, his eyes blazing with a powerful blue light, determined to take her down. Carol gritted her teeth in anger. "I can't defeat him with brute force." The battle between the two was fierce. Those standing far away could see the smoke rising. Sergeant Park Jun-mo immediately ordered, "Hurry, find the progenitor." Then he added Sergeant Choi, the platoon leader, and Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook are all fighting on the verge of life and death. "We must do everything we can." As soon as he finished, all three ran quickly. Seeing a statue with a strange face, they shouted, "Corporal Park Jun-mo, I found the progenitor." A few seconds later, the three of them stood around the progenitor. He spoke up, "All right, everyone, take out your holy weapons and set the C4. Then he turned his head to ask Min-tai, "We need your shield. Can you hold out, Min-tai?" She replied with a determined gaze and voice, "Everyone is risking their lives. I will try to hold on until my last breath." Park Jun-mo heard this, slightly frowned, hesitated, and fell silent. In an instant, Min-tai placed her shield next to the progenitor, and both men pushed their shoulders against it to help. Park Jun-mo raised his voice, "Deploy the holy shield. Listen up. We need to combine our strength to destroy the progenitor." Everyone pushed with all their might to drive the sword deep into the progenitor. Behind him, he held a hammer covered in lightning and spoke, "I will empower the holy sword with divine ground." Park Jun-mo gripped his weapon tightly and added, "And the force from the C4 explosion on the shield will help the sword shatter the totem, but if we can't withstand the shockwave, we might all be blown to bits." He shouted to mobilize, but a hand appeared from a dimensional rift, advancing toward the three. Everyone gritted their teeth and held it. It immediately lunged at all three, causing them to lose their balance and fall backward. In a split second, the rest of the head appeared with sharp teeth and 3 horns, emitting a fierce purple aura. It slowly stepped out with a massive body. On its body was sturdy armor. It was the boss monster, the giant armored demon. It then opened its mouth and roared. Ugh! The current situation was very tense. There were 2 battles taking place at once. On this side was the fight between Lee Hyun-wook and Carol, and far away, the giant armored demon was blocking the other 3. Looking toward the monster, she frowned and calculated. "This crazy bastard, there's no choice. We have to abandon the buff and destroy the progenitor." Then she glanced at him and thought to herself, "Then he won't get the buff either and will break free from his frenzied state. And as for the rest, the giant armored demon will handle everything in a heartbeat." Having said that, Carol immediately flew toward the giant armored demon. The next second, Lee Hyun-wook leaped to follow her. Just then, she yelled, "Giant armored demon, destroy the progenitor." Now, hearing that, it turned its head toward the source of the command. The giant armored demon suddenly lifted its axe high to gain momentum. The 3 people trying to destroy the progenitor saw this and panicked. At that moment, Lee Hyun-wook was only a few meters away from her. Carol immediately channeled her power into an arrow to attack him. As the distance between them closed, she pushed a powerful force into the arrow and shouted, "Get away from me, you disgusting bastard." It lunged at Lee Hyun-wook with terrifying power. He didn't hesitate to raise his weapon and use a strong force to strike back. Instantly, it changed direction and flew backward. Carol frowned, observing the movement, and sped toward it. By now, because of the impact, he had been knocked toward the giant armored demon. She ran while watching the arrow heading toward her. Now, Carol was being attacked from both sides. There was no way to save the situation. On the ground, the giant armored demon was using its axe to destroy the progenitor. The 3 of them held their ground, crouching low to keep their balance. Carol's eyes widened in panic. He threw it back at me. Immediately, Lee Hyun-wook lunged, stabbing her from behind. At the same moment, the arrow from the front flew past them, striking the giant demon armor. A massive explosion erupted, and the three of them braced against the cloud of dust. Carol let out a cry. She leaned against a tree, her body pierced by a large hole from his stab, coughing pitifully. Hyun-wook staggered to his feet, an arrow embedded in his chest. Without hesitation, he yanked it out firmly. Seeing this, she let out a scornful laugh. "Hey, you fool," Carol shouted in anger. "You should have let us destroy the progenitor. You've thrown away the only chance to end your own frenzied state." Ignoring her accusations, Hyun-wook stepped forward and grabbed the fossilized eye amulet on her chest. He ripped it off with a forceful jerk. Carol kept criticizing him. You will become a monster, endlessly craving death. The comrades you mourned, she looked up at Hyun-wook, who held the arrow high, and sneered, "Will turn their backs and kill you. I wonder what you'll feel then." Without hesitation, he drove the arrow deep into the center of her chest. Blue flames erupted, engulfing Carol along with her dying scream. Before she passed, Carol wore an evil grin and spoke in a chilling voice. "I will watch you from hell and witness your hopeless death." He said nothing, just stood and watched her. Afterward, Hyun-wook muttered, "Burn." Purple light merged with scorching golden rays on the path ahead. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook." The three of them were struggling to pull him out of the ocean. Suddenly, Hyun-wook opened his eyes, gasping for air as he returned to reality. He was still standing there, watching Carol burning in the intense flames. At the same time, the progenitor shattered. After the battle, the system announced, "The progenitor has been destroyed. The evil zone in this area has been lifted." Suddenly, a voice echoed, "You said your comrades would abandon you, didn't you?" Hyun-wook's face began to flake away in small pieces. He returned to his normal form, his eyes full of confidence and the smile of a victor. "No, they risked their lives to save me, just as I risked mine for them." He remembered being in the forest, gripping the eye tightly in his hand. Hyun-wook glanced around. He then brought the eye close to his mouth. "Support team, report on survivors. Strike team approaching." A soldier spoke up, asking about Corporal Park Junmo. "Park Junmo is alive, and An Min-tae is injured. Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook, are you all right?" Seeing his squad made him happy, a notification popped up. "Congratulations. You have used the Angel's Relic, Fallen Gregory Azazel. It has an unknown effect upon absorption." Receiving word that the mission was complete, Hyun-wook reminded everyone, "We've finished eliminating the main target. Quickly regroup with the battalion commander. The boss monster will awaken soon." Suddenly, he spat out blood. A soldier saw him in pain and turned back, asking, "Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook?" He recalled the times he had been corrupted. "Damn it. Is it because I overexerted myself?" On the other side of the forest, the boss monster rose. Hyun-wook grabbed his spear. He gripped his weapon tightly and shouted, "Support team, evacuate the area." It slammed down, aiming to attack Hyun-wook. Junmo saw it and rushed over in a panic. He glared at it, summoning the power of the indestructible Vajra body. At that moment, a notification appeared with a warning. "The host body cannot withstand the indestructible Vajra body. Activation refused." Hyun-wook was startled. Refused? He blamed himself. "Damn it, I can't stop this thing." The blade was already inches from his head. Junmo screamed in terror, "Sergeant Lee." He closed his eyes and gritted his teeth, waiting for death. The blade slammed down, embedding deep into the ground. After the impact, an explosion erupted. Seeing nothing had happened, Hyun-wook opened his eyes, surprised the blade hadn't hit him. Suddenly, a tiger lunged out of nowhere. It tackled the monster, pinning it down with its teeth, then used its strength to bite off its head. Blood sprayed everywhere. Hyun-wook and his team watched in shock. A helicopter appeared above, the door opened, and someone jumped down. A tall man landed heavily on the ground. He stood up slowly. Kim Kang-chul, with a fierce look on his face, but he asked kindly, "Is everyone safe?" Seeing him, Junmo smiled brightly and shouted, "Battalion Commander." Hyun-wook did something with his spear. The notification continued. "Congratulations, you have defeated the boss monster, Undead Giant Demon Armor, from the Evil Zone event. This tiger was Kim Kang-chul's divine beast. Its name is Mountain King." Kim Kang-chul scanned the area. "Good thing I wasn't too late." The stone statue collapsed. Two beams of blue light took its eyes. A booming voice approached along with heavy footsteps. "Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook, I heard you were allowed access to the battalion's armory." He continued, "But I didn't expect you to take the entire supply with you." At that moment, Hyun-wook held the two medals he'd taken from the statue's eyes in his hand. He hurriedly stuffed both into his mouth, ignoring Kim Kang-chul's protests. "It seems the terrorist incident involving the battalion has been resolved. Give me a brief report. Another notification arrived. Congratulations, you have consumed the Demon Legion metal. It has an unknown effect upon absorption. Lee Hyun-wook stood at attention. He raised his hand, saluted, and shouted, "Sir!" The terrorist attack involving the 3rd Monster Defense Battalion was a planned assault by 5 players. Lee Hyun-wook remembered the vampire Aaron, who was currently imprisoned, and recounted. 4 out of the 5 have been eliminated. The remaining 1 is in custody. Choi Joo-hun stood blankly, looking at the blood-soaked corpses on the ground, panting heavily. Lee Hyun-wook continued. In the process, most military officials have gone missing. Choi Joo-hun gritted his teeth, looking up at the sky in fear. Eun-ha panted after killing the monster. We need to assess the soldier's injuries. She wiped the sweat from her hair. Lee Hyun-wook hesitated, then said, but all remaining monsters are expected to be handled by the battalion soon, he concluded. Therefore, as of 6:37, we report that the battalion's anti-terrorism operation was a success. The sun began to rise, casting rays of light over the town. Kim Kang-chul smiled in satisfaction. Lee Hyun-wook, your reports always contain exactly what I want to hear. He sat up, startled, and shouted, Huh? Is it over already? Junmo looked up, feeling like something was off, and asked, But shouldn't the sun be rising by now? Then he pointed up at the sky. Why is the sky still dark? Suddenly, Hyun-guk spoke up, drawing Kim Kang-chul's attention. Battalion commander, only then did he confess the truth. Unfortunately, this time you're going to hear a report you won't want to hear. Hearing this, he looked surprised, raising an eyebrow slightly. Hyun-guk began to recount the scene of the dragon breathing fire. It burned everything. Based on the number of portals in the vicinity of Seoul, once I took command, fires were breaking out everywhere. Along with the battle against the Andes, he continued, it seems the battalion terrorist attack and the incident in the evil zone were just the beginning. In the middle of the night, under a star-filled sky, the toll booth into Seoul suddenly descended into chaos. A long line of vehicles was gridlocked, causing citizens to flee their cars in a panic. Following the events that have already occurred, Hyun-guk said sternly, their true goal is to trigger the 4th wave that humanity has been dreading. A massive black dome appeared on the ground, looming behind the clouds. He emphasized, and the starting point for all of this is right here. Seoul. The system explained, the worst disaster wave in this game. Monsters pour in like a tidal wave, taking over the human habitat and turning this land into something completely different, belonging to an entirely different world through its degradation. Unlike the previous unfortunate event, it is completely isolated, making entry and exit impossible. Park Sumo, Junmo, and An Min-tae were shocked, their mouths hanging open. Kim Kang-chul was furious, so they had a different goal from the very beginning. He turned to look at the team and ordered, everyone, return to the battalion and get ready to assemble again. Lee Hyun-wook, you're in charge of preparing for the reassembly. Just then, his whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. Seeing his strange behavior, Kim Kang-chul checked on him. Lee Hyun-wook, the notification arrived again. Warning, you are in the process of digesting the Legion of the Devil's Metal. A signal core is forming in your central nervous system. Extreme pain may occur during this process. Your current physical condition is unlikely to withstand this pain. Hyun-guk suddenly collapsed to the ground. Kim Kang-chul and Junmo shouted in panic. Lee Hyun-wook, are you okay? Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook, please, wake up. Despite the agony, he could still hear them calling him in his unconscious state. Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook, Lee Hyun-wook. Lee Hyun returned to the past. Choi Joo-hun raised his hand and asked, Team Leader Lee Hyun-wook, why? Are you certain the 5th wave will begin in the city? Everyone turned toward him, listening intently to his question. Hyun-guk explained. And it was surprisingly simple. He recounted, the first time, California, a place full of rubble with 2 ferocious dragons. The second time, Shanghai, a pack of monsters, with eyes full of gluttony, ready to destroy everything. The third time, Berlin deep under the ocean, an abandoned castle. Finally, the 4th time, Seoul, the palace burned down by a fire. Hyun-guk manipulated the screen to interpret the only common factor in the areas where the waves occurred. The frequency of high-level portal appearances in nearby areas skyrocketed 3 months before the wave. Just like that, they were all concentrating their power to explode all at once. Minnie said dejectedly, Fine, let's assume they knew the source of the wave beforehand. But what about the villains getting in our way? We're almost out of equipment and supplies. Hyun-guk was a bit angry. He gritted his teeth. You're right, they're very strong, and they are equipped with gear that's even more powerful. During the 4th wave, we could have stopped the enemy from using the mythical grade item, Misty. Many people died because of it. He continued, it was all thanks to the sacrifice of many heroes like Lee Sang-gun, Han Tae-san, Choi Jung-cheon, Kim Kang-chul, and Steve Marine. He gritted his teeth. Those villains are formidable because they can create disasters, also known as waves. Hyun-guk recalled the villains who had devastated the city. Led by Juna, he fumed. They can create waves to wipe out humanity just to gain experience and collect item rewards to become stronger. Suddenly, he shouted with emphasis. But now, that's a different story. We already know what their next target is. Hyun-guk looked at the group and reminded them. Instead of just running around in the palm of their hands, we can prepare and counterattack. He frowned, his eyes filled with determination. That alone is enough for us to take action and protect humanity from these evildoers. The past of Lee Hyun-wook, a cold night at the military base. The last resistance of humanity. A pair of feet appeared from somewhere, slowly walking forward. The man holding a weapon warned, "Raise your hands. Don't move. Take off your hood." The blonde-haired man smiled brightly and muttered, "My friend." Unha rushed in, opening the door, and asked frantically, "Hey, Lee Hyun-wook, what's going on?" Her face turned anxious as she continued, "Why would you bring an outsider here at such a critical time? I told you already you aren't allowed to do that." Hyun-guk reassured her, "Don't worry, I vouch for him. We need him. If he hadn't risked his life to support us, we wouldn't have survived. He's a comrade, just like us." Suddenly, the sound of the door opening made him jump. Hyun-guk cheered, "Welcome." He thanked him profusely for coming. Hearing the appreciation made the man happy. Hyun-guk then introduced Gordon Presley. Elsewhere, the atmosphere was lively with a party, filled with the sound of clinking glasses. A girl with orange hair kindly complimented him, "Orihenko, what you brought us this time was really hard to find. Thanks to her, we created a masterpiece," Gordon replied. "That's great, but," he asked curiously, "what exactly did you two create this time?" "That girl is Bake Seal, the first blacksmith elder chosen by the 7 dwarven artisans." She shot back, "Huh? Why are you asking about that?" She started to get suspicious of Gordon. "Are you a traitor?" He immediately waved his hands. No, I'm just curious, that's all." The image of a spider busily spinning its web mirrored Gordon's state of mind. Bake Seal said sincerely, "Yeah, I know. I was just joking. Who would ever think our mayor is a traitor?" She gave a playful wink. "I really want to tell you, but I can't. You know what I mean, right?" He nervously forced a shy laugh, then glanced to his left, peering past the crowd busy mingling at the party. His gaze rested on a figure standing pensively by the window. Lee Hyun-wook was quietly watching the scene outside when, suddenly, a sigh escaped him. "What a bummer," he muttered, causing everyone to turn and look. Choi Joo-hun stepped up beside Lee Hyun-wook, his mouth running nonstop. Everyone was having a good time. Then someone just had to go and kill the vibe. Hearing his jab, Lee Hyun-wook let out a startled, "Ah," then hung his head, apologizing. "I was just..." Before he could finish, Choi Joo-hun kept teasing him. "Oh, what's this? Are you crying? Did I hurt your feelings?" Lee Hyun-wook poured his heart out. "Seeing everyone so happy just reminds me of my old comrades who didn't make it. I keep wishing I'd gotten stronger sooner so I could have saved them." Choi Joo-hun reached over and gave his arm a light punch, comforting him. "All right, take this punch. A tribute to the comrades who fell. Take that, you useless idiot." Choi Joo-hun clasped his hands behind his head and said nonchalantly, "You fool. We can't change the past, can we? Do you think you can turn back time like in a comic book and fix everything? Just look at what you've achieved in the present," he continued. "Look at the people you saved with your own strength. If it weren't for you, the Flash Squad mages would have died on the front lines," he added firmly. "And the Artifact Squad smiths would have become slaves to the villains." Just then, Bake Seal was downing an entire bottle of alcohol while the person next to her desperately tried to persuade her. "Elder, please, stop drinking." Choi Joo-hun didn't let up. The casualty rate for the search squad wouldn't have just stopped at 9% either. Finally, he made a throat-slashing gesture and concluded, "Any of us could have been wiped out." Suddenly, Lee Hyun-wook spoke up, making Choi Joo-hun waver. "I mean it. If I could go back to the past, I'd want to save everyone." Every time we go on a mission, Lee Hyun-wook remembered the heartbreak of the ruins from the past. "I can't stop thinking about the teammates I lost." Choi Joo-hun pointed at him, looking displeased. "They fought knowing they might die, and so do we. And every single time, it's you who saves us." He began to get louder. "Stop worrying about pointless things. Focus on being the team leader." Choi Joo-hun suggested, "We should have a few drinks right now." No sooner had he finished speaking than Seo Eun-ha grabbed him by the ear. "Are you trying to pick a fight with the team leader on purpose?" She forcefully reprimanded the defense squad. "We won't just stand by and watch." Choi Joo-hun yelled, "Have mercy. I was just trying to cheer him up." Lee Hyun-wook flinched and ducked, avoiding the argument. She ignored him and kept scolding. "Don't you see you're the one killing the vibe?" Then she signaled her underlings, who quickly covered Choi Joo-hun's mouth and lifted him right off the ground. Go drink your favorite alcohol, you brat. Seo Eun-ha said to everyone, just ignore him. It's always like this with Choi Ju-hun. Then she turned to ask Lee Hyun-wook, are you okay? Lee Hyun-wook felt embarrassed. You didn't have to do that. Hearing this, Seo Eun-ha put her hands on her hips, annoyed. What are you talking about? We're your guards. Looking out for you is part of our job. Choi Ju-hun, even while being carried out near the door, couldn't help but shout back, you're coddling him way too much. If you keep doing that, he'll turn out fragile and delicate. Just you wait. Soft laughter began to ripple through the room. Then, as if by magic, it spread to the entire party. Everyone, plates in hand, was clutching their stomachs, laughing uproariously. Gordon Presley marveled. You guys sure are close. Minhee agreed. Yes. He adjusted his hat and walked away, leaving Lee Hyun-wook puzzled. They seemed pretty close, though it's a bit annoying. The two men guarding the building heard the laughter and grew jealous. Ugh, the atmosphere is all over the place. I've been looking forward to that first drink for so long. His companion suggested, I heard there's instant noodles in that shipment. If there's no alcohol, let's have some noodles. Just then, they noticed Gordon Presley walking out. They asked, puzzled, where are you going? He replied, my role has come to an end. You boys can take a break now, too. Even though he gave them an answer, they were left confused. Huh? Suddenly, a back covered in sharp scales rose up behind them. The serpent demons quickly stabbed them to death. Gordon Presley smiled brightly and muttered, today is your death anniversary, too. From outside, a massive horde of aggressive serpent demons began to pour in. They swarmed into the building, brandishing sharp fangs, stabbing through people in an instant, causing the death toll to rise. An underling in the distance saw the scene and panicked. Before the demons could reach him, he managed to report into his radio. We have intruders. A powerful explosion erupted, creating a deafening noise. Everyone was startled by the blast and stopped their fun. Lee Hyun-wook reacted quickly and ordered, everyone, get into position. As soon as he finished, a violent surge of power attacked from the outside, blowing the walls apart and sending everyone flying. With blood-stained blades in hand, they advanced ferociously. Lee Hyun-wook ran while shouting, get Gordon Presley out of here first. Minhee replied, he's gone. You can't trust anyone. Notifications blared repeatedly. Sector C locked down. Sector A locked down. The security shutters closed just in time, blocking the swarm of demons. Another notification blared urgently. Sector D and Sector B are out of control. The demons used their own bodies to block the doors so their comrades could charge in. Someone held the radio and reported, they're moving as if they already know the layout of the building. We can't hold them for long. Lee Hyun-wook gritted his teeth, trying to analyze the situation, then shouted, everyone, get out of here. I'll hold them off. Evacuate now. Outside, the ground was shaken by the enemy army marching forward, accompanied by the heavy footsteps of stone demons. Juna looked at his minions behind him, irritated. Oh, so noisy. Was it really necessary to send so many? He said with disdain, why bring a whole army just to destroy them? Thousands of soldiers and monsters stood there. Atop a stone demon sat a long-haired figure. A mocking shout rang out, that guy looks disgusting. Lee Hyun-wook immediately realized something was wrong and exclaimed in shock, it's a soul manipulator. The Vanguard squad reported the situation. This is a soul manipulator. Target number 1. The soul manipulator. The enemy leaders advanced in unison. The reports became increasingly horrifying. High-level villains confirmed. The Vanguard squad lifted their spears and used magic to fire a barrage of projectiles down at them, but the situation didn't look good. We're being attacked by the entire villain army. Lee Hyun-wook cursed under his breath, damn it. There was an exchange over the comms. Search squad, go with the flash squad to target number 1. Lee Hyun-wook protested. What are you all doing? Get back here now. Choi Ju-hun's group exited through a side path, narrowly avoiding the enemy army. He replied to Lee Hyun-wook, target number 1 is a soul manipulator. There are even members of the Traitors Guild. If we miss this chance, we'll have to wait for the next attack. Do you even know what this is? It's our shot, he replied urgently. But he wasn't ready yet, so he used a mogul and quickly cast a flight spell to zip out the window. He landed in front of the group and shouted, if there's an issue, we all die because I'm lost. Lee Minhee also told Jun, let's go. I still haven't mentally prepared myself. He didn't pay attention and kept running. I already told you, we're part of the research team. The speed run squad knows the risks too. Wake up. We have to do what we can, right? He froze for a moment at that answer. Through the radio, Baekseal called him. The underground workshop has been reinforced to withstand the meteor landing. Keep going, don't worry anymore. End this mess with the weapon I created. The enemy is still marching relentlessly. Advance to attack. Jun frowned and asked, Lee Hyun-wook, do you really want to have more regrets now? Two giant pythons were spewing beams of purple light, incinerating the building. He gritted his teeth, thinking hard, then waved his hand to give the order. Artifact squad, get ready. Search team, protect the speedrun squad. And when the speedrun circle appeared, he shouted loudly, evacuate everyone. As fast as you can, everyone receiving the order smiled with satisfaction. Lee Hyun-wook declared, today, here, we will destroy target number 1, the Soul Manipulator. Everyone shouted in unison, Roger. Countless drones appeared in the sky. The Soul Manipulator still sat calmly on the back of the demonic statue. Roger. Spread out and surround the enemy forces above. Everyone entered a focused combat state, hacking at the demons. A report echoed after every strike. Number 1 in position. Number 2 in position. The announcements didn't stop so that teammates could keep track of the situation. Number 3 in position. Number 4 in position. Together, they combined their efforts to take down the giant green monster. The beast looked up in surprise. Down in the workshop, a subordinate hesitated and asked the elder, did you intentionally not mention that we haven't finished the repairs? Baek Seal nodded. Yes. If I had said it, kid, Lee Hyun-wook would have missed this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity because of us. An urgent notification from the warning system. Equipment has exceeded maximum mana capacity. Skill combo range has exceeded the limit. Casting magic that powerful could be life-threatening. Lee Hyun-wook tried to concentrate the magic within his body. He thought, if I make one mistake, I'll kill my own teammates. A vortex spun, moving forward like lightning. The beast stood up at the commotion. The vortex opened, and a giant sword shot downward. His mouth began to bleed from expending so much energy. With determination in his heart, this blow will protect everyone. He raised his hand to control it and yelled, charge. The Soul Manipulator stared straight ahead. Before it could react, the sword slammed into the ground amidst Lee Hyun-wook's shout, Iron Rain, Meteor. The monsters were scattered by the powerful explosion. The team members above hid behind obstacles, trying to avoid the shockwave where the sword had landed. A massive fire erupted, lighting up the entire sky. In midair, Lee Hyun-wook used both arms to shield himself. The scorching red energy grew larger and larger. The blast incinerated the demons. In no time, they had suffered significant casualties, their corpses strewn across the road. Only then did the team members stand up. They hurriedly helped teammates affected by the blast. Lee Hyun-wook anxiously sent an order through the comms, all squads, report your survival status. Over there, the Vanguard team was still fiercely fighting back. Unha immediately spoke up, Vanguard team, we are all alive. Currently engaging the monsters above. The smoke had just barely cleared, revealing the figures of Jun and Lee Min-hee. Jun shouted, Scout team and reserve team have lost contact with 60% of their members. Assessing current situation, he asked worriedly, what about the crafting team? Crafting team, copy that. A different report cut in. Soul Manipulator confirmed alive. It was true. The guy was still safe, standing firmly amidst the scorching red energy currents. He felt the burning pain and screamed, oh, ah. The scout team looked through their binoculars and reported, he has been severely wounded by our attacks. Jun made a suggestion, Lee Hyun-wook. The meteor was effective. Now is the time. Thoughts swirled around Lee Hyun-wook's head at that very moment. It was a 1 in a million chance to completely finish off this Soul Manipulator. He controlled a series of swords, large and small, moving them higher. Order the Vanguard team to join the fight immediately. Wipe out the remaining monsters and villains for me. Hearing that, Unha turned and asked, Lee Hyun-wook, where do you plan to go? Without the Vanguard team following you, he replied, with our current strength, it's very difficult to handle all the monsters that have infiltrated our hiding spot. We really need the Vanguard team's support. She gritted her teeth, thought for a moment, then turned to her members and shouted, all members of the Vanguard team, quickly join the combat unit. A team member asked, squad leader, where are you going? Unha hurriedly replied, I will chase after Commander Lee Hyun-wook. Back there. He was still thinking to himself, if I kill that Soul Manipulator, everything will end. Finally, the chance to liberate humanity is within reach. He focused his magic, turning it into powerful chains that wrapped around 2 giant buildings. All his energy was poured into controlling them. He yelled, ah, ah, ah. The 2 buildings were instantly lifted high into the air, moving toward the Soul Manipulator. The guy panicked, sweat pouring down. He charged, leading thousands of sharp blades. His figure wove through the blades, showing his determination to destroy the enemy. Debris rained down like rain. Finally, the relentless attacks poured all their force onto the position where the Soul Manipulator was standing, creating a powerful and devastating blow. As the smoke slowly cleared after the impressive attack, Lee Hyun-wook quickly landed. He looked at the Soul Manipulator, who was pierced by several swords, and provoked him. Finally, we get to face each other directly, Soul Manipulator. He pulled one of the swords out of the ground and said nonchalantly, "What's with that look? Huh? Or do you think it's unfair? You took the lives of 10 billion people. Stop with the mindset that you're being treated unfairly." The guy raised his hand toward him, eyes pleading as he explained, don't bother." Before he could finish, he swung his sword in one quick, clean strike. "Stop. Don't try to justify yourself anymore." The guy's head left his neck, and blood sprayed out like a waterfall. Immediately, a notification sounded, "Target number 1 successfully eliminated." Everyone was so surprised they just stood there frozen. The skeleton's eye sockets, once glowing with purple energy, were now dark and hollow. The monsters that were just rampaging were now collapsing one by one. The team members cheered. The immortal monsters. They stopped moving. Suddenly, a figure darted from the ruins, attacking them with ropes. Lee Hyun-wook immediately coordinated his team. "Everyone, focus your fire on the remaining villains. Today is the day we liberate humanity." They readied themselves, shouting heroically, "Form up, use magic." They unleashed a coordinated strike toward Juna, who was perched on a building. She effortlessly blocked the magic blasts, sneering in disgust. "How annoying. What is that gloomy guy doing? What the hell?" Suddenly, thousands of evil dragons appeared in the sky, letting out ear-piercing, distorted screeches. The system notification chimed, "Soul transfer skill specifically for soul weavers has been activated. The caster's soul is being transferred to the reserve body." Lee Hyun-wook watched the swarm of dragons with wide eyes. Reserve body transfer progress, 30%. He looked at the soul weaver's corpse, hesitating. "Don't tell me." The transfer speed skyrocketed to 70%. A dragon landed, shaking the ground. Progress, nearly complete, 99%. The villain's soul began merging with another. "I am you, and you are me." The body opened its eyes, a lifeless gaze turning crimson. Notification, soul transfer successful. 100% complete. The villain stood in a new form. He stepped off the dragon and stood on a cliff, looking down at the trembling Lee Hyun-wook. He raised his hand and commanded the dragons behind him, "Let darkness cover everything." The skeletal soldiers that had fallen began to glow with energy, rising back to their feet. As panic spread, the system announced, "The night of death. The Soul Weaver has declared the night of death. The immortals serve their master, even in death." Fear was etched on every team member's face. Lee Hyun-wook was furious. "That bastard. He's been leading me into his trap from the very beginning." The Soul Weaver smiled creepily, filled with arrogance. The brutal battle resumed, and sounds of desperation echoed as the monsters rose again. Even those killed by the meteor strike were waking up. They tried to fight and dodge, while the villain began channeling magic within his body. A terrifying amount of energy erupted from him, forming a mobile inferno that exploded, obliterating the building where he stood. Lee Hyun-wook's expression turned pale as he realized the situation. He immediately shouted, "Evacuate the area. Now, stop fighting and run." A death notification appeared. Skill activated, Predator. Utilizing absorbed player skill, Power King. The Soul Weaver used light speed to dive from the cliff. He threw a punch toward Lee Hyun-wook, who desperately tried to block it, gritting his teeth. He attempted to trigger his body reinforcement skill, but before he could, the punch connected with both his arms. They shattered upon impact, and he was sent flying. His body spiraled through the air along with shards of broken swords. Looking down from above, the scene was pure chaos, debris everywhere, mixed with the flames of the evil dragons. Lee Hyun-wook slammed into a wall. System notification, skill activated, Predator. Utilizing absorbed player skill, Hellfire. The villain channeled magic into a massive fireball and hurled it at the agonizing Lee Hyun-wook. He could only grit his teeth and brace for the impact. Choi Se-ah arrived to save him. "Lee Hyun-wook, stay calm. No matter what, you must survive." Seeing her, he shouted, "Se-ah, what the hell are you doing? Run." She used her shield to stand before him, turning back with a gentle, resolute look. "No, I will be your shield. In your first life, you were mine." The Soul Weaver looked at the pair with disdain. System notification. Skill activated. Predator. Utilizing absorbed player skill. Might of the Gods, Hades' Queen. He roared like a dragon, releasing a devastating purple sonic wave. Lee Hyun-wook screamed in fear, "Se-ah." The blast shattered her shield. The impact sent them both flying. Just then, another figure approached, a giant wielding a spiked club, flying toward them. He swung the club, forcing them apart, and they crashed into the ruins. "Se-ah." Lee Hyun-wook cried out, but a spear pierced right through him from behind. Lee Hyun-wook was caught off guard. It was the spear of Gwang, one of the high-level villains. Taekun laughed gleefully. "Ha ha ha." His tentacles were ruthlessly killing the team members. Just then, A swarm of insects descended toward where Sia had fallen, rushing toward her relentlessly. Hearing the commotion, she struggled to open her eyes, and the swarm immediately swarmed into her mouth. Above, Juna licked her lips in satisfaction. Sitting on the ledge of a building under the bright red moon, the scene was horrific. She reached out with disgust. "Don't squirm so much. It's disgusting." Watching the situation, Lee Hyun-wook wept in helplessness. "Please," he begged, "run away." Everyone was falling like wheat before the monster's relentless assault. Suddenly, from the ruins in the distance, footsteps approached a mysterious figure in a white cloak. He prayed with his life, "Please, everyone, stay alive." The mysterious figure walked straight to Lee Hyun-wook and stopped. He immediately recognized him. Gordon Presley. He screamed in rage. You betrayed us, didn't you?" Before he could finish, another explosion rocked the area. Gordon watched with amusement. "Oh my, it seems the safe zone is about to be wiped out, isn't it?" Tears streamed down Lee Hyun-wook's face as he questioned him loudly. Why are you doing this? You were our protector." He choked. "It's all my fault. I trusted you. I supported you. That's why." The man cut him off. "It's not your fault. It's because of your lifestyle, always listening to the system's orders." He looked at the bodies strewn across the ground. "Your indifference to the world around you kept you from realizing that even a protector could become a villain." Lee Hyun-wook laughed helplessly. Who could have known that a player, not a monster, would destroy all of humanity? He slowly took off his mask. "Oh my, the last savior of humanity, the great emperor, no, wait." Gordon mocked. "You're just an F-rank player, Lee Hyun-wook, right?" He arrogantly spread his arms. "We are the chosen gods, the gods who will judge the fate of humanity." Lee Hyun-wook bitterly cursed. "Take a look at yourself. A villain who talks as if he were God? If only I had known that self-improvement takes more than just a single day earlier, people like you wouldn't." He interrupts with a sneer. "You say that without even flinching?" Gordon looks down. "Don't bother acting regretful, because even if you had known sooner." She looks at him with eyes full of resentment. He gloats. "In the end, the fate of pathetic F-rank losers like you will never change." This is the final sentence. He steps forward and raises his spiked hammer. Gordon turns away, leaving behind words perfectly suited for someone like her. She screams in desperation and rage. "Gordon." Every single one of those tears falls into the flow of time. She snaps her eyes open. She realizes she is lying in bed. Lee Hyun-wook, exhausted, slowly sits up. Junmo, who was guarding the bedside, feels the movement and looks over suspiciously. "Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook." Everyone gathers around, asking, "Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook, are you okay? Were you crying?" The murmurs spread quickly. The man known as the Heartless King. If someone as cold-blooded as him were crying, something must be terribly wrong. "You're right. Where does it hurt, Sergeant?" She irritably brushes them off. "Enough." Looking out the window, she says softly, "I just dreamed of a tragic future." They stare, confused. "A tragic future, you say?" Outside the window, the magnificent aurora does nothing to soothe her heart. Lee Hyun-wook says in a low voice, "A future that must not be allowed to repeat. A future I must change at any cost." The sky is split into two halves, light and dark. Amidst the chaotic crowds of people, an urgent voice cries out, "My daughter is still in there." Soldiers block a middle-aged woman. She drops to her knees, pleading desperately, "Please, sir, I beg you. Just this once. Please, let me in." Still, the tone remains firm. "Ma'am, no one is allowed to enter." High above, the deep blue sky stretches on infinitely, but a spherical, black barrier has appeared amidst the sea of clouds, looking like a mysterious black hole swallowing the space within. At Gyeonggi, the National Gate Management Committee, Central Command Center. On the screen, the board of directors is broadcasting. Honestly speaking, we have to admit, they emphasize that there is nothing we can do. A hall with a massive screen displays images of Earth from outer space. In the center of the stage, a robot sits cross-legged, its long tentacles spread out across the floor. Murmurs of unrest begin to grow. That's right, but the public opinion. The board members get angry and start correcting each other. Hey, then why are you still here talking? You must quickly prepare the world to respond." After the wave of noise, an arm goes up and the commotion ceases. "Sorry for interrupting, but I am Ho Eun-ju from the Jumana Guild, South Korean player representative, rank 4. She speaks up. "So, do you mean we should just abandon millions of innocent people trapped in the wave zone? How can you say that?" The board erupts. "Representative Kang, that's not what we meant. We simply cannot enter that area." Then what else can be done? To assert her point, she emphasizes, "We need to make choices and focus. For the safety of the entire country, not just for the people of Seoul." Hearing that response, Ho-eun-ju grits her teeth in contempt. "That's just a roundabout way of saying you'd rather protect your own seats than the lives of the people." As if hit in a sore spot, the board all shouts in unison. Representative Kang, what are you saying? We all want to save Seoul, but it has to be done in a way that actually works. Right now, we don't have any options. After she puts her hands on her hips to state her opinion, there are still a few player guilds in there that we can contact. If we cooperate, we can minimize civilian casualties. Another member of the board scratches his head and speaks up. Will those players even listen to us in this situation? Her face hardens as she declares, one more thing. Our Jumana Guild will provide hero-grade items to every player who helps eliminate the corruption within the wave zone and a legendary grade item to the most active player. The board members are shocked, unable to believe she would do that. She pushes the tension to the breaking point. Let them know that I could not tell the members of my guild to just stay hidden and survive for the sake of the guild's interests, and just sit idly by while doing nothing. Ho Yun-ju furiously slams the table. We will do everything to save them, even if it saves just one more person. Are you satisfied now? Everyone is silent, speechless at her decisiveness. She sits back in her chair, frustrated, thinking to herself, I never thought I'd have to buy a national crisis resolution with money. What a load of garbage. In the quiet of the night, the ground is littered with dry skeletons. The atmosphere is incredibly bleak. A military voice breaks the gloomy darkness. Reporting, Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook. I have business with a battalion commander. This is the 3rd Monster Defense Brigade, 1st Battalion. In the underground bunker, Kim Kang-chul speaks. Are you okay? Lee Hyun-wook stands at attention. Yes, sir. Her eyes look troubled. Battalion commander. I have an idea. He tilts his head and frowns. What kind of idea? Lee Hyun-wook remembers the vampire Aaron and explains. I heard that the terrorist suspect we caught, she confirms, has escaped from the detention cell where she was being held. Only a few broken iron shackles were left behind. Kim Kang-chul groans and puts his hand to his forehead. Right. That's a headache. Lee Hyun-wook deduces. A prison built with mana stones and barriers meant to contain players unless they are S-rank players, there's no way for them to escape on their own. And she comes to a conclusion. Therefore, I suspect there is a traitor hiding within the military. The city situation is very dangerous. Monsters are everywhere. Lee Hyun-wook reports the severity of the problem. Battalion commander, Seoul is currently being attacked by monsters. Furthermore, there are many criminals, including the terrorist suspect, running rampant. She doesn't stop there but continues, and roaming throughout Seoul. Countless shelters have been built to avoid and survive the monsters. It is inevitable that there will be those who use their powers to attack innocent people. Now, it will be even more dangerous, she says, unable to hide her anxiety. The reality is that even within our military, even those who suffered the least damage needed a lot of time to re-equip for deployment. Kim Kang-chul wore a sinister smile. Well, I'm really looking forward to it. Do you have any ideas? Lee Hyun-wook acted weary on the outside but was actually thrilled. He truly was a battalion commander. He probably couldn't wait for me to say that. Without hesitation, he said bluntly, I propose establishing a special unit to ensure the safety of the civilians and to stop the wave of corruption. Kim Kang-chul seemed not to fully understand, so he asked, a special unit? As he began to explain. Out there on the ground, countless corpses lay scattered, and buildings were burning fiercely, a scene of devastation. He put his hands on his hips, questioning. In this situation, we need to designate at least a few operators. Do you think they'll follow our lead? Lee Hyun-wook smirked, confident in the outcome. You don't need to worry about that. Returning to the bleak scene, a few people shouted at each other to tend to the wounded. There are still many monsters left. Everyone, stay alert. It's unclear what Lee Hyun-wook said to Lee Min-hee, but upon hearing it, she was stunned. Are you crazy? This is the military. There's a clear hierarchy. And yet, a soldier dares to order officers around. He hung his head, frustrated. I also find it ridiculous, which is why I only intended to assign regular soldiers. But the battalion commander said. He recounted Kim Kang-chul's words, shouting aggressively. A unit? How can there be no officers involved? Lee Hyun-wook concluded. So the battalion commander yelled at me, saying that at least the 2nd platoon leader, the person he trusts most, should come along. He was surprised, thinking. The battalion commander really said that? He pretended to turn away. It's just a piece of advice. Besides, I don't have anyone else. He repeated. No one else? Lee Hyun-wook thought back to the sword rain incident. Are you sure? How could I pull off a wide-area attack without you? Lee Min-hee stood on the high floor, laughing triumphantly as the crowd cheered below. Lee Hyun-wook continued painting the picture. If your wide-area attack can save the people in this crisis, he pressed his advantage, mentioning Lee Min-hee's excited face. I even thought the big guilds would be competing to recruit you. He turned sharply, pretending he didn't want the deal anymore. But it seemed she wasn't interested. Lee Min-hee grabbed his shoulder. Wait, You said you wanted me as a consultant. That's a different story. Hearing this, he secretly smirked with a triumphant look, knowing the bait had been taken. Large fires engulfed the forest. Everyone shouted to do their best and use magic to extinguish the massive inferno. The fire is spreading to the mountain. Then, they launched water. 5 people in total. 4 people used water magic, while 1 stood in front to concentrate the water streams around the fire. Kim Se-hee muttered, "My term is almost over. But why do I still have to stand here? I should have been discharged by now." Lee Hyun-wook ran up from behind and shouted, "Sergeant Kim Se-hee." She turned around. Oh, the talkative kid. The wind from her magic was too strong. He held his hair and approached her. "You have been assigned to the special unit." She used magic while pushing her hand up. "Speak clearly." "What? I can't hear you." He gave a thumbs-up sign of approval. "I've successfully conveyed the message." She didn't understand what he was saying at all. "I can't hear anything." After that, he walked away, leaving her confused, thinking, "What was that? Why do I get the feeling that the final days of my service are going to be ruined like this?" Choi Joon-jun wrapped himself in a blanket and hid under the bed. He yelled out, "I don't want to." He was surprised. "I haven't even said anything yet." He lay there whining like a child. "Ugh, I don't care. I don't care. No matter what you say, I'm not doing it." Lee Hyun-wook was speechless and helpless. Not knowing what to say to his overreaction, Choi Joon-jun continued to throw a tantrum, feeling wronged. "Do you know what I had to go through to get Valentina 30? No. Even though I've almost finished my military service. No matter what it is, I'm not doing it." He started listing the man's crimes. "You were drinking while on duty, right? You also extended the coordination schedule by a week, sometimes even 2 weeks, when 2 days were enough." Hit where it hurt, he was stunned and his eyes went wide. He, with a smug face, leaned in close and grinned to provoke him further. "If the battalion commander finds out, forget about your service term. Your military life will never end." The man broke into a cold sweat, uncomfortable at being caught. He jumped up, threw off the blanket, and shouted furiously, "Oh, fine. What do you want me to do?" Meanwhile, Lee Hyun-wook saw his monster form reflected in the water. "What is this? How can this be? Why am I in this state?" He was bewildered, his face covered in blood. With blue eyes and frightening fangs, he glanced behind him and spotted a squad of soldiers holding guns, hunting for monsters. "Search everywhere. If you find any monster alive, kill them immediately." Lee Hyun-wook was terrified of his own appearance. If they found out, they would definitely mistake him for a monster. Without hesitation, he exerted strength and jumped, vanishing into the night on the mountain. The night sky stretched out endlessly, deep like a mysterious black silk. Lee Hyun-wook and the soldiers tried to call out to Lee Hyun-wook. He muttered to himself, "I surely kept my sanity until the last minute and saved Lee Hyun-wook, didn't I?" But where did he run off to? When he transformed and lost his mind, it was you who saved him. He recalled the past. He had knelt down, hands raised in surrender, pleading, "I'm not the type to run away." He insisted, You did. He begged, "It's not that." Back to the present, Lee Hyun-wook couldn't find Lee Hyun-wook. He sighed, staring into the void. "See, this guy, you are exactly that type of person. But this time, you have to trust me a little more." The fire at the foot of the mountain had been extinguished. Then, an emergency mobilization order was issued. The soldiers rushed to carry out their duties, gathering at the training ground. "The special unit, once we depart, there will be no additional supplies. Make sure you've brought everything." Lee Hyun-wook was surprised when he saw the person standing in front of him. His eyes widened. Immediately, he performed a military salute to Seo Eun-ha. Her expression was somewhat strange, and he couldn't help but wonder. "What's wrong, Captain?" The attack team leader couldn't hide her hesitation, her eyes darting away. "Lee Hyun-wook, I've misunderstood you all this time. So that's it." As if a knot in his heart had finally come undone, he smiled. "It's fine. Don't worry about it." Suddenly, she put her hands on her hips, and her attitude shifted completely. "But that doesn't mean I trust you completely." Lee Hyun-wook was confused, his lips twitching. "Why would you say that all of a sudden?" She shouted right in his face, watching his reaction. "I've decided to join this special unit." His pupils dilated, and he froze for a moment, stunned by her words. Regaining his composure, he looked at Seo Eun-ha gently. "I see. I'm looking forward to it." Then it was her turn to be taken by surprise, or rather, she started blushing, turning her head away in embarrassment. Me too." Lee Hyun-wook thought, "Good. Now that Seo Eun-ha has joined, we have everyone we can trust." He looked toward the future. He mused to himself. "When I first turned back time, deep down, I tried to avoid getting my old comrades involved, or any members of the current team, as much as possible." Everyone lined up in front of Battalion Commander Kim Kang-chul. "Attention. Reporting a total of 11 members plus 3 drivers for the special unit." He quickly interrupted, "Wait a second. Special unit? Huh. I don't like that name. It sounds a bit tacky. Lee Hyun-wook's thoughts drifted again. I thought that was the way to protect everyone. Continuing the task of naming the team, he thought carefully. Steel Company. All right, let's call it the Steel Company. Everyone looked dejected after hearing it. What kind of name is that? It's awful, Lee Hyun-wook thought. But as the future from my memories changed little by little, I realized that challenges can only be overcome when everyone works together. Kim Kang-chul shouted loudly. Report again. Deep in his heart, to stop the soul wave and protect a hopeless future, I need everyone, not just one person. Leading the way with a face burning with determination, he spoke on behalf of the whole team. Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook, we have received orders to rescue civilians and conduct mobile attacks within the soul wave. Steel Company, reporting in. The wind howled through the cold, dark cave. Lee Hyun-wook's breath was heavy, his body covered in fresh blood. Sweat beaded on his face as he stared in shock at the scene before him. Strewn all around were monster carcasses and red energy stones. He picked one up, and immediately, the energy from the stone radiated out, forming streams of blue electricity around him. The system echoed, "Congratulations, you have unlocked the skill Energy Drain. Upon use, your total energy capacity has increased by 0.7%. However, as your energy consumption increases, the total energy gain will gradually decrease." He comfortably enjoyed the item he had scavenged. Suddenly, the ground shook, and a long crack appeared. With unimaginable force, the monster's body shot up, kicking up debris and dirt everywhere. Lee Hyun-wook leaped away to dodge the attack. One swipe from the monster grazed past him. Luckily, he dodged it in the nick of time. His body was agile. In a split second, he had escaped the monster's surprise attack. It glared at him with 6 burning red eyes. Its grotesque fangs looked as if they wanted to tear him to pieces right then and there. It growled. The system prompt chimed again. Event quest. A boss monster has appeared. Lord of the Underworld, Scorpion Monster. You have entered the lair of the Lord of the Underworld and will become his prey. The monster slammed its massive tail into the ground, creating a terrifying shockwave. Lee Hyun-wook wasn't intimidated. If anything, he was a little excited. What? Do you think I'm exhausted and planning to go for my head? How obvious. Such a fool. The Lord of the Underworld, with its massive body and terrifying aura, kept swinging its heavy claws, aiming right for him. In a life-or-death situation, he dodged while observing the monster. It lashed its tail like a storm toward Lee Hyun-wook. His body was nimble, his feet gliding over the ground. Just one moment more and he would be in danger. Suddenly, he placed his hand on its body for leverage and leaped up, pouring all his strength into the spear in his hand. With decisive eyes and a fierce will, he yelled, "Die." The monster opened its wide mouth and lunged at him. Taking the opportunity, he dove straight into its maw. The scorpion monster swallowed Lee Hyun-wook. Nothing was left but the spear. Its ghastly teeth were dripping with slimy drool, and his body slowly sank into the acid in its stomach. The monster was eroding his flesh. Lee Hyun-wook was in pain, but his expression was smug. "You idiot. Your thinking is so simple." His mind was already planning the perfect counter. "Thanks to this, I can finish you off quickly, because I use my transmutation power to block the stomach acid. Let's finish this with an explosion." His right eye glowed brightly, magic radiating intensely. Along with that, cracks appeared all over his face. Destruction. Nuclear bomb S-bomb. The system sent a warning. Player, you may sustain damage if you do not use the skill accurately, as it requires reaching the limits of bodily strength. His body instantly lit up, and his clothes were shredded to pieces. At the same time, the monster's stomach swelled violently. And then, a cataclysmic explosion rocked the area. A ball of light appeared in midair. The monster's body was blown to bits. Its head went flying, not even leaving time for a scream. The light faded, and Lee Hyun-wook's figure began to emerge just as the monster's head fell to the ground. The system announced, "You have wiped out all monsters. You have obtained a gold card. By using the gold card, you can awaken a special ability. Ownership of this item is confirmed the moment you receive it." His naked body appeared amidst the misty white smoke. He looked at the newly acquired item with satisfaction. Awesome, a gold card. It was worth enduring that creature's horrific breath. Suddenly, the system asked him, "Will you use the gold card?" Yes, no. A cunning expression appeared on his face. Using magic to burn the card in his hand, he answered decisively, "Of course, I have to use it." The system continued, "Congratulations. Through this special awakening, you've learned a new skill. Skill info. Name, Metal Manipulation Rank D. Effect. By consuming mana, you can alter the shape of metal within your range of control. The amount of mana consumed will depend on the mass of the targeted metal." Lee Hyun-wook whispered, "Metal manipulation." Immediately, his right arm transformed into metallic material. The system chimed with a warning. When using the metal manipulation skill, reinforcement will not be available. As soon as it finished, both arms had turned into sharp, blade-like weapons. Lee Hyun-wook looked as if he had already secured the victory. Excellent. I prepared enough for this soul raid. Seeing your face, you look more twisted than ever. The system is constantly firing off notifications. You have used energy absorption. Red stones are being pulled toward you. Lee Hyun-wook hugs them in delight. It's been a while, so I'm really going to enjoy this feast. The soul raid. 1 week later, the space beyond the atmosphere is silent and vast. A voice rings out. Announcement to all citizens. This is the National Portal Response Headquarters. This is a warning regarding a portal covering all of Seoul. This is not a drill. All citizens must immediately evacuate to the nearest shelter. The streets are cluttered with debris. The cries of a child separated from their family make the atmosphere feel even heavier. Mixed in is the urgent announcement. All citizens must immediately evacuate to the nearest shelter. Nearest shelter. From out of nowhere, countless undead swarm in. They charge straight at the crying boy. The boy's face turns pale with extreme fear. Just as they are about to grab him, a large truck comes speeding in. It zooms forward at terrifying speed, slamming into them and sending the chaotic mess flying. Having saved the boy's life, the raid team appears, gripping their guns. They jump off the truck and form a line, shielding him from the undead. As the undead rush forward, they open fire. One person standing right next to the boy to protect him orders. All forces focus on blocking the monster's paths. The boy stops crying and turns to look curiously at the person standing beside him. Junmo comforts him. Hey, kid, are you okay? You don't need to worry anymore. The boy smiles brightly and calls out, Mister. Before he can finish, Lee Min-hee cuts him off. Damn it, Park Junmo. I told you not to go in too deep. She stands on the truck and gives orders. Kim Si-hee lands with 2 magical orbs in her hands, reporting in. Yes, sir. Moss green light glows from her orbs. Weaving through the undead, Se-hee's power acts like a storm, swirling around and blowing them away into the night sky. Dozens of undead are blown up into the air, thrown far away from the target zone. Meanwhile, a man hiding behind a building is observing everything. He puts a hand up to stop the citizens behind him from moving forward, wondering, what's going on with those soldiers? Se-hee gathers her mana, lifting her body into the air. She grips her weapons in both hands, ready to fight. Right now, Lieutenant. Yes, sir. Min-hee activates her magic. A small, glowing gold circle of runes appears on his palm. He shouts, Acceleration, open. The magic circle flies off. Following his order, it heads straight for the undead tossed in midair. It pierces through them one by one, blood spraying everywhere. Moving in sync with the rhythm, Se-hee swings her sword, slicing through the remaining undead. She cuts them down with startling speed. She glances back and mutters, That meddlesome old man lied to me completely. She recalls a memory. Before the battle, in the dark, secluded space illuminated by a magical vortex, Se-hee spoke up. You're going in there alone? She reproached him. You said you'd let me join the level-up bus in exchange for me signing up to come here. The person opposite her replied, I'll go in first to check it out. Oh, wait, I have an event quest, so I can't be helped, right? She tried to persuade him, her eyes filled with worry. Who doesn't know that? What if you go in there on your own and get into danger? Lee Hyun-wook smiled to reassure her. Commander, no need to worry about that. I'll be right back. Believe in me, I'm very confident in myself. Back in the present, she lashes out at him. You liar. You said you'd be back quickly, but how long has it been? Suddenly, she notices something. A green monster, huge, 1,000 times larger than a human, lunges from out of nowhere and slams down, creating a terrifying shockwave that sends Kim Se-hee flying. Luckily, she reacts quickly and stabilizes herself without falling or getting hurt. Dust clouds fill the air and gradually clear, revealing a section of the road that has caved in. The giant green monster has a head just like a chameleon. It hisses sharply, sucking air into its mouth. Junmo and the boy stare at the monster in shock, unsure what it's planning. It roars, and suddenly blasts out a powerful, jarring sound. The surge of its power rips through the air like a storm. Veins pop out on Se-hee's face. Her body is strained and she cannot move. Everyone else suffers the same fate. Junmo tries his best to move, trembling, wanting to shield the boy. Min-hee tries to reach for something. At the same time, the undead all turn to look as if they've been empowered. Like starving demons, they rush to attack the raid team. Se-hee is paralyzed, unable to do anything as the undead close in. She panics. Just a little more and I'm done for. Suddenly, a shirtless man screams out, manipulating metal. Lee Hyun-wook rushes forward, using his blade-like arms to decapitate the monster. He shouts urgently, drowning out the harmful sound from before. Everyone, Snap out of it. All forces, fire back. The raid team members hear him and instantly snap out of it, regaining their momentum. They fire their guns just in time at the undead closing in. On the other side, as they swarm to attack, Sei regains her strength, swinging her sword and unleashing her moves. Familiar green magical waves appear, shattering the undead. She turns to look at him affectionately. That meddlesome old man then starts shouting. It seems she hasn't noticed Lee Hyun-wook yet is wearing nothing but a shred of clothing. Old man, you're late. If you had come any later, suddenly, she stops and stares blankly. She must have seen something she shouldn't have. Junmo is happy to see him again. Sergeant Lee Hyun, he is stunned by his state, stammering the last words slowly. Wook. Junmo can't believe his eyes, surprised. What happened to you? Ignoring him, Lee Hyun-wook raises his hand, and instantly, a faint blue light appears, creating large iron spheres that float in midair. He gives a firm order. Steel Squad. All forces, hold your positions and attack. I'll support you. Park Junmo is dumbfounded. What on earth am I looking at? Lee Hyun-wook urges and threatens them. Don't ask questions. Do you want me to kill you before the monsters manage to do it? All forces, attack. The entire team regains their spirit and fights seriously. The boy, who has been staring at something, can't help but whisper, "Mister, over there, a giant elephant." The fighting spirit rises like a breaking wave. The entire space seems to boil. Every warrior is ready to rush in, determined to fight to the end. After the battle, everything sank into an absolute silence. The deep, black sky was illuminated only by bright stars, twinkling like jewels against the infinite sky. The scene was one of devastation. Monster carcasses lay scattered everywhere, and the road was soaked in blood. Only then did Lee Hyun-wook put his clothes back on. He buttoned his shirt all the way to the top. His movements were gentle, yet filled with intense focus. Suddenly, the spirit beside him whispered something into Sei's ear, and she was not amused. Sei snapped at the spirit, retorting, "What are you talking about? Keep that to yourself if you want to watch him get naked." He was startled. "What? You said you finished that mission on your own, so why do you look like this?" He gave a wry smile. "Ha ha," she continued. "There's nothing worth looking at anyway." It hit him like a bolt of lightning. Nothing worth looking at? That's just how she saw it. He swallowed the words he wanted to say. "Yeah, it's just too cold." Park Junmo led the little boy in front of the two sergeants, Lee and Lee Hyun-wook. They asked, "Are you okay? What happened to your uniform? How did it end up like this?" Lee Hyun-wook looked down at the boy clinging to Park Junmo's leg, so Park Junmo explained, I had to leave my post because of this kid." Suddenly, his eyes widened and his brows furrowed, having noticed something. He found the boy strange, so he asked Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook. He signaled for Park Junmo to be quiet, then shouted, "Everyone hiding over there, please step out. You men who were hiding during the fight earlier." Hearing his voice, they were startled. They all walked out and raised their hands to show they meant no harm, explaining, "We couldn't get into the shelter, so we found another place." Lee Hyun-wook emphasized again, "You couldn't get in?" He frowned, wanting to confirm the truth. Suddenly, the boy let go of the leg. Park Junmo ran quickly toward the man, the father. He hugged the boy, surprised. "My son." After the boy was safe, he looked at them, full of gratitude. "Thank you so much for saving my son. I was desperate. I'm so relieved we met soldiers like you." Lee Hyun-wook's face darkened as he retorted, "Are you sure about that?" The man was confused. "Huh, what do you mean?" Just then, the large iron marbles Park Junmo had launched flew in front of the man. They stopped right before the people who had been hiding. Earlier, the man had asked, "Huh, what are you doing?" His right eye glowed, his pupils constricted, and he cast magic just like when he killed that hellish monster. He crushed the marble, it slowly cracked. The man still didn't know what was happening. With a loud explosion, all of their heads burst, and they died on the spot. The little boy's eyes went wide, staring at his father. The teen was shocked and couldn't help but tremble. "Are you insane?" Park Junmo screamed. "Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook, what are you doing?" He ignored him, used magic to take the knife from his side, and lunged forward. His hand reached straight for the little boy to snatch him. At that speed, of course, Lee Hyun-wook caught the boy without any difficulty. His face was full of menace, his brows furrowed as he gave the boy a stern warning. "I absolutely hate being stabbed in the back, so you better cut it out right now." He held a knife blade to the head of the boy who was struggling and crying. "One more word, and I'll kill you. That's all there is to it." Lee Hyun-wook grabbed him by the neck and lifted him high, making everyone around cower in fear. Min-hee, though terrified, bravely raised her gun. "Hey, you jerk. Let the boy go right now." "All troops, aim your weapons at Lee Hyun-wook." Choi Tae-dong heard her and trembled in fear. Sergeant Kim Se-hee kept her composure, aiming her gun straight at Lee Hyun-wook. Minhee cursed at him. You lunatic. Why would a soldier try to murder a civilian like this? Let that boy go. Lee Hyun-wook. Are you even listening to me? He used his foot to shove the man he had killed aside. Lee Hyun-wook pointed at the red weapon hidden under the man's back. These dead guys aren't civilians. They're players who tried to get close to us while hiding otherworldly weapons. Min-hee's eyes went wide, stunned. The people around them, who were kneeling, suddenly raised both hands in a commotion. Wait, he's right. They kidnapped us and even killed people. She couldn't believe it and looked over at Sergeant Kim Se-hee. Both of them stared at each other in shock. Suddenly, Lee Hyun-wook spoke up. Stop putting on an act, you piece of trash. He leaned in close to the back of the assassin's neck, moving his knife closer. You're wasting my time, Assassin Kim Ha-ju. Ha-ju slowly said, I have no idea who you are. Ha-ju frowned and glared at him, asking, Who the hell are you? The man's small body suddenly evolved. Ha-ju had transformed into an adult. He now had 2 weapons in his hands, forcing Lee Hyun-wook to lose his balance while choking him. Min-hee and Se-hee panicked and quickly aimed their guns at him. Ha-ju turned and stabbed the sharp blade in his hand toward his neck. Ha-ju gritted his teeth, glaring at Lee Hyun-wook with hatred. But this attack from Ha-ju was frozen in place, because he had quickly used his skill. Half of Lee Hyun-wook's face furrowed in anger, a person who knew him very well when he heard him say that his expression shifted from rage to fear. He seized the opportunity and punched him square in the face, because I'm the one who beat you black and blue in our past life. A little while later, Ha-ju groaned as he had to swallow steel balls. They were so hard that his throat was bleeding profusely. He struggled, trying to gulp them down. As it turned out, he had been captured by Lee Hyun-wook. Ha-ju was tied to a pillar, coughing and hacking. He had lost quite a few teeth. His mouth was full of blood as he screamed, You psycho! Stop making me eat these things. What kind of soldier tortures people by forcing them to eat steel balls? Lee Hyun-wook calmly bit into his steel ball. Huh? Torture, you say? He ate it quickly, then licked his lips with a smug look at him. I eat them all the time. If you eat enough, you'll get addicted to the taste of steel soon enough. Ha-ju looked at him in terror, his eyes welling up with tears. What the hell is wrong with you? Why would you eat things like that? He ignored his words, forced Ha-ju's mouth open, and shoved another one in. Come on, let's keep going. Swallow another one. Desperate and helpless, he shouted, Stop, I get it. I'll talk. He started spilling the truth. It was gone ex-Ha-ju thought about the man's lifeless body on the floor and told him everything. He had slaughtered every single guard in the demon shelter, and took control of that place. Afterward, he completely destroyed the shelter, so no AI could enter it anymore. Lee Hyun-wook thought seriously. He destroyed the shelter? Imagine the terrifying pack of wolves during a full moon. I've heard rumors about a villain who destroyed a shelter and slaughtered all the survivors inside to conduct magical experiments to boost his power to a terrifying level. Lee Hyun-wook realized the rogue villain. Lee Hyun-wook secretly deduced. In the previous life, he was so cautious that even though the AI knew he was a villain, his face had never been revealed. Could it be him? Kim Ha-ju told you. Finally, some residents escaped because they couldn't stand his tyranny. We were just sent to bring those residents back. I transformed into the shape of a child, just so I wouldn't hurt them. It's all true, please believe me. You annoyedly snapped. Yeah? Nonsense. Then, in a fit of rage, you squeezed his mouth shut and slammed him against the wall. You surely have other motives. The reason you tried to kidnap the residents is that it was a mission HE assigned to you, right? The system board appeared, mission log. All in progress. 1. Buy time until the destruction is complete. 2. Before the soul wave ends, assassinate 50 civilians. 3. After the destruction is complete, meet with the villain alliance. Lee Hyun-wook lowered his voice, asking, Isn't it so? The villainous assassin, Kim Ha-ju. You squeezed his mouth so tight he couldn't speak properly. You, who are you? Your eyes glowed a destructive blue, causing the marble in Kim Ha-ju's stomach to swell. His shrill scream rang out for a moment, then cut off. Lee Hyun-wook went outside. Choi Tae-dong immediately walked over and asked, Did he commit suicide? After all, who's Gong XD that would make him go as far as to commit suicide? You asked anxiously. If that's the case, shouldn't we wait for Captain Seo Eun-ha and Sergeant Choi Jan-jun to get here first? Lee Hyun-wook's expression soured as he replied quickly, No need. They're busy. Considering the time they need to save the colonel and repair the hunter's armor, they won't make it in time. Choi Tae-dong disagreed and argued with you, but they said he destroyed a shelter, so how are we going to open that door? You smiled cunningly. Don't worry about that. I have my own way. Choi Tae-dong looked at you, surprised and slightly stunned. He's making that face again. A little later, everyone had arrived. Lee Hyun-wook shouted loudly, This is the regular army of the Republic of Korea. Open the shelter door immediately. This is the demon shelter. You put all your might into banging on the door. We have received a report of an illegal occupation of this shelter. Occupying a shelter illegally is a crime that can be dealt with immediately. If you don't open the door, we will use a master key to force it open and enter. Choi Tae-dong helplessly covered his face. So his method is to bluff that we have a master key. Lee Hyun-wook realized, thinking to himself, the fact that they locked themselves inside proves that they don't know anything about the situation outside. You banged on the door while smiling with satisfaction. We will give you enough time. After I report to my superiors, we will treat this as an illegal occupation and enter. Lee Hyun-wook was happy, silently deducing. That means they wouldn't know that the regular army is currently not operating according to regulations. After a while, the doors slowly began to open. Everyone was surprised. Choi Tae-dong put his hand to his mouth. Unbelievable. It actually worked. Kim Se-hee, beside him, stared with her eyes wide and mouth agape. Ha! It's open. A young man walked out. What's going on? Lee Hyun-wook mischievously poked his head in, through the narrow gap in the door. Ah! You closed the door so tight that you couldn't hear me. Huh. We received reports of an illegal occupation of this shelter. Gong XT shouted from inside. Illegal occupation? That's ridiculous. We are strictly following all safety regulations. He led everyone inside. Please, come in and take a look. They walked past, but the people inside didn't pay any attention. XT explained. Because the residents follow orders very well, this shelter is truly an excellent example of how to operate a facility. You walked behind him and asked, it seems like no one here cares about outsiders coming in. Huh. Like they're pretending to ignore us to hide something. He turned back, confused. Huh. You burst out laughing. Ah, just kidding. He looked at you, annoyed and silent. Lee Hyun-wook looked back at the person behind him. Choi Tae-dong looked at you and smiled, as if the two of you already understood each other's intentions. XD said irritably, is this all the troops sent here? If not, then who else is coming? Lee Hyun-wook mocked him. Why are you so curious? Do you think you can handle the number of troops we have, right now? He knew you were teasing him and got angry. You mean, you chuckled and waved your hand. Just joking. Just a possibility. If you were a criminal player, maybe. Veins popped out on his head, and he gritted his teeth in anger. Look here. What do you think you're doing? You want to probe me with those jokes? Lee Hyun-wook turned serious and lowered his voice. You're the one joking here, aren't you? All this time, you've been observing and watching based on how you filled this hall with armed players. So, that's right. You turned and shouted to your team, startling XD. All forces, fire. Hearing the order, they raised their guns and fired at the people in the shelter. At the same time, one of them drew his sword and resisted. While he wasn't paying attention, Lee Hyun-wook used his power to launch a weapon. Gong XD, if you want to fool someone, you better start by finding a guard uniform that fits you better first. Immediately, he transformed into a giant made entirely of stone, making you jump back. One of his right eyes distorted into a black-red color. He shouted furiously, you insignificant soldier. I'm going to crush that noisy mouth of yours. Lee Hyun-wook didn't have time to react before XD grabbed him. Everyone around them was also fighting fiercely. He slammed you against the wall hard, leaving a large dent. XD, in his monstrous form, said, you should stay quiet, shouldn't you? Suddenly, an explosion occurred over his head. He shrieked in pain with a blood-covered face shattered by Lee Hyun-wook. Stee stumbled, revealing that his body was still stuck in the wall. He suddenly spoke up. So, you're the stone guy, huh? His entire body had transformed. He laughed loudly and introduced himself. And I'm the steel one. The soldiers kept firing at the players. Stee roared in anger. How despicable. A soldier attacking civilians like this? Lee Hyun-wook sneered. Civilians? In an emergency, the duty of soldiers like us is to protect civilians from people like you. Chunks of stone flew up, obscuring the grim look in his eyes. The soldiers and players continued to clash. He spoke up. You just slaughtered all the guards here, and you still dare to act high and mighty with me. Go Sung. Where are the civilians really being kept? He clutched his arm and started rushing forward. What the hell? Lee Hyun-wook glared, his eyes wide. He nimbly leaped up, causing Stay to slam into the wall. He went straight through to the other side. Seizing the opportunity, he launched his spear at the guy, releasing its power to push Stay back. He stood before the rubble. He declared, you destroyed the shelter to conduct experiments on living people, didn't you? He gripped the head of the spear and retorted, damn it, what nonsense are you spewing? What's going on? What kind of conspiracy? And what the hell are you talking about with experiments? After that, he threw it away. The shelter reached maximum capacity, but they still tried to cram more people in. Those idiot soldiers didn't account for this wave incident. Just having those civilians there was enough to make us all starve to death soon. He arrogantly patted his chest. You're a player too, so you should understand, right? Losing players like us is a huge loss for this entire nation, isn't it? Remembering the image of Go-sung, Lee Hyun-wook gritted his teeth in hatred. I've heard someone say similar things before. Stee tried even harder to convince him. That's right, we risk our lives fighting non-stop every single day. We should be treated better in times like this. Everything I do is based on pure, objective logic. Suddenly, he cut him off. Enough. It made him freeze. Lee Hyun-wook focused his energy and lunged forward. Whether you're the heretic or not, I'm still going to beat you to a pulp. He raised his hand to meet his punch. The stone casing shattered instantly, but it quickly reformed, leaving him no time to react. He was grabbed by the neck and heard the arrogant guy say, "Looks like you've been looking down on me this whole time, huh? You should really learn your place." Just as Stee raised his hand to punch, he raised his arm to block, gritting his teeth to endure the barrage of attacks. Next, he was lifted high. Die. Then he was slammed down hard, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere, and the two fell straight down to the floor below the subway tunnel. Lee Hyun-wook was unfazed and teased. That's it already? Then he secretly used metal manipulation, causing his arm to instantly sprout sharp spikes, blasting away the debris on Stee's arm. He warned. While using metal manipulation, the enhancement skill will disappear. He swung his arm hard and directly shattered his stone face. Then, he used the enhancement skill to channel energy into both arms and delivered a powerful blow to Stee's face. Countless hateful punches landed on his face, making Stee scream, "Stop!" His face was bruised and battered. "Please, stop." Lee Hyun-wook stood up straight. Suddenly, he sensed something. It was a group of civilians swarming in. A haggard woman clasped her hands. "Please, save us. We can't see anything." A sickly little girl lay in her arms. "We've been doing exactly what you asked this whole time. Please, believe us." Lee Hyun-wook was filled with outrage. This bastard, did he really starve this many people all this time? His eyes widened as he realized, wait, so he's not the heretic? Is it really just because of food rations? Then why on earth did he keep kidnapping civilians? Before anyone knew it, Stee had taken a hostage. Damn it. What do you want from me? I just want to live. What's wrong with that? Lee Hyun-wook realized he was standing on an empty suit of armor. The guy defiantly challenged him. Come here. Approach me. Come on. He narrowed his eyes, determined. He was sure of it now. He's not the heretic. Stee hugged Go-sung while backing away. I did everything you asked. Why won't you let me live? The heretic, suddenly. The guy's head exploded. To his shock, Lee Hyun-wook gritted his teeth, affirming, the real heretic is definitely somewhere around here. A while later, he heard the person opposite him speak up. Corporal Park Jun-mo, reporting for duty. Out of the 32 players involved in the illegal occupation of the shelter, a total of 21 players have been killed and 11 have been injured. Those who were injured have been detained. Seeing him bow his head, Lee Hyun-wook asked, Park Jun-mo, what's with that look? He looked away and confessed, even if they're considered criminals, killing them it's all very difficult. Looking over at Go-sung, cleaning up the bodies, he replied, listen, it was never easy. He placed a hand on Park Jun-mo's shoulder to comfort him. However, if we don't act in a moment of crisis like this, we won't be able to save innocent civilians. That is the duty of soldiers like us. His eyes widened as if he had awakened. As he said, hurry up and pull yourself together, suddenly someone shouted, call the person in charge out here. I need to speak to the person in charge. He wondered, who's that? Park Jun-mo recognized him. Ah, he's the civilian representative. Lee Hyun-wook frowned. Civilian representative? The two of them stepped up to introduce themselves. I am a member of the National Assembly, Park Hyo sang. I was ordered to come here to protect this shelter. I am Lee Hong-jin from the Merchant Association. Right now, I demand to discuss the distribution of food rations. Then he turned to argue. I'm a member of the National Assembly, so he should listen to me first. Hong-jin sneered. Where were you when the shelter was being taken over? What's the use of bringing up that position now? On the other side, Park Jun-mo advised Go-sung. Sir, let us clean that up. He refused. No. You've already saved an old man like me. How can I let you help anymore? Even if he was a soldier, you wouldn't feel comfortable doing this kind of work. Just let me do it. He showed concern for them. Besides, there's something very dangerous here. He asked suspiciously. Dangerous? He pointed toward the basement tunnel where a low growl echoed. He explained, because of Gong X Day, I can't reveal a single word, but I can hear the breathing of a monster getting closer and closer. Please go and investigate that place quickly. I'm afraid something might happen. Jun-mo stared in surprise, wondering, could it be an infiltration? A shelter? Arguments continued on this side. Let's choose a representative for this shelter first. Gil-sang ignored him. What are you talking about? I'm a member of parliament, so of course, I should be the representative here. Thinking of the enemy who hadn't appeared yet, Lee Hyun-wook fell into deep thought. The heretic uses Gong XT to sow fear so he can freely do whatever he wants from the shadows. But the puppet Gong XT is already dead. He pursed his lips, focusing on his train of thought. With the military stationed here, there was only one way to quickly take control of the shelter. It was to become the representative. Looking at Gil-sang, who was arguing with his mouth wide open, he wondered, could it be one of those two? Hong Jin kept refuting it, or is someone manipulating the crowd from behind? Lee Hyun-wook felt disgusted at the thought of the heretic. You bastard, where the hell are you? In a certain place, green jars containing human bodies were lined up against the wall, a series of corpses, half human, half beast, pinned up like a collection. A man, skinny to the bone, stared wide-eyed into the water, and someone was devouring the fresh blood of the unfortunate victim. Blood droplets fell as a cart rolled by. It was Go-sung transporting a body. He looked anxious, glancing over when he heard something. Erin raised her face, covered in blood. A scream echoed, breaking the silent space. She hid behind a large jar. The scene Go-sung saw was the unfortunate victim lying there, body covered in fresh blood. Staring straight at it was a man's face. Erin appeared right behind him. Thud. She was easily restrained by Go-sung with just one hand. Her pupils transformed as he drew close. You brainless bitch. I told you. Don't you dare touch my stuff. Erin was released, leaning weakly against the bloody wall. She pleaded, please not the poisoned blood. Give me fresh blood, please. But after waiting forever, she only saw Go-sung standing by the lab table, laughing creepily. His voice echoed. Amidst a room full of test tubes with things floating inside, he held up a vial in his hand, admiring it. You idiot. Drinking that is like drinking salt water to quench your thirst, isn't it? The vampire, hearing this, whispered curses at the crazy, perverted old man. She was incredibly confused, so she shouted out the reason. Why did you drag those soldiers into this infiltration process? Go-sung smiled smugly and sinisterly. Once the infiltration process is complete, what can those soldiers do to stop it? Instead of acting myself, I simply want to use their lives as a substitute. Erin remembered the time she was attacked by Sergeant Choi Joo-hun earlier and screamed, You're the idiot. Why do you think we failed? Huh. It was because of those damn soldiers. Those people are very different. Before she could finish, Go-sung suddenly slammed the table hard. I don't need those pathetic excuses from you. Erin glared as she listened to his insults. You failed repeatedly simply because you're useless. Then he turned back, bragging, Hey, look forward to what's about to happen. With a disgusting smile and a bright green vial in his hand, he muttered, The lives of everyone here are in the palm of my hand. Then the scene shifts to the shelter's cafeteria. Hong Jin from the Merchant Association is wolfing down the meal in front of him. Gil-sang approaches from afar, nagging him. How can you divide your food rations so carelessly? You must have been consumed by your own hunger, right? He retorted fiercely, pointing at the refugees behind him. Look at this child. How can you say that? When they have had to endure hunger for the past few days, suffering so much, the reason for this situation is, before the food rations were fully inspected, the president of the Merchant Association had unexpectedly distributed them to the people according to his own wishes. Hong Jin shouted loudly, wanting to challenge him. You won't use food rations as an excuse to control us like Gong XT did, would you? Gil-sang was taken aback and retorted immediately. Huh? You think a member of parliament would do something like that? Stop slandering me without any basis. Lee Hyun-wook observed the argument from afar. As a politician, a member of parliament, he is giving quite calculated responses aiming to assert his position here. But we can't ignore the suspicion that they might be the heretic. Jun-mo carried the food supplies over to where he was standing. Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook, he asked timidly, Can we take our food rations? Lee Hyun-wook heard him and snapped at him. No. Someone is behind Gong XT. He is definitely plotting something while hiding somewhere. What if he poisoned the food? Jun-mo sadly listened to his instructions. Security here will completely collapse if we become victims under his hand. You still think it's okay? He whispered. No. Suddenly, someone came over with a tray of food for the two of them. Hey, why don't you try eating these hot, fresh meals? Old man Go-sung offered with good intentions. The meat is delicious too. Come on, eat up. But Lee Hyun-wook refused. Supplies are the most important thing in disasters like this. We can't take the supplies intended for the evacuees. We've already received our meals from the military. As for Jun-mo, he hesitated, looking at the heaping tray of food. Go-sung tried to insist, but Lee Hyun-wook still reached out and pushed the tray away. You don't need to worry about that. It made the old man freeze. Suddenly, a sound came from the radio. Lee Hyun-wook heard it and said to him, Please wait a moment, then walked away to pick up the radio and answer. This is Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook. The other side reported, I intend to go down there myself with you guys. It made him freeze up. No one asked him to be so dedicated. Damn it. Go-sung glared at him, annoyed. Beside him, Junmo was drooling while looking at the tray of food, which had plenty of meat and vegetables. Crap. He clicked his tongue and turned to ask him. More importantly, what happened regarding what I said yesterday? Junmo replied, Yes, we are currently investigating inside. Don't you worry. Go-sung smiled, relieved. Ah, that's great. The scene shifts to the strike team standing with Lee Hyun-wook in front of the tunnel. Covered in strange plants that look like blood-red roses, Lee Min-hee hubbed his rifle and remarked, These aren't plants that you can find on Earth. The temperature here is different too. He turned toward you. This place must be one of the sources that formed the invasion wave. Lee Hyun-wook agreed with that assessment. If we can't stop this thing, then you recall the scene of the city being ravaged by monsters. Like the first wave in California with those green-skinned goblins, the second wave in Shanghai with those withered, mutated plants, and the third wave in Berlin. Lee Hyun-wook frowned deeply. Seoul will be filled with monsters soon enough. Your eyes widened. Currently, you should also level up quickly along with the rest of the team. Sergeant Kim Choi say and I will always be right behind you to provide support. The corridor ahead was filled with gloomy, murky smoke. It made you exclaim, out of all the places, why did it have to be this cramped tunnel? What a stroke of bad luck. The wind blew mournfully across the shelter. A little girl held an empty cup and politely asked, Could I please have some more water? Go-sung knelt down kindly and poured water for her. Sure thing. The little girl replied politely, Thank you, sir. Hidden behind that kind appearance was a wicked, gleeful smile. Hey, you're so unlucky. Just keep trying to stop this with your damn military discipline. This is on a completely different level than a normal invasion portal. Back with Lee Hyun-wook, you and Sergeant Choi watched in alarm as slime dripped down from the vines. She looked at it and wondered, Sergeant, can we really do this? If this is the cause of the invasion, then doesn't it mean it's on a completely different level than usual? Lee Hyun-wook took a defensive stance and quickly agreed with her. It really is different. In the case of a monster lord, the difficulty of the invasion's source requires an S-rank party to team up for the attack. Choi suddenly asked, Then isn't this just like committing suicide? The spatial portal between the vines created a shockwave that slammed into both of them. Lee Hyun-wook smiled excitedly and said confidently, We'll stop it. No sooner had he finished speaking than they rushed out from that portal. Lee Min-hee stared in horror. The lizard-like monsters poured out from among the vines. Lee Hyun-wook shouted, with an iron will, Since they've already built a nest in the tunnel, there's only one path to victory. Move forward. All we have to do is protect this tunnel. Lee Hyun-wook yelled. Sergeant Kim Choi, though startled, still followed his orders. Spirits surged from her, rushing toward the monsters. The spirits attacked, and every blow struck true, but the monsters didn't even. The attacks passed right through them, cutting the spirits in two. Lee Min-hee focused on the fight but couldn't help asking, How much longer do we have to hold out like this? Lee Hyun-wook attacked while giving the order, Start pulling back. Up ahead, the chaotic battle continued, but the spirits were gradually being shattered while the monsters still surged forward aggressively. Lee Min-hee yelled anxiously, This isn't a retreat, we're being pushed back. Suddenly, a massive monster stepped out from the area with the vines. It clung to them, placing one foot on the ground, but the foot suddenly became bloody and heavily veined. Lee Hyun-wook gritted his teeth, observing, invading monsters are greatly affected by the intrusion of the surrounding environment. Therefore, the invasion spreading from the portal is essential for them. That monster also suddenly realized its foot was transforming. When it retracted its leg, its defense capability dropped below average once it left the environment of the invasion. You use mana to pull iron balls out of the container. Sergeant Kim Choi When I spin these balls, compress the wind. Lee Hyun-wook controlled the balls, sending them flying to maximize their acceleration. We're going to wipe them all out in one go. Choi Hearing that, she immediately tried to move her sword to the sides. The spirits fighting the monsters were recalled in front of her. Only the two of them were left with the balls floating while mana swirled turbulently. Lee Hyun-wook smirked, wanting to provoke these monsters. You frog monsters. Have you ever heard of a blender? I'm here to grind you all into dust. You waved your hands, controlling the balls into the wind mana vortex of Choi Sea's. Then, Lee Hyun-wook ordered, Right now. She followed suit, pouring mana into the balls imbued with your mana, which were accelerated by Choi Sea. Like a cyclone piercing through the monsters were scattered, swirling in the gale from the combined attack. Lee Hyun-wook held his attack position steady. The source of this invasion is actually a blessing. If we don't end it right from the start, we're done for. We must stop them. Meanwhile, at the shelter, Hongjin leaned heavily against the stairs, his stomach churning. What's wrong with me? He grimaced, sweating profusely. Suddenly, a fang sprouted out. Hongjin unexpectedly transformed into a monster. He roared, not believing his own eyes. Then, Hongjin was sliced across the throat by someone, sending blood spraying like rain. An interface appeared. It was a hidden quest with the description: avoid inappropriate light and shroud yourself in darkness. The first part of the quest was completed, living experiment. Specifically, the beastification experiment was successful 30 times. 2 quests were in progress: slaughter 1,000 civilians and provide nutrients to feed 30,000 creatures from another world that are taking root underground. The one who killed Hongjin was a heretic disguised as a Gosung staff member. The notification board changed to a congratulatory message. Completed living experiment, beastification experiment. Received special item, monster cultivation. Its effect: when channeling mana into those who have consumed the player's mana, you can summon shadows that hide in the moonlight. Old man Gosung laughed triumphantly. The final experiment is finally complete. Now is the time to change the stage and place all of Seoul under my control. Returning to the portal area, suddenly, a spatial portal slowly creaked open, making them stare intently at it. The portal grew wider and wider. Immediately, the head of a giant monster appeared, causing them to retreat in fear. At a certain city, the sky was gloomy with heavy rain. The monster from before was now struggling to escape from that spatial portal. He found himself in a confined space barely big enough for his head. Furious, he slammed his head against the ceiling, shattering it into thousands of pieces. He lunged forward, desperate to break free, terrorizing everyone in the building. Finally, he emerged, his massive body blocking out the sky. He let out a deafening roar that brought the surrounding buildings crashing down. With every terrifying step he took, thunder and lightning rumbled. A member of the AMT squad watched in sheer terror. It was only for a moment, but he realized this was the monster lord of the invasion he had seen in his past life. It was truly colossal. Lee Hyun-wook watched this scene, filled with indignation, as even the earthquake alarms went off while the creature used its massive body to burst forth from the ground. He remembered how he had wiped out all the monsters, only for the space portal to appear, their corpses littering the floor. That portal is about to bring a new disaster, he shouted, warning Kim Se-yi. The monster lord will be out soon. Use your wind again. At that same moment, a notification board appeared. The monster lord of the invasion, the yokai Dudun, has appeared. Dudun will bring calamity from the heavens and mercilessly destroy those who have violated its territory. So, the giant monster's name was Dudun. It had already pushed its jaw out of the portal. It opened its mouth and roared. Lee Hyun-wook felt the immense pressure radiating from it and grew cautious. This pressure was completely different from what he had felt from a distance. Its roar alone was enough to freeze his entire body. Kim Se-hee was terrified, her face pale and panicked. She wavered, quickly returning to a state of doubt. Are we really supposed to kill this thing? He had just said it required an S-rank response, but Lee Hyun-wook remained resolute. We can do it. According to the intel, the creature is currently unleashing its full power right there on the surface. Suddenly, a series of tornadoes began moving through the neighborhood. He reassured her, we at least need to stay out of its range for a moment. The scene shifted to one of the tornadoes. Everything around it was being mercilessly sucked in. His voice rang out, this first cause of the invasion is actually a stroke of luck that heaven has granted us. Currently, the portal was spawning another monster, Dudun, crowding out the first one. He used his skills to fight the yokai. Kim Se-hee, here, I'm shifting it to you. You'll need to squeeze out every last drop of your mana. She yelled back, determined. He became more resolute than ever, ready to fight it to the very end. Please unleash the strongest wind you have. If we can crush its head, everything will end immediately. The glowing orbs blasted the smaller monsters away, and even Dudun was injured by the force of his attack. He opened his eyes wide for the final, destructive blow. Instantly, thousands of lightning bolts engulfed it, leaving it writhing in pain. The noise he made was so loud that Arin and Gosung, downstairs, could hear it too. He had discovered it and smirked. The Lord, causing the invasion, has appeared. Shall we enjoy the beauty of these soldiers dying slowly now? Arin was dissatisfied. He said, everything will end when the monster lord appears. He turned around to check something. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he sneered. Ru Chang, do you know why you keep getting wiped out like that? It's because you never pay attention to the details. He kept preaching, which only made her grind her teeth in anger. Your arrogance when thinking you wouldn't be defeated by anything below S rank, that blind arrogance is exactly what leads to your downfall, you idiot. I don't look at life through rose-colored glasses, so shut up and listen to me. Suddenly, a space portal created by someone appeared, and a figure slowly stepped out. He immediately raised his gun to stay alert and defend himself. Lee Min-hee bristled, cursing, "Lee Hyun-wook, you bastard." He recalled his conversation with Lee Hyun-wook. "You two are planning to attack the source of the invasion?" He calmly admitted, "Yes, sir." Hearing that, he looked at him angrily. "This is an invasion source. A red portal can't even compare to this." He didn't give in, countering, "That is exactly why we're lucky, sir. A concrete bunker, dry and narrow, with a monster lord that dominates both the sky and water appearing in it that's extremely rare. An unprecedented opportunity. Before it even leaves the ground, it won't even be able to use 1/10 of its total power," he decided without hesitation. "So, please put your faith in us and help us with something else, sir." He still wore a confused, hesitant expression. "I'll do it myself." He wanted him to do it immediately. He proposed the plan. "I need you to help. Find whoever is controlling everything behind Gong XT. If he's capable of doing all this, there must be a private space somewhere," he explained. "It might look like a laboratory, likely locked or hidden behind a magic circle that makes it invisible." Hearing this, he became slightly annoyed. "So what am I supposed to look for?" "I need to at least know what I'm looking for," he replied. "The antidote." Seeing how Gong XT died, he probably used some kind of magical poison. Seeing this, he panicked and shouted, "What? What kind of poison? Have we already been poisoned?" He whispered, "Lower your voice, sir. I'm warning you if we're overheard. Not only the whole squad, but all the citizens will be in danger. Sergeant Kim and I will go eliminate the cause of the invasion, even if it means risking our lives to do it." The more he spoke, the more terrified he became. "But if you can't find the antidote, everyone will lose their lives. You are the key to this mission, sir. You must find it." Back in the present, even though Lee Min-hee was quite dissatisfied, he reassured himself. Being the key, Immediately after, he rushed toward the portal, intending to head back. But how can I possibly find that in a shelter this huge? The scene shifted to the monster Dudon after Lee Hyun-wook's attack. It had now collapsed. Kim Si-hee saw that they hadn't finished it off and trembled in fear. Their attack, she thought, and now he also thought it had no effect at all. It just lay there, motionless. Even so, the two of them didn't dare lower their guard. Suddenly, it snapped its eyes wide open. Its mouth revealed rows of razor-sharp teeth, and giant tentacles emerged. It let out a massive roar, its mouth gaping wide. Following that, long, writhing tentacles slithered out. The roar was so deafening it carried enough power to blow a grown man away. The monster launched its tentacles to attack, but the two of them managed to dodge every single one. Seeing an opening after one missed, he pulled out his weapon, ready to slice it off. But as soon as he touched the ground before he could do anything, he was struck by a sharp-tipped tentacle. Luckily, Lee Hyun-wook dodged in time. The ground behind him was shattered by the monster's tentacle. Determined, he yelled, "We have to do whatever it takes to take it down before Seoul becomes a completely overrun zone where no one can survive anymore." Shifting from defense to offense, they moved forward. Choi Se-ah questioned, "But how are we supposed to do that?" He shouted back, "I'm going to crawl into its mouth." She was shocked. "Are you crazy?" Her voice seemed to echo all the way to the other side, where the monster resided. "I don't know what you're planning, but if you take even one wrong step, even if you manage to kill the monster lord, you might never make it back." Even so, he didn't change his mind. "I know." Before this, monster pulls its head back into the other world. Lee Hyun-wook ran, getting closer and closer to the inside of its mouth. One shot, one life. "I have to destroy it with this one final strike." He nimbly dodged every incoming attack. Choi Se-ah, use your spirit energy to hold the monster's head in place. Without hesitation, ignoring everything else, he lunged straight forward. "Is there anywhere I haven't risked my life before?" Feeling its prey fall into its mouth, it immediately snapped its jaws shut. Suddenly, a nearly transparent hand was placed upon it. Then, more and more girls' spirits flew in, holding it tightly. She tried her absolute best at this moment. The monster's head was covered in spirits. Choi Se-ah screamed, draining her energy to maintain the spell, but eventually, it became hard for each spirit to hold its form. They were being torn apart. She was at her limit. Choi Se-ah was unwilling to give up. "No, I'm reaching my limit." With nothing left to stop it, the massive monster tried to retract its head to return to its own world. She screamed to wake him up. Lee Hyun-wook returned to the spot. Choi Se-ah was terrified, sweating profusely. This wasn't part of the plan. How? A voice came from the shadows. "See," a survivor managed to return. She was startled. "Who are you?" Go-sung grinned. "What are you still doing? If you don't get to work, there won't be any food for you." Aaron was extremely annoyed. "Don't act high and mighty when you only fed me that rotting blood." Looking at the restrained Choi Se-ah, he said, "I've never seen that girl before. It's a good thing those soldiers aren't here right now. Go-sung guessed, "It seems they're stronger than I imagined. Since the monster had to fight with only its head through the gate, it probably faced quite a bit of trouble. The monster didn't seem to be having a good time. It just wanted to go back." Suddenly, its eyes lit up. Unable to withstand the pressure, it opened its mouth wide, revealing that it was casting some kind of spell inside. The terrifying power caused it to bleed non-stop. Blood sprayed everywhere. This scene left the three of them, Choi Se-ah, Go-sung, and Aaron, completely stunned. The monster's head, covered in blood, collapsed before them. The system screen appeared. "Congratulations. The Dokkaebi monster has been defeated. The spread of the layer and the speed of the invasion process have decreased. Find and destroy its core to stop the cause of the invasion." Its mouth was now full of blood. A hand slowly poked out from inside its body. Lee Hyun-wook wasn't dead yet. He slowly crawled out and fell to the ground. Following him was a stream of red blood. Choi Se-ah's eyes widened in surprise. "No way, don't tell me he's..." He slowly stood up, laughing strangely. Aaron recognized that laugh. "It's him. He's over there." He continued to laugh, his laughter losing its humanity. Go-sung was equally shocked. How? How is that possible? The laughter stopped for a moment. "Finally, I've finally seen your face. You traitorous scoundrel." The monster wasn't afraid, but he charged forward without hesitation, now surrounded by a surge of power. The fierce-looking eyes of his demonic, explosive projectile continued to attack. At the same time, the system sent a warning. Continued use of metal control may affect the subject's lifespan. Remaining stamina, 30%. Lee Hyun-wook didn't retreat. He charged straight ahead, surrounded by a red aura, whispering, "Shut up. I'm on the verge of death, and this wind cloud sword is like a glutton." At this moment, the system provided item information, item name, wind cloud sword. From absorbing the blood of the monster lord, a mysterious energy is being drawn into the wind cloud sword, 89%. When the item is completely full, its ultimate potential will be released. Lee Hyun-wook thought to himself in confusion and desperation, "Why is this Dokkaebi monster's stomach so big? Please, just a little more." His eyes glowed brightly. "Release it now, Imperial Violent Bullet." The system notified him, "Congratulations. You have successfully defeated the Dokkaebi monster. Due to you defeating the monster, the spread of the layer and the speed of the invasion process have decreased significantly. To completely stop the cause of the invasion, find and destroy its core." Junmo was surprised after reading the notification. "I didn't expect them to actually act on it. But can the two of them really defeat that monster lord by themselves?" A soldier nearby replied optimistically, "Of course. I choose to believe so." If Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook identified himself as S rank, he hurriedly added, "Above all, if everything the sergeant said is true, this place will soon turn into a living hell." The people nearby were surprised when they saw the system board. They gathered in one spot to watch, consumed by curiosity. The raid team was coming up from the elevator. "Everyone, stay alert." Choi Se-ah shouted slowly, flustered. "No way, don't tell me he's naked." Before she could finish her sentence, Lee Hyun-wook lunged out and shouted, "Now is not the time to worry about such trivial things." Choi Se-ah stared at him with her mouth wide open. The fact that he had been naked this entire time is a trivial matter. Lee Hyun-wook angrily raised his fist and charged at Arain. "How can that compare to stopping these monsters?" Go-sung was scared. "Damn it, what the hell are you still doing here?" Aaron was both angry and confused. "Damn it, I don't want to get involved with them anymore." Go-sung panicked and snapped at her. "What the hell are you still doing here, Aaron?" She was furious and confused. "Damn it, I don't want anything to do with them anymore." Suddenly, a purple ring appeared in her right eye as she prepared to battle Lee Hyun-wook. In a flash, he closed in on Aaron and was about to strike, but she realized his target wasn't her, it was that old man, Go-sung. He blocked Lee Hyun-wook's attack with his hand. "Sergeant Se-hee, that vampire is all yours." Lee Hyun-wook ordered. She panicked at the sudden command, as it felt like he had just abandoned the military. "Focus, Se-hee. If your report is true, the bond between you and it is." Just then, Go-sung transformed his arm into a limb with massive claws. Seeing this, Se-hee screamed right in front of him. By the time he turned his head, it was already too late. Go-sung used his oversized hand to grab Lee Hyun-wook by the face, lifting him high into the air to gain momentum. Then, he slammed him into the ground with a powerful blow, but Lee Hyun-wook quickly turned his body into steel and smirked confidently. "Is that really all you've got?" Go-sung tried to stay calm to avoid being provoked. "Ah, that's right, you can turn your body into steel, can't you?" Lee Hyun-wook struggled with all his might, making the old man stumble slightly. Just then, Sergeant Se-hee flew in to support him. Go-sung, not paying attention, arrogantly scoffed. "Well then, why don't we test just how long you can hold out? Hearing this, she tried to move faster, but unfortunately, she was spotted by Aaron, who blocked her path. Sihi pointed her sword at Aaron's face and bluntly challenged her. What is the nature of our bond? If you're just going to talk in riddles, you better stay out of it. This is annoying, I'm losing it. Aaron shouted impatiently. I don't intend to waste time with you. Let's end this quickly. UBTH. After hearing the insult, she frowned in annoyance. Lee Min-hee entered Go-sung's secret room. Finally found it. Who would have thought they'd tear down the water storage, just to turn it into a lab like this? Pouring toxic water into a tank, he angrily pulled out his gun. Damn it. How long have they been dumping poison into the water supply? So many people must have been poisoned already. I have to find the antidote fast. Lee Min-hee frantically searched the room. Where is it? Where is it? Where the hell is it hidden? He went to the lab table. He must have kept at least a portion for himself. Suddenly, Lee Min-hee paused. He looked at the test tubes containing human subjects. It was just hitting him now. He looked over at the werewolf corpses that Go-sung had nailed to the walls. Only the corpses in the tubes were left alone. Finally, Lee Min-hee glanced back at the water tank from earlier. He gasped in shock. The water tank, it couldn't be, could it? Back to Lee Hyun-wook and the old man. He imbued magic into an arrow, aiming to strike Go-sung, but the old man seemed to have anticipated it. He arched his body in midair to dodge the arrow. The arrow looped around and returned to Lee Hyun-wook. Go-sung remained calm, looking amused. Oh, so, you can attack at both close and long range. Huh. What are you still doing there? Come here. The steel fragments on his face seemed ready to shatter. Lee Hyun-wook stared at him in silence with furious eyes. Go-sung sneered. What's wrong? Plotting something. He flew into a rage and roared, causing the steel fragment on his cheek to fall off. How can an old man like you still be so cheerful? Don't you see I'm exhausted? Go-sung grimaced. What kind of disappointment is this? I thought you were using your head. Have you always been this useless? Lee Hyun-wook wondered to himself. In the previous life, the traitor was so careful and cunning that he would never fight a battle himself. But surely there must be some reason that forced him to lower himself to fight now. He was so frustrated he couldn't help but grit his teeth. Are you just stalling for time? Go-sung, still full of energy, raised his hand and summoned a spell. At the same time, the system window appeared. You are using monster cultivation. You are using magic to summon the shadow hidden in the moonlight. Warning, the manifestation time of the shadow hidden in the moonlight depends on the caster's state. He laughed with glee. No matter how much you try to analyze it, all the refugees will be in my hands anyway. What good is your plan? Lee Hyun-wook grabbed a sharp arrow and charged at him. Shut up. Down in the subway, a woman holding her child asked a man who was clutching his head in panic. Sir, are you okay? Suddenly, monsters appeared, causing everyone to scream endlessly. Juno immediately aimed his gun and ordered everyone, fire. Increase the distance between those transformed creatures and the civilians. Squad, proceed with the mission. They fired at the monsters. One of the creatures extended its claws to threaten them. Juno panicked and aimed his gun at it. Another monster was terrorizing the mother and child from before. It was about to finish them off with its claws, making the mother hug her child tightly in fear. Suddenly, it stopped and shrieked at something. The sprinkler on the ceiling suddenly sprayed water, leaving it in shock. The monster struggled and wailed, making the mother and child even more terrified. The droplets falling on its skin caused the outer layer to dissolve. Surprisingly, underneath was Go-sung. Lee Min-hee had triggered the sprinklers. He stood looking around, impressed. Lee Hyun-wook's prediction was right. Lee Min-hee recalled what he had said. He must have prepared a large amount of the antidote. At the time, he had denied it. How could that be? What kind of idiot would poison people and then prepare a massive amount of antidote? But Lee Hyun-wook had insisted his logic was sound. His preparation has no flaws. If the poison was meant to transform humans, then he must have prepared for the situation where those creatures might slip out of his control, right? Trust me. Lee Min-hee still couldn't believe it to this day. He really filled the tank with the antidote. Lee Hyun-wook, you madman, how could he have predicted it to this extent? Back on the other side, Lee Hyun-wook and Go-sung were fighting intensely. Unable to withstand each other's power, they were pushed back to opposite sides. A moment later, the notification board appeared. The silhouette hidden in the moonlight has returned to the shadows, warning that your control over the mutated creatures is fading rapidly. Warning, you have lost control of the mutated creatures. He stood frozen, stunned after reading it. What? Go-sung seemed unable to believe what was happening. The look on his face suggested he wanted to devour Lee Hyun-wook alive. You dare ruin my plans. Just as he couldn't understand what was going on, a system board appeared. You read it and smirked triumphantly, driving him to his breaking point. The villainous apostate transformed into a different form and lunged at Lee Hyun-wook. You've ruined my plans. Don't even dream of leaving here alive. He thrust his massive claws straight into the protagonist. You won't die easily. I'll experiment on you until you beg me to let you die. Go-sung used his giant hand to attack Lee Hyun-wook. I'll preserve your head intact and put it on display. Suddenly, he sensed something rushing toward him. Though exhausted, Lee Hyun-wook flashed an arrogant smile because he saw the system notify that the cloud-piercing sword had reached 100% energy capacity. Hearing this, he was stunned. The notification continued. Congratulations, the true potential of the cloud-piercing sword has been unleashed and upgraded to the Black Hand Cloud-Piercing Sword. The Black Hand Cloud-Piercing Sword appeared before Go-sung. The system introduced the item's information. Name, Black Hand Cloud-Piercing Sword. Effect, by absorbing moisture, fog, or lightning, it releases a burst of power. Once the stored heavenly lightning is used, it requires recharging for the next use. Next, he picked up the Black Hand Cloud-Piercing Sword, but immediately rejected him and attacked back. It shoved Go-sung away violently. Black Hand Cloud-Piercing Sword immediately flew back to its owner. It was none other than Lee Hyun-wook. He held the sword in his hand while the other man was still furious. He screamed bitterly, "You damn monkey!" Go-sung continued to threaten him. "Not only you, I will dissect all of your teammates and stuff your corpses into them." Lee Hyun-wook didn't stay silent anymore and spoke up. "Hey, you dog of a doctor. You think you're so smart with all those plans of yours, but I think you're just going to lose. Humph, just open your eyes and see how much longer you can keep yapping." Lee Hyun-wook's expression was resolute as he blurted out, "I'll turn you into a stupid dog that only knows how to bark woof, woof, okay." The vampire woman lunged forward quickly. She unleashed her ultimate move, cornering Sergeant Kim. Choi Se-ah was sent flying into the wall. Even though a wound had appeared on her shoulder, Choi Se-ah still tried to focus on the fight. Erin gloated, "Humph, still as slow as ever." She raised her hand, intending to deliver a finishing blow. "After all, what part of you is even worthy of fighting me?" Choi Se-ah knew she had reached a dead end. She closed her eyes and gritted her teeth in fear. In the moment of crisis, a sword tore through the ground and flew up. It separated Erin and Choi Se-ah to both sides. The sword passed through, leaving a surge of magic between the two. Before anyone understood what was happening, the sword flew straight into the depths of the tunnel. The vampire woman was shocked, unable to believe it. That's impossible. Erin tried to stand up. She ran quickly toward the sword. "I have to check this." Erin rushed off, kicking up dust. At this moment, Choi Se-ah slowly regained consciousness. She didn't see the woman anywhere and shouted, but it was too late. "Hey, where are you running off to? Get back here." The sword flew straight to Lee Hyun-wook, so it belonged to him. You shouted loudly in anger, "Hey, you dog of a doctor. You think you're so smart with all those plans of yours, but I think you're just going to lose." "Humph," you spoke in a provocative tone and pointed the sword at him. "Just open your eyes and see how much longer you can keep yapping. Ha. I'll turn you into a stupid dog that only knows how to bark woof woof, okay?" Go-sung gritted his teeth in frustration, but a moment later, he smiled sinisterly. Go-sung shouted and pointed at Lee Hyun-wook, "You almost killed me with that sharp blade of yours, but unfortunately my mind can see through whatever you're trying to hide. I won't fall for those tricks of yours." Lee Hyun-wook looked at him indifferently. What the hell was he talking about? A lightning bolt flashed. Lee Hyun-wook vanished right before his eyes. He quickly appeared behind him. Truly an ignorant fool. Before Go-sung could react, he unleashed the Black Hand Cloud-Piercing Sword's destruction technique. Luckily, he managed to dodge the attack, but not for long. Lee Hyun-wook immediately chased after him with the sword. He swung the blade into the ground. This caused magical power to quickly strike Go-sung. The powerful blow sent the apostate flying. His back, which was already heavily wounded, was covered in blood. Still not stopping, Lee Hyun-wook tried to pursue him, wanting to finish him off immediately. Go-sung looked back in a panic, seeing the sword closing in on him. Lee Hyun-wook shouted with determination, "It's over, apostate." But suddenly, an unexpected incident occurred. The armor on his arm exploded, causing Lee Hyun-wook to lose his rhythm. Go-sung took the opportunity to retreat. The armor on his arm shattered into small pieces, surprising everyone. At the same time, a warning board appeared. "You are about to be unable to withstand the power of the Black Hand Cloud-Piercing Sword." He shouted angrily, "Hey, how many times have I told you? Huh. You should have understood and restrained yourself sooner." The sword was frantically draining his strength, causing him to weaken gradually. "Humph. How can Sergeant Choi Jun handle such a giant monster?" Go-sung mocked triumphantly. "You fool. You intended to use a weapon beyond your capabilities just to pull a fast one on me, didn't you?" A warning message appeared, "Moonlight Song. A special frequency will spread from the wolf and the moon. Those who hear this frequency will be dragged into a virtual space controlled by the user. Warning. The limit of people you can drag into your virtual space is 1. He spoke cruelly. This is your end, you useless monkey. Go-sung chanted a spell, catching Lee Hyun-wook's attention. A black mist rose from Go-sung's position, forcing Lee Hyun-wook to take a defensive stance. When he looked back, the scenery around him had completely changed. Beneath his feet was a sea of blood. Above his head hung a blood moon, with lightning dancing around. Lee Hyun-wook was both surprised and worried. Is this an illusion? He tried stomping his foot on the surface of the water. It confirmed his suspicions. Something was definitely wrong. This had to be an illusion, but the scent and the sensation were unmistakably blood. Could this really just be a typical illusion? Go-sung's image appeared beneath the water. Seeing you look so confused is hilarious, he mocked. This illusionary art can directly manipulate your brain. You'll never be able to tell what's real and what's just a hallucination. It was like his brain had been completely severed from reality. Suddenly, a hand burst from beneath the water, accompanied by wolf claws pressing down hard, pinning Hyun-wook. Go-sung laughed maniacally. Die in despair. Accept that you're imprisoned in this illusion forever. The giant hand tried to crush him, but Hyun-wook was swift, shifting into a defensive stance. A phantom wolf head appeared. You will never be able to escape this technique on your own. This is my perfect masterpiece. A spectacular death for a fool like you. Who told you to shamelessly interfere with my plans? Go-sung's ethereal hand exerted all its strength to crush him, but Hyun-wook remained calm, his voice dripping with disdain. Are all your techniques as pathetic as you are? What nonsense are you spewing? I'll never be able to escape your perfect technique. Even if I can just return to reality. His power surged around him. An arrow flew straight toward him. A system window flashed brightly, displaying item information, failed sword, art, cheston. Effect. Targets the designated objective without fail. Ignores all of the target's magic resistance. Go-sung's eyes widened as he coughed up blood. He clutched his head in agony. On the other side, Hyun-wook had already returned to reality. Go-sung couldn't seem to accept the outcome. Why? How? How could my perfect plan, my entire illusionary space, all turn to ash? My supreme plan, my technique, my genius, they couldn't possibly be ruined this easily. Hyun-wook calmly interjected. Supreme genius? Stop the nonsense. You're just a coward hiding behind plans to survive. Go-sung roared in anger. Shut your mouth. Don't make me rip that insolent tongue out of your head. In his left hand, Hyun-wook held the black hand of the Cloud Master, and in his right, the Achilles spear, ready to continue the fight. Warning messages popped up. Black hand of the Cloud Master and Achilles spear. Warning. The two tower aura attributes are incompatible. Forcing them to be used simultaneously will not guarantee the subject's survival. Hyun-wook read the warning and smiled coldly. This damn status window has gotten more sensitive, hasn't it? If I actually cared about my own life, do you think I would have come this far? The villain started to panic. Again? That damn tongue of yours. What now? Are you actually planning to sacrifice your life just to kill me? Don't you ever rethink your actions? Hyun-wook's smile lost all humanity. Rethink? I've done this 1,000 times in my past life. I'll do whatever it takes to survive. I'll do anything, and everyone will have to die. What is a mediocre plan from a coward like you matter to me? The fear of death is your fatal weakness. He lunged forward, unleashing a destructive blast. Hyun-wook seemed to be having fun, smiling sinisterly, catching Go-sung completely off guard. Let's die together. Hyun-wook used both weapons and his own strength to blow him away. Perhaps this was the end. He returned to his human form. Hyun-wook stood, looking down at the unconscious Go-sung. That's right, he said, his expression filled with resentment for the coward. You were already a madman long before this. You're the one who made me like this. At the same time, Arin was struggling to move quickly through the streets. Her eyes were severely injured. She muttered to herself, I knew it. Getting involved with these soldiers was a terrible plan. She had seen Hyun-wook deliver the final blow to Go-sung, which left her stunned. Suddenly, she remembered and grew furious when he launched his suicidal attack. He had looked back at her and smiled. Are they all members of a special ops squad full of lunatics? A moment later, Arin landed on the ground. She moved into the shadows to avoid being seen. Gasping for air, she gritted her teeth in regret. Because of that foul blood I drank, this body is losing energy too fast. Blood, I need fresh blood. Suddenly, she looked across the street and saw someone walking. Arin's heart leaped with joy. A living person. Are they just some poor wretches who got left behind? With that thought, Arin leaped high, intending to use her claws to dive down and attack. But unexpectedly, she missed. All she felt was a cold blade pressed against her throat. What? That's impossible. They had no way to defend themselves. I didn't even see anything coming. The girl spoke softly, her tone dripping with mockery. Attacking from behind? You have no honor as a true warrior, do you? Are you strong? Arin looked up. In front of her was a beautiful girl, but her words were as cold as the grave. If you are, then the only path left for you is death. Hyun-guk reached up to catch a large purple orb that had appeared. This was the experience point reward for the raid team. Suddenly, the large object split into countless smaller ones. Under his power, a notification window appeared. Congratulations, you have successfully destroyed the corruption core. The source of decay in the area has been neutralized. All players who participated in destroying the corruption source will be rewarded with experience points. The affected areas will be converted into otherworld magic stones. Minhai quickly covered her face with her hands. Is it really over? Hyun-guk flashed a bright smile. He looked toward his team. It's over. Now, it's time to claim the rewards. Their experience points began to rise as the small purple fragments drifted toward them. Oh my god, one gasped. What is this insane amount of experience points? One by one, the team members cheered. I reached level 30. That was fast. I'm level 33 already. One of them exclaimed expectantly. Could we reach Class C? No, Class B. Suddenly, a pair of golden wings radiating brilliant light appeared behind them. The wings began to beat powerfully. Feathers fell one by one, carrying latent power. The raid team members were ecstatic. Huh, my body is suddenly overflowing with power. What is this? A notification window appeared. Congratulations. Special conditions have been met. All participants in the mission, you will all benefit from this divine blessing. The power of the holy light will be quintupled compared to the norm. Your recovery rate will also double. Hyun-guk looked straight at his teammates with a stern expression and spoke up. Listen up. At your current levels, each of you has reached the caliber of a monster defense squad commander. From now on, every time we eliminate the source of the decay in the soul waves, all of you will grow stronger, faster than any other AI. The team members looked at each other, their eyes wide with unconcealable surprise. I promise you all, by the day the waves end, I will make each and every one of you strong enough to be the ace of a squadron. Amidst the cheering and roaring of the team, Hyun-guk emphasized, so, make sure you stay alive. Beside the joy of the others, Park Junmo sat in the corner, his face gloomy. In a steely voice, Hyun-guk called the roll. Park Junmo looked up, startled by the sudden call. He stammered, Corporal Park Junmo, yes sir. They both locked eyes. Hyun-guk said seriously, you and I are the same. We can't level up. Don't be sad about that. Just wait. I will make you stronger than the others. So don't worry. Or do you not trust me? Junmo quickly replied, I trust you, sir. He gave a warm smile to his comrade in arms. The ground suddenly shook. Countless rocks, large and small, fell in chaos along with something massive crashing down from above. Everyone was left stunned. Corporal Hyun-guk, are you all right? A large object had suddenly appeared, leaving everyone in confusion. A steel column? They kept whispering. No, it looks more like a sword. You're calling that a sword? Hyun-guk touched it lightly. It was indeed a sword. However, it wasn't an ordinary sword that one could just swing around. A notification window popped up with the item info. Name, Fragment of Mjolnir, 1 out of 13. Heroic grade. Effect, 1. Seal and release mass. Level 1 to 5. The user can seal and release Mjolnir's mass, and the sword will grant superior physical strength to its wielder. 2. Shockwave. It can release a powerful shockwave. The destructive power is directly proportional to the level of mass released. Memories slowly surfaced in his mind like a slow-motion film. That was the iconic symbol of his nickname, the Great Steel Emperor, from his past life. Next came the image of the sword plunged into the ground. He had risked his life to collect these 13 shards and brought them to the blacksmith, Kang Seo-hee, who forged them into a unique, legendary holy sword, stronger than any other. After a long while, the notification window popped up again. The mass of the Mjolnir fragment has been sealed from 5 back to 1. A blue aura covered the sword. It radiated countless beams of light. Under Hyun-guk's influence, he smiled with satisfaction. The sword slowly shrunk, fitting perfectly into the palm of his hand. His powerful voice rang out, All right, we're done here quickly. Let's move to the next spot. We don't have time. So, just take what you can. On the ground, blue materials were scattered everywhere. Everyone panicked. There was expensive magical ore everywhere. As they fumbled to touch them, they shouted with joy, This place is practically a mine. How much is this worth? With this amount, we could buy an entire guild. Bring those 2 space bags over here. Fast. Hyun-guk, his body stained with blood, slowly walked towards Se-hee. Sergeant Kim, are you all right? She ignored his gaze, bringing her hand up to hold the wound on her shoulder. I'm fine. Wounds like this will heal quickly. About what you said regarding my compatibility with that vampire earlier. You just said I was at a disadvantage and should retreat, didn't you? Hyun-wook raised an eyebrow, puzzled. No, on the contrary. There is a fairly clear method for you to win. Sei wondered, what is it? He looked at her claw-marked shoulder, then smiled with a sense of pity. It seems you were a bit surprised, having to fight a player after only fighting monsters. A battle between players isn't just decided by level and compatibility. You have good combat skills. If you fight again, I'm sure you'll immediately understand what I mean. So hurry up and let's get going. Sei lowered her head, but I let her go. If she hit immediately, we wouldn't be able to find her in this disaster. Hyun-wook suddenly remembered Aaron standing to the side watching him fight the monster. Don't worry about that. She opened her eyes wide, observing. An object suddenly shot out at a considerable speed. It stuck to the hem of her cloak before she could run away. I already attached a chip to her, he chuckled. I don't know her exact location, but at least I know the general direction. If we chase her now, we will be able to catch her before the wave ends. Of course, if she's still alive. The cold blade touched her skin, making Aaron shudder. I don't know why I wasn't killed immediately, but this is my chance. Her sharp fingernails prepared for an assassination attempt. I will cut your head off in one strike. Cou, wearing a cloak, lowered his voice. You're strong, huh? If you weren't strong enough, you'd be dead here. Aaron jumped up, her angry eyes flashing. What are you talking about? In a flash, he was gone. Cou had speed blitzed behind her. The sword began to emit countless blue beams of light. She struggled desperately to defend herself. Everything around them began to collapse. Aaron was dazed. What is happening? Did he just cut down those buildings? No way. I didn't even see him move. Cou sheathed his sword and spoke in a low, somber tone. I simply placed sword energy on all the paths you could possibly take, but given your level, you couldn't even read the sword technique. Cou. A series of massive stones thundered down to the ground, tearing through the silent night. A footstep slowly approached. Cou spoke in a voice just audible, yet full of authority. You should be thankful for your own weakness. Aaron's eyes were suddenly filled with resentment before she left. She left behind one sentence. A true warrior does not strike the weak. Aaron stood there, dazed, unable to even steady herself. She shouted, What the hell is wrong with that guy? Where are these crazies coming from? Amidst the vast void, a series of overlapping voices piled up. Breaking news. Zombie golems are roaming around. What? Doesn't that mean there's a dark mage nearby? Number 13 has connected to an unidentified player at the National Gateway Response Command Center. The United Command Center was flooded with a succession of notifications. Mage number 44, location Darim 2 Dong, is contacting B-rank player Lee Choi. Communication with mage number 51 has been severed. Suddenly, grim news emerged. They were under attack. The silhouette of a girl stood alone before a large glass door. The situation is too fragmented, she said, worry clearly etched on her face. Players are throwing themselves into individual battles, only thinking about saving themselves. This cannot continue. This was Kang Seo-yoon, representative of the Jumana Guild and South Korea's 4th-ranked player. She kept biting her nails. We need a key player. We need a key factor to unite the players during this insane soul wave. The office door burst open. A voice called out, Representative Kang. We just received information that the origin of the corruption in the East has been wiped out by a player, ma'am. Seo-yoon was completely stunned. Who is it? Is it a famous guild? Who is their leader? What is their rank? The assistant hurriedly read the information on the electronic screen. Location. Namsan, 1st Battalion, 3rd Anti-Magic Regiment. But I see a small task force. And their commander is only. She narrowed her eyes, listening intently. An F-rank sergeant, ma'am? Seo-yoon shouted, Are you kidding me? If they're a monster defense team, they're soldiers. And an F-rank sergeant at that? Don't you know how important information is at a time like this? Soft, slow footsteps approached her. Why are you losing your cool? Given the current situation, it's only natural to have low-level trash all over the place. She scolded him in frustration. I thought you had left South Korea. What are you doing here? The man spoke sternly. Of course not. I simply wasn't going to interfere in a situation where there was no better choice. This man was Ki-baek Jun. He was a 3rd-ranked member of the South Korean Southern Guild, Guild Master of Great Mountain, and ranked 10th among Southern Korean players. Seo-yoon looked relieved and listened closely to his proposal. One of our guild's key raid teams has completed the gate opening in the Hukseo-ok area and is currently resupplying. Once they finish, they have agreed to scout the source of the corruption, Baek Jun confidently continued. They are a fairly skilled team with an A-rank player as their leader. With him at the center, we will be able to unite the players and save the residents of Seoul. That sounds like a good countermeasure. So, put your trust in Captain Chukyo Ion. A monster, covered in blood, lay upside down. A man carried octopus tentacles on his shoulder and cleared his throat. Captain, The citizens surrounding us say they will follow us too. This was Chu Kyu-ion from the third-ranked Great Mountain Guild of South Korea. He was the leader of the key attack team. The weak but determined voice of a citizen came through. Please escort us to the nearest shelter. We will do whatever you say. The monster's eyes flared up as he glanced at them. Hey, you idiots. What do you think you can even do? My skill is monster control. Everyone stared in amazement. As soon as he ordered, finish everything that's left unfinished. Do you understand me? Debris poured down like a flood. Monsters rushed in. Swords slashed repeatedly, and blood splattered everywhere. Kyo-ion bit into the creature in his hand, crazed. He growled, kill them all so no one is left to stab us in the back. Under the dark, rainy sky, 4 small girls ran forward with all their might. 2 of the girls suddenly stopped and looked around, asking each other, did you hear a strange noise? How could that be? Is it a dog howling or something? Jiho turned her head and breathed. Slow down. After we get past this spot, we can rest. Huimeng's eyes welled up with fear. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I held you all back. Even though we have to move as fast as we can, just leave me behind. Jiho held her cheeks and scolded her. Huimeng, what are you saying? We can't go without you. That's impossible, so don't ever say that again. The little girl was moved and called out, Jiho, thank you. Not far away, a massive explosion shook all 4 of them, causing them to cover their heads in terror. The little girl, though terrified, still raised her hand to stop everyone. Everyone, stand firm. Just then, the 2 girls in front fell hard to the ground. Seeing this, Jiho quickly helped the little girl run into a dark corner, and both hid inside. The little girl kept covering Huimeng's mouth, whispering, hold your breath. 4 monsters flew down from the sky and approached the 2 girls lying on the ground. They picked up the 2 unconscious girls and prepared to leave. One of them kept watching the surroundings, and when he looked out, Jiho saw the 2 monsters carrying the girls fly away. The remaining 2 were extremely cautious, looking toward one side to investigate. One monster gradually approached the dark alley to check. Jiho nervously instructed Huimeng, listen, no matter what happens, you must stay here. You have to survive and call for a rescue team, okay? The little girl looked frightened. Wait, don't scare me like that. No, don't! From inside the alley, the girl nimbly ran out to lure them away. Hey, you stupid zombies! The girl ran continuously along the road, trying her best to escape them. As she ran, Jiho was so scared she was on the verge of tears. In an instant, a monster flew behind the girl as fast as a gust of wind. He grabbed the girl and flew into the air, leaving the spot. Huimeng, hiding there, could only cover her nose and mouth, holding her breath while watching. The little girl looked out, becoming more and more terrified. Someone, save me. The monster in front of her slowly glanced over. Is there anyone? Anyone at all? Please. Huimeng didn't dare to make a sound, her tears instinctively streaming down. Save me and my friends. The monster had almost seen her. It broke into a ghastly smile, making Huimeng secretly panic. Please. Just as the creature approached, a sword suddenly pierced through its chest. Blood splattered everywhere in front of her. The crimson stream gushed violently as the monster collapsed to the ground. A blurry figure stepped out from the distance, asking, Hey, are you okay? Huimeng slowly regained her composure. Is that an angel? Please, save my friends too. Hyun-wook asked with a smirk, which made the girl jump back in surprise. Hey kid, what are you? He looked at her, completely bewildered. Huh? What's going on? The scene shifted to a different location. A desolate area where monsters were rampaging and destroying everything. Amidst the heavy rain against the towering buildings, the captain barked an order. Everyone listen up. We need to get out of here quickly. Head east, run east. What are you all just standing there for? I can't just leave those who are injured or having an asthma attack behind. Jiho looked at the captain firmly. I can't leave Huimeng behind. The captain roared at her in a rage. We can't help her if we get caught by those monsters on the way. As a monster shattered the glass and poked its head in, Jiho grabbed the girl's hand urgently. Are you okay? We have to run. Now, just a little further. You can do it. Running outside and looking back at the monsters near the school, both girls held hands and pushed forward. Don't give up. Jiho smiled brightly to encourage her. See, I knew you could do it. We made it. The girl worriedly cautioned her. Huimeng, listen to me. No matter what happens, you have to stay here. You have to survive and call for a rescue team, okay? Huimeng reached out to hold her back, but Jiho had already run outside to lure the monsters away. Don't go. Don't sacrifice yourself for me. Let me die instead. Please, stop. Huimeng jolted awake, her hands grasping at the air, crying out for Jiho. Suddenly, a voice from behind the wall caught her attention. We did that to save the students, she asked with disgust. So, You chose to save that one girl and let the others escape. The man replied coldly. The monsters are always lurking around, and protecting the shelter is truly difficult. That's why we had no other choice. The scene was gloomy and ruined. This school had become a wasteland, the Oho girls' high school shelter. Jung-ho stared, narrowing his eyes. I decided that if I wanted to save these kids, sending them to another shelter was the best option. The Daisen Guild. Attack Squad. Focus. The captain of Team B, Chukyo, watched. Hyun-guk's expression hardened, his gaze piercing deep. Even if you were in a situation where monsters are constantly attacking you for no reason, is sending a group of girls away without a single player to accompany them really a valid excuse for yourself? That's truly an unusual action, isn't it? He narrowed his eyes, looking at him with irritation. Are you interrogating us? Behind him, dozens of people glared at him unhappily. Jung-ho stated coldly, we are not a rescue team. We are the Daisen Guild's attack squad. Do you even know how valuable we are? Hyun-guk pouted, avoiding his gaze, feeling unhappy. We aren't participating in the assault, but we volunteered as a defensive unit. For the sake of ethical ideals, as the captain, I cannot let my guild's combat strength be compromised. Speaking more forcefully, he didn't hold back. Where did you even come from to suddenly judge our decisions like that? Is that even right? Are you a member of the management committee or something? He smirked, calculating. Surely, his minions won't act like a defensive squad, but that doesn't mean I can just lash out at them without grounds. So, why don't I throw out some bait first? Suddenly, Hyun-guk smiled brightly and replied gently. Ah, I see. It seems it was just a small misunderstanding. Have you ever heard of the Dark Magic Guild? Jung-ho heard this and grew fearful. Looking at him with surprise, the Dark Magic Guild, he began to explain in great detail with a serious face. That's right. They are a fanatical cult. They are extremely troublesome, worshipping mana and performing countless human sacrificial rituals. That Dark Magic Guild is disgusting. They turn young girls into sacrifices. However, before I arrived, the monsters I took down were all wearing cloaks. Those were the cloaks of the Dark Magic Guild. They kidnap students to offer them as living sacrifices. We don't want to waste our forces just protecting the shelter. Jung-ho could only stare, listening intently. We believe that tracking down and wiping them all out is the best way to protect the shelter. Jung-ho secretly wondered, how does he know that? Hyun-guk shouted impatiently at him. More importantly, the ritual of sacrificing people is not something that can be completed immediately. We can still save those students as long as they haven't regained consciousness. Suddenly, Huimang opened the door and ran straight in, asking quickly, so, are they still alive? Everyone fell silent, turning their eyes toward the girl. Huimang looked like she was about to cry, pleading earnestly, if I can save my friends, I'll do anything. If you need a sacrifice, I'll take their place. He stared at the girl standing there, saying, if you can save your friends, then... Hyun-guk stepped closer to Huimang with a stern face. I understand how you feel, but now is not the time for a student like you to show yourself. The duty of soldiers, like us, is to guard and protect the people. Recalling the image of him saving her, the girl felt even happier looking at him. Is he an angel? The girl beamed, her eyes crinkling, causing the remaining tears to roll down her cheeks. Thank goodness. So it wasn't a dream. He really came to save us. He closed his eyes slightly, distracted. So, just leave this to us, and suddenly, the girl collapsed to the ground, taking him by surprise. He looked blankly. Oh. Choi Sea saw this and immediately ran over to support Huimang. Sergeant Lee, Hyun-guk, what did you do now? He held his hands up, looking innocent. No way. I seriously didn't do anything. At that moment, a voice from behind him urged, so, what's your plan? Jung-ho lost his patience and stepped forward rudely. Let's just assume the Dark Magic Guild is behind this, but we don't even know where they are. So how can we save those students? His calm eyes glimmered, glancing at him. It's simple. Hyun-guk smiled mischievously, looking unpredictable. I'll let myself be kidnapped instead of the students. Hearing that, he was shocked and asked, what did you say? His lively eyes widened and blinked, his lips pursed. The soldiers couldn't help but laugh. Trying to steady himself, looking repeatedly at the corner of the short skirt, slightly fluttering with every movement, Choi Sea couldn't control her anxiety and spoke up. The monsters won't bother kidnapping you. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha. I didn't think it would look that bad. But, oh well. Anyway, monsters don't just kidnap people based on their looks, you know. A soldier from the strike team ran over to Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook. Is what you told me about this true? Do you think they might be supplying schoolgirls to that Dark Magic Guild? He glanced toward the other side, scouting the area. Yeah, definitely. Eyeing Ji-ho from afar, Hyun-guk noticed him talking to his team members and felt someone watching him. He glanced back, stunned. The soldier asked, But shouldn't we take care of them first instead of giving them an opening like this? How could you be so? He glared at the soldier. I already told you, without clear evidence or a valid reason. Making a move against such a large guild is extremely dangerous. Hyun-wook flashed a mischievous smile. But I've already thought of another way. 2 rows of vehicles lined up, speeding down the dark road. The soldier gasped, shouting, another way. Hyun-wook recalled his teammates, Seol, Eun-ha, and Jun-jun. Yeah, an ace up our sleeve. One they'd never expect. He frowned, carefully observing. I've done all I can. Everything else. He gazed into the distance. In a corner, Hui Mang was standing quietly, praying with sincere devotion, which gave Hyun-wook even more motivation. He thought to himself, I have to save those kids and these people. 2 little girls were trembling in their laps, looking outside at the giant, angry monster. Until I get there. The monster's roar was so loud that Ji-ho panicked, covering her ears. Please, try to protect yourselves. Suddenly, he urgently shouted, all right, let's start the rescue mission. A strong gust of wind hit Hyun-wook, blowing off his wig. Dust swirled everywhere, forcing him to cover his mouth and squint. Just then, 2 monsters jumped down from above. Seeing this, Hyun-wook immediately pretended to pass out. Ji-ho and the soldier were hiding in the distance, observing. The soldier frowned, worried. Captain, is it really okay to let them just leave like that? If they sniff out that we're involved with the Dark Magic Guild, he said they had already wiped out the original source of decay, so can we take care of them now? A hand grabbed the shoulder of Hyun-wook, who was still passed out on the ground. The 2 monsters looked down at Hyun-wook's form and panicked. Ji-ho frowned, furious at the soldier's comment. You idiot. Do you think you can just? They definitely have their own private army. If we're careless, not only us, but even Captain Chukyo Ion could get into trouble. After seeing Hyun-wook dressed as a girl, lying unconscious on the ground, one monster couldn't take it and vomited right next to him. The other one dodged away. The monster looked at his puking comrade, feeling grossed out. Then, he tried his best to hoist Hyun-wook onto his shoulder. They carried Hyun-wook away with them. Ji-ho was still talking to the others. Ambush them on the rooftop. That kid trying to expose the Dark Magic Guild won't change anything anyway. Above all, if he gets taken to the Dark Magic Guild's base, that's even less for us to worry about. He smirked triumphantly. That's a place where no one can use their abilities. That's why it's called Player Hell. Once the rescue mission starts, we'll strike immediately from the rear. After all, the most natural way for a player to die is during missions like this. The monsters, disgusted, threw Hyun-wook, who had his hands tied into a prison cell. He opened one eye to look around. Huh? Where am I? Hyun-wook was startled and jumped up, silently panicking. A prison? I only dozed off for a second. They even restrained me with mana cuffs. He suddenly remembered and frantically checked his body. Wait, when did they take my inventory bag? Don't tell me this is the notorious Seoul Detention Center, where criminals are locked up. The sky was overcast, and a barrier surrounded the Seoul Detention Center. Min-hai led the ambush team below the road in front of the center. Jun-mo stood next to Min-hai, looking toward the prison. Lieutenant, this is the Seoul Detention Center, right? He showed a worried expression. If, and this is just an if, Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook is also being held here by mana cuffs, then wouldn't the situation be completely hopeless? Min-hai was also uneasy. Exactly, but, he tensely explained to him. The Seoul Detention Center is wrapped in an A-grade barrier. If it isn't destroyed from the inside, we won't be able to get in. A massive, solid, semicircular barrier covered the entire eastern area of Seoul, the Seoul Detention Center. A moment later, Jun-mo held his gun while observing the surround. Lieutenant, did you hear that? Min-hai calmly aimed. It's the sniper team. We've already taken the sniper point. He asked anxiously if continuing the mission like this was really okay. The lieutenant calmly replied, this is Lee Hyun-wook's mission. You know him, right? He's always a few steps ahead. So, I'm sure this was all part of his calculation. Everything was planned. The order rang out, everyone, hold your positions. In the dark detention center, only a faint red light flickered. Thoughts raced through Hyun-wook's mind. Damn it, I didn't calculate this properly. Still, he gritted his teeth. He stared at the glowing red cuffs on his wrists. Looks like I'm in big trouble. A voice suddenly came from the opposite cell, making Hyun-wook jump. How much longer do we have to clean up their messes? Bong-ji shouted noisily. He saw someone covered from head to toe sitting in silence. Hold on, damn it. Wait a second. This guy's been like that all day. Hey, you better. Before he could finish, he was cut off by Won-jun. Leave him be. The Dark Magic Guild will take him away. Don't cause any more pointless trouble. Suddenly, the voices of Ji-ho and her 2 friends rose up. But, can we really trust that Dark Magic Guild? They said they faked our deaths and gave us new identities. But there's no way it's that easy, right? They wouldn't stab us in the back after this is over, would they? All the prisoners had heard the three girls' conversation. Bong Ji opened their cell door and walked in. He stood there angrily, hands on his hips, and spoke, making Ji-ho and the two girls cower in fear. "You think we're going to let them get away with that? We aren't shackled anymore." Bong Ji grinned menacingly. "Shut up and finish this quickly." "Got it." The girls' screams erupted. The prisoners rushed in to drag them away. In the panic, the girl tried to call out, "Ji-ho! Ji-ho!" The girls screamed in terror. "Someone help me." The prisoners threatened them. "God, shut up." Bong Ji pouted, wondering, what are they planning to do with these kids? So annoying, Won Chun muttered, clearly irritated. "I told you not to cause any more useless trouble. Stop whining and move. Now." Won Chun snapped at the taunt. "You think you're the one in charge here?" He sneered provocatively. "Ha! Why are you so predictable, Lee Hyun-wook? I can see right through you," he mocked. "What the hell is that cripple talking about? I could take him down in a single hit, no problem." Won Chun used his power to restrain Bong Yi, causing strange red symbols to flare up on the shackles around his ankles. "You want to leave?" Won Chun glared, his voice so loud it even startled him. Avoiding his gaze, Bong Yi thought, "I'll do anything to get out of here. I have someone out there I need to kill." Won Chun threatened him viciously. "If anyone dares to stand in my way, I'll tear them apart. Remember that." That man was Lee Won Chun, a C-rank player. His specialty was being a bully in Lee Hyun-wook's training ground. Petrified, Bong Yi hurried to carry the girl outside. Won Chun and his companion walked past Lee Hyun-wook's cell. Won Chun's steps suddenly faltered. He turned his head to look at the person lying unconscious in the room. He gave Lee Hyun-wook a fleeting glance and then walked on without a care. Lee Hyun-wook lay still, waiting for him to pass. Once he felt the guy was gone, he turned his head, frowning with concern. "I have to move fast." He held his mana-infused handcuffs toward the cell door, silently praying. "Please, let me use just a little bit of mana from these cuffs, won't you? Come on, just a little bit, please." "Useless," Won Chun said, suddenly turning back, shocking Lee Hyun-wook. He looked at Lee Hyun-wook with contempt. "You ugly little freak. Are these brain-dead zombies bringing more weird stuff here?" Lee Hyun-wook stood up in anger, causing his purple wig to fall off. Won Chun was shocked, his eyes and mouth wide open. "Ha!" Lee Hyun-wook grinned and waved at him. "Oh, Won Chun, long time no see. How have you been?" Won Chun lost it and screamed, "Lee Hyun-wook, you son of a bitch. You're so eager to die that you came all the way here." He lunged at him with his power. Red symbols appeared on his shins again. Suddenly, an explosion of fire erupted outside the prison. Lee Min-hee and Junmo, who were ambushing outside the barrier, witnessed the blast. Junmo panicked and called out, "Hyun, that's..." He quickly yelled into the radio to contact the sniper team. "Report." Through the sniper scope, they could see a hole blown into the prison wall. At the same time, thick smoke filled the air. Choi Tae-dong aimed his rifle toward the blast site and reported back. "We can't accurately assess the situation. There's too much smoke. The barrier is still active." On the rooftop of the building opposite the prison, the assault team members stood guard with their weapons. Behind them, several members of Team B were hiding and observing. With fierce expressions, they gripped their swords, ready to charge at any moment. Down on the street, Lee Min-hee was directing his members. "And Min-tae, raise your shield and move forward." Hearing the order, Junmo wondered, the barrier is still perfectly intact. But if you look closely, that doesn't really look like Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook's signal. He quickly put on his combat gloves. "We can't miss it if it really is his signal. All our plans will go down the drain," he added urgently. "So what should we do about that barrier? Can we bypass it by teleporting?" Lee Min-hee's face grew serious. Fueled by determination, he didn't allow for hesitation. "It's critical. Do whatever we can. We can't just sit here." In the blink of an eye, the Team B members hiding in the back looked toward the assault team as Lee Min-hee's command rang out. "Listen up, everyone. The moment we cross the barrier via teleportation, we won't know what will happen. So, stay alert." A member of Team B scoffed. "Even though we're in an assault mission, you're all screaming and making such a mess of everything. Pathetic." Lee Min-hee recalled Jung-ho's instructions from earlier. There's no way they can destroy the primary source of the decay. He ordered everyone, "Once they move, we attack from the rear." Switching back to the prison, Won Chun's attack had blown a hole in the wall, and Lee Hyun-wook had been thrown against the wall by him. Won Chun's face seemed to have lost all humanity. "I've prayed every night just for this day, the day I'd have the chance to kill you and tear you into tiny pieces. My prayers have come true. Best of all, you're even restrained by mana cuffs. I can't stand this excitement anymore. Look at your pathetic appearance right now. You look no different than a girl. Lee Won Chun, you really aren't any different from a stubborn child. That's why your legs ended up like that." Won Chun gritted out, furious. You're the one who made me end up like this. Lee Hyun-wook grinned triumphantly. Knowing he'd struck a nerve, Won Chun prepared to throw another kick at him. Lee Hyun-wook quickly raised his hands, hoping he would break the cuffs for him. The guy's foot was just a hair's breadth away from hitting the middle of the handcuffs. Won Chun didn't kick, he just held the pose as if he'd seen through it all. Do you take me for a fool? You think I'd be provoked by those insults and break these mana cuffs for you? He bared his teeth, looking ferocious. He immediately shifted his aim, trying to kick Lee Hyun-wook's body, but Lee Hyun-wook quickly ducked and dodged. That's right. Glad to see you're not a complete idiot. Having dodged the attack, he took the chance to escape. Behind him, Won Chun yelled at the person sitting there with their head bowed, "Hey, you, catch that pervert." A man wearing a hooded cloak, who looked unapproachable, stood there. Seeing the man's expression, Lee Hyun-wook panicked and slammed on the brakes. He was surprised and worried. Won Chun chased after him at top speed. The hooded man raised his fist, looking like he wanted to punch Lee Hyun-wook. In front of him was the hooded figure with a massive punch, and behind him was Won Chun, yelling as he charged, "You're dead meat, Iron Box Warrior." Nowhere left to run. Lee Won Chun laughed gloatingly. "Ah ha ha ha. You think you can get out of here? There's no way out. You better just face it. I'm going to slowly." He only got halfway through his sentence before he took the full force of a punch so strong it caused a nosebleed. "Tear you to pieces." This punch was too much for him to handle, sending him flying 10 meters away. Lee Hyun-wook also stared at the man, panicked. Suddenly, he looked at the man's face and froze. His eyes were filled with shock and surprise. The hooded figure completely revealed his face. It made Lee Hyun-wook gasp. 10 minutes before the meeting between Lee Hyun-wook and Lee Won-suk, at some dreary, gray high-rise, a pair of small, bloodied feet slid across the stone floor. Dragged down alongside other bodies in the same state, they lay scattered. A figure, in a red cloak, waved a hand and commanded, "Bring the next offering here. Hurry up. Do you not want to return to the mana cycle?" Jiho had lost consciousness, and they placed her on the sacrificial altar. The leader shouted down to the cultists below, "We pray with fervent hearts to obtain eternal life. We pray for the key that leads us to stay beside the mana." They clasped their hands and chanted, "Please grant us that key. Please grant us eternal life." As the cult leader performed the ritual, a purple ring of light flashed. Jiho was lifted by the leader's magic, her blood being drained away. The young girl was controlled by that dark power. She screamed in agony. Her life force was sucked up to nourish the tree that slowly grew from that magic circle. The phantom of a massive, ancient tree radiated a brilliant light, raining down hundreds of flower branches upon the cultists below. Two leaders watched Jiho fall back onto the altar. One turned and gave a signal. The other female leader saw this, smirked, and raised her hand, saying, "Finally, we have found the last offering. Once the final sacrifice is complete, we will be able to meet him." As she spoke, 3 children were lifted into the air by magic. They continued their prayers. "We offer these 3 children, who carry pure mana within them, so that the crimson flowers may bloom." The cultists cheered in excitement. Erin stood in a corner, watching the insane scene. She couldn't understand it. Damn it, what the hell are they wasting all that blood for? That was why she had never been able to stand these cults. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted outside the building. Erin, who was inside, turned back in surprise. "What is that?" "I just felt a huge impact." One of the 2 leaders suddenly raised a hand. The cultists were startled and focused their attention in that direction. Everyone fell silent, staring at the altar. The female leader licked her lips and spoke cunningly. "My holy followers of mana, before the crimson flowers bloom, you have a task to complete." From a distance, only a large, smoke-billowing hole could be seen in the building. Down on the lower floor was the meeting with Hyun-wook and his teammate. He bent down to help. "Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook, how did you get here?" The handcuffs were unlocked and thrown to the ground. Won-suk looked at him, bewildered. "I never expected we'd meet in a situation like this. What is up with that outfit?" Hyun-wook replied urgently. "It's good to see you again, Won-suk." But he clenched his fist. "Don't tell me you're one of them, that you're an accomplice in this child kidnapping case." Won-suk hurriedly defended himself. "No. I'm trapped here because of the barrier surrounding this player detention camp. Please, you have to believe me. I haven't done a single thing since I got here." Hyun-wook was still puzzled. "Then what about your appearance? How did you end up like this?" Won-suk explained. I can't even remember. Everything feels like a dream." He recalled those horrifying, chaotic memories. "When I opened my eyes, I already had the same appearance as them." Won-suk, at that moment, had been running for his life in that form. "Forget other players, even my own teammates could attack me." He was completely horrified. "So, I had no choice. I could only run." Then he stopped on a deserted road. Finally, Won-suk collapsed on the ground, exhausted. "I ran out of energy and fell," he gasped, trying to understand what had happened, but he remained utterly confused. A tear of agony fell. I had to desperately accept the reality that from now on, I would have to live as a vampire. Suddenly, two figures in red cloaks appeared. They asked, "Are you one of those failed experiments?" Won-suk's vision narrowed and then went pitch black. When those two leaders of the dark magic cult appeared, I lost consciousness, and when I woke up, I was already here. Hyun-wook repeated, skeptical. He thought to himself, leaders? There should only be one leader of the dark magic cult. Then who is the other one? Won-suk pleaded earnestly, please, you have to believe me. I really haven't done anything. Hyun-wook frowned and looked away, deep in thought. Then, he suddenly patted Won-suk on the shoulder. More importantly, the children. Do you know what's going to happen to them? He wasn't entirely sure. They're likely on the top floor of this building. Once the blood of the three children possessing pure mana is spilled on the altar, they say the red flowers will bloom. I know the children are the sacrifices, but I don't understand what the red flowers and their words mean. Won-suk spoke in a sincere, begging tone. That is everything I witnessed and overheard. I have truly never done anything. Please, you have to believe me. Hyun-wook was silent, watching him with a sharp gaze, as if considering something. Won-suk faced him, on the verge of tears. Hyun-wook suddenly delivered a strike, making the big guy flinch. He said with a look of trust, of course, I believe you. Don't worry about anything. Won-suk was big, but he was whining like a child. Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook felt helpless. Stop it, you look pathetic. Suddenly, from the iron door, someone's voice boomed. What's going on? Why is the door locked like this? Open the door now. Get out of the way, just break the door down. Hyun-wook said urgently, Lee Won-suk, listen to me. I'm giving you an order. We're splitting up here. The sound of the door being broken down continued. I'm going to the top floor, and you go down and find a way to shut off the device triggering the barrier. Hyun-wook repeated, Lee Won-suk, can you do it? He replied firmly, yes, sir. I can do it. Suddenly, he lowered his voice, and Won-suk. Before he finished, Hyun-wook ran off, leaving him behind. He guarded the door. The prison cell door was blasted open by a fire-type spell from one of them, but Won-suk still stood his ground. They yelled aggressively, what's wrong with him? Hey, what do you think you're doing? You wouldn't even tell us your name, and now you're blocking our way. Unexpectedly, Won-suk let out a loud roar to intimidate the escaping crowd. The sound carried such intense momentum that they backed away several steps. Hyun-wook's words echoed in his mind. You haven't been reported for desertion yet, so you're still under my command. If you run away, I will kill you with my own hands. You want to know my name? Lee Hyun-suk shouted as he charged fiercely toward the jailbreakers. I'm with the Monster Defense Corps, 3rd Platoon, Lee Hyun-wook. As a private in the assault squad, Lee Hyun-suk was sprinting up the stairs, moving with lightning speed. If I don't hurry, the kids will be in danger, he thought. He reached the spot and silently hid outside the door to observe. I have to get close as carefully as possible. A foul stench hit him from inside, forcing him to cover his nose. Oh, what is this nauseating smell of blood? He wondered. This couldn't possibly be from just one or two people, no way. Inside the room, countless bodies were strewn everywhere, including the cultists. Only 2 leaders remained, still working on something. They were using 3 children for a ritual, and the kids were floating in the air. Lee Hyun-wook couldn't believe it. The Dark Magic Society has been slaughtered. The leader standing behind suddenly sensed something. Who dares to approach this sacred altar? The voice made Lee Hyun-wook jump. He scrambled away from his hiding spot just as a massive explosion tore through the building, leaving another gaping hole in the side. Inside, Lee Hyun-wook gritted his teeth, dodging the shockwave and bricks shattered by the blast. One of the sacrificial children still had a flicker of consciousness. Please save me. The female leader sneered. Are you just going to keep hiding like a rat? She licked her lips with bloodthirsty intent. She then pulled back her hooded cloak. Come out. If you show yourself now, I'll show mercy and kill you instantly without any torture. Then, she changed her mind. Actually, never mind. Keep hiding. It'll be much more fun to play with a rat like you. The person there was actually Park Ji-hyun, the warden of the Seoul Detention Center. The entire Lee Min-hee team gathered before the teleportation matrix. He and Junmo exchanged glances, signaling each other. Recalling when Lee Hyun-wook said, We're going to use a diversionary tactic, a squad member asked. A diversion? What do you mean? Looking toward the group on the other side, he remarked, the Daesun Guild is clearly in league with the Dark Magic Society. Even so, the reason neither they nor we can attack rashly is because they are a guild, and we are an army. He continued with a stern face. Therefore, the moment the attack breaks out, they will definitely target us from behind. We will fool them by acting weak, giving them the chance to attack us first. Lee Hyun-wook's eyes showed absolute certainty. That way, we'll have a legitimate reason to counterattack the Daesan Guild. Lee Min-hee rested his chin on his hand. Oh, creating a legitimate reason to justify attacking such a large guild. He looked over. However, there is a major hole in your plan. He looked straight into Lee Hyun-wook's eyes. You will have to handle the rescue operation alone, and we won't be able to face their firepower on our own. Lee Hyun-wook gave a confident, mischievous smirk. You don't need to worry about that. Just focus on stalling for time. He gripped Lee Min-hee's hand. You are the key to this operation, Lieutenant. The man hesitated. So, it's all up to me again, huh? He snapped out of the memory and made his decision. We start the diversionary operation now. Choi Tae-dong got into firing position. Just as 3 Daesan members were about to launch a sneak attack, someone soared high above them. It was Si-hee, observing coldly. She slammed into the ground, sending all 3 flying high into the air. Then, she gripped her sword and turned gracefully. With a few swift strikes, she drew blood from 2 of them. She held her blade to the neck of the last one. Don't move, or your head will be separated from your body, Sei urged. What are you waiting for? Send the signal. The assassination was a success, just as planned. Go. He obeyed and pressed the screen on his wrist. On the other side, the receiver responded, Captain, the sniper team's signal has been received. Jung-ho was satisfied. Good command. Assault team, move in. They gripped their swords and a dozen soldiers charged straight toward Lee Min-hee's squad. He had received news from Se-hee. We have secured the safety of the sniper team. The Daesan group, unaware, rushed forward, eager to crush them. And Min-tae immediately raised his shield as Lee Min-hee shouted. And Min-tae. He set up the barrier in front of the group. Yes, sir. Shield activated. Lee Min-hee commanded, everyone, fire. A barrage of gunfire rained down on the swordsmen, forcing them to defend. Jung-ho saw this and grew furious. Damn soldiers. When did they figure it out? He yelled. What are you standing there for? Get in there. Move. A group of mages holding staffs ran forward and magic circles appeared at their gestures. Blasts of raging fire shot toward the soldiers. Everyone hid behind and Min-tae's shield. The wall of fire seemed ready to consume them whole. Jung-ho wore a satisfied smile. Every member of the AMT will be burned to death in this battle by a player of the Dark Magic Society. Truly a concise and wonderful report. Kill them all. Suddenly, a mage took a bullet straight to the head. Choi Tae-dong's gun barrel was still smoking from the shot. He shouted, Sniper has locked onto the target, requesting support. Jung-ho was stunned. A sniper? Where did those idiots from the assassination team go? He then waved his hand to command the armor-clad team. What are those damn fools doing? Stop them. However, Lee Min-hee's team had already crossed the teleportation matrix, and Min-tae still held the shield, blocking the stray magic fire. Jung-ho frowned, looking at a crack. When did they get there? Lee Min-hee raised his gun. All units, into position. Open fire. They unleash a relentless storm of bullets. The other side managed to block them with a shield, but the rain of fire continued endlessly. Jung-ho yelled in anger. These bastards. They've been aiming for us from the start. How dare these damn soldiers turn the Daesan Guild into a laughingstock? A cluster of sharp thorns appeared with his declaration. I, the captain of the assault team, will personally dig all of your graves. It spun rapidly, creating a drill-like tornado so powerful it sucked up dirt and rocks. Lee Min-hee's eyes widened as he noticed the man leaping toward them, sneering. Plan all you want, but how do you intend to face this tornado? The massive drill shot straight toward the soldiers. Lee Min-hee was terrified. Lee Hyun-wook, when exactly is this hidden piece you mentioned going to appear? On the other side, Bong-ja gasped, lying completely still. Hyun-wook, covered in blood, was panting heavily. Beneath his feet, the enemy lay unable to move. He then pressed a button on the wall. A mechanical voice echoed, warning that the barrier surrounding the building would be deactivated. Memories flashed back to when Lee Hyun-wook seriously advised him not to run away but to fight instead. He stood stunned by those words. Protect your comrades like a true soldier, and they will protect you in return. The system announcement warned again, the barrier surrounding the building was about to be deactivated. All right, I've made up my mind. Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook, I won't run anymore. Back to the frenzied Jung-ho, you arrogant fools. I'll tear you all to shreds. Rocks flew up, then suddenly hung suspended in midair. Both he and the spikes on his hands stopped. Choi Joo-hun was right behind him. Hey, don't block my way. Get lost. He followed up by swinging his sword with powerful strikes, landing with a massive impact when his ability duration Jung-ho screamed in agony, covered in slash wounds. The group Dae-san and Taeyong were shocked by the sight. Jun-mo joyfully exclaimed, Sergeant Choi Joo-hun. Jung-ho fell hard to the ground, sending dust billowing. Meanwhile, he leisurely took off his helmet and roared into the air. Lee Hyun-wook Jun-mo was confused and itchy with curiosity. Sergeant Choi Joo-hun, what's going on? He broke into a crazed grin and asked, Lee Hyun-wook, where is that bastard? The soldiers were speechless. He nervously pointed in one direction. He's over there. It was the building with the barrier half deactivated. Hyun-guk stood by a large hole, clutching his arm. Choi Joo-hun's face turned into a terrifying, excited mask. Wait for me, Lee Hyun-wook. I'm coming to butcher you. The system issued a notification. Warning. The barrier surrounding the building will be deactivated. Dax, soldiers fighting nearby, noticed the barrier slowly fading. The announcement rang out again. Warning. The barrier surrounding the building will be deactivated. Sergeant Kim Se-hee stared at the unfolding events. A news board displaying data. Worship the darkness. A quest to recruit followers. Recruit 500 followers to worship the darkness. Completed. 2. Slaughter the followers to offer as a sacrifice. At least 500 followers have been recruited as offerings. Completed. 3. The crimson flowers will burn the entire land. In progress. Ji-hoon shouted to her subordinates. I'll handle this place. You go finish the ritual. The red cloak of one of them suddenly split apart. It tore and deformed in a strange way. On this side, she was filled with excitement, weapon in hand. I was getting bored with this ridiculous quest. Finally, a little entertainment. Elsewhere, Hyun-guk's thoughts were in turmoil. There was only supposed to be one leader of the Dark Magic Society, right? Why are there two here? Facing two villains at once was truly too dangerous. Where the ritual was taking place, the circle emitted a purple light, creating a powerful vortex of wind. They greedily drained the blood of those being sacrificed. A diamond-shaped crystal with sharp edges began to form. Hyun-guk was tense. That's the core of the source of corruption. Ugly, tangled vines started reaching out from the crystal. They spread everywhere, piercing through the entire room. Ji-hyun watched it happen. The vines shot straight into the sky, dragging the priest with them, going higher and higher. Elsewhere, Choi Joo-hun still didn't understand what was happening. Soldiers outside screamed in surprise. Lieutenant, what is that over there? Tree trunks with intertwined vines were piercing the roof of the apartment building, debris flying everywhere. Hyun-guk recalled Lee Won-sup's words. Once the blood of 3 children possessing pure mana is spilled on the altar, the crimson flowers will bloom. I know the kids are the sacrifices, but I don't understand what those crimson flowers mean. He dodged while analyzing the situation. The children's blood contains pure mana. He gritted his teeth. Crimson flowers and a tree suddenly appearing out of thin air. The member of the Dark Magic Society controlled the vines and held the children captive as sacrifices. Hyun-guk thought about the children. I don't know what these people are planning, but before those crimson flowers bloom, images of gray and brown vines locking together flashed through his mind. He affirmed that he must save those children at all costs. While Hyun-guk was pondering, Ji-hyun spotted him. Found you. It startled Hyun-guk. She attacked the spot where he was standing. Luckily, he dodged just in time, causing the vines there to transform. Hyun-guk dodged while cursing, damn it, should I go look for the supply bag first? She suddenly jumped behind him. What is with this outfit? I didn't expect you to be such a pervert. You're under arrest for indecent behavior in public. Her hammer smashed directly into his ribs. Hyun-guk quickly defended himself. His body was covered by a layer of armor, and the hand of the spirit reached out to block her blow. The spirit and her weapon collided, creating a massive shockwave. Hyun-guk mused, is this wind god? So that's what it means. Just then, she suddenly appeared. Sergeant Kim Se-hee. She asked hurriedly, Han, are you okay? I'm not too late, am I? He replied, no, you're just in time, he continued, speaking up. Besides her, there's one more person. I'll go deal with him. I'll leave her to you. Ji-han licked her lips, full of interest. Oh, looks like another interesting person has come to replace this pervert. Kim Se-hee's eyes widened. She captured a soul formed from a mass of mana. Finally, a good meal. A scream echoed from the spirit. She ordered excitedly, Mana Valen, eat it all up. Kim Se-hee rushed forward in anger. A stream of light from the hammer's head showed she was gathering power for a strike. Hyun-guk panicked, grabbed Kim Se-hee, and lunged out to dodge her attack, which pierced straight through the building. It created a large hole, and the two lost their balance, falling down. Hyun-guk tried to find something to grab onto while explaining, Sergeant Kim Se-hee, you have to be careful when facing her. Once caught, she will absorb your mana and release all the stored-up mana at once. Kim Se-hee was shocked. Release stored mana? He spoke loudly to remind her to be truly careful at both close and long range. I have to go save the kids. Before leaving, Hyun-guk looked at her intently. You still remember what I said, right? There is no predetermined battle or inherent advantage. When participating in a fight, you can only keep looking for methods to win until the very end. Kim Se-hee suddenly realized. She darted past Hyun-guk. I understand. I'll be fine. Go. From afar, Ji Hyun saw Kim Se-hee return. She indifferently drained mana from the spirit in her hand. Just how much mana can a soul hold? Anyway, she was annoyed by the interruption. I was in the middle of enjoying my meal. Don't you think it looks delicious? Seeing Choi Se-ah explode with rage, she asks, are you having fun with all those spirits gathering around you? I smile, fully satisfied. Ha ha. So many spirits coming here to welcome me. It's perfect. My whole body is trembling with excitement. Choi Se-ah lunges forward with her sword. Don't you dare come crying and begging for mercy later. Choi Se-ah's spirits quickly rush toward her attack. She greets them eagerly. I'll drain every last drop of mana. From those spirits, just you wait. Suddenly, a shockwave erupts from the center of the massive tree. The cultist priest raises his blade high. He prepares to execute the first child. Just as the blade is about to strike, an outside force knocks his sword away. A strange object appears before him. System activated. The weight of the Muggle shard has been released. 1, 2, 3. Great swords appear in mid-air, growing larger and pressing down heavily upon him. They slash through him, pinning his body directly into the ground. Hyun-wook has arrived just in time. He stands his ground, controlling the greatswords with just 2 fingers. I take it you're the leader of this dark magic cult? I don't know what your plan is, but get away from those kids right now. His strike tears through the cultist's robe, revealing a ferocious face. The man stands up straight, his staff wrapped in the cloak. Hyun-wook is startled. Wait, he's not human. The creature's true form is revealed, a dark elf. Hyun-wook grits his teeth in anger. Those miserable, cruel bastards, just how rotten can they get? Hyun-wook's mind races. Dark elves are creatures that fell into corruption after trying to resist the gods. He had heard that some even offered treasures to these spirits in exchange for power. But now, his own power explodes, an aura manifesting and surrounding his entire body. You scumbags, are you planning to sell these children too? The dark elf speaks, his mouth uttering a language no human could understand. The system information page updates again. Item info. Special attribute increases resistance to undead characteristics. Special feature. Provides aura attributes to designated equipment, holy power or dark magic power. Warning. There will be corresponding consequences. When each aura is provided, 2 abilities cannot be used simultaneously. Choose one. The aura makes Hyun-wook's hair stand on end. His deathly gaze pierces the dark elf. Shut your mouth. What the hell are you babbling about? No matter what you say, I'm going to kill you. Earlier, Lee Hyun-wook had said to Sergeant Kim Choi Se-ah, you're too naive, really. Choi Se-ah looks over, puzzled. What? Naive? Is there something wrong with me? He thinks of the other warriors, not just her. Sergeant Kim, most soldiers are just like that. As he walks, he looks at her and continues. In the military, players are taught to rely solely on the abilities they possess. That is why they have a tendency to treat the rules in the book as the only answer. His expression turns serious. However, when the book says to avoid disadvantageous battles, what will you do? When you can't avoid such situations, Choi Se-ah looks back at the wound on her shoulder and asks, what if I can't avoid a disadvantageous battle? Now you're calling the spirits. To prepare for the battle with Ji Hyun, she laughs delightedly. Haha, so many spirits coming to welcome me. It's perfect. I'm trembling with excitement right now. Choi Se-ah lunges with her sword. Don't go crying later. The spirits, and she rushed toward Ji Hyun. Ji Hyun takes a combat stance, still keeping that smile, loudly provoking her. I'll drain every last drop of mana from those spirits. Come on. She swings her hammer forward, forcing the spirits back and releasing a shockwave from the attack, affecting the surroundings and shaking the giant tree. She rushes in again, one by one, striking down the spirits repeatedly. Her tone is slightly disappointed. How embarrassing. I wanted to play a little longer. Suddenly, Choi Se-ah lunges her sword toward her. She wears a sinister smile, then suddenly strikes at Choi Se-ah, forcing a spirit to rush in and push her out of the way. The immense power release makes everyone nearby step back. Ji Hyun looks down at her with disappointment. What is this? So boring. Fighting someone on the same level is supposed to be fun. Choi Se-ah gets up, wiping blood from the corner of her mouth. Right then, she thinks of a new game. Well, then, let's play something else. My lovely spirits. Do you guys like playing hide and seek? Ji Hyun launches an attack, and immediately after, the rocks and debris above collapse onto Choi Se-ah. In the pitch-black darkness, she instinctively thinks, ugh, that damn bitch, what is she playing at now? She is startled. What? I can't see anything. A notification window appears. Item info, Mana Valen Hero Grade. Searchability. Mana limitation. Any target I aim at takes damage while I absorb their mana, and then I can release all the absorbed mana to create a shockwave. She smiles brightly, looks around, and says loudly, Just wait and see. You can't escape my grasp. Done hiding yet? Come out. She quickly jumps up, only to be wounded by a sharp tree branch. She is terrified and closes her eyes. In front of her are the corpses of two other warriors. Meanwhile, Jihan continues to hunt the spirits and search for her. Where are you? She nimbly lashes out at a spirit. Found you. Then she says with a hint of disappointment, Ah, missed. Following that, she loudly provokes Choi Se-ah. Weren't you acting all tough just a moment ago? Where did you hide? Are you already rotting away in the darkness? Before her eyes, there is only pitch-black darkness. In her panic, thoughts race through her mind. She is finding the spirits one by one in this completely pitch-black environment. This she's definitely using some kind of search skill. Ji-hyun targets another spirit. Gotcha. She turns back and exclaims, Why is this so fun? This game is, what, 10 out of 10? She continues to strike down more spirits. If you keep hiding like that, I have no choice but to eat up all the mana those spirits have. She watches in shock as the spirits are defeated one by one. She sneers while preparing to strike down yet another spirit. You're about to go crazy from your own uselessness, aren't you? She laughs sinisterly as she offers a choice. Well, how about this? Kneel down and beg me to spare your life. Try it. Stand in front of me and beg in despair. Choi Se-ah grits her teeth in fury. She immediately summoned the spirits, which left her looking a bit dazed. Spirits, gather, she said as she drew them back into her body. Sorry, but I can't afford to lose you all. Aaron sneered mockingly. Hey, how stupid. If you call them back, I can easily see where you're concentrating. Focusing all her mana there, she lunged at Choi Se-ah, ready to strike. Choi Se-ah realized she couldn't dodge in time and remembered what Hyun-wook once told her. When you have no chance of winning, use anything and everything you have. She asked him worriedly. Anything and everything? Seriously? He smiled, made a motion across his throat, and replied, For instance, if you're in a fight and think you can't beat the opponent in front of you, aim for their back. Finish them in one strike. She looked at him, confused. Aim for the back? Why? He answered her immediately. Do you think there's anything fair or reasonable about a fight between players? Ignoring those things in a life or death battle is just stupid. Why should we fight fair against a criminal who's done evil things that even the heavens bear witness to? He patted her back gently and said seriously, War isn't a sport. In a real fight, dead means done. Forget what the books say about fairness. Only by doing that will you survive. Aaron was excited and rampaged for a moment before stopping in sudden confusion. What? That wasn't her real body? Choi Se-ah had been waiting below and seized the chance to counterattack. Aaron panicked as the hammer and the spirits fell below. Aaron shouted in anger, You bitch. You're such a coward. How dare you? Do you even have the right to call yourself a warrior? Choi Se-ah replied calmly, A coward? How ridiculous. She stared at Aaron with contempt and disgust. I didn't expect someone like you to be able to say something like that. After covering everything in darkness, sneaking around, and sucking up all my mana like a mosquito, she smiled mockingly. Jihan, so what if you're a warrior? What kind of warrior fights fair against someone like you, a kidnapper who sacrifices children? Aaron's face darkened, and she yelled a threat. I'll kill you with my own hands. Immediately after, she swung her sword to finish Aaron off, and the energy currents binding the spirits vanished. As Ji-hyun's body collapsed, she turned and glared down at her. From now on, if I ever have to fight someone like you again, I won't mind becoming an assassin. Back to Hyun-wook's fight. The leader of the Dark Guild was deep in thought, staring intently at him, while Ji-ho behind him was still unconscious, mumbling some kind of incantation, thinking to himself. Metal manipulation. He shouted in anger. Shut up. What the hell are you babbling about? No matter what you say, I'm still going to kill you. A powerful aura radiated outward. When he pointed his sword at him, the two of them glared at each other, tension thick in the air. Murderous intent was clear in their eyes as they charged at each other simultaneously. Aiming his weapon at his opponent, suddenly, golden light veins surrounded Choi Jun-jun. He charged forward, shouting loudly, Lee Hyun-wook. Hyun-wook couldn't hide his joy. Sergeant Choi Jun-jun. I've been waiting. However, before he could finish, he had to block the attack with his armored arm. Because his opponent's ruthless sword strike came down without warning, he grinned as crazily as he possibly could. The metal clashed, creating tiny sparks. He tried to calm him down in a hurry. Wait, Sergeant Choi Jun-jun, calm down and listen to me. He had no intention of listening properly. Shut your mouth. Are you crazy? How else could you have done something like this? Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise, as if he had just realized something strange. While the two young men were locked in a fierce struggle, the dark elf lunged in, and a single swing of her blade sent rocks and debris flying everywhere. Forcing the two to separate and dodge just in time, the shockwaves spread outward. Roots grew out of nowhere, thick and lush, obscuring the entire city. In no time, a large crater formed on the cliffside. Fortunately, the buildings above hadn't suffered any damage yet. Witnessing the scene, Hyun-wook couldn't help but be shocked, thinking to himself, to blow away a giant tree like that without even using mana? He's too dangerous. Not wanting to let his focus drift for too long, Jun continued to grip his weapon tightly, charging out of the white smoke aggressively. I'll kill you, Lee Hyun-wook. His worry increased. Another one. Or is he the dangerous one? He bared his teeth and growled loudly like a wild beast. They are babies, so precious that nothing in this world could ever replace them. They were born from my blood, sweat, and tears after being dragged to this god-forsaken place. Hyun-wook couldn't do anything but try to resist. Stop it. Now isn't the time to ramble about that. Hey, snap out of it. And to explain the sergeant's attitude, let's look back at a time before this, when Eun-ha was with two others. The girl gasped, clasping her hands together. It's Kang Bi-Ixian, also known as Bake Sale. She's the granddaughter and student of Kang Jung-do, who will create master-level items in the future. Looking at the pile of armor spread across the floor, she shouted excitedly, Grandpa, this is the first time I've seen so much hunting armor. The elderly man standing next to the girl was none other than Kang Jung-do, a master among masters who had created countless items until he passed away 4 years later. He answered gently, that's right. In the gates, you usually find monsters that are B-rank bosses or higher, so collecting this many is truly difficult. That really is impressive. The girl excitedly pointed to one side. Sister, can we really repair them however we want? Eun-ha frankly admitted. That's right. The reason we risked our lives to save those two from the monsters was for this. Big One's eyes clearly reflected 2 gold coins. I thought he was just a rich guy, but who knew he was a high-level warrior too? At this point, she couldn't lie. No, wait. She was secretly calculating in her heart. If I could smuggle a few guns, I would have made a decent profit. She touched the armor directly to inspect it more closely. Oh my god, this box of Kim Ori-chan is driving me crazy. There's even a magical link between the armor and the sword. Dong-woo tries to stop his niece, but it's no use. Hey, stop running. You're going to trip and fall. Seol Eun-ha turns around and asks Choi Ju-hun, who is shyly standing behind her. Choi Ju-hun, where on earth have you been? He starts talking in circles. Sergeant Choi Ju-hun, I was just taking care of myself after finishing the mission, and I still have a lot of work to do. She loses her patience and says, What? Speak clearly. He plays the victim and rambles on. A combat and rescue mission for civilians right after I just got back from vacation? Seriously, that's just too much. I know I can't rest as much as before because we're in the middle of an offensive, but you have to give me some time for myself, or at least go out for a drink sometimes. I haven't even had time to open the bottle of whiskey that Lee Hyun-wook gave me. Suddenly, a voice comes from the radio, cutting him off. Squad leader, do you hear me? Seol Eun-ha ignores him and focuses on the device in her hand. Lee Hyun-wook, on the other end, continues, Finally, I got a signal. Did you bring the blacksmiths I asked for? She honestly reports that they are checking out the hunting armor. Choi Ju-hun crosses his arms over his chest and tells him, I'm dead. Just tell them I'm dead. Lee Hyun-wook is satisfied and gives a series of follow-up orders. Great. Just tell them to disable the magic link on a few of the sets first. I need you to bring those armor sets and weapons from the warehouse here to support us. Also, bring Sergeant Choi Ju-hun along too. He lets out a scream of frustration. Everyone is confused. He crosses his arms, looking completely dissatisfied. After finishing all my missions, I had to fight in consecutive battles for a whole month straight. So, no means no. Suddenly, a set of pearly white teeth is bared along with a sneer. The soldiers seem overwhelmed by the number of potion bottles that Sergeant Choi Ju-hun's private storage crate. What? If he finds out, we're done for. His eyes flash with a dangerous glint. But you know, when we were preparing supplies, we accidentally took the whole crate filled with the liquor you've been aging for 2 years. If anything happens to us on this mission, we probably won't be able to return them to their owner anymore. This has officially become a threat. What can we do? I think you should come here and give us a hand instead. Sergeant Choi Ju-hun. Choi Ju-hun screams loudly in shock. What are you talking about? Give those babies back to me right now. The volume is so loud that it forces Lee Hyun-wook to hold the radio away from his ear. You want me to go crazy? Is that what you want? Give them back right now. Are you pretending to be innocent? The signal is lost. What just happened seems to have triggered his berserk mode. You dare to secretly take my babies? That is the premise leading to the current tense situation. He raises his voice and questions. Tell the truth. You had a few bottles already, haven't you? He quickly defends himself. Not at all, especially while on a mission. Both of them are fighting chaotically, leaving the enemies standing far away. Don't be insolent with me. I've clearly seen you drink before. The dark elf sighs and spews out a bunch of monster language. A grotesque face with only one eye starts to form on the creature's arm. It hisses in a similar language through its teeth. It launches countless, long, deep red tentacles, screaming nonstop. On this side, Choi Joo-han is busy biting the ear of Lee Hyun-wook's full-body armor, so he completely doesn't notice his surroundings. He slowly hardens his body and shouts a warning, "Sergeant Choi Joo-han, right in front of you." He gasps. The tentacles shoot straight into the sky. A wave of dark energy quickly spreads across the area up to a certain height when they simultaneously fold back, looking no different from sharp claws. His glasses suddenly flash. "Ha, what a brother. You can fly, right? Handle this thing first. Next time, it'll be your turn." He hesitates slightly. "I haven't fully mastered it yet." Without saying another word, he uses all his strength to throw him away, avoiding the churning tentacles below. "Ah, what are you planning?" He is also keeping his distance from the enemy's attack. Suddenly, their growth speed is accelerated. He is floating in midair, completely unable to dodge the blow. Choi Joo-han has no choice but to wiggle his body to the side and use the gun barrel to rub against one of the tentacles. Ugh, this is annoying. Their target now completely focuses on him, ignoring the dark figure high above. The ground, in an instant, is severely cracked, and pieces of debris fly everywhere. He expertly uses all his agility to keep himself safe. Lee Hyun-wook observes carefully while aiming for the right moment to summon the Great Sword. Right now, the notification board displays energy from the Mokle shard has been sealed from 5 down to 2. The Great Sword plunges straight into the ground. A few dead bodies lie scattered nearby. He controls the Great Sword to the spot, where Choi Joo-han is facing a direct attack from the tentacles. A split second later, the sharp tip would have touched his glasses. Just then, the screen appears again. Energy from the Mokle shard has been released, from 2 surging up to 5. The Great Sword successfully blocks their terrifying attack in the nick of time. It continues to dig deeper into the ground, despite the tree roots sprouting and surrounding them. The monster on the dark elf's arm still hasn't stopped. The sounds it makes are getting more chaotic. Both land on the ground, safe and sound. He breathes a sigh of relief. "I almost died when I fell down there." He sneers. "Why didn't you just die? How unlucky." "Don't worry, I'll kill you anyway." He rubs the wrinkles on his forehead. Now, having a normal conversation with Choi Joo-han is impossible. While 2 people are hanging suspended by dark energy, Ji-hun lies motionless on the ground. Choi Joo-han grunts. "Hey, come here. Was it those damn bug-eyed bastards who did this to those kids?" Being suddenly asked, Lee Hyun-wook is a bit startled. He listens to every word in shock. "I plan to wipe all of them out at close range. And you?" His answer from the beginning was very clear. "Then I'll wipe all of them out. No, I mean, I'll support you from afar." He began the countdown. 3. Both the dark elf and the monster were bewildered, not understanding what was going on. 2 great swords appeared before them out of nowhere. 1, 2. The young men struck a pose, ready to strike perfectly. One stood behind to control the weapon. The other held his sword in a kneeling position, just like a true knight. As soon as the signal was shouted, "Attack!" he lunged forward in the direction of the shrunken greatsword. It was agitated, expanding its tentacles. It kept muttering in a bizarre language that only monsters understood. The distance between the 2 sides closed significantly. The blade suddenly grew in size. Deflecting the enemy's lethal blow, he saw the moment was ripe and gave the command. "Finish him." The moment the dark elf and the monster were caught off guard, it was already too late. Choi Joo-han's entire body emitted a golden light, and his eyes became visibly serious. While the opponent's vision was being jammed, a cold sword stroke swiftly grazed the guy's neck. A moment later, that massive body was nothing but a headless corpse. Fresh blood sprayed out in a stream from the clean cut. After the dangerous stunt, he was exhausted. He arrogantly delivered the final word, "Finished." However, the monster on the arm still possessed its own consciousness. He never would have dreamed of it. For a split second, a look of clear confusion flashed by. The severed head slowly reattached to the body. This scene left Lee Hyun-wook horrified. Before long, the head was attached back perfectly. The wound gradually healed. It opened its disgusting, toothy mouth and laughed contemptuously. "Ha ha!" As a result, the dark elf looked as if he had just returned from the dead. His amount of dark power even increased tremendously. Choi Joo-han used the sharp Heaven Cloud sword to cleanly slice off the dark elf's head. The monster on his arm let out an eerie laugh. Immediately after, his head was reattached. The monster's laughter rang out horribly. A surge of raging dark power emanated from the sword. Choi Joo-han stood frozen, unable to speak, and Lee Hyun-wook gritted his teeth in anger. The The surrounding space was suddenly covered by thick waves of murderous aura, painting a curtain of war as if it had emerged from hell, leaving Choi Ju-hun stunned. He had to cover his face with his hand against the power radiating from the dark elf. Lee Hyun-wook watched silently and thought to himself, "A massive amount of mana is gathering. The longer this battle drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be for us." From the darkness, the monster on his shoulder, the dark elf suddenly grew taller, then unexpectedly split into two separate entities. The figure doubled, the power multiplied. This situation left the two of them stunned. It split into two. Is that the main body? Panic rose like a flood. The monster whispered to its partner on the other side. The dark elf also just watched Choi Ju-hun and responded to his opponent in the monster language. Lee Hyun-wook gritted his teeth in fury and cursed silently. Damn it. Now what? Which one is the real body? The two-on-one plan had now turned to dust. The guy in front of Choi Ju-hun screamed things no one understood. And then, in the space thickened with tension, Choi Ju-hun let out a sarcastic remark as if to calm himself down. Why do these guys always get in our faces like that? In every anime I've watched, they always say things like, "A mere mortal like you dares to stand against an immortal? The only outcome for such stupidity is a one-way ticket to hell." They always talk like that. Do you have the same script? Choi Ju-hun chuckled, confused as to why the enemy kept rambling on. Regardless, Choi Ju-hun pointed his sword forward, lunged at the guy, and declared, "I'm going to slit your throat right open. Let's see which swing of my blade will finally be your end." The guy didn't say a word. He just swung his weapon with immense power, slamming it down and creating a massive shockwave on the other side. The monster charged at Lee Hyun-wook, unleashing its four massive limbs. They immediately launched a relentless assault on him. He widened his eyes, struggling to track the attacks to dodge them. Too fast. Lee Hyun-wook used all his strength to block them. Meanwhile, Choi Ju-hun was lightning fast, using his Heaven Cloud sword to slice the dark elf's body into pieces. He skillfully shredded the guy into small fragments using his lethal weapon. After finishing, he leaned back to rest, not forgetting to boast, "Man, that wasn't even hard. Whoa, my blood sugar is dropping. I need to fuel up with some booze." As he said that, Choi Ju-hun pulled a bottle of liquor from his bag. Just then, the dark elf's body slowly began to knit itself back together. Choi Ju-hun was still happily chugging his wine when the guy fully recovered and instantly swung his weapon to attack while his opponent was completely off guard. Fortunately, Choi Ju-hun managed to raise his Heaven Cloud sword in time to block it, but it didn't end there. The guy's sharp strike sliced through both his liquor bottle and his armor. Back on the other side, Lee Hyun-wook was struggling to fend off the monster's assault. Even though he used his arms to block, he was still sent flying. Looking at the wounds on his arms, he had to admit one thing. It had such overwhelming destructive power that he couldn't even keep up. Suddenly, a notification board appeared. Quantity of Mugly fragments sealed has decreased from 5 to 1. Just as the information predicted, in the blink of an eye, it shrank. Lee Hyun-wook decided to jump back to create distance, dodging repeatedly against the relentless onslaught. The monster still wore an excited grin, playing with him like a cat with a mouse. The dark elf seemed to have something to say, but besides his comrades, no one understood him. He looked at Choi Ju-hun, who was lying flat on his back in the distance, and muttered. Suddenly, a familiar voice chimed in. "You're actually somewhat impressive, but in the end, you're just a human." A few question marks appeared over the guy's head, but Choi Ju-hun wasn't fazed and kept on rambling. "From now on, you're about to face the wrath of an immortal." "Huh? What's wrong? I'm doing the voiceover for you, so why are you being so quiet?" Choi Ju-hun snapped his head up. With a sneer that cut deep into the enemy's pride, he spat. "Oh, look at you, completely trashed. You're drunk on your own blood, but because of what you did to them, I don't feel a single ounce of pity." The dark elf just watched in silence. Jun Hyun-jun channeled his strength, pointed his Heaven Cloud sword at the enemy, and declared firmly, "I don't care if you're actually immortal or not. If you dare touch my liquor again, even if I can't kill you, I'll make sure you suffer like hell." The monster's face twisted in arrogant mockery. Hyun-guk dodged the incoming attacks while weaving a seal with his fingertips. "Let's see how long you can keep that grin on your face." He controlled the Muggle shards, sending them flying toward the monster, which made it flinch as a notification panel appeared. The number of Muggle shards expanded instantly from 1 to 5. They transformed into a giant blade, tearing through the monster's flesh and slicing its body clean in two. Yet, it just kept that sinister smile on its face. Its legs grew long, anchoring themselves deep into the ground. Hyun-guk realized something was off and thought to himself, "It's still laughing? How annoying. It's definitely hiding an ace up its sleeve." The monster's body knit itself back together as if nothing had ever happened. Hyun-guk gritted his teeth in pure frustration. Just as he suspected, this thing could regenerate. The monster laughed arrogantly, enjoying the spectacle. Hyun-jun was fighting with everything he had, sweat dripping down his face like rain. The entire battlefield shook as he clashed with the dark elf. He had dealt a deep, gaping wound to the creature's arm, but as Hyun-wook watched, he realized the monster had a regeneration ability. It's just a shell hiding something deeper. That insane mana density, that regeneration, is this thing truly immortal? His mind raced, struggling for an answer. While dodging the monster's strikes, he tried to think. Come on, Hyun-wook, think. Recall every battle you've ever faced. A thought sparked like a final flame in the middle of a storm. Monsters usually try to hide their true nature. Maybe they are using this immortality to mask their real weak point. If neither of them is the true body, his gaze darted across the tear in the monster's sleeve, which hadn't healed yet, then quickly shifted to the injury on the dark elf's left shoulder. The light at the end of the tunnel finally appeared. I see it now. Hyun-wook's eyes seemed to pierce through the deception. Injuries in the exact same spot cannot regenerate. Both bodies of the dark elf have revealed their weakness. A realization dawned on him. The reason that one-eyed bastards split up is because they are both real bodies. They belong to the same entity. He looked toward his teammate, silently worried. But the problem is Sergeant Choi Hyun-jun's stamina is fading fast, and he's starting to get reckless. Will he even listen to me? We have to end this in one final strike. Hyun-wook leaped high into the air, calling out to his teammate. Sergeant Choi Hyun-jun, they aren't immortal. If we attack both of them in the same spot at the same time, they won't be able to regenerate. He tried his best to convey the plan. Listen to me, we have no other choice. Strike their necks at the exact same moment. Fueled by a wave of adrenaline, Hyun-jun fired back. Huh? At the same time? Who says? I won't let this bastard get away that easily. Hyun-wook felt his frustration boiling over as he gritted his teeth. Get a grip, don't you want to save the kids? The gloomy city landscape loomed, with a giant tree rising from the detention center, its black roots stretching out like claws, suffocating the surrounding structures. That comment acted as a wake-up call to his competitiveness. It's not about me, Hyun-wook snapped, barking out an order. Then stop whining and follow the plan. Seeing that the enemy wouldn't back down, the monster continued its assault. He channeled all his power into the finishing move. We only have one chance. Focus. The dark elf rushed forward frantically, as if it sensed impending doom. Hyun-wook instantly conjured a gold-infused shield. He activated his defensive skill, pouring all his remaining strength into absorbing every single blow from the monster in that split second. Every strike carried the hopes of all humanity. He turned and shouted to signal his partner. Now. Hyun-jun understood, soaring into the air and raising the heaven cloud sword high, his body glowing like a beacon. Ready to cleanse the dark elf, Hyun-wook charged at the monster with everything he had. Hyun-jun held his blade right against the creature's neck, then with a single, decisive stroke, he decapitated it. Hyun-wook's blade glowed with the red heat of hellfire. The strike split the monster's life force in two, and light began to emerge from the giant tree atop the building. Right at that moment, the system notification appeared. You have successfully eliminated the source of the corruption. Boss monster, Dark Priest. Each of you will receive a reward. Taken from the believers. Watching the enemy's corpse lying motionless on the ground, Hyun-wook panted heavily, thinking happily, we stopped the second source of corruption before the boss monster arrived. If we keep destroying these sources like this, he imagined a brighter future in his mind. Seoul will be safe. He offered a proud smile. The first wave humanity had overcome. In the quiet space, suddenly, footsteps echoed. Hyun-jun abruptly called his name, making him glance over. Lee Hyun-wook? The question came out slowly. Are we finished? Thinking it was nothing, he braced his hands on the ground to stand up and replied with satisfaction. Yeah, we're done. There were a few hiccups, but we made it through, didn't we? It's thanks to you. About the upcoming mission. Before he could finish, he was cut off by an aggressive interruption. Done. With that insubordinate behavior of yours? This out-of-the-blue questioning left Hyun-wook stunned. Huh. He only saw the look of pure rage on Hyun-jun's face, with a cold, iron sword raised high. Hyun-wook stammered, calling out to him. Sergeant Choi Hyun-jun. Disregarding their brother-in-arms bond forged in life-or-death battles, he swung his sword directly toward him and loudly interrogated him. You dare talk back to me? Shut your mouth. Where are my kids? Seeing the situation spiraling, Hyun-wook could only block the strike and try to calm him down. Sergeant, calm down. They are still safely stored in the supply depot. Do we really have to do this right after winning? Why is he still so grumpy? Shut up. Who said I lost? In another space, a critical question suddenly echoed. The AI says it's over. As if signaling the hidden storm about to break, the voice barely faded before a pale hand decisively plunged into the stomach of a small child. The adorable little girl beside her suffered the same fate. So, Erin was the perpetrator all along. She screamed in fury. It's not over yet. Just then, a deadly notification appeared. You have offered a sacrifice to the celestial altar. This message hit Lee Hyun-wook like a slap in the face, shattering the beautiful dream he had been holding onto. It didn't stop there. Another system window popped up, bringing ominous news. The red flower bud will soon bloom upon the altar. Erin's face looked like something straight out of hell, and her pupils glowed with a deadly crimson light. Your nightmare has only just begun. The entire scene was engulfed in darkness, with the only source of light emanating from the giant tree. Suddenly, a loud voice called out, Sergeant Hyun-wook. Someone was holding a neatly folded bundle of items. It was Lee Hyun-wook. He held them up high and shouted excitedly, I brought you a change of clothes and a storage bag. Huh? Sergeant Choi Jun-jun. You're here too? However, when he saw the scene of 3 dots unfolding opposite him, he slowly lowered his arm and asked, Wait, what are you two doing? Hyun-wook immediately called for help. Lee Hyun-wook, get over here and stop him, quick. With Choi Jun-jun holding a sword to his throat, he desperately explained, I can't draw my sword to cut him down. I swear I haven't even touched a single finger on that bottle of yours. I only smelled it once. As they struggled, Jun-jun suddenly went limp and fell backward. It caught him completely off guard. Huh? Sergeant Choi? The man just went into free fall and hit the ground with a thud. Hyun-wook looked back, utterly confused. The man's eyes started to drift. I'm so tired I've spent too much time moving around. Meanwhile, the children were still lying motionless. There was no sign of them waking up yet. He slowly drifted off to sleep, but his mouth still tried to mutter a threat. We've saved the kids, so once I'm done resting, I won't let you off. While working together, Hyun-wook realized something. He was the hardest person to control, but at the same time, the most reliable. Wow, I'm already starting to see his traits from my past life. He looked at him with warm, sympathetic eyes. You did well, get some rest. Suddenly, the system displayed a notification. By successfully eliminating the Dark Priest, you have received a sacrificial reward. It is an ancient coin from an underground kingdom. He stared intently at the glowing coin in his hand, guessing. An underground kingdom? Does that mean this is a dwarf coin? It was known that the dwarves created legends of magical technology, and traces of them were only ever found through artifacts and relics. They were the ones who invented incredibly powerful weapons, as they were an ancient civilization that never appeared in his past life. Therefore, their items were unimaginably expensive but incredibly effective. Hyun-wook gripped the coin in his hand and muttered to himself, With this coin, I can summon an ancient dwarf item. I can't eat this thing, though. Suddenly, something on his chest glowed brightly. The system immediately displayed, Congratulations, you have absorbed a Demon Legion medal. He was delighted and thought, The Legion takes a while to evolve, looks like about 7 months, huh? It didn't stop there. The system continued, You have received a new skill after absorbing an elite item. It is called Signal Core. Metal control ability increased by 30%. Centurion force increased by 10%. Reading this, he couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. Centurion force? According to his knowledge, the power of a centurion allowed one to control others and create followers. His own abilities had nothing to do with creating followers, but after receiving this skill, Hyun-wook recalled the chaotic battle that had occurred, and the pieces finally clicked. I understand now why that bastard could control such a massive army. He gritted his teeth in fury at the thought of the soul manipulator, the one who summoned the undead. Good news continued to pour in from the system. Current metal weight control capacity is over 85 grams. Superior senses increased by 30%. Now active, he suddenly broke into a sinister smile. Hyun-wook's eyes turned cold. From now on, I'm going to absorb all of your powers. Hyun-wook looked at Jun-jun, who was sprawled out on the ground, and said worriedly, Is Sergeant Choi okay? He replied calmly, When he's tired, he sleeps like the dead. It's fine. The man was asleep but still clutched the bottle of illicit dwarf liquor, mumbling in his sleep, I won't let you go anymore. As he hoisted him onto his shoulder, he asked, Sergeant Lee, Hyun-wook, the battle down there isn't over yet. Aren't you going to go down and help them? He shook his head firmly and quickly put his pants back on. No need. This left the other man very confused. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the chaotic battle was still raging. A member of the raid team pointed toward the gate and shouted, Everyone, get ready to teleport. The enemy was still setting up defenses, making reinforcements very difficult. As the mages saw members of the Daesan Guild climbing to the roof of the building, a member of the raid team immediately announced, Our position has been compromised. The situation was critical. Lee Min-hee pushed the person next to him and snapped, What are you still doing? Choi Tae-yong didn't answer and urged, Move, now. The Daesan Guild soldiers screamed, But our comrades are still there. The man covering half his face standing behind them was still manipulating things. Kill them all. He frowned in suspicion. Can we really do this? The captain is gone, and the mission is a failure. Do you think Chu Kyuyong will easily forgive us? The military was still trying to fend off the brutal attacks of the enemy. Lee Minhe's pupils widened in shock at the sight before him. His mouth hung open in fear. The enemy was gradually gaining the upper hand, and he could only feebly hold them off. Thank goodness, his teammates had appeared just in time to help. Suddenly, several military vehicles arrived as reinforcements. A woman's boot quickly stepped out of the vehicle. The Daesan Guild soldier suddenly shouted, It's the Black Knight." Lee Min-hee beamed with joy. "Seo Eun-ha," she appeared, looking truly imposing and full of fighting spirit, truly worthy of being called humanity's savior. She decisively ordered a violent crackdown against the army during this apocalyptic era. "This is reason enough to deal with you all right here. Execute them immediately." Back at the scene, Guk was being followed by soldiers. As he walked, he wondered, Huh? Even the assault platoon commander is here? Where are you going then? Ignoring the chatter, he was too busy thinking about Aaron. That bitch is definitely still around here somewhere. Something feels off. Why didn't she run toward the source of the corruption? They continued walking. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes was stealthily watching. The gaze was locked onto the distracted Guk. Guk, sharp as ever, sensed the murderous intent and glanced up. In a split second, a figure appeared and pointed a sword at Guk, but fortunately, he agilely blocked it. Without hesitation, he lured her away from the others to avoid unnecessary harm. Choi Sea, seeing the opponent blocking her, felt very confused. "What is this? Why are you stopping me? Isn't that the vampire who threatened us?" Guk grabbed her wrist and explained, "Calm down. She's on our side." As he spoke, he held her hand to reassure her. When their eyes met at close range, Choi Sea's face suddenly flushed red, shy as a tomato. She quickly raised her sword, turned around, and walked away. "Looks like you have your own reasons, huh?" Seeing that she understood him, he smiled gratefully. "Thank you. I'll explain everything to you properly later." "Good work, Sergeant Kim Choi Sea." Guk praised her happily. "Thanks to you, all the priests are dead. Now we just need to eliminate the core. The second erosion factor is complete." She said nothing, only looking up at him with eyes full of hope. Suddenly, the AI's voice rang out. The AI says everything has ended. This person simultaneously used both hands to punch the stomachs of the two young girls. Aaron had officially appeared, loudly declaring, "It's not over yet," leaving the three of them stunned. Looking up, a terrifying scene unfolded for all to see. Cerberus had emerged, bearing its serrated teeth. It created a monstrous orb of electricity. Having apparently gathered enough energy, it opened its jagged jaws and unleashed numerous lethal lightning bolts, leaving an entire city block in ruins. Everything instantly plunged into a sea of raging flames. Guk braced himself, gritting his teeth in fury. Damn it. Of all the things that could happen, this is the worst. The dire situation forced him to quickly scheme an escape. Sergeant Kim Choi Sea, please take the children and get out of here. Obeying his command, the two spirits moved toward Aaron to seize Ji-hun. Guk raised two fingers to the sky and shouted with determination, "We must stop the final sacrificial ritual." As he finished, a sure-shot arrow was fired from his hand, flying swiftly toward Aaron. The soldier's actions infuriated her. She roared, "Who told you insects you could do that?" The system provided information. Cheston Knight's sure-shot bow. Effect. Hits the chosen target with 100% accuracy. All magic resistance possessed by the target is neutralized. The arrow utilized its full power, forcing her to struggle as she tried to escape the attack range. Aaron realized she couldn't shake off this devilish weapon and cursed in annoyance. What is this crazy arrow anyway? Finally, the sure-shot arrow caught up and slammed into her heart, causing her to lose strength and stagger backward. The arrow completed its 100% accuracy mission, dragging Aaron violently to the ground. On this side, Choi Sea and the spirits reported their mission was complete. The survivors were safe, but Aaron, despite being critically wounded, still tried to resist the arrow's force and defiantly threatened them. "It's useless for you pathetic soldiers to resist. Cerberus has been summoned. Seoul is about to perish." The corpses of the two young girls lay alone on the ground, as if implying that crime, but she didn't care. "You can't stop it from happening." Suddenly, Guk activated the power of the King of Light and Darkness. It can drastically increase resistance to undead attributes. Equipped with an aura attribute, each type comes with a corresponding penalty, and only one can be chosen. He stepped up to refute Aaron's bitter curse. "No, I will defeat Cerberus and save Seoul. Whatever your plan is," he declared with a resolute voice, "I will stop it all." At the same time, he activated the Holy Cross aura to increase the power of the sure-shot bow fivefold, with a penalty of losing 10% mana. The arrow plunged into her chest. It emitted streams of pale golden light, causing her to immediately sense that something was wrong. The small light streams created a massive vortex, causing her to writhe in agony, her back arching like a shrimp. Guk watched the scene tensely, whispering to himself, "This plan is a gamble. I can't complete every mission without accepting the loss of the AI." The voice from his other version echoed, "You know that perfectly well." His reason spoke clearly like that, but the burning faith in his heart still urged him on. "I know it's unavoidable, but no matter how many times I go through this, I still can't bear it." So, the will burned in the young man's eyes more fiercely than ever. "I will do it." Meanwhile, Cerberus was straining to emit a terrifying, high-decibel sound. A notification appeared, like a warning from the Grim Reaper. Hell's gatekeeper, Cerberus, has torn the barrier to enter this human realm. Choi Se-ah covered her ears, fighting against its soul-shaking noise while trying to boost Guk's fighting spirit. "Hey, shouldn't you smash its head like you did with that goblin?" "Why are you?" He was no better, covering his ears and responding as loudly as he could. "No. We stopped the sacrificial ritual last time, so maybe it hasn't fully emerged yet. We have to quickly find a weak point and exploit it to deal with it." Even an aggressive person like her couldn't help but ask, wide-eyed, "A weak point for something like that? Even if we find it, can we actually do anything?" In the sky, the giant form of Cerberus continued to writhe, eager to break free from its cage, while below was the small figure of Seal On-ha, fighting tirelessly. And then, the terrible news about the emergence of Cerberus. She appeared again, eyes wide with terror, her sapphire pupils trembling. Even the Special Forces squad couldn't hide their fear. Looking at this horrific sight, sheer panic began to creep across the faces of the brave commandos, for they were facing a monster, a three-headed hellbeast with terrifying power, threatening the lives of the entire city. Facing this, Lee Hyun-wook furrowed his brows and spoke, as if making a promise. "I have been preparing for this for a very long time. No matter what happens, I must succeed." But there is one thing he kept strictly to himself, to understand alone. Even if he had to sacrifice everything, with nothing left to hold him back, Severus happily indulged in his innate desire for destruction of his toward the surrounding world. This time, he changed into a boss, widening his jaws to prepare to release another purple lightning orb. Countless streams of lightning gathered like a spider web, launched from the spikes on his back, turning the surrounding architecture into ruins one by one. Over here, Choi Se-ah heard that notification and immediately trusted. Without a moment's hesitation, "If you've already said so, I trust we can do it. Start now." Lee Hyun-wook immediately ordered. Through the radio, "Iron Army, Plan B. We will implement the lightning rod plan to fight the boss." The army followed the plan and tried to resist the gale. The command continued to echo. Assault team leader and Park Jun-mo head to point A. He divided the work clearly for each team. All remaining members of the army start deploying the weapon crates. The sound from the radio made Park Jun-mo widen his eyes. "And Park Jun-mo, you are the key element of this entire operation. If things take a turn for the worse, you could lose your life." Lee Hyun-wook weighed every single word, giving the power of choice to his comrade, but he still said, "Will you still trust my command?" Without hesitating for even 1 second, he shouted firmly, "Of course I trust you." On the screen, a brief notification appeared, Mowgli shards released. Following that, a giant sword appeared in midair, stabbing towards Severus with lightning speed. Unfortunately, it sensed the danger, so it successfully dodged. The sword slammed into the empty ground. One of its feet scraped the road, creating sparks and crushing several cars. On this side, a muscular arm reached out to grab the scepter, falling in midair. Lee Hyun-wook passed it to Lee Won-sup's hand, then ordered, "Pick that up quickly and coordinate with the assault team leader." He asked in confusion, "Huh? You're leaving me and the survivors here?" At the same time, Severus was busy carefully observing the giant sword nearby. Taking advantage of this, he briefly explained to his comrade, "The place with this altar is the safest spot right now. So, and Sergeant Choi Ju-hun won't be asleep for long either." The dire situation forced him to fight for every second. "Hurry up. I have to deal with it before it can adapt to this environment." While Severus was slowly groping around, Seo Lun-ha was carefully hiding behind a nearby house. The radio in her hand suddenly rang. "Assault team leader, do you copy? Lead its attention elsewhere." Together with soldier Lee Won-sup, she heard this and was slightly startled, widening her eyes. "What? Lee Won-sup is still alive?" The other side didn't answer, only instructed. "They cannot see my next move." Seo Lun-ha's voice came from the other end. "I can trust you again, right? Lee Hyun-wook." The answer she received was a firm, solid affirmation. "Yes, that's right." These words calmed her tense inner self, so she decisively accepted the order. "Fine. I don't know what you're planning, but I know I trust you won't let me down." Immediately, Seo Eun-ha stood out with her shield, preparing to engage with the majestic, haughty posture of a female warrior. On this side, Lee Hyun-wook seriously called the name of the comrade standing beside him. Lee Won-sup. He quickly replied according to military standards. Soldier Lee Won-sup, standing by. After that, he was entrusted with a great responsibility. You need to bear this. I believe in your support. This statement made the burly man freeze, speechless. After a few seconds, the aura around him suddenly changed, showing absolute loyalty. Please leave it to me. Receiving Lee Won-sup's guarantee, Lee Hyun-wook felt at ease and hurried off, simultaneously calling out, Sergeant Kim Choi, say let's go. His figure leaped nimbly across the buildings. He was both letting his body fly and contentedly telling himself, finally, I have a team that truly knows how to fight for themselves. A fair, slender hand suddenly grabbed his wrist with force. Choi Se-ah used her power to lift him, flying high into the mid-air. At the same time, the soldiers moving the weapons suddenly noticed something and looked up high. Everyone saw the suicidal silhouette of someone, approaching that giant lightning monster. It was the figure of Lee Won-sup and Seo Eun-ha working together to hinder Severus's actions. He took momentum, intending to deliver a fatal blow to its head, while she used all her strength to land a thunderous strike on the monster's false skull. The simultaneous attack force of the two shook even the weapons. But unexpectedly, Seo Eun-ha's sword tip was like a needle against its hard-boned surface, and Lee Won-sup's crosshead wasn't enough to tickle the monster's thick fur. Seo Eun-ha froze, seemingly seeing a hint of light contempt in Severus's violet eyes. It was time for it to play with the two little ants again. A purple lightning stream pierced through the sword and transferred to her body. Lee Won-sup also had to endure a portion of the extremely serious attack. It tossed him up and stuck its long, slimy tongue out as if to swallow its opponent whole in one gulp. Another head also opened its saw-like jaws to snap at Seo Eun-ha. While Choi Se-ah dragged Lee Hyun-wook to fly to another area, another unfavorable piece of information appeared. Hell Gatekeeper Severus is activating wide area magic. Hell's query. Sensing this phenomenon, he asked in horror, using wide area magic. While it's still unstable, a strange black hole suddenly appeared in the sky, signaling an ominous sign. The lightning beam emitted from Severus's spine was exactly what summoned it. The black vortex absorbed all the lightning power like a bottomless pit, then it gradually expanded its range, creating an oppressive atmosphere, enveloping all things. Suddenly, a large pillar of lightning, like a pillar of heaven, crashed down from the vortex. The location it aimed for was the ancient tree, but halfway there it was interrupted by a portal that suddenly appeared. Seo Eun-ha tried to open her eyes to witness this tragic scene. Nearby, Lee Won-sup was also turned to stone by the beam of light. The soldiers clearing the weapons used their hands to protect their heads from the impact of this lightning pillar, while Lee Hyun-wook stared with wide, helpless eyes watching that terrifying power. Meanwhile, at a distance, Park Jun-mo mustered all his courage, raising his sword to use as a conductor to stabilize the direction of this giant lightning stream. From Choi Se-ah and Lee Hyun-wook's perspective, they only saw the beam of light as if guided and redirected toward the top of the high-rise building. Even so, he didn't feel at ease at all. He just gritted his teeth, wondering if he could survive that hit. A massive bolt of lightning continued to strike directly toward the roof of the skyscraper. Its terrifying power was enough to wipe out an entire city, but now, only Jun-mo was enduring all that agony. Only then did Lee Hyun-wook clearly see the small figure engulfed by it. It was his own comrade. He panicked, Park Jun-mo, but the boy had already been scorched by the lightning, unable to hear a single word. At a shelter in Owo High School, the scene was devastated and raw, revealing the scars of the disaster. Jun-mo received his sword, looking astonished. Isn't this the Heaven Cloud sword? Why are you giving this to me? Lee Hyun-wook stood opposite him, seriously clarifying, I'm only entrusting it to you for now. But Jun-mo, are you really going to do this? Without hesitation, he replied loudly, yes. A weakling like me has to do whatever it takes to become stronger, right? He spoke in a low voice, like a warning. If you fail, you know what your end will be. Hearing that, Jun-mo clenched his fist, as if silently motivating himself. Moved, he let his feelings out. I've lived my whole life in obscurity and neglect. A loser like me living like this is no different from existing meaninglessly. We all know that regular players level up and grow through combat, but both Jun-mo and Lee Hyun-wook were special cases. They were evolutionary players who had to find their own breakthrough methods, without receiving help from the AI. Even though he had tried his best to support Jun-mo and his lightning affinity, everything had failed. Yet, Jun-mo's eyes were still filled with steady determination. From now on, I won't live like that anymore. Seeing that spirit, Lee Hyun-wook just pondered. There is only one last method. The boy had no idea of his internal struggle and was extremely confident, Corporal Park Jun-mo. Leave it all to me. I'm ready. I won't let your expectations down, Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook. Witnessing that expression, he suddenly remembered the past. The scene always etched in his mind was the day of the boy's end. The emotion in Lee Hyun-wook's eyes became harder to read. Falling into reminiscence, he couldn't clearly remember Park Jun-mo in his past life because the boy had died so early. He couldn't help but feel uneasy. What if this bet fails? What if I'm wrong? Could it be that I actually have to take responsibility for this death too? Not long after, a massive bolt of lightning struck down from the top of a building as if tearing the sky apart. Meanwhile, Lee Hyun-wook quickly dodged to the side. The lightning struck straight at Jun-mo. His whole body was covered in electrical sparks, to the point his eyes rolled back. In the sky, the streaks of lightning connected, creating a blinding current. He shouted loudly, giving the boy motivation. Park Jun-mo. In his heart, he silently prayed, "Please, hang in there." Lightning converged toward the sword, simultaneously spreading to Jun-mo. The energy was so powerful it blew his helmet off. Jun-mo still didn't give up, continuing to endure, but the weight from each lightning strike made it hard for him to resist. Lee Hyun-wook could only silently watch in anxious anticipation. "Please, hold on." The lightning streaks converged into a glowing orb of electricity in the sky. Immediately after, a notification appeared. Player Jun-mo has successfully opened the path of energy evolution. Even though the pain and weight kept increasing, he still tried to hold firm, raising the sword high with determination. Another notification popped up, showing that Jun-mo had unlocked the innate skill, flight. He slowly drifted upward while his hands still gripped the sword, feeling the massive power flowing through his body along the current. Witnessing that, Lee Hyun-wook couldn't hide his joy, his eyes filled with hope. There it is. Not long after, a dark notification appeared. The area of effect spell Hell Clouds by Severus has been absorbed by a mysterious player. At the same time, the abnormal lightning strikes on top of the building had attracted quite a bit of attention, but that couldn't stop the joy of Jun-mo. At this moment, Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook, I did it. I could feel the power surging inside my body. Before he could enjoy the joy, the surge of emotion overwhelmed him, making his voice tremble. Is this what it feels like to evolve? Lee Hyun-wook couldn't hide his confident and joyful expression, as if victory was appearing right before his eyes. We nailed it. The boy's awakening marked the beginning of the battle to defeat Severus. Right after he landed, Lee Min-hee also rushed out from the portal, asking, "What's the situation?" Lee Hyun-wook ran while hurriedly replying, "No time to explain. You and Sergeant Kim Se-hyun, prepare to activate the portal on the Special Forces unit." Hearing that, the man panicked. "Where are you going? Shouldn't you be supporting the squad leader in the attack?" Lee Hyun-wook quickly jumped onto the vehicle carrying the monster and explained, "Jun-mo has already blocked the area of effect spell. I believe the squad leader and the troops can also buy us enough time." He touched the dark mark, silently resolving, "I will temporarily tame this bastard." At that moment, an information panel indicated, upon merging with the dark magic contained in the soul of the pursued, the player will successfully master the ultimate power of the armor. Conversely, their soul will be consumed by dark magic. This notification took effect immediately as Lee Hyun-wook was nearly swallowed by the dark streaks branded on his face. Just as I thought, it's not easy to tame. In the critical situation, he quickly activated the skill, Holy Spirit Light. He felt the dark magic gradually dissipating and smirked, "But I still have a solution, and that is metal manipulation." Lee Hyun-wook, quickly controlling the metal energy within the monster. Elsewhere, Park Jun-mo had just awakened his power. He was facing Severus head-on. The moment it spotted its target, it readied itself to strike, condensing a fireball as a finishing move. Suddenly, Lee Won-sup's figure soared through the air, wielding his weapon right before it could attack. Even so, he couldn't stop its terrifying assault toward the target. Faced with Severus's surprise attack, Park Jun-mo could only stand there, frozen and unable to fight back. Seeing this, Lee Won-sup shouted in anger, "Hey, you useless brat. Get out of here." Just before it could continue its assault, he used his weapon to unleash a powerful strike to stop it, but realized his attack had no effect on Severus. Lee Won-sup immediately turned back to assess the situation. Thankfully, it had been partially affected. The massive blast force was deflected elsewhere, and the entire city was immediately engulfed in rolling flames that wouldn't cease. Park Jun-mo hadn't recovered yet and fell down, still clutching the sword that held the lightning power. Seeing his pathetic state, Lee Won-sup laughed triumphantly. "See that? I'm going to be the next player here." Before he could gloat, Severus's foot was right behind him. It aimed to stomp down on him. It delivered a near-fatal blow to Lee Won-sup. Unable to dodge, he took the hit without any defense. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Right at that moment, atop a building in the distance, a pair of giant wings appeared, drawing Severus's attention. Seo Eun-ha raised her hands high, preparing to unleash the Heavenly Wing Divine Grace skill. As soon as she finished, the wing shot toward it. However, this attack was quickly blocked by Severus as it bit down hard. In just an instant, her Heavenly Wing Divine Grace shattered into pieces. The sight left Seo Eun-ha stunned and terrified. It's just an ordinary zombie, yet it managed to bite through the Heavenly Wing Divine Grace that I poured all my holy power into. Not waiting another second, it opened its sharp jaws wide, preparing to swallow her. While she was trying to escape, its sharp fangs almost grazed her body. But right before it could catch her, she was knocked away. Park Jun-mo, who was now using self-flight to dodge the scythe of death, felt deeply uneasy witnessing this. Squad leader, Seo Eun-ha is in danger. He looked back at the sword in his hand, beginning to doubt himself. What can I even do? I'm just someone who just awakened. Seo Eun-ha had been sent flying and forced to land heavily. Seeing her gasping for breath from clashing with Severus, Park Jun-mo compared himself to her. Even a warrior like her was struggling. At that moment, the image of the massive, cruel, murderous monster and the tiny Seo Eun-ha trying to struggle back to her feet with her sword created a stark contrast, making him wonder, I've been a coward my entire life, haven't I? But even after being defeated many times, she remained determined, pointing her sword toward the enemy. That moment made Park Jun-mo look back at himself and make a silent resolution. No, I'll always be a coward if I only think like this. He immediately dove down with an unyielding will. I can do this. Even so, the system board coldly announced bad news. Severus had completely adapted to Earth. In an instant, its entire body erupted into a huge flame. Before long, Severus rose again. With power multiplied, it used eyes filled with malice to scan for its target, then opened its sharp jaws wide, preparing to finish off Seo Eun-ha. She watched as her end approached, feeling helpless. I don't have any holy power left. It gathered a lightning ball with terrifying pressure, aiming straight at its prey. In that life or death moment, she suddenly remembered what Lee Hyun-wook had said and asked herself, Lee Hyun-wook, the ace that you mentioned, what exactly is it? Severus's lightning orb struck down quickly. Seo Eun-ha could only raise her tiny shield to block the hit as a final, desperate hope. But before the lightning bolts could touch her, a sword absorbed it all. Park Jun-mo held the sword in front like a hero coming to save the damsel. He quickly turned to ask, Are you okay, Commander? The other party couldn't hide her surprise. Park Jun-mo. He absorbed every powerful streak of lightning that Severus fired. Even with electricity coursing all over his body, his eyes and voice became more determined than ever. Just stay behind me. I still don't know how many lightning bolts I can take at once. Suddenly, another head of Severus opened its mouth wide, gathering a fireball to counterattack. Park Jun-mo noticed its next move and gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it. Fire. Immediately, it spewed a powerful blast of flame and lightning toward them. Even when facing imminent danger, he didn't hesitate to shield Seo Eun-ha, simultaneously warning, Commander, hurry and find a place to hide. Suddenly, the information board showed the number of Mowgli fragments released was 1 out of 5. In the blink of an eye, a great sword flew in to block Severus's fire lightning attack. Behind that sword was Lee Hyun-wook. In a massive suit of black armor with divine light hovering above his head, his appearance left the other two feeling surprised mixed with joy. Lee Hyun-wook, what is that? Lee Hyun-wook turned back with a strong, calm gaze, reassuring them, Well done, Lieutenant. Stay out of this and leave it to us. Fall back now. Then, calls rang out one after another, growing more urgent. Corporal Park, Park Jun-mo. He asked the person next to him. After the battle just now, facing the boss monster, how do you feel? Can it be handled? He immediately replied decisively, Yes. At least for now, I can stop it with a Heaven Cloud sword. Lee Hyun-wook smiled triumphantly, knowing he had bet on the right person. He turned back toward the opponent and shouted encouragement, then try your best to distract it as much as possible. As if energized, Park Jun-mo boldly unleashed a blast of extreme lightning. Both of them erupted with the fire of resolve and victory in their eyes. Let's go. Information updated again, showing the number of Mowgli fragments released increased to 2. Immediately after, he maneuvered 2 great swords, ready to face Severus head-on. Meanwhile, Park Jun-mo began channeling lightning power through his weapon, then launched a heavy strike toward its right flank. Lee Hyun-wook's armored hand tightened around the hilt. He started manipulating the flow of metal within it, raised the blade high, leaped into the air, and aimed directly for Severus's top head. The number of Mowgli fragments released continued to rise to 3. The moment the sword collided with its skull, the blade instantly sparked with intense friction. At that moment, Lee Hyun-wook's eyes burned with fury and determination. He shouted at Severus like a challenge, ready to face death. Just die already, Severus. The sky blazed with lightning bolts, crashing down repeatedly, while the ground shook violently from the shockwaves of the blast from Severus's maw. A sphere of lightning was gathering, its electric arcs coiling and hissing. Sensing the incoming attack, Lee Hyun-wook immediately backflipped. His heart surged. As soon as the sword left his hand, he gritted his teeth. Damn it, did I miss? Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Skill information, self-levitation. Keeps the body suspended in the air, maximum altitude 5 meters above ground. Right at that moment, from the ground, Park Jun-mo's anxious voice rang out. Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook. In the blink of an eye, he appeared, using the Heaven Cloud's sword in his hand to block Severus's attack. A notification panel appeared amidst the fierce battle, bringing good news to Park Jun-mo. Congratulations, the amount of electrical current you control has increased 8-fold. By absorbing past the threshold, you will unlock a hidden skill. He tilted his head and shouted over the thunder. Are you okay? I'll deal with this bastard using my lightning power. Lee Hyun-wook gave a relieved smile and replied confidently. That's great, Park Jun-mo. I'll leave it to you. I'll take care of that fire-breathing horned monster over there. Saying that, he canceled his skill and dove straight down like a meteorite. Park Jun-mo shouted without hesitation. Yes, Sergeant. But before he could strike, one of Severus's other heads suddenly opened its mouth and spewed out a fierce column of fire, sweeping straight toward him. The scorching heat made Lee Hyun-wook wince. He hurriedly raised his hand to block and activated a skill. In an instant, a notification panel appeared. Spirit Hunter Armor activated. Steel tempered by fire, grants fire resistance to the user. Warning, beware of dark magic degradation. He braced his body, enduring the heat, incinerating his skin, muttering through gritted teeth. It really lives up to its name, Hell Flame. If it weren't for the Spirit Hunter armor, I would have been charred to a crisp. Not wasting another second, he immediately controlled the Muglai fragments, aiming straight at Severus's fire-breathing head. The notification sound continued. The number of Muglai fragments released has increased from 2 to 4. The giant sword whistled through the air like a bolt of lightning, stabbing straight at the target. However, it was useless. That powerful move didn't cause the slightest bit of damage. The central head, with eyes full of killing intent, stared directly at him, gleaming with death and terror. A sharp sense of caution flashed through Lee Hyun-wook's mind. It's all useless. Not a single attack is working. I have to find its weak point. Park Jun-mo shouted amidst the chaotic battle. Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook, I'm still trying to hold off its attacks, but can you finish it soon? We need a massive hit to take it down. He clenched his jaw, stressed as thoughts flashed through his mind. I know. I'm trying. Hasn't Lee Min-hee's teleportation arrived yet? Sensing the unstable situation, he shouted, Park Jun-mo, strategic retreat. But Severus obviously wouldn't let the two of them go. Its sharp gaze had locked onto its prey. Its massive body instantly lunged forward, smashing through a series of buildings in the blink of an eye. A cold notification voice echoed, Hell Gatekeeper Severus has completed adaptation. Accelerating degradation process. Thunder and lightning clashed with the violent flames, erupting endlessly as if to swallow the whole sky. The scorching fire blew directly onto one member of the raid team, making him shout, the flames are spreading. Ong gritted his teeth, still trying to track Severus, the target entering the bombing zone. The two-person raid squad secretly observed the situation from the roof of a nearby building, but it was rampaging, charging forward at high speed, destroying all obstacles in its path. Its massive body swept past where the squad was gathered near the cargo trucks. Just then, a cheer rang out amidst the chaos. Great. Teleportation setup successful. Min-hee didn't hesitate, immediately issuing the order, Kim Se-hee, prepare your weapon. She replied decisively, her eyes never leaving the target. Ready. He spoke into the suffocating atmosphere. With all my heart, Lee Hyun-wook, please, this is our only chance left. Please, you must succeed. At this moment, the teleportation device was gradually entering the conflict zone. Amidst the chaotic sky, Severus was still unceasingly spitting fierce fire at the two of them. It didn't stop there. Another head used a combination of violent lightning power. Park Jun-mo dodged the flames and immediately lunged forward, swinging the Heaven Cloud's sword, aiming to neutralize the lightning orb gathering in its mouth. While he was still straining himself, Lee Hyun-wook's shout rang out from behind. Get out of the way, Park Jun-mo. Hearing that, he didn't hesitate to dodge to the side. At that very moment, his command thundered, do it now. The number of Muglai fragments quickly released, increasing from 2 to 5. He put all his might into controlling the Muglai fragments, swirling them violently and stabbing them straight into Severus, but such a powerful move was no different from tickling it. He gritted his teeth, silently weighing its hardness, its speed. Everything was far beyond his imagination. It was gradually adapting to this environment and growing stronger. While Lee Hyun-wook was trying to think, his eyes suddenly caught sight of Severus's mangled head. I must find its weak point quickly. Wait, he frowned. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Now that I notice it, this horned one is protecting its incomplete head. He scanned his memories, trying to recall information about it. Severus was originally a three-headed monster, each head controlling an element fire, lightning, or toxic gas. But currently, it was only using fire and lightning, no toxic gas. So that means a bold, breakthrough conclusion flashed. That incomplete, protected head that must definitely be its weak point. Don't hesitate. Rush in, Park Junmo. I've found its weak point. I'll take care of the other head, keep drawing its attention for me. Just then, Park Junmo's system window lit up. Current power consumption exceeds requirements. Hidden skill unlocking. Seeing the info, he jumped in shock, but he quickly told Theo to reassure him. You have to be careful, okay? Severus wasn't about to let it slide. Its eyes blazed with hysterical rage, and it charged forward, breathing endless fire as if to incinerate everything in its path. Elsewhere, a raid team member reported urgently, We've got trouble. The drones can't reach the target's altitude because of the dense lightning. Immediately, a cold, mechanical voice came over the comms. Target is 3 kilometers from the strike zone. Minnie turned, her expression stern as she barked orders. Damn it, get them as high as you can. The drone carrying the teleport device is hovering above it now. Target is 1 kilometer from the strike zone. The announcement sounded again. Target has reached the strike zone. Just then, Hyun-wook managed to land on a building, narrowly escaping Severus's pursuit. Without hesitation, he activated his skill, using his soul to lift his body into mid-air, then quickly reported over the comms, Sergeant Lee. Hyun-wook is moving to the strike zone, teleporting now. At the same moment, Choi Se-ah got the news and shouted. Minnie immediately reassured her, her voice laced with tension. Damn it, there's nothing else we can do. We have to trust Lee Hyun-wook, just keep going with the plan to move the weapons to the teleport zone. She quickly received the order and activated her skill, focusing all her strength to move the weapons to the teleport zone. The weapons flew through the portal one by one. Meanwhile, in another location, Hyun-wook reached the teleport portal. His soul carried him through, then immediately dropped him from a terrifying height. As he plummeted like a meteor, Hyun-wook gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Hidden technique, first strike. Severus seemed to sense something was wrong. It looked up at the speck of light in the pitch-black sky. In the blink of an eye, before it could react, a tiny arrow shot toward it from midair. It dived at a wind-tearing speed, gliding past the 2 massive heads, aiming straight for the incomplete one. But just then, the bone head next to it immediately swiveled to block the attack. The arrow slammed directly into its skull, hurting it so much it stuck its tongue out. A soul-shattering shriek echoed through the space, followed by a bone-chilling crash, like a heaven-shaking explosion. Hyun-wook frowned, more certain than ever of his theory. Damn it, it really is protecting its weak point. So, the sneak attack failed. But he wasn't giving up. Then I'll bury you in overwhelming firepower. A barrage of weapons rained down after his loud shout. Charge, iron swords. The blades pierced straight into Severus at supersonic speed without warning. Hyun-wook dived in to fight himself. But unfortunately, he headed straight into the bonehead's gaping maw, waiting like a hungry beast. A desperate thought flashed through his mind, forcing him to go all in. No, damn it. I'm on a collision course. I can't aim from here. The final shot absolutely has to hit the target. At that same moment, Park Junmo held the Heaven Cloud sword, gathering a mini lightning orb. Streaks of electricity crackled around the blade. His hidden skill finally unlocked. Lightning Breath was ready to use. With only 1 shot left, he still chose to unleash this limited edition move straight at the bonehead of Severus. He then yelled to coordinate with his teammate, Sergeant Lee, Hyun-wook, now. Hyun-wook seized the opening to clear his own path. He couldn't hide his excitement. Nice work, Park Junmo. I knew you wouldn't let me down. He quickly unleashed a bolt of energy. Aiming straight for its only weak point, the speck of light slipped into its eye socket. It froze, just beginning to move to counterattack. But Hyun-wook didn't give it a chance, instantly shouting, Ultimate Release, Mogwai. The moment the words left his lips, that tiny speck of light instantly transformed into a giant Mogwai shard, crushing the head. Severus roared in frantic fury. The scream tore through the space, filled with extreme agony and despair. Just then, in the control room, a sound rang out. Report on abnormal phenomena. There are anomalous mana waves of unknown origin. We suspect it's a second boss monster. All members of Team T who were supporting nearby shelters have lost contact. Ho Eunju seemed to lose her composure, muttering incessantly, Myung Ho, what the hell is Team 15 doing? Suddenly, someone spoke to her. Long time no see, representative. Following that was the hurried sound of footsteps from a group of people. With an annoyed look, she spoke up. Well, if it isn't Myung-ho of the Black Tiger Unit, or should I call you the presidential secretary? In charge of National Gate Strategy, Myung-ho stood at attention with his bodyguard detail and replied, I have many titles. Call me whatever is convenient for you. He stared at her without blinking. I've come here to ask for your cooperation. But it seemed Ho Eun-ju was still uncomfortable with his proposal. She immediately retorted, I thought the government only cared about protecting its own people, not caring at all about clearing the rogue waves. When we needed you, you were nowhere to be found. Now you're here begging for help? Myung-ho immediately defended himself. You know full well that the number of players in a nation is the deciding factor for power on the international stage. So far, no wave has been completely subdued by humans. Look at China, two superpowers that failed in both the first and second attempts when facing rogue waves. They paid the price for 15 years. He scanned the control room and stated, if you act recklessly, you'll never be able to recover. You might even be invaded by foreign powers. That's why the number of players in a nation is like national defense. Ho Eun-ju couldn't help but wonder, so this cooperation you speak of, does that mean you want us to just sit on our hands? He then denied it and dropped a shocking piece of information. No. Our special forces have already deployed with the goal of becoming the first in history to conquer a rogue wave. Hearing that, she was startled and blurted out, wait, special forces? Could the rumors about that rank F soldier be true? His eyes remained fixed on the control center as he replied coldly, offhandedly, right. Finally, a glimmer of light at the end of this dark tunnel. Seo Hyun stood in the corner, her heart filled with anxiety. Can we really do this? Meanwhile, on the front lines, Hwang Guk was pushing himself to the limit in battle. He shouted, not holding back, unleash maximum mass now, or cast divine blessing to boost the effect by 5 times. With his overall body strength boosted by 50% but at the cost of 10% of his mana, Hyun-guk balanced himself in mid-air after landing a critical blow on Severus. The situation was dire. He gritted his teeth, deciding to risk it all and fight to the bitter end. Damn it all. It had come to this, so he had to act fast. He unleashed his metal manipulation skill to finish off Severus. As if to congratulate him, a status window popped up instantly. Congratulations, you have defeated the Hell Guardian, Severus. The decay spreading from this source is rapidly slowing down now that the core has been destroyed. The decay process would come to a complete halt. He gradually regained his composure after the grueling battle, then declared firmly to his fellow soldiers in the squad, we've taken down the second source of decay. They erupted into loud cheers. They had actually done it. The soldiers were overjoyed. Lee Gusuk and Eun-ha smiled brightly. Everyone was shouting and celebrating this resounding victory. But the joy didn't last long. A status window flashed again, warning that the dark magical corrosion from the pursuer's armor was increasing. Hyun-guk was startled. He hadn't even had time to recover before trouble came knocking again. He immediately looked up at the demonic tree in the sky amidst the ruins and shouted, it's not time to celebrate yet. Then, he ordered his comrades to root out the remaining threat. Follow me, Park Junmo. We're going to destroy the final core. You all, search for survivors and get ready to move out. They all shouted in unison, yes, sir. The core on the demonic tree was glowing with an ominous purple light. It shattered into thousands of tiny pieces right before the eyes of Hyun-guk and Junmo. The appearance of the status window confirmed that the core had been eliminated. Congratulations, you have destroyed the wave core. The decay process has ended. Those who participated in destroying the source of the decay will receive experience points. The area previously affected by the decay will be converted into magic stones. In the other world, the two didn't say anything, just silently watching. You have received the item, Mistletoe Seed. When the seed grows into a tree, it will become a divine tree with holy power. The status window vanished, and in its place, the mistletoe seed appeared and fell into Hyun-guk's hand. But Junmo was surprised by how meager the reward seemed. Are you serious? We destroyed the source of the decay, and we only get a single seed? This isn't just an ordinary stick. It's the God-Slayer weapon, the one once used to kill Baldur, the son of Odin. The divine light weapon, mistletoe. Because it's so powerful, this weapon never drops in its complete form. You have to plant the seed, help it germinate, and keep caring for it until it becomes a divine tree. It's quite a troublesome item, but it was better than having nothing at all. At this moment, the look on Junmo's face suggested he had realized something. He spoke up, trying to sound positive. Why do you look so serious? We already destroyed the source of the decay, right? Now I even know how to level up. We just need to take down the final source, don't we? But Hyun-guk replied sternly, it won't be that easy. He recalled Severus and continued. There's one more boss monster left. Visions of the intense battle against the monsters kept flashing through his mind. The other monsters that had been hesitant until now will pour down like a flood. Hyun-wook continued to reflect and concluded, "We can't just worry about the gates anymore." At that moment, he realized another danger was looming. The monsters would soon swarm Seoul. "Hey, Park Jun-mo," Hyun-wook called out loudly. "Corporal Park Jun-mo, keep the fact that you can level up a secret. If anyone asks, say you received a skill after completing a mission." Jun-mo was puzzled by his request. "Why do I have to do that?" But Hyun-wook had only one reason. "Because you aren't strong enough yet. If people find out you can level up now." He imagined the trouble Jun-mo could face and analyzed further. "Every organization in every country, every guild will come after you. Wait until you're strong enough. They'll kill you if they can't possess you." At that moment, Jun-mo was shocked. High in the city sky, a strange purple light had manifested. Hyun-wook was ready to continue the fight against evil. He gathered everyone and loudly announced, "Everyone, get ready. From now on, monsters will appear in areas without gates." He looked toward Lee Hyun-wook and Unha and told them, "Squad leaders, please clear the way for us." Along with Lee Hyun-wook, he turned to look at a group of soldiers led by Jun-mo and Ka Young-jin. Squad leader Park Jun-mo and Kim Kyung-jin. Everyone else, head to the temporary shelter and protect the survivors. But the two still wanted to fight by his side. "Are we not going to participate in destroying the final source of the decay? We want to go too." This forced Hyun-wook to immediately set them straight. Fighting isn't the only duty of a soldier. If there are no players in the temporary shelters, will you just let those survivors die? Hearing this, they bowed their heads and shouted in unison, "No." As if repenting for their error, the army of justice was ready to march. He shouted, rousing the whole group, "Everyone, move out. We're leaving now." Once he boarded the transport, a moment later, Hyun-wook received a call from Kang Cheon. "Can you hear me? This is Chun-mi." He replied clearly, "Corporal Lee Hyun-wook," loud and clear. "I've been waiting for a long time, sir. Was my request approved?" At headquarters, Myung-ho was answering the call under the watchful eyes of Se-yoon. "Do you have any idea how difficult this was for me? Because of your request, the regiment commander even put his own position on the line." Hyun-wook remembered Kang Cheon and thought to himself how much he truly appreciated his zeal in times like these. Myung-ho continued to announce, "We have received approval from the president. You can use all military armories except for the president's personal arsenal. Every cutting-edge weapon that South Korea possesses will support you to the end." Myung-ho continued to declare, "You know what? There has never been a case in the history of the AMT that allows a player to access the entire arsenal of a division." Hearing this, Hyun-wook just made him one small request. "Thank you, sir. Please dispatch 4 mages capable of casting teleportation spells to each of the armories." Myung-ho smiled, feeling smug at his words. He had just received authorization from the Jumana Guild to access their armories and requested everything he needed. How bold. Ho-en-ju immediately continued their unfinished conversation. "This is Ho-en-ju from Jumana. I have some high-level players we are in contact with." She slammed her hand on the table, asserting firmly, "They are all A-rank players. They will be able to help you if you reach out. And there's more S-rank." But the situation was extremely urgent. Lee Hyun-wook only told her one thing. "Whatever it is, you'd better make it quick." This left her puzzled. With the mature demeanor of a commander, he just whispered, "We don't have the time." Immediately after, the control room detected abnormal movement. Mana storm detected. Origin unidentified. It's growing larger. It's about 20 times larger than a normal gate. Both of them were shocked to hear the bad news. How could that be possible? In the sky, the mana storm was gradually transforming into a ghostly gate. A terrifying demonic hand emerged from it, as if it were part of the body of some evil demon. The hand slammed down onto the city, destroying countless buildings below. But that wasn't all. A series of other gates appeared, accompanied by countless demonic hands wreaking havoc on the city. On the ground, the AI soldiers were in total panic. Unha was startled, gasping at the ominous turn of events. At this moment, a demonic figure was gradually manifesting in the Seoul sky. It climbed out of the gate and prepared to dive straight into the city. The info board confirmed that this was indeed a massive threat. Beelzebub was trying to break the barrier to invade this world, and he was furious because he had lost Cerberus. Returning to headquarters, Myung-ho asked Lee Hyun-wook with a serious face, "I don't doubt you, but can you really do it?" The info board continued to update. His manifestation is delayed due to incomplete degradation. Lee Hyun-wook just stood in silence, watching Beelzebub slowly descending into his world through the ghostly gates. Finally, the board issued a warning. Time remaining until manifestation, 6 hours, 12 minutes, and 21 seconds. His eyes glowed purple with determination. "We can do it. I will be the one to end the wave in Seoul." In a gray-tinted scene, the kids came running in, their voices somewhat hurried. Teacher Jong-jun, are you really going on a 5-star mission? The kids surrounded him. The little one grinned. Will you have to fight monsters? Dong-min added with excitement. Wow, it must be fun to level up, just like playing a game. He pinched the other kid's cheek hard. Do you think the military is a joke? Fun, I'm going to protect kids like you. The boy's smile vanished. He stammered, protect us. Then, the next second, the scene completely changed. The kids were lying still, their bodies drenched in bright red blood. Dong-min looked coldly at the person opposite him, whose eyes had been gouged out. The boy was voicing his resentment. Why didn't you keep your promise, Jong-jun? Why didn't you protect us? By the time he and his teammates arrived, it was already too late. In the desolate, ruinous scene, that big, filthy-boned beast had mercilessly laid its hands on the children. He had tried to break through the encirclement to get there as fast as he could, but this world was too cruel. At this moment, Jong-jun couldn't believe his eyes. Time seemed to stop. Thanks to Kyung-jin's voice, he managed to wake up from the horrific nightmare. Jong-jun panted incessantly, as if the air had been drained from him. Sergeant Jong-jun, are you okay? He sat up, seemingly unable to remember anything. His head was pounding like a hammer. What? Where am I? Before that, what happened to the kids? Jong-jun's ears rang with his reply. They all died. Only one is left. He recalled the earlier scene. That vampire named Aaron had done something atrocious to the kids. What? What the hell did that idiot Lee Hyun-wook do? The two looked outside where the battle was intense. He also feels sorry for the kids. It was a surprise ambush. He couldn't do much. Regardless, in the current situation, the Bonehounds were running for their lives as if their KPIs were on the line. One of them was struck by a lightning bolt. However, the remaining ones still flew toward their target. On the moving vehicle, moving at a racer's speed, Junmo stood there, unleashing lightning skills. One Bonehound took a hit and went tumbling. Seeing the beast wave was endless, he tried to turn back to remind the person behind him. They'll catch up to us soon. Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook stopped to command Junmo, but didn't notice a Bonehound launching itself like a rocket at our tail. There's no time. Kill them. We have to reach the meeting point on time. He heard the noise, turned around, and froze when he saw it leap. It planned to crush them with its own weight. Luckily, in the nick of time, Gun-wook teleported to Lee Hyun-wook's side, skewering it like a tomato. Blood splattered everywhere. You think you can cause trouble here, huh? After poking a hole in one, he struck a pose, eyes crinkling until he couldn't even see the sun. See that? That's Lee Gun-wook, the future ace of this team. While he was bragging, Unha unleashed a flurry of attacks, handling 3 other Bonehounds beautifully. Her hair fluttered like an angel's, gracefully snatching the chip. She lowered her altitude, looking incredibly cool. A notification appeared in the heat of battle, bringing good news to Lee Hyun-wook's side. The Hell King of Buzen is trying to enter this dimension. His manifestation is delayed due to incomplete weakness. He had just poked his head out, not even having a chance to speak when he was hit by a spell, stuck fast in the 3 spatial fissures. The notification continued. Time remaining until his manifestation, 0 to 5 hours. 32 minutes and 12 seconds. The scene returned to where Jong-jun was resting. In front of him were various bottles of alcohol placed in a cardboard box. Kyung-jin reported the battlefield situation to Jong-jun. The A-rank players are gathering because of the 3rd weakness point. He clutched his aching head. My head. I understand. In that case, bring the alcohol here. He didn't even wait for the other to finish his sentence. Jong-jun, seeing this guy was slow to understand, got irritated. With clear annoyance, he pointed at a barrel in the corner and ordered, "Bring me my liquor. It's right over there." He grabbed a bottle of barley liquor, cracked it open, and started chugging it back without a break. Kyung-jin stood to the side, watching. Seeing him drink like he was downing plain water, she tried to talk him out of it. You're about to head into battle. Is it really a good idea to be drinking? Choi Joo-hun didn't answer. He kicked the weapon crate next to him, which was stocked with all sorts of blades. Seeing him silently grab a random sword, she felt a wave of fear wash over her. A cold chill ran down her spine. Think about us, too. We're heading into battle with you. He turned to face the Bonehounds, tracking their every movement. Without missing a beat, his voice rasped, "No. I'm going alone. Do you know why I've always gone solo since I hit A rank?" Kyung-jin's face went blank, filled with confusion. Choi Joo-hun turned back to look at her, a twisted smile on his face. All of you are just too slow and get in the way. That's why I always go alone. He gathered his momentum, delivering the final blow with his words. And you guys wouldn't understand anyway. With a look of pure misery, he shouted and leaped toward the Bonehounds. It's terrifying to have to protect someone else. Choi Joo-hun was already fueled by booze, his recklessness outweighing his reason, as he charged toward them without hesitation. They lunged forward toward the delicious-looking prey in front of them, mouths gaping wide. He charged ahead and unleashed his signature move. A flurry of slashes, and they were all wiped out in an instant. Lee Hyun-wook was in the middle of a brawl when he saw him scurrying around below. He blurted out a warning. "Where are you going, Sergeant Choi? You can't leave the formation." Choi Joo-han was completely immersed in the one-sided fight. He flashed a wild grin as hot blood splattered onto him. "You bastards dare touch my precious children? Shut your mouths." He didn't waste any more words, charging forward like a madman. "I'm going to do what needs to be done, so get out of the way." Seeing him act so crazily, Lee Hyun-wook cursed him up and down. "Damn it, Sergeant Choi Joo-han." He was so frustrated he couldn't even speak, though he felt some sympathy for the trauma hidden in his heart. Ever since the last mission, Choi Joo-han had worked alone. How could one manage someone with such deep psychological scars? To him, killing was considered an elegant hobby. He only dared to indulge when he had liquor in his system. Those grotesque bonehounds were chasing down innocent, unarmed civilians who could only run for their lives. Choi Joo-han was reveling in a sea of blood when he suddenly froze at a horrific sight. Countless corpses lay at the feet of that massive monster. Only Suho was left. The poor kid was trying to run from his fate, but life isn't a fairy tale. The monster bared its teeth toward the boy. As the bonehound stretched out its long, slimy tongue, Suho stood frozen, unable to move an inch. In that life-or-death moment, Choi Joo-han slashed down with his blade in one clean motion. Slicing the monster in two, he landed on the ground in a cool, superhero-like pose. Concern washed over his face. "Are you okay, kid?" Suho still hadn't recovered from the initial shock. His whole body was stiff with tension. Once reality set in, tears welled up and his face crumbled. Seeing the kid about to burst into tears, Choi Joo-han acted on instinct. He jumped up and shouted, "Don't cry." He scanned the area with his eyes. "Where are the others? Kid, where are your parents?" Suddenly, Choi Joo-han's gaze darted to a corner. He realized something and fell silent, staring at the wall covered in bloodstains. Suddenly, Suho ran over and hugged him tight. He didn't know what to do, awkwardly scratching his head. Choi Joo-han went to reach out and pat the boy's head. "Are you all right?" Looking at Suho's face, he remembered his own poor student. His eyes widened, his throat tight, his hand trembled uncontrollably. Fragments of the past replayed endlessly in his mind. Damn it, not these memories again. Just as Choi Joo-han was being submerged in that sea of sorrow, a hail of ice appeared. He barely managed to shield Suho with his own body to keep him from getting hurt. Lee Hyun-wook jumped down to where the two were and gave a brief warning. "Sergeant Choi, you cannot leave the formation during a mission." As soon as he landed, he saw him hugging a child and was extremely curious. "Who is that kid? You usually stay away from children. You said they scare you." He didn't answer, his face darkening. "Lee Hyun-wook, we're taking this child with us. He has no one left to protect him, and I don't feel right sending him to a refugee camp alone." Seeing Choi Joo-han so determined, he frowned in opposition. "We can't do that. We are facing the Demon King Beelzebub. We can't fight him and protect this child at the same time." He remained stubborn, insistent on his own idea. "No, I will not accept your refusal. You saw it, 2 refugee camps aren't safe anymore." Choi Joo-han was still haunted. Because he couldn't protect his own students, he felt he had to take Suho with him. Sending this kid to a camp alone might as well be sentencing him to death. It seemed that because he saw Beelzebub was sealed, he thought its strength was fading. "Don't you see it? If we don't take down the final source of this weakening, Seoul will collapse, and the people with it." Choi Joo-han felt the child hug him tighter. His voice was steely. With more determination than ever, he added, "You said all the A-rank players are gathering, so it'll be safe there, right? Am I wrong?" Hyun-wook was getting a headache from his stubbornness. It was that same bull-headed nature. Nothing could shake him once he started talking about kids. He was holding his head, then paused. "Wait." Choi Joo-han bristled when he saw Suho peeking out to look at Lee Hyun-wook. "He's a monster. Don't look at him, kid. He'll just have to head back to the military even after he dies." He couldn't believe his ears. His eyes widened when he saw him actually agreeing with his decision. "All right, we'll bring the boy along. Just to keep you from running off here, and running off there, or picking up more kids along the way," he added as a precaution. "But I have one condition. We only take him to the rendezvous point, and you will be entirely responsible for taking care of the child. And finally, you must follow every one of my orders until we resolve the soul wave." Choi Joo-han saw Lee Hyun-wook keep harping on it and slacked off, agreeing half-heartedly. Yeah, sure. I'll decide whether to listen or not later." Sensing his weaselly attitude, he cut him off and shouted sternly, every order, without exception." He immediately shielded Suho when he saw him intending to move forward. "All right, fine. I heard that annoying guy finally got a yes from this slippery eel, and he was up in a flash. Let's go, then. We have to hurry." The kid had been clinging to him tightly this whole time. He helplessly reminded him, "Hey, kid, you've got to let go of me." Lee Hyun-wook wore a devilish smirk. What could be better than controlling such a pathetic little worm? He could control Choi Jong-in for a while, but the situation didn't look too promising. A mage had unfortunately lost her life on the battlefield under the blade of a monster. She and several other players had been ambushed. Covered in blood, the radio crackled in his ear, but there was no response. I repeat, all players rank A and above moved to the rally point. He sneered at the ignorance coming through the radio. Ha, what a joke. An emergency rally? Any players left? Behind him was a mob of hulking orcs. The rank A players lay fallen at their feet on the cold ground, accompanied by Kyoeong's savage words. Who could even make it there? He raised his foot and crushed the radio. You idiots. His eyes glowed, and every nerve in his body was stimulated to the extreme. The hunt is about to begin. Things aren't going to go according to your plan. Before the gathering of the unofficial emergency response team belonging to the Soul Wave, a voice full of excitement suddenly rang out, breaking the tension that was pulled taut like a bowstring. Finally, the Iron Army is here. The crowd's eyes swept over the young soldiers, searching for a glimpse of the legendary player. Did you see that? Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook is really 2 meters tall, but the 5th squad had wiped out the source of the decay, and there are only this many people left? This was so unbelievable that Kim Kang-chol's eyes widened in shock. No way, there's got to be more. Lee Hyun-wook stepped forward with a grave expression and loudly reported, "Iron Army, reporting for duty." Without wasting another second, Kim Kang-chol lunged forward and hugged his arm tightly. He didn't stop heaping on the praise. "Great job, Lee Hyun-wook. I believe in you, my little guy." He didn't reciprocate that enthusiasm at all, but instead looked at him with utter disgust. "Can you back off a bit?" Teesh. A deep, raspy voice cut through the two men's embrace. "Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook, sir. This isn't over yet." As if to prove that threat, a dark silhouette, reeking of bloodlust, silently approached, making a small rustling sound. But that alone was enough to make both of them go silent. Raise your guard to the highest level. As if realizing they had been discovered, the orc suddenly leaped onto the roof of a car, causing those standing in front to scramble back in a panic. After steadying himself, Unha gripped his weapon without hesitation and charged at the target. "Everyone, prepare to fight." These words successfully calmed the group of soldiers down. They raised their guns toward the orc in unison, ready to fight, but before they could do anything, a resounding voice stopped them. "Everyone, stop. That's an ally." Kim Kang-chul, not caring who was talking, immediately clenched his fists and retorted, "Hey, stop joking around." Kyoeong walked over slowly and replied indifferently, "Joking?" At the same time, the entire giant orc army appeared, led by a fat guy laughing mockingly. "I'm just checking to see how ready your soldiers are." Kim Kang-chol's sharp gaze was fixed on him, as if he were just one move away from pouncing and punching him. The people present started to murmur. "Is that Ju Kyoeong?" Ju Kyoeong from Daesan. This panic only made him more arrogant, and he smirked as he continued his unfinished sentence. "The military is just a place for you to train your warriors. It's so annoying if you soldiers mess up our work." How could Kim Kang-chul endure this sarcasm? He immediately lunged to confront the other side. "Hey, Ju Kyoeong, are you insulting my military?" The air became thick enough to choke on. He didn't hold back and asked back with a provocative attitude. "Do you want me to show you that what I just said was intended to insult you?" Jong Ian, standing outside the battle, quickly covered his eyes. "Suho, don't look at that. It's disgusting." Kim Kang-chol's eyes never left his opponent, and every word was hissed through his teeth. "Consider it a favor to you. The military is not allowed to harm civilians." These words made Kyoeong's smile slowly distort. "Why don't you admit you're scared?" "What? Are you afraid of losing all your subordinates?" Lee Hyun-wook couldn't take it anymore. He clenched his fists and cut in. "What are you doing? Didn't you come here to represent your guild? We should understand your actions as the stance of the Daesan Guild." Kyoeong snapped back, his voice not hiding his disdain. "Who are you? Do you think a lowly soldier can interfere in this?" Before he could finish, he was cut off by Kim Kang-chol's shoulder-tapping action. "A lowly soldier? This person is the key to eliminating the source of the decay in Seoul. He will command the entire campaign to wipe out the final source of decay." His face froze for a moment, eyes wide in disbelief. "A rookie commanding? Are you insane?" A moment later, Lee Hyun-wook pointed to the areas displayed on the screen. "There are 3 gates that have opened in Gangbuk, Gangnam, and Gangseo to respond to the King of Hell. After a certain amount of time, those 3 gates will merge into one, and we believe that is when Beelzebub will appear." The screen immediately changed scenes, showing a close-up of the 3 critical locations. Next, he detailed the combat plan he had mapped out. To deal with this, The AMT Player Alliance will equip holy weapons and attack each gate with holy magic. As soon as he finished speaking, Kyo-young did not bother to hide his contempt and flatly rejected him. Hey, show-off, get out of here with that half-baked bombing idea. Besides, you guys can't destroy the gate that way, and it will only hinder the King of Hell's advance. He frowned, as if he no longer had any patience. What I want to hear is whether you have a plan to destroy that monster or not. Lee Hyun-wook bowed his head, clasped his hands behind his back, and frankly gave his answer. Currently, with the resources we have, we can't. These words were no different from pouring gasoline directly onto the smoldering fire of Kyo-young's rage. You crazy bastard! How dare you summon us, high-ranking players, without a plan? Kim Kang-chol placed a hand on his shoulder and softly reminded him, Do you really want to die? Calm down, let's hear what he has to say. He's not just talking empty words. He glared at him with such intense hostility, as if to signal him to remove his hand from him, yet he still obediently stayed put, letting Lee Hyun-wook continue pointing out the core points. Specifically, there's no way to kill the main body of the Hell King on the other side of the gate, but we can still inflict damage on the parts of his body that have already crossed over into soul. This plan sounded like child's play to Kyo-hyung. Oh, really? So we can't kill him, but we can maim him? Give me a break, and then what? What do we actually gain from that? And is that even feasible? Lee Hyun-wook remained unfazed by the sarcasm. Yes, we have observed body parts with exposed bone because his vessel isn't complete yet. We can restrict its movement through magical bombardment. If the experts concentrate their attacks on those areas, we can sever its limbs and stop its emergence, while simultaneously eliminating the source of the decay. He raised his head, his demeanor calm but firm. And if we destroy its core as well, we will be the first in history to conquer a dungeon wave. Kim Kang-chol nodded slightly. He rubbed his chin as if considering it carefully. That sounds plausible. The way to beat a wave isn't just killing the boss, but destroying the core, the thing causing the decay. Then, he narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. But there's one problem. With no A-rank hunters available to destroy the core, is this still feasible? Lee Hyun-wook adjusted the diagram on the screen, presenting an alternative plan with confidence. If we assemble all hunters rank C and above to attack directly and take turns, is it feasible? The more he spoke, the more dissatisfaction appeared on Kyo-hyung's face. Easy to say. Has the system ever allowed us to attack a monster that easily? Be it an arm or a head, the system makes defeating them much harder the moment we take any action. Lee Hyun-wook kept his composure, raised his head to look directly at the other man, and countered. So what should we do? For example, is there something that would allow us to attack all three areas at once? The man immediately pointed his finger straight at him as if he'd just found evidence to mock him. See that? See that? He has absolutely no experience with this. Kim Kang-chol crossed his arms, trying to suppress a laugh but unable to stop his lips from curling. Things like experience really don't matter to this kid. Lee Hyun-wook said nothing, just listened quietly as he continued on his behalf. He's the one who cleared the Red Gate and Gasum with only an F rank, nothing more, nothing less. This information was shockingly absurd. Kyo-hyung looked at the two of them suspiciously. Huh? F rank? You really shouldn't lie. This is getting more and more obvious. Unexpectedly, he didn't argue but nodded in agreement. Well, you're A rank, almost S rank, so what you say makes sense. It's just that Lee Hyun-wook's sharp gaze clearly displayed a confrontational attitude. But currently, attacking all three targets at once is very difficult because besides you, no other A-rank hunter has appeared here. Do you know why? Kyo-hyung stared at him, his mind in a total mess. What is wrong with this bastard? He doesn't know, does he? Because a guilty conscience is easily stung, he shouted angrily, Damn it, how would I know? Immediately after, he tried to regain his composure, making up a reason to cover it up. Maybe they all ran away, or maybe they're all dead. Obviously. But fearing exposure, Kyo-hyung reluctantly accepted. Fine, whatever. There's no other choice but to attack all three at once, so I'll handle one of them myself. You guys find a way to deal with the rest. His eyes flashed with cunning calculation. If I step up and take charge of one area, what could they possibly say? My job is to handle them one by one once you guys have split up. This thought made Kyo-hyung feel even more arrogant. He looked at him with a gaze that was half mocking, half challenging. What? Afraid you can't attack with your puny units? Don't worry, I will lead as the representative of the Daesun Guild. Lee Hyun-wook smiled slyly, pretending to be grateful. Taking the Daesun Guild out to lead. Huh. I feel much more at ease. Internally, he laughed triumphantly. Gotcha. He looked at him with a sinister expression. I'll be looking forward to your active participation, Captain Chu Kyo-hyung. The unexpected attitude made Kyo-hyung pause slightly, his face clearly showing tension and caution. He suddenly declared loudly, Excellent. As you said, We will proceed with the simultaneous attack. Giving the other side no time to react, he added, cutting off all avenues of retreat. You've promised now, as the face of Daesun. He stepped back half a step. Unease suddenly spread down his spine. Wait, I have a feeling this isn't. Lee Hyun-wook stared at him, setting the conditions as planned. In return, we will decide who goes where. Not long after, the first signal was received from Gangbuk. Team 1 is ready to attack. Next, the Gangnam Army reported, Team 2 is ready to attack. At Gangseo, they were also in position. Team 3 is ready to attack. Attack Team A at Gangseo. The Bill Zeppelin's head position includes Chu Kyo, Hyung of Daesan, Team Leader Lee Min-hee, Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook, Sergeant Kim Se-hee. Attack Team B at Gangbuk. The Bill Zeppelin's right-hand position includes Team Leader Seo Un-ha, Sergeant Choi Jun, Corporal Park Jun-mo. Jun sat down in front of Suho, kindly instructing, listen to the soldiers here, okay? Don't separate from the adults, understand? At the same time, Lee Hyun-wook remained silent. He looked at the other two in the room, then spoke in a resounding voice, announcing the final name. The last one, Gangnam Area, Team C, those who will take on the Bill Zeppelin's left arm, is Han Tae-san, the S-rank monarch. Kyo Hyung was afraid he had misheard, so he asked again, what? A monarch in Seoul? Kim Kang-chul was also briefly surprised and puzzled. Then why haven't we seen him until now? He calmly replied, while elsewhere, Tae-san had just stepped out of the spatial gate. We have a reliable source saying the monarch will return after his training in another hour. Both were unable to hide their shock when he added, furthermore, the gate he returns through will open in Gangnam. Who is that reliable source? That's exactly the memory of Lee Hyun-wook. You've seen that incident repeated in reports about the Soul Wave and the records concerning the monarch. It's written that he fought against the Hell Monarch all on his own, so thanks to that, you have a lot of information about the Hell Monarch now. Lee Hyun-wook walked up, looked Kim Kang-chul straight in the eye, and said, I want you to be in charge of the bombardment. He nodded in agreement immediately, but a nagging concern still lingered in his heart. Sure, but is this really okay? That plan of Chu Kyo-yeon, he turned away, his face twisted in anger. Oh, I really don't like this. Not listening to Kim Kang-chul's remarks about him, he thought, that guy is a cunning bastard who wouldn't hesitate to push his own subordinates to their deaths to achieve his goals. His words make sense, but I don't trust his plan. Naturally, Lee Hyun-wook had already considered this, so he just calmly replied, I know. I already considered all of that when I mapped out this plan. That's why I placed him in the same squad as myself, to keep an eye on him. Suddenly, Kim Kang-chul placed a hand on his shoulder and called out, Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook. His voice faltered, thick with emotion. Thank you, and I'm sorry. I feel terrible for placing so much burden on your shoulders. This attitude made Lee Hyun-wook break into a mischievous smile. Then, lifting his head to look the other in the eye, he said, It's okay. Through all of this, I've had plenty of opportunities to grow. I'll do my absolute best to defeat this wave. Kim Kang-chul looked as if a heavy burden had been lifted. A bright, radiant smile appeared on his face. He immediately grabbed his radio and ordered, Squad, open fire. Shoot everything. Upon hearing the order, the subordinates outside quickly opened fire. As soon as he finished speaking, hundreds of bullets flew straight toward the head of Beelzebub. One volley after another followed, waves of gunfire tore through the air mercilessly. The bullets lit up the entire sky, like a rain of fiery meteors. Lee Hyun-wook turned around and urgently ordered his subordinate, squad leader, take Sergeant Kim Se-hee and Private Kim Kyung-jin to Point B. The man nodded immediately to accept the order. Understood. Be careful, and don't waste any time. He immediately jumped into the fray to command Team B. Move out. Then he glanced quickly behind him and cautiously warned, Captain Chu and I will approach the gate together. There are a lot of monsters nearby, so please move silently. Kyo-yeon's gaze swept over the person next to him, his voice cold but filled with hidden meaning. Of course, there are a lot of monsters, aren't there? Lee Hyun-wook seemed to have discovered something and softly called out, Captain Chu. Suddenly, the man lunged to attack him from behind. The fat man laughed triumphantly, his face twisted with satisfaction. An F-rank soldier who likes to show off, dying after just one hit during the mission, how unfortunate. At that moment, he planted both hands on the ground, bracing for the blade of that guy. I really hate being stabbed in the back. Kyo-yeon's face went pale. As a familiar blade pressed against his cheek, Lee Hyun-wook wore an arrogant smile, as if every move had been calculated. But you really acted just as I expected. Chu Kyo-yeon, do you really think you'll get away with this? The timeline rewinds 1 month to the Bunang Park gate. It was unclear what made Hee-sung panic to the point where his whole body was shaking. It turned out he was trapped in the middle of a pack of red bears, some of which were baring their fangs. With sharp claws, they prepared to lunge at the intruder in their territory. Suddenly, a giant axe flew from out of nowhere, slamming straight into the bear's head and sending it tumbling backward. It wasn't just that one. The whole pack fell one by one under the brutal slaughter of the orcs. Kyo-yan swaggered over from behind, his gait and eyes radiating a smugness that couldn't be mistaken. Using people as bait is the best. There was nothing more effective for luring monsters to gather. As if grabbing a life-saving straw, he humbly flattered the captain. Kyo-yan, you're here. Thank you. Hee-seung hadn't even finished his sycophancy when he received a thunderous slap. The person standing beside him looked coldly, staring straight at the other. Yeah, that's enough. Despite the man writhing like a beached fish, the irritation in his eyes had yet to subside. Seriously, using people as bait is always the most effective, but being watched by so many eyes is honestly annoying. On this side, when he saw his dear children being brutally slaughtered, the lava bear flew into a rage and unleashed a killing strike. The system immediately popped up a notification. Boss monster, Lava Bear, leader of the Red Bears, has appeared and is moving to occupy the territory. That wasn't the main goal Kyo-yan was aiming for. During tonight's hunt, I don't care about that stupid bear's damn territory. What I'm interested in is that thing over there. Even after suffering a bitter loss from the earlier attack, the orcs didn't back down. They lunged to hunt their opponent without letting up. The Lava Bear desperately wanted to lunge at the mastermind in front of it, but was powerless because the barrier was pinning its feet down. At that crucial moment, the system interface suddenly appeared and announced, Skill Monster Taming Breaking activated. You can gain control of monsters by seizing their hearts. The monster's consciousness was gradually fading. The bear roared in agony because its soul was being drained bit by bit with every passing second. Before long, a cold, mechanical sound rang out again. Skill Monster Taming Breaking successful. Heart of the Lava Bear acquired. As he wished, Kyo-yan couldn't help but let out a sinister smile. Each strand of the soul silently crawled into the pouch at his side. Not long after, the screen displayed a new notification. Skill Taming Training Authority has been activated. The monster now accepts the user of the skill as its master. Now, the lava bear seemed like nothing more than a soulless husk, losing its autonomy and bowing down in submission to its enemy. In his past life, Kyo-yan had led a monster army strong enough to rival mid-sized guilds and was considered an A-rank player, the closest to S-class. After the soul wave ended, the entire city was submerged in a sea of fire. No one knew where he had disappeared to. Also during that time, according to records left behind, a soul master appeared after his disappearance, possessing the ability to control an entire army of monsters. Around that same time, according to records, a soul master appeared after his disappearance, wielding the ability to control an entire army of monsters. Suspicious clues and strange coincidences have sparked major doubts. What exactly is the connection between these two? And will Kyo-yan awaken as a necromancer? Suddenly, the orc appears, slashing precisely at Lee Hyun-wook's back. Caught off guard, he takes the hit and his heavy body collapses to the ground. Kyo-yan grins savagely. A soldier who bragged about completing the mission, killed in a single blow. How pathetic. Though pinned and unable to retaliate, Lee Hyun-wook sneers defiantly. So, you acted just as I predicted, Kyo-yan. Do you think you'll get away with this? The next reaction leaves Kyo-yan wide-eyed with shock. Lee Hyun-wook springs up, manipulating metal. He knocks the blade from the orc's hand. Utilizing that split-second opening, he leaps back to a safe distance, taking a defensive stance and shouting, "You coward. Did you wipe out all the other A-rankers like this? Did Da-san order it, or are you doing this all on your own?" Behind Kyo-yan stands a massive army of monsters, all glaring at Lee Hyun-wook with ferocious intent. Even after his narrow escape, Kyo-yan remains completely unfazed. "Oh, look at this. What is it? Do you think you can handle me if I move alone? Do you think I'm Kyo-yan? Do you think I'm the type of person to be shackled by an organization like you?" Kyo-yan's eyes darken, cold as a blade. "But it seems you know more than you should. That's all the more reason for you to die." At his command, the monsters charge forward simultaneously. Lee Hyun-wook raises his guard instantly. He narrowly dodges the incoming blade. The orc's misswing shatters the ground beneath his feet, sending debris flying everywhere. Seizing the opening, Lee Hyun-wook darts away, using other monsters as stepping stones to launch himself directly at Kyo-yan. His eyes locked on his target. He decides to stop holding back. "Then I'll just have to beat the truth out of you." Unfortunately, Kyo-yan was prepared. Kyo-yan catches the blade with both hands, pinning it down to dampen the force of the strike. Lee Hyun-wook is stunned. He didn't expect Kyo-yan to be able to block that blow. Kyo-yan mocks him, laying bare all his plans. "But what now? Do you really think you can handle me when I don't have these monsters by my side?" Suddenly, the red bear closes in, its gleaming claws swiping toward Lee Hyun-wook. A sense of danger forces Lee Hyun-wook to pull back his blade in an instant. Still, he gets grazed by a claw, tearing his arm and causing intense pain. It burns to his core. The spot where the claws touch the ground explodes, rock and dirt flying everywhere. Lee Hyun-wook narrowly avoids a fatal blow. He tries to stay calm and analyze. So far, I haven't seen him show any special abilities other than controlling monsters. He glances behind him where the orcs are still closing in. Could it be he only controls monsters because he hasn't awakened yet, or is he not a necromancer at all? His thoughts turn to chaos because of the vague clues. Just then, Kyoan speaks again, sounding intrigued. Hey, just what kind of freak are you? You're definitely not some useless F rank. Why bother pretending to be weak? Lee Hyun-wook stays silent, observing and considering every word. The necromancer, known for his explosive growth, has become famous quickly. With that kind of explosive growth, Chu Kyoan must know about the potential for F-rankers. Kyoan beckons him over as if provoking him. If you're trying so hard to kill me that you're even hiding your true rank, you're definitely no ordinary person. Just killing you here would feel like a half-finished job. His eyes turn cruel. I'm sure you'll spill everything once you're missing an arm. With that, Kyoan waves his hand, controlling the fragments. Mowgli is floating in midair. His actions leave Lee Hyun-wook frozen. What is that? The red bear holds a blade covered in intense flames. As it prepares to strike, Lee Hyun-wook frantically jumps back. Could it be that Chu Kyoan also possesses a fragment of Mo? He takes the full force of the attack. The shockwave blasts Lee Hyun-wook away. The explosion is even more violent than the surrounding buildings. Flames rise to the sky. Before he can recover, the orcs swarm him from above, pinning his body to the ground. Kyoan, no longer interested, coldly orders, "Finish him. Cut him down." Lee Hyun-wook immediately shouts to negotiate. Wait. I have information about the villain quest. I hold the key secret about the King of Hell, which is necessary to complete that quest. His face is pressed into the ground until it deforms. In his heart, he hopes, please, take the bait. If you really are a villain, I'm sure this information will be very tempting to you. But the outcome is beyond Lee Hyun-wook's expectations. Kyoan furrows his brows in confusion. The villain quest. What is that? Lee Hyun-wook stares in shock. Every plan has fallen apart. He doesn't know about the villain quest. Is he acting? No, it's impossible. If he were truly a villain, there would be no point in pretending not to know. The villain alliance doesn't care what they have to do to achieve their goals. Could it be he really isn't a villain, and not a necromancer either? If he's neither, then why Lee Hyun-wook's mind is a mess? He snaps, as if venting his frustration. Then why? If it's not for that damn villain quest, why are you taking lives? Why are you hindering the conquest of this wave? The question seems to strike a nerve. Kyoan smirks and glances at the Bill Zeppelin's head emerging from the gate. Why, you ask? Because I want it for myself. He speaks in a crazed, idealistic tone. The guild master told me to do whatever I like, so I have no reason to hold back. Why should I stop the arrival? I will claim the King of Hell for myself. Hearing this, Lee Hyun-wook grits his teeth, cursing every word. He cannot believe this ridiculous truth. You must have a reason. Even if it isn't a good one, you're taking lives just because they're in your way? Kyoan answers as if it were completely normal. Hey, why shouldn't I? You, me. The monsters were all killing each other in this insane world. I have to take every opportunity to deal with anything that could hurt me. Isn't that reason enough? Lee Hyun-wook's anger reaches its peak. Now I'm certain. There's no reason left to keep asking. You greedy bastard, you're not a necromancer, he shouted, giving the order. Upon his command, a massive sword suddenly manifested, slicing the red bear in two. Blood sprayed everywhere. Hyo Hyung hadn't expected this situation. Lee Hyun-wook continued to command, "Go, Faranot." It instantly pierced through an orc's head. He continued summoning the Spear of Achilles, unleashing it with intense force. It swept away the orcs blocking his path. With the phantom sword and the dark cloud, lightning flashed, creating a web that annihilated the entire enemy force. The bodies of the orcs twitched. The smell of burning filled the air. Lee Hyun-wook stepped lightly onto the rocky outcrop. He stood silently on the high ridge, looking down coldly at Kyo Hyun amidst the rubble. A surge of anger darkened his face. He shouted with authority, "A piece of trash like you could never be a necromancer. I don't need a useless pig like you." The guy suddenly heard these blunt words and didn't even have time to react. His face showed pure shock, but his expression changed quickly. He covered his mouth, snickered, and said in a mocking tone, "Oh, really? That's hilarious. I am Chu Kyo Hyun. I, of all people, am being called a fool." Just then, Lee Hyun-wook was startled, realizing that iron tentacles had appeared above his head out of nowhere. Just as he took a step back, it slammed down right in front of him, leaving him shaken. The long tentacle smashed the rock, making a deafening noise. Furthermore, it successfully knocked him far away. This sudden appearance left Lee Hyun-wook's thoughts in disarray. When did he get here? How could a massive object like that get so close without a sound? The giant figure of Jacobus Terrace slowly emerged, crazily lashing its tentacles at him. The cruelty on Kyo Ha-young's face replaced his earlier timid moment, and his voice became more arrogant. Hey, you grunt. Open your eyes and watch. Why does the world rank my strength as equal to a mid-sized guild? The iron tentacles kept attacking, the relentless blows forcing Lee Hyun-wook to only try to retreat and dodge. Before that trouble ended, a new one appeared behind him. The orcs suddenly rushed in. Luckily, he reacted in time. He immediately jumped back, dodging a fatal blow. Its eyes glowed with a green light. It seemed to be a sign of being mind-controlled. And it wasn't just one, but an entire pack of brainless orcs charging at him. Lee Hyun-wook had to use several times his normal reflexes to dodge. While he was being swarmed, the iron tentacles of Jacobus Terrace suddenly intervened, piercing an orc and turning it into a meat shield. He, deeply shaken, quickly retreated to avoid getting hit. To him, both humans and monsters are just disposable tools. The steel tentacles from the giant body wildly destroyed everything, leaving the ground in ruins. Rubble flew in rhythm. From the dark corners, the minotaurs also stirred, joining the ganging up on him. Their eyes were just like the orcs, their faces exuding ferocity and aggression. In the center of the battlefield, Lee Hyun-wook was struggling to block attacks from the tentacles, not distinguishing between friend or foe, while trying to dodge the massive maces swung by the orcs. He seized a split-second opportunity to quickly use his skill. Following the energy of his metal manipulation skill, the Muglai sword floated in mid-air and then powerfully flew toward where he was fighting. Meanwhile, Kyo Ha-young calmly moved toward the other sword. The bag containing the souls of the monsters was hung at his waist. He bent down to pick up a great sword, his mouth not stopping with the mockery. The military is just a bunch of clowns now, lying so shamelessly. They told me you were F rank, so I thought you were only C rank at best. On this side, the iron tentacles from the Duyan Colosseus pierced through 10 giant orcs. The Achilles spear also snaked around, finishing off the orcs following behind. The phantom sword and Faranat bow opened a bloody path, helping Lee Hyun-wook charge out. Kyo Ha-young's voice rang out along with the relentless attacks of Duyan Colosseus. And yet, you swept through my army of orcs and ogres before its rage. He could only keep retreating and dodging with difficulty. Kyo Ha-young became more dissatisfied as he saw him manage to escape. Dozens of steel tentacles flew straight at him, even openly blocking the tentacles of Jacobus Terrace, one of the most powerful ancient magical beasts. Kyo Ha-young picked up the Muglai sword, his face scowling with rage. Damn it, that guy must be at least A rank. So a lowly person like that was hiding his true strength. He wore a look full of fury and shouted with intimidation. Damn you. But it doesn't matter. I am still Chu Kyo Ha-young. Do you think a single A-rank soldier can stand against my power? The monsters gathered at his command. Hundreds of huge monsters came thundering over, making Lee Hyun-wook startle. On the ground, orcs and minotaurs, filled with rage, carried weapons as they charged. On the rooftops, where hundreds of ghouls gathered, waiting to pounce into the fray. Kyo Ha-young tilted his head, shouting majestically, "Let me show you with your own eyes why they call me an A ranker nearing S rank. Let me admire you struggling in despair amidst my sea of monsters." He gritted his teeth, his mind still unable to believe it. Damn it, he called out all the monsters under his command. He immediately aimed the Faranat bow straight at him. Internally, he made a decision. He had no time to tangle with his whole group. Lee Hyun-wook skillfully dodged the steel tentacles, burning inside, determined to finish him off immediately. Kyo Ha-young saw him charging and laughed mockingly. Ha ha ha, looks like you're not that stupid. Do you think you can end it all by taking down the commander? He used force to swing his sword, blocking his charge. How ridiculous. Facing a powerful counterattack, he was forced into a defensive stance and had to jump back. While he was busy parrying the Muglai's sword, the steel tentacles from above also struck down. His face revealed a cruel look, and he shouted with a contemptuous tone, "Do you think I got to where I am today just by controlling a few monsters? You fool. If I can't win in a direct fight, I'll play mind games." Lee Hyun-wook struck directly at Kyo Ha-young's weakness. "You are the fool. You don't even know how to control Muglai, do you?" Although he was winning, hearing this provocation made Kyo Ha-young freeze for a moment. What? Before he knew it, the Muglai sword had turned giant and plummeted down. He panicked and immediately had to drop the sword in his hand. Its immense weight slammed into him, forcing him to brace himself. Yet he was still pushed back several steps. His expression turned grave. "Listen carefully, and know that you are not my target," he said, as the system interface appeared. displaying information about the bow. It was Fairnot, capable of never missing a shot while ignoring all magical resistance possessed by the target. Then, the arrow flew straight toward the object at Kyo-young's waist. To the man's astonishment, Hyun-wook manipulated the arrow, snatching the bag straight away. The small brown object rested neatly in his hand. Kyo-young roared in fury, "You bastard! Do you even know what that is? How dare you lay a hand on it? Bring it here, now." Hyun-wook stuffed the bag into his mouth and smirked provocatively. "I know exactly what it is. The treasure bag containing the hearts of the monsters you painstakingly collected." He hadn't expected his secret to be exposed. Kyo-young froze, stammering, "How do you?" His rage reached its peak. Kyo-young tensed up, tossing his massive Mowgli blade aside. Beads of sweat rolled down his face as he pleaded. "If you release it now, the hundreds of monsters here will go insane. Both of us will die here." Hyun-wook merely gave him a mocking look. "Both of us? I'm afraid their target isn't me." His gaze shifted to the monsters waiting right behind him. "I bet they have countless blood debts they want to collect from you, actually." They were bursting with energy, their entire bodies radiating a dark, aggressive aura. Kyo-young glanced at the disadvantageous situation, his face turning pale. He hurriedly raised both hands in a gesture of compromise. "Wait, let's be realistic. Do you think you can take down the King of Hell without me?" He reached deep into his bag, revealing a golden light. Hyun-wook replied indifferently, "Well, I could try. But first of all, there's no way I'm teaming up with a backstabber like you." Seeing Hyun-wook's firm stance, his expression turned ugly. He clenched his fists and cursed. "Damn it. You also lied to me about being an S rank, didn't you? Humans are just like that anyway. We lie, we steal, and we kill each other. That is the nature of man." Hyun-wook annoyedly dismissed Kyo-young's mindset, holding the glowing bag high. He grabbed the monster's attention. "What absolute nonsense. Shut your mouth. That isn't everything. Human nature isn't like you." No sooner had he finished speaking than he ripped the lock open. Brilliant golden light began to burst forth. Kyo-young let out a helpless cry, his eyes bloodshot. The shimmering golden light shot from the bag into the sky like fireworks, signaling the surrounding monsters. Kyo-young intended to lunge at Hyun-wook, but before he could take a single step, he was impaled by a steel tentacle. Jacob Taros stared with eyes turned red from fury. Kyo-young screamed in pain, "You bastard! How dare you betray your master?" The liberated monsters didn't let him be either, frantically swarming him all at once. Carrying their resentment, they unleashed earth-shattering blows that sent him flying in a spray of blood. Hyun-wook quickly backed away, leaving a battlefield that didn't belong to him. His solid silhouette stood amidst the ruins, his 5 weapons floating around him. The system simultaneously displayed the stats of the Mowgli fragment. It was the second of the 13 pieces he needed to find. Hyun-wook cast a look of utter contempt and cold anger at Kyo-young, a death well-deserved for someone who viewed human life as nothing more than grass. Over in the Gangnam area, where Beelzebub's left arm resided, a fiery shadow descended nearby. Han Tae-san arrived, filled with resentment, and initiated the battle. "You destroyed my home. Now I'll crush you." He launched himself into the air, facing the massive, spiky entity. Then, Han Tae-san unleashed a fiery fist, not forgetting to shout, "My arm doesn't like to linger, so I'll finish this in one blow." With those words, he shot forward like a rocket, aiming straight for the right arm. Light streaked across the sky. The strike team below witnessed this scene, completely stunned. That skill, it's S rank. The monarch, Han Tae-san. Han Tae-san's strike hit the arm, creating a massive explosion, yet it didn't leave a scratch. His expression turned shocked when he saw his attack blocked by a single hand. Beelzebub had transformed, his body radiating a powerful, dark energy. Without giving Han Tae-san a chance to react, he landed a palm strike directly to his face, causing immense pain. The impact sent him flying back, crashing into the building behind him. The force was so great that Han Tae-san went on to destroy 3 or 4 skyscrapers in succession. Finally, he slammed hard into the ground, shattering the earth. A system warning appeared. The first of the 3 manifestations of the King of Hell, Beelzebub, had finished his rapid gestation. His massive, arrogant figure stood tall amidst the blood-red sky, while Han Tae-san lay unconscious after the devastating blow, sprawled out on the ruins. Information about the powerful entity was introduced by the system. Arrogance had taken form and descended upon the world, its eyes glowing crimson. With a majestic, powerful bearing, he glanced down at the pathetic weaklings of the mortal realm. Han Tae-san lay sprawled on the ground after that last hit, his breathing uncertain. The giant left arm tore through the sky and touched the ground. Even a light contact caused space to tremble violently. Stunned by the tremors, Han Tae-san woke up, his eyes wide open. He jumped up as if he hadn't been hurt at all. Han Tae-san glanced around, assessing the situation. Have all the civilians in the area evacuated, or are they all dead? Either way, it means there's no one left here to worry about. As soon as he said that, he activated his weapon. Even in the heat of the moment, he still had time to look up at the sky and mutter, "It's been a while since the last time I went all out." Han Tae-san took off, leaping into the air with wind-like speed, leaving only a streak of brilliant afterimages. Even while flying, he didn't forget to scream at his opponent, "Give it your all, you ugly bastard." Seeing him recover, Arrogance was stunned, speechless, his mouth drooping as if he'd lost everything. But he managed to regain his composure just in time to block Han Tae-san's frontal assault with his hand. His eyes widened in surprise, and he quickly tossed Han Tae-san aside. By momentum, whether by accident or on purpose, his body was flung toward that eerie forearm. It created an earth-shattering explosion. Arrogance had finished the deed, but didn't forget to look back at his opponent. To his surprise, Han Tae-san was still unscathed. He flew back toward him, landing right in the heart of Seoul in the Gangnam district. "You've ruined my hopes of having a house here, and yet you're just standing there as if you don't care. I'm going to destroy you." With that, he unleashed a strike, landing a heavy blow right on Arrogance's face. The terrifying power radiating from Han Tae-san's weapon terrified the strike team below. Only one among them had the courage to try and calm everyone down. "Don't panic. We need to keep supporting the King of Combat. Hold your positions." He was struck so hard his face shifted to the side. Caught in shock, he held that awkward pose for a long time. Before his soul could even return to his body, he prepared a new attack. Arrogance, so full of surprises, got hit by another blow. At that split second, hanging by a thread, wings suddenly sprouted from his back. Arrogance's face darkened, and looking at those tightly pursed lips, you could tell he was really pissed. His entire body suddenly split into two. Arrogance used one hand to choke Tae-san, performing such a grotesque transformation that Tae-san couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Is that his true form? At the gangbook area, where Attack Team B was guarding, a barrage of bullets was fired continuously at Beelzebub's right arm. Realizing the situation was intense, Eun-ha immediately turned to discuss tactics with her teammate, Cho-jun. "You have to use your sword chi as fast as you can to deal damage to the Demon King's right arm. I'll widen the wound after you land your hit." Then, Park Jun-mo used lightning to attack him. She was so busy talking that she didn't notice she was about to be hit by a falling object. "Everyone, stay alert. We're moving into the center." Jumbo, looking as clueless as a deer in headlights, could only stare at the captain. Meanwhile, Lee Min-hee was quick-witted enough to warn her, "Captain, use the shield." The object crashed into the ground, sending all three of them stumbling backward. It slowly split open, emitting a purple aura that sent shivers down their spines, the second incarnation. Through the thick black smoke and slimy membrane, Envy emerged, striking a seductive pose and looking at the prey before him with a provocative gaze. Eun-ha reflexively moved to protect her allies. "Everyone, get behind my shield." The other two immediately ran to safety. She began chanting, "Holy Dome's shield," just in time to protect them from his magic. However, Envy's mana was no joke. Several rays still managed to slip inside, giving Eun-ha's group a hard time. He just casually launched attacks, his expression suggesting he couldn't care less about anything. The system board flickered again with a warning. The second of the three incarnations of the Demon King, Beelzebub, Envy, has manifested and descended upon the world. At the Ganseo area, where Attack Team A was, Beelzebub's head was finally revealed. The battle here was extremely fierce. The atmosphere was scorching hot from gunfire and explosions. Only Gluttony stood nonchalantly in a corner. It turned out he was focused on chanting a spell, wearing a provocative expression just like the previous incarnations. The system board appeared to warn them once more. The third of the three incarnations of the Demon King Beelzebub, Gluttony, has manifested and descended upon the world. Gang Sao OK didn't hesitate to order the ambush team. The whole team, expand the Holy Light protection. They immediately obeyed. Multiple circles were launched to form a barrier as the two magical forces collided. It created a blinding explosion that lit up the entire space. Meanwhile, on Tae-san's side, they were still clashing violently. Arrogance, with a cold face, raised his hand into a fist. He didn't hesitate to slam it straight into his face. Tae-san was pinned, unable to do anything but cry out, "Wait, stop. My face. Not my face." The two of them were tangled together and crashed into a nearby building. Yet, Arrogance was still full of energy, attacking nonstop. Tae-san was getting pounded so hard he sank into the ground, but he still tried to shout back, "You bastard, didn't you hear me?" His voice hardened, so serious that Arrogance had to widen his eyes. "I said, stop." Tae-san couldn't take it anymore and unleashed all his frustration in a roar. "How dare you hit my handsome face?" His reply was a fist straight to his chin, After that blow, he'd be lucky if he didn't need dental work. The entire building erupted like a volcano from the force of his impact. Even with his face completely wrecked, Tae-san still talked tough. Just you wait. These two bitter rivals fell down and got back up again. This time, the tide of battle shifted toward the one with the burden. Tae-san, the idol, laughed manically and declared, "I'll pay you back, like a real man." His words ignited the fighting spirit within him, causing arrogance to show a savage smile for the first time. Both of them cherished their good looks, so when they collided, they simultaneously punched each other's faces, leaving them bruised and bloody. Even then, he was still grinning like a maniac. Tae-san's fighting blood was up. His features were a mess, but he still curled his bloodied lips into a provocative smirk. After that was a barrage of punches and kicks between two people obsessed with their appearance. The more he fought, the more excited he felt inside. It's so fun to go all out for the first time in a long while. He grimaced like a monkey, his brows furrowed together, and he wondered, doesn't this ugly bastard ever get tired? Tae-san had a move he used over and over, landing another blow to his opponent's chin. After that strike, his whole body suddenly went limp from exhaustion. Unfortunately, arrogance showed no sign of pain. On the contrary, he smirked in amusement. Tae-san saw that and was startled. He wondered to himself, wait, is he laughing? Then arrogance used a Doraemon-style headbutt, slamming it straight into his head. As a retort, Tae-san couldn't resist gravity once again, falling freely and destroying yet another building. Luckily, this time he was still clear-headed enough to hold his ground, but inside, he began to feel wary of arrogance's power. He's recovered already? Damn it, so annoying. You cowardly rat, the moment I get used to fighting at full strength, you're dead. Before he could rush in to finish it, the guy jumped down and stomped on Tae-san's head. A shockwave rippled through the space, accompanied by his boiling rage. You filthy thing, get your dirty foot off me. We're going to fight until one of us dies. Those words fell on deaf ears. Arrogance raised his sharp, polished claws as if he'd just come from a salon, planning to show them off first, then finish his opponent off. Tae-san watched in shock, frozen for a split second. What was that? He instantly raised his armored arm to block the attack by instinct. Suddenly, someone from afar interrupted, speaking in Japanese. Are you strong? In an instant, their surroundings were filled with slashes. Arrogance, sensing something was wrong, jumped back to escape. At the same time, Selu appeared. 5 fingers formed into a blade. Tae-san, just saved, looked trembling and resentful. What is that Japanese stuff? Some kind of noble? While he kept spitting out insults like, get lost, you weakling. Selu's eyes hardened as if he wanted to devour him alive, then he softly unleashed a sword strike. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his hand, sending a wave of sword energy that arced across the sky like it was trying to tear space apart, standing there with pure arrogance. Shocked by such raw power, he hurriedly cast a spell to block the attack, but the swirling wind and dust clouded the vision of all 3 of them. When the dust finally settled and Han Tae-san looked up, he was stunned to see clean, deep cuts appearing on both of Pride's arms. Pride himself couldn't believe his eyes, and everyone else panicked, except for Cello, who kept his cool, looking as composed and handsome as ever. After that spectacular strike, Cello offered a slight, cocky smirk. Pride, clearly amused, praised his opponent. You're quite strong. Seeing Kita rushing in from out of nowhere to interfere, Han Tae-san, standing beside them, went from confused to confrontational. You idiot. What the hell are you doing? Cello calmly reminded him, you're too weak against him. Back off. Unfortunately, Han Tae-san was completely clueless about what he had just said. What? Are you a foreigner? I don't know if you get what I'm saying, but I don't like anyone stealing my prey. Don't get in the way of my fight. Pride took advantage of the moment, shifting into a combat stance. He spread his wings and flapped them, whipping up a massive gust of wind. Once that was done, he suddenly stood still, his eyes glowing a vicious red, as if he wanted to devour his enemies right then and there. Even though Han Tae-san was breathless, he forced himself to stand, trying to save face. Back off if you don't want to die. By now, Pride had gathered enough energy, bracing himself to launch into the air. Despite his body being covered in wounds, Han Tae-san initiated an attack, aiming to strike first with the mentality of either you go down or I do. Both of them charged at each other like 2 bulls. Cello watched silently from below, sighed helplessly, and muttered, good grief. In the space where they were clashing, a massive explosion erupted, swallowing a whole section of the city. Seol owned Habel to just stand by and watch the situation. Cello decisively lunged into the center of the fight. At the exact moment the other 2 collided, Cello swung his sword down with a clean, powerful strike, knocking the pair in opposite directions before they even knew what happened. The force was so great that the surrounding buildings were crushed to dust, In an instant, the experienced Han Tae-san managed to stab his weapon into a wall to slow his fall. Pride had it a bit worse. Even with wings, he couldn't stop himself from free falling. Once he stabilized, he shouted in a rage, "Are you crazy?" Cello calmly replied with a hint of sarcasm, "Thank your own weakness. It saved your life twice already. But if you keep this up, you'll be the next to die." While the two were busy bickering, Pride started to transform again. Horrifying, guttural sounds echoed through the gloom. Both of them froze, stunned and stiff, having realized something was seriously wrong. His hands were wrapped in a mysterious energy, his body twisting and warping. He roared like a savage beast that had been caged for ages and finally set free. As his face shifted completely, Pride's eyes bulged and he grinned wickedly. Cello looked up in shock, unable to believe what was happening right before his eyes. Han Tae-san looked annoyed, radiating sheer disappointment. "What? He's transforming? So he's been hiding his power from me the whole time." Despite not liking each other, they decided to team up to take Pride down. Pride stood there arrogantly, as if he could take them all on by himself, even though he had just praised Cello's strike earlier. But now, he was actively giving them a beatdown. His next target was Han Tae-san. Because he was too slow, he couldn't keep up with Pride's speed. Pride attacked relentlessly, swinging his arms without giving his opponent a chance to counter. He landed blow after blow. Thud, thud, leaving his target to take the full brunt of it. The rising, violent winds only added to the villain's insane arrogance. Cello was sent flying to the west, and Han Tae-san to the east, landing in the rubble. Pride laughed triumphantly, as if all living things were beneath him, and he was supreme. Because of the massive pressure, a high-rise building collapsed, perhaps signaling that bad luck was coming. Han Tae-san tried to pull himself up and provoke Pride. "I'm naturally lazy, but I'm starting to get patient. You are really pushing my patience." Cello, on the other side, also switched to serious mode. "It's been a long time since I felt this excited." As soon as he said that, he did a flip in midair and suddenly attacked him from a distance. He lunged forward like a moth to a flame, fighting with his life on the line, a mysterious sword strike piercing the void. Yet, Pride quickly dodged by creating a space that allowed the attack to phase through. The sword in his hand seemed to split into two halves under this bizarre magic. But in misfortune, there was a stroke of luck. The tip of the blade brushed near Pride's stomach, where a suspicious, glowing red orb appeared. Pride reflexively recoiled in a panic. Cello suddenly realized that up until now, Pride had only used raw power to block everything, but now he was twisting his body to dodge. He was trying to hide something. He was terrified of being exposed. He lashed out, preparing to counterattack. Cello finally started to grasp the key to the problem. He was protecting something, so that's why. Cello decisively slashed right at it, and just as expected, Pride hurriedly used his hand to shield it. Cello's gaze turned sharp and calculating. "Look at the way he's freaking out. It'll become dangerous if I don't finish him off in 2 moves. Just then, Han Tae-san's voice cut through his thoughts. "Didn't I tell you already?" He dashed forward as if he was afraid someone would steal his target. "Don't get in my way." Cello had to give up on people like this, cursing under his breath. How stupid. A massive explosion suddenly occurred. The intensity and destruction were truly on par with the Hiroshima disaster. Han Tae-san proactively probed, is he hiding something in his gut? Before he could hear an answer, he had already tested the destructive power of the technique himself. It was incredibly potent, with flames rising high, lighting up the entire sky. After that hit, Pride kept clutching his stomach like it was some precious treasure, making the theory even more likely. He blocked it, so there really is something there. Han Tae-san charged forward boldly, as if victory was already in his hands. "See that? I never let go of what I've set my sights on, except for that one time." He attacked like a storm, and naturally, he had to take it head-on. His sturdy arm began to show signs of alarm. Deep, serious cracks were clearly visible. Arrogance's face twisted in extreme agony. His bloodshot eyes were filled with torment. Driven to the edge, he swung his arm wildly to fight back. Just at that moment, Tae-san suddenly felt a wave of pain hit him. He collapsed to the ground in front of his enemy. Arrogance was stunned for a few seconds, not having understood the situation yet. He writhed, retching violently, and blood gushed out in a stream. Seizing the opportunity, he clenched his fist, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Of course, in his current state, Tae-san couldn't do anything but endure the full fury of the fire wielder. He unleashed a barrage of punches, each with immense power. Suddenly, a black hole appeared in the air along with it. Buildings were being destroyed by a bizarre power. Arrogance's body seemed to be absorbing something, slowly growing stronger, while Tae-san looked absolutely shattered. Even his eyes were unfocused, his entire body covered in a strange energy. He looked like a tiny human submitting to a giant. He broke into a crazed laugh. His bloodshot eyes had now shifted to a mystical purple, Seeing him sitting motionless in a pool of blood, Selu mocked him as a fool. But then, he gave him both a scolding and a treat. But seeing the way you used your strength to fight a superior opponent, I'll acknowledge your warrior spirit. He held his sword tightly in his hand. His gaze became more resolute than ever. I take back what I said about you being weak. Thanks to the opening you created, I can kill him in the next strike. Arrogance, being haughty, just dismissed it as empty talk. He laughed foolishly, looking at Selu. Does this look like a joke? Do you feel the cold of winter? Live in a way that satisfies yourself. Don't make me become a traitor. He drew his sword and chanted a supreme mystical strike, even though the blade was only half intact. Yet, he attacked the enemy with overwhelming power without a shred of hesitation. The technique shredded the void and gravity. The result was truly epic. Though he struck wildly, the area of impact was very deliberate. Arrogance, terrified, hurriedly covered his chest. Selu lunged forward, intending to deliver the finishing blow. This is the end. Tae-san, who had woken up from behind, was already snapping and cursing. All these bastards are swarming in just to snatch the kill from me. Damn it, so annoying. With extraordinary willpower, he lunged forward, determined to secure the kill. I won't let you steal the finishing blow. Arrogance's defensive arm shattered before the powerful force. The gem inside broke into pieces. Even worse, he was turned into a steaming donut. His sturdy body was pierced right through the abdomen. Before his life ended, he could only scream helplessly in extreme pain. A notification board appeared right on cue. Congratulations on completing the quest. A black hole appeared again, but this time it signaled good news. His body gradually faded away. Selu pointed his sword at Tae-san, scolding. How disappointing. I thought you had the spirit of a warrior. I remember telling you to fall back. Tae-san had no idea what he was blabbering about. What is this Japanese VIP saying? He then voiced his annoyance. I'm already fed up because you interrupted my battle. Instead of apologizing, Tae-san angrily turned his back and questioned him. Are you really going to treat me like this? Selu wasn't about to back down either, retorting, You better be strong enough to take it, otherwise, it's going to hurt. Envy stood nearby, watching blankly. It seemed he had sensed the death of his teammate. He instinctively wore an amused smile, then went back to watching the show. Two of his puppets were fighting each other. Juno widened his blood-red eyes, preparing to attack. Seo Eun-ha was also highly alert. She put all her weight on her legs and jumped first. She didn't hesitate to follow up. They rushed at each other, one using lightning, the other using telekinesis. He chuckled, feeling extremely satisfied with his own twisted hobby. Returning to when everything began, Seo Eun-ha sensed danger approaching and immediately shouted, Everyone, hide behind my shield. In a flash, Envy used his superpower to summon sharp streaks of lightning, tearing through space and firing straight at the target with destructive power. She didn't lose heart but poured all her energy into bracing herself amidst the storm of his fierce attack. He smiled faintly while witnessing the struggling figure of that small frame, thinking to himself that the person in front of him really didn't know her own limits. Seo Eun-ha gradually felt her strength fading and quickly signaled her team. I can't hold this for much longer. On my command, scatter. Jeon-jun instinctively looked up and spotted the problem. Captain, the shield. In the blink of an eye, the shield shattered into pieces, but it couldn't stop her determination. Everyone, get out of here. Before she could finish, her pupils dilated to the limit. The lightning bolts were still flickering, reflecting in her beautiful sapphire-like eyes. An infinite vortex appeared, swallowing Seo Eun-ha, dragging her through lightning bolts intertwined like a spider's web, falling straight into the endless depth of the illusion. She slowly stood up, glancing around at the strange scenery. Finally, she couldn't help but blurt out, Where am I? Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from the mirror. You failed again at becoming a captain. I'm so disappointed. I've always told you, the daughter of a commander and knight is not allowed to fail. She couldn't help but be stunned at the sight before her, her lips trembling as she whispered, Father. Jeon-mo coldly scolded, A mistake. Don't say those weak, meaningless words. You made a mistake despite receiving full support from the Knight family. The mere fact that we exist like this is already a disgrace. Jack's voice continued to echo, but now, inside the mirror, Eunji's reflection appeared. You're still the same, aren't you? Just as cowardly as always. Always terrified of what others think of you. How much longer do you plan to hide in my shadow? Seo Eun-ha was startled, meeting the familiar face, and retorted defiantly, What do you know? I've suffered too, always being compared to you and treated like nothing. Her fearful eyes glanced at the mirror, which was slowly cracking, while warnings kept drilling into her ears. Watch out, Eun-ha. I've always told you to be careful and toughen yourself up. Jealousy lunged forward with terrifying speed, roaring, Don't expose such pathetic emotions for everyone to see. In a fit of pure rage, he didn't hesitate, pouring all his killing intent into the sharp blade. He thrust forward as if to pierce through everything. It happened so fast that Seo Eun-ha couldn't react in time and took a fatal blow. Her body was suddenly dragged into another dimension. Her feet landed neatly by instinct. Without realizing it, she was now wearing a uniform. She shifted into a battle-ready stance by reflex. As if feeling a stinging pain in her chest, she snapped back to reality. She checked her physical condition, surprised to find herself back in a familiar place, the arena for the Student Council President election. Meanwhile, in another turn of events, Jealousy was losing his patience, pointing his hammer directly at his opponent. "What are you doing? Huh?" Park Jun-mo stepped back in fear, acting on reflex. "Huh?" He probed skeptically. "Is this the gym?" He urged him impatiently. "Well, are you going to do it or not?" The crowd below the stands began to roar with excitement. Park Jun-mo has finally awakened. It doesn't matter. He's still a loser. Sang-guk chimed in with a mocking tone, calling out from below. "Let's see what a loser who just awakened can actually do." Park Jun-mo nervously explained, "Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook told me to keep this a secret." Hearing that, he burst into a mocking laugh. "What a loser. I bet you even have to ask for permission to take a dump. See, a total failure." Reaching his limit, Jealousy lunged forward in a rage, swinging his hammer down right next to Park Jun-mo, making him stumble backward in shock. He emphasized every word coldly. "Well, are you going to do it or not?" Park Jun-mo, dazed and confused about what was happening, mindlessly repeated the question. "So, are you going to do it?" The students, angry and fanning the flames as if it were their own fight, shouted. "Get serious. Are you acting like a failure on purpose? How long are you going to keep dodging this?" Park Jun-mo turned pale, only able to lower his head and apologize. "I'm sorry. I'll do better." Jealousy, annoyed and unable to hold back his urge to lecture him, snapped, "Sorry. Do better." "How, you idiot!" He unleashed a strike that summoned bolts of lightning, blowing the door frame away with sheer power. Everyone was sent flying. Screams of panic echoed everywhere. They floated in mid-air, making the atmosphere even more chaotic. Sang-guk was terrified, his face gray as he witnessed the horrifying scene. Jealousy tried to provoke his opponent, repeating himself over and over. "So, you're finally planning to do something? Let everyone see clearly that we aren't easy targets." It was as if Park Jun-mo had been hit by a spell. His brain seemed to have completely frozen, refusing to process any more data. At this very moment, in reality, Jealousy slowly revealed his true form, calmly observing the havoc he had just created. Park Jun-mo gritted his teeth, the grinding sound grating on the ears. Just one more spark would ignite his fury into a wildfire. Seo Eun-ha wasn't doing much better. Her gaze was sharp and burning, her eyes blood red, the most effective weapon of all. The corners of his mouth slowly curled up, a bizarre, twisted grin of sick amusement that would send shivers down anyone's spine. Back in the illusion at the arena, Seo Eun-ha risked everything. She lunged forward, launching an attack without hesitation. Jealousy nimbly dodged her move. The sword missed its mark and slammed into the ground with a loud thud, cracking the floor. But she didn't intend to give up yet. He noticed her preparing another move and immediately raised his shield to defend. He continued his psychological warfare, masking himself as Unji. "You're letting your emotions control you." Seo Eun-ha hated the feeling of having to listen to those reprimands, but she ignored the words and focused on the battle. Jealousy swiped her sword away. The strike was too fast and precise for her to react. Losing her balance, she stumbled backward. He didn't hold back at all, pointing out her flaws. "You can't control your emotions. All your moves are too obvious, and you're even trying to imitate your sister." The sorrow welled up, choking her. Seo Eun-ha bit her lip until it bled. Struggling to swallow the surge of emotions, Unji asked helplessly, "Are you crying?" Before Seo Eun-ha, two figures stood confronting each other. Her mind was in total turmoil, her whole body trembling as she called out, "Sister." The tip of the blade instantly shifted, cold and sharp, against her throat, sharp enough that a slight graze would end her. Jealousy cruelly spat out venomous words. "Why don't you just die? Then you wouldn't be such a disgrace to our family anymore." Seo Eun-ha burst out, pouring her heart out. "A disgrace? Me? What else do you want from me? I've tried my best." He reprimanded her coldly. "Your best? Don't be so childish. Your efforts mean nothing if you don't achieve anything at all." Jealousy paused, then frowned and asked, "But you already knew that, didn't you? That's why you ran away to the military, isn't it?" Hit where it hurt, she stood frozen. Her eyes welled up, tears threatening to fall. He flew into a rage, shouting, "I told you to hide your emotions." She was distracted by the illusion before her and didn't notice the danger lurking nearby. On Park Jun-mo's side, it was total chaos. The crowd was scrambling to flee from the deadly lightning sweeping across the area. He used all his might to hold the person in front of him tight, No, don't. Jealousy, annoyed, struggled, and released him without mercy, elbowing him hard, as if he could knock him out of this world at any moment. His hateful gaze turned toward the fleeing crowd. We'll show those bastards who the superior one is and who the real loser is, he shouted, asserting firmly. You want to show them too, don't you? Park Jun-mo hesitated, his mind being manipulated. Yes, I want to. I want to be accepted. But his rationality defeated it all, bravely fighting back, but not in that way. Envy was completely stunned, frozen stiff. His face darkened, unable to believe the opponent's mental state could be this solid. He was furious. He raised his hammer and lunged to attack. You damn idiot. Sparks flew from the dramatic impact. He kept provoking him, saying that by acting like this, you will forever be a loser. You will always be a nobody. Jun-mo poured out all his strength, trying to block the attack. Sergeant Lee, please, I have to wait. Now is not the time. He wore a cunning smile, urging, let's be honest. Suddenly, he slowly transformed right in front of him into the person he hated most. Suddenly, Envy turned into Lee Hyun-wook with an excited expression. It's me, right? He grew larger than ever before. He powerfully pressed his weapon down. I have hidden your growth path all this time and only told you when I needed to use you. You risked your life to awaken, but I told you to hide it. He was terrified, adamantly refuting every piece of information. No, that's not it. He jumped up, preparing to deliver the finishing blow, a fatal strike. The thing you are most jealous and hateful of is a low ranker just like you, but someone who is always one step ahead is me, Lee Hyun-wook. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed across, blocking the hammer about to descend. Unha appeared unexpectedly, blocking the blow. There seemed to be a tremor between the illusion that had just occurred and reality. Jun-mo gradually weakened before this sudden ambush. As if fighting alongside Envy inside the illusion, he was thrown far away, shaking the very buildings, as if no trace of him remained. Unha was as resilient in reality as she was in the illusion. Every action in the duel room was clearly displayed. The only difference was that this was reality. Without a second of hesitation, she quickly ran over, searching for the other's location to eliminate them. Envy couldn't help but gloat at their torment inside the illusion, calmly watching the two figures, seeming as if they were killing each other. Jun-mo poured all his energy into gripping the weapon in his hand, lunging straight forward as if controlled by the same nerve as Unha. One hand holding a sword, one hand holding a shield, ready to take on anyone standing in his way. Suddenly, a calm voice cut through Envy's train of thought. Your taste is terrible. He was slightly startled by the sudden voice. He looked with murderous eyes, staring at the figure collapsing in front of him. Jun-mo panted heavily, deeply exhausted, reflecting on the miraculous moment he had just experienced. The people around him were happy, cheering for his magnificent achievement, just as expected of Sergeant Choi. Choi Jun-mo, you truly are a national treasure. They praised him endlessly. If it weren't for you, Sergeant, we would have failed this sweep. You contributed 72% to this sweep. Even those ranked A from Blue Flower couldn't contribute that much. You really are the strongest among us. On the other hand, in their hearts, they spat out mockery. That bastard Sergeant Choi, acting like a damn fool. He always loves to show off. Look at that bastard's face. It's so annoying. Honestly, aren't you afraid of him? No one knows when people like him will become a villain. At this, Envy slowly appeared, mocking. Hear that? That's what they really think of you, Jun-mo. He calmly replied, oh, I hear it clearly. He nonchalantly retorted to Envy, I'm used to it. So what? He suddenly turned to question the person beside him. You annoy me even more when you wear the exact same face as me. Without hesitation, he decisively slashed Envy's throat without giving the opponent a chance to resist. His entire body was cut into 100 pieces, scattered in midair. Jun-mo's mind gradually returned to reality. He slowly looked up at the chaotic scene unfolding before him. A dark, gloomy, killing intent surrounded him. He whispered in his ear, I've gone too far. Envy, confused, leaned down, watching every gesture and action of the figure in front of him. Jun-mo looked up slowly, revealing eyes as sharp as blades. No matter how I think about it, I can't let something like you survive. He whispered in his ear, with my own face. These words made Envy terrified, his eyes wide with astonishment. He swung his blade, sliding past his opponent in a flash. Coldly, he spoke in a voice full of disgust. You make me sick. His face, smeared with fresh blood, only highlighted the madness surging in his eyes. I don't know what part of you I should cut off to make myself feel better. On the other side, Envy didn't hesitate to lunge at his opponent, his mouth constantly spewing toxic words. I told you to hide your emotions. Unha was attacked suddenly and couldn't react in time, only able to defend while staring in shock. Position, speed, power, you're just imitating. You will never reach your sister's level. He attacked more fiercely, soon causing his opponent to lose balance and fall backward. Furthermore, your emotions are ruining your swordsmanship. Realizing there was no way back, she gritted her teeth. She exerted all her strength to regain her balance. Unha launched a powerful blow with full determination, but Envy managed to lean and dodge by a hair's breadth. The ground took the full brunt of the hit, shattering. Stone fragments flew everywhere. In the air, despite her physical exhaustion, the young girl maintained her stance. Her gaze didn't waver under the heavy pressure. Having just dodged, he immediately wore a look of contempt. Do you think that's enough to close the gap between you and your sister? Envy began to lose patience. His eyes flashed with killing intent as he slowly raised his weapon. Enough. He swung his demonic sword back, causing magical energy to explode, forcing Unha to retreat into a passive defensive stance. The black air swirled like a bird's wing, decisively blocking the only path out of the arena. Dust swirled around, forcing her to cover her nose with her hand, but her gaze never left her opponent. Envy didn't bother hiding his disdain, his lips curling slightly as he spoke without mercy. I won't tolerate any more of this, Seo Unha. Stop whining and find another way. I think it's time you stop clinging to your sister's skirt. Those words struck hard into Unha's mind, making her beautiful face clouded with darkness. While she was still lost in thought, Envy stepped forward, his eyes sharp as knives as he scanned his opponent. He echoed her voice, deliberately adding stinging remarks to twist the knife. You'll never catch up to her if you keep copying her like that. With that, he lunged, his sword striking with a clean, decisive blow as if to end it all right there. Give up. In that hair-trigger moment, Seo Unha was still lost in a swirl of chaotic thoughts. Give up, amidst the turmoil. She felt as if she were separating from the noisy world, finding a sliver of silence. Yeah, maybe I should really give up. Maybe that's for the best. The blade pierced her body with cold indifference. Fresh blood sprayed, staining the space red. At the same time, Park Jun-mo didn't fare much better. He was blown backward by the force of his own lightning. Seeing his opponent weakened, Envy immediately pressed the attack, his mouth never ceasing its bitter taunts. The thing you envy and hate most is me. Even though Lee Hyun-wook had been beaten to the ground, he refused to admit defeat. Seeing this, Envy became even more exhilarated. Every word he spoke dripped with malice. That's right, you're still so green. You shouldn't be showing your emotions yet. Keep hiding it until the right moment. Hearing that, he became utterly flustered, his panicked eyes locked onto his opponent. Seeing the mental defense crumbling, Envy poured gasoline on the fire. Without a hint of hesitation, just keep hiding until I call you out again. At this point, Park Jun-mo slowly stood up, his gaze calm. But deep down, he had decided not to back down. I've awakened after betting my life. Sparks of electricity flickered around the hammer in his hand. The energy began to accumulate, shining bright like compressed thunder. He gripped his weapon tight, countering everything he had just heard. How much longer do I have to keep hiding? Having achieved his goal, Envy began to gloat, his eyes flashing with vanity. Finally, you're showing your true face. See? You still want to be recognized, don't you? Each of his words fueled the rage. The lightning around Park Jun-mo's weapon roared fiercely in response. He had reached his limit. He let out everything he had suppressed for so long. Yes, I am envious. I want to be recognized just like you, but I'm always falling behind. This outburst only made Envy more ecstatic. His body was primed for battle. A loser like you gives me goosebumps. Always pretending you don't need what we have. He didn't even let his opponent react. He lunged again, swinging his weapon, preparing to land the killing blow. But inside, you're twisted to the bone. Yet, Park Jun-mo didn't dodge, instead taking the blow straight to the temple. His expression softened in pain, his whole body trembling from the massive impact, and he collapsed. Envy still wouldn't let up. He wanted to strike again, but was stopped cold by his own words. Why? Elsewhere, Envy, in the form of Seo Unha, was screaming in rage. How much longer are you going to stand there? She was, in fact, standing perfectly still, clutching the blade piercing her body. I have given up. Envy stood frozen, his eyes showing a flicker of indescribable confusion, as if a surge of power were rising within Seo Unha. She spoke back with an unusually firm voice. I have given up on the idea of becoming you, if it means losing myself. Every word she uttered made Envy stiffen, as if he couldn't believe his ears. I will be known as myself, not a fake copy of someone else. The expression on his face shifted from shock to fury. His brows furrowed until they nearly touched. Pushed to the point of losing face, he shrieked in a burst of rage, Don't be arrogant. What do you think you can even do? You're nothing. Seo Unha stood firm, pouring out everything from the depths of her soul. I'm not alone anymore. Suddenly, time turned back to that moment before. Lee Hyun-wook had just finished his report. My presentation ends here. Immediately, she spoke up in rebuttal, her eyes and tone filled with suspicion. Do you really think the three of us can take down the King of Hell? Even a fraction of his power is too much for us. After that statement, he fell silent, his expression unreadable, as if he were probing the intentions of the person standing before him. She felt a bit awkward under his gaze. A confusing feeling welled up, leaving Seo Eun-ha no choice but to ask, "Why?" Lee Hyun-wook just stepped forward gently. He turned the question back to Seo Eun-ha. "Are you worried? Do you think we can't do it?" The unexpected question made her hesitate. "I mean, we shouldn't give them a chance to even open their mouths." He coldly delivered a firm, unwavering affirmation. "I believe in my teammates." Seo Eun-ha maintained her focus, listening to every word with care. "So, you Park Jun-mo was called upon," which caught him off guard. He hadn't reacted in time. Park Jun-mo turned to look at the curly-haired guy. He began to speak, making him shudder. "Sergeant Choi Jun-jan." The words were delivered neither fast nor slow. Lee Hyun-wook's gaze remained fixed on Seo Eun-ha. "I want everyone to believe in themselves." He smiled faintly, his eyes gentle, as if wanting to instill courage in those on the same front line. "And believe in me, the one who always has your back." Back in reality, Envy was still spewing insults. "You've been lying to yourself your whole life. Do you really think you can believe in yourself now?" Answering him was a resolute Seo Eun-ha, cracks beginning to appear on her body. "That's right. So, I will believe in him. He is my teammate." The space went silent for a beat, then shattered like glass under immense pressure. On Park Jun-mo's side, it was the same. Despite suffering a painful blow, he was still talking tough. "Yeah, I'm a loser who's full of himself. That's exactly why I can trust him that much." A sense of danger struck quickly. Envy only had time to let out a roar that echoed through the space. "Shut up. Pick up your weapon." On the contrary, he remained calm. "He is Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook." Each word spoken caused his body to gradually disintegrate, forming fragments floating in the space. "He even believes in people like me." On another battlefield, Envy was still straining to unleash attacks on Jun, who was rushing in like a storm. Seeing the enemy dodge with ease made his expression even more twisted. As he rushed close, Envy fell into a passive state. His expression changed instantly. Jun attacked while looking down on his opponent. "You keep dodging." In midair, new slashes appeared, cast by him. "Come out, let me see your real face. I'll end this quickly." With no chance to counter, Envy took every slash, fresh blood spraying in a way that made the skin crawl. He still wouldn't give up, quickly timing his move to grab the squirming worm in front of him, not missing the chance. He raised his hand, claws razor sharp, ready to strike down his opponent. Just as he was about to attack, Envy caught sight of something. It made him freeze for a second. Seo Eun-ha appeared right in front of him, her body radiating such intense battle spirit that it made him stiffen. When Choi Ju-hun saw reinforcements arrive, he was overjoyed and quickly pointed out, "Captain, the target is the gemstone on its navel. That's its core." The sword in Seo Eun-ha's hand glowed, and as she lunged forward, it emitted a soft, golden light. In the blink of an eye, she reached the enemy and unleashed a clean, fluid slash. It pierced through the gemstone like flowing water. Envy was knocked backward by the powerful blow, rocks and debris flying with every impact. He managed to block with his hand just in time, but the sharp blade had already sliced through more than half of the stone. In this desperate situation, Envy didn't know how to react. He could only stand there and take the hit. Choi Ju-hun saw things weren't going well and shouted for backup. "Park Jun-mo, you jerk. What the hell are you doing?" As soon as he finished, faint purple lightning flashed in the air, making Envy even more anxious. Jun-mo didn't hesitate and charged in. While he was at it, he announced his arrival mid-air. "Staff Sergeant Park Jun-mo, reporting for duty." His hammer slammed directly into the blade being held back, cutting the gemstone in two. Envy's body was torn apart as well. Under their perfect coordination, he seemed unable to accept the harsh reality. He bared his fangs in hatred, determined to push the fight to the bitter end. Instantly, a system notification appeared. "Congratulations, you have defeated Envy, one of the 3 manifestations of Beelzebub and the origin of corruption. 2 out of 3 manifestations of Beelzebub have been shattered." Upon hearing this, Jun-mo let out a shout of immense joy. He kept cheering. "We did it." Beside him, Seo Eun-ha kept her cold demeanor but replied, "Yeah." Suddenly, she glanced at Jun-mo, a flash of surprise on her face. Seo Eun-ha stared at him, memories flickering in her mind. "I've never seen you smile before." Choi Ju-hun, finally freed from the monster's grasp, suddenly remembered something and exclaimed with regret, "Right. I forgot to rip it apart as painfully as possible." He then kept hacking away at Envy's motionless corpse, accidentally ignoring the fragment of Beelzebub being sucked into the portal. "Hey, that's enough, man." Jun-mo looked up, not forgetting to worry about his teammate. "There's only one left. Will Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook be okay on his own?" Seo Eun-ha reassured him immediately. He'll be fine. Trust him. From the portals in the sky, Beelzebub's limbs kept falling into the calm sea. The sight made Gluttony recoil, his deep gaze filled with complex thoughts. Just then, a drone gently approached the portal. Gluttony quickly noticed it and whipped his head around. Human legs faintly appeared from the portal, wiggling weakly as if trying to crawl out. Before long, Hyun-wook fell out, struggling midair. Gluttony still didn't understand what had just happened, just quietly observing the situation. Before he could react, a cold voice rang out. All AMT units, open portals. The sky was instantly covered by countless dense portals, recreating an epic scene like from Endgame. Still hovering in the void, he calmly watched the humans flail about with surging spirit. Hyun-wook pointed straight ahead and shouted a decisive order. Steel rain. Prepare for bombardment. On the bridge across the Han River, the commander of the assault team quickly cleared the path. Identify casualties and get them to the rear. Anyone who can still fight, move forward. In the tense atmosphere, Dong-sik asked in a low voice, Sir, we can't hold on with the current situation. Can we really trust one soldier? He replied in a firm tone. We survived the Seoul wave thanks to his tactics. He explained the team's current situation, but we are still short on men. Kim Kang-cheol's attitude became even firmer after letting those words sink in. That is exactly why I trust him. He always makes a small group exert maximum power. I and the entire military have bet the future of Seoul on Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook. Returning to the fight, he gripped his weapon, pouring all his strength into preparing to face Gluttony. Following Hyun-wook's shout, Steel Rain opened fire. Countless sharp swords were summoned from the massive vortex. His expression didn't change at all, as if he despised what humans could do. From the portal, countless swords rained down simultaneously, so dense there was nowhere to dodge. The powerful swords instantly pierced the monster's body, creating gaping holes all over him. The corners of Gluttony's mouth curled into a faint smile, showing interest for the first time at the antics of these insignificant mortals. In the heavy night, the flashing light from the missile barrage lit up the sky, striking straight at Beelzebub's peaking head. Seeing this horrifying scene, Lee Min-hee flared up and let out a tirade. Is that madman actually dumping his entire arsenal into one strike? What the hell is he doing? Isn't he calculating anything? What a waste. Meanwhile, Hyun-wook kept attacking, looking like a god who had just descended from the heavens. Suddenly, his eyes widened, filled with suspicion and warning. It turned out that Gluttony had long since left his position, changing course to skim across the water to ambush him stealthily. The gust of wind that hit him didn't make him flinch. He stayed focused on his target high above like a stalking wolf, and immediately after, he lunged. His movements shot straight toward him with unimaginable speed. Just as Gluttony reached out to grab him, Hyun-wook jumped into a magic circle to escape, losing track of the weak prey. He roared in anger, making the air tremble violently. Below, Lee Min-hee was panicked as the ground shook with Gluttony's roar. What the hell? After all those hits, if he still doesn't get hit, how can we win? Not letting them wait long, he gathered power in his hands. A blue aura emerged, making everyone feel the danger approaching. Hyun-wook sensed something was wrong and quickly reported to everyone. AMT drone squad dispersed to designated positions. The soldiers knelt down, engraving his order into their hearts for the difficult mission ahead. Dispersed to designated positions. A blue beam suddenly surged from Gluttony's hand, shaking the space in all directions. The released energy dragged a violent magnetic field along, pushing everything aside to keep its trajectory straight as it slammed into the city, creating a terrifying explosion. With a heat wave staining the sky red, Jun-mo struggled to stand firm in the gale, his heart rising with anxiety so intense he had to voice his concerns. He's become much stronger than before. Shouldn't we provide support? Seo Eun-ha, shielding herself from the wind in front, didn't forget to repeat the order he had previously emphasized. Lee Hyun-wook instructed us that no matter what happens, we must not interfere in this battle. There must be a reason for it. Just as the glutton was about to unleash another attack, a vortex flashed above his head. Lee Hyun-wook lunged out from it, his hand controlling a sword wreathed in lightning. Everyone, put all your hope into this one strike. Go, Black Hand's Cloud Piercer. The sword tip grazed him by a hair's breadth. The glutton was startled but still managed to dodge the fatal blow. Seizing the rare opportunity, Lee Hyun-wook called out to signal his teammates, Weapon Vaults 3 and 4, reload. Soldiers scrambled to act, their voices non-stop as they reported, Vault 3 reloading, Vault 4 reloading. As the spatial ring opened, the entire squad immediately transferred swords inside to resupply the battlefield. The second barrage was ready. Lee Hyun-wook's lightning sword missed by a margin, but he continued to pursue the glutton relentlessly. The glutton, still enraged, raised his foot and kicked the hilt, knocking the sword off course. He decided to dispose of the ant that dared to obstruct him. A green beam carrying terrifying energy continued to converge in the glutton's hand, ready to blast straight at Lee Hyun-wook. In this hair-raising situation, he silently summoned the sword to protect himself. Mugly, 1/2. Released in an instant, the shards obeyed the urgent call and transformed, becoming massive to block his powerful attack. The glutton's face twisted in anger as he failed to finish off his opponent, so he gritted his teeth and unleashed another technique. The glutton's violent blow was blocked by the newly appeared blade, but the impact sent him stumbling backward. Lee Hyun-wook gritted his teeth, enduring the strain. Pouring more energy into the Mugly shards to defend himself, he had barely left the impact zone when the glutton's enraged attack sent him flying, falling freely from high above. The situation spiraled out of control, forcing him to shout for backup. "Captain, everyone below, hear my order. Act immediately according to the plan. Confirming location. Get the drone as close as possible." Understood. Drones were piloted to guide Lee Hyun-wook down toward the spatial circle that had just opened right above the sea. However, the glutton was one step faster and flew over, gripping his neck and dragging him away without mercy. Thinking he had safely escaped only for the secondary plan to fail, Lee Hyun-wook gritted his teeth, staring at him with pure hatred. The glutton shoved him through a series of buildings, slamming him hard into the ground. In the blink of an eye, the brutal collision forced his body to carve a long trench into the road, sending stones and debris flying wildly. Lee Hyun-wook was so tense he had to inwardly chant, "Reinforce." His skin shifted into a metallic form to resist the intense friction as he was dragged along. The glutton glared at the human in his grasp. His usually patient face was now twisted with rage at this persistent threat. Suddenly, the sound of crackling lightning drew closer and closer to where they were. A massive sword appeared just in time to save Lee Hyun-wook from his precarious situation. Strangely, the sharp blade suddenly swung sideways, collapsing the surrounding structures. Sensing something was wrong, the glutton immediately activated his teleportation spell, even while still dragging his body along the road. In a flash, both of their figures completely vanished from the chaotic space, leaving behind a scene of ruin. He hurried away to find another place to continue the work he had left unfinished. Only a few seconds later, in a land where no one dared to tread, a wind blew from somewhere, as if welcoming two monsters. The glutton hovered amidst the rubble, coldly looking at the prisoner lying tattered on the shattered concrete. Before him lay Lee Hyun-wook, motionless, a large pool of blood staining the back of his head. It was unclear if he was dead or alive. Thinking he had finally finished off the nuisance, the glutton bared a mouth full of jagged fangs and laughed gleefully, his mouth stretching wide to his ears, revealing his demonic nature, lost in the ultimate pleasure of bloodshed. Lee Min-hee observed the fierce battle and shouted anxiously, Lee Hyun-wook, answer me. Lee Hyun-wook." He couldn't suppress his excitement as he watched what was unfolding right before his eyes. He actually lured the opponent to the exact spot. He did it. Lee Hyun-wook. Golden magic circles appeared once more in the sky where the glutton was standing. "Per your command, we have locked in the bombardment coordinates according to the plan." Drones began pouring out from the magic circles, getting ready for the next wave. Kim Kang-chul was satisfied receiving the report via radio. "Sir, the target is in the designated zone," he said in a serious tone. "Lead the assault team. Everyone, maintain wind speed at 0.2 meters per second within a 20-kilometer radius around the target. Cast the wind speed adjustment spell." Soldiers followed orders perfectly, not deviating a fraction while casting the wind speed adjustment spell. Thick smoke and dust billowed up from the ground, obscuring even the base of the high-rise buildings behind. The city was plunged into a quiet, tense atmosphere, waiting for another war about to begin. Lee Min-hee screamed into his headset, trying to contact Lee Hyun-wook repeatedly. Amidst the chaotic situation, Lee Hyun-wook, we are ready now. Answer me, Lee Hyun-wook. A moment later, he spoke coldly, his eyes fixed on the demon who was gloating, thinking he had the upper hand. "Sergeant, this is Lee Hyun-wook. My ears are about to go deaf because of you." The glutton couldn't hide his surprise when he saw that he could survive after enduring such a beating. Even though his face was smeared with blood, Lee Hyun-wook still wore a confident, contemptuous smile. "Get ready, this is going to hurt." Swords poured out from the magic circle, as if following a preset command. His long, stretched mouth twisted like an instinct, making the glutton's face contort even more in astonishment. A single sword, as if ordained by fate, pierced through everything in its path. It flew past, aiming straight at the glutton's head, carrying the momentum of a fight to the death. He watched, stunned, as the blade flew toward him. His face crumpled when he realized he had been trapped too late. Lee Hyun-wook challenged the demon in a loud voice, then raised his hand to control the massive formation. "Try dodging this. This whole area is about to be torn to shreds. "Come here, Steel Rain." Following his call, under the gloomy sky, countless enchanted swords rained down. As if sensing something, the gluttonous one stopped, giving Lee Hyun-wook the perfect opening to channel all his energy into his hands. With a look of ironclad determination, Lee Hyun-wook shouted, "Try dodging this. This whole area is about to be wiped off the map." Suddenly, countless swords materialized in the sky, awaiting his command. "Come on, Steel Rain." The spectacle was so massive that the pillars of light from the falling spirit swords could be seen miles away. Kim Kang-chul, not far off, was caught in the shockwaves of the battle. He had to use his hands to block the wind. Back on the battlefield, the long swords kept pouring down like rain. Lee Min-hee watched the earth-shattering scene in awe. She couldn't help but gape at the devastation caused by the technique. Nearby cars were sent flying for free. Who knows how much time passed, the sword rain finally ceased, leaving behind a wasteland with countless blades embedded deep in the ground. At the center of the blast, the gluttonous one had vanished. All that remained was a charred, blackened mass riddled with holes. Lee Hyun-wook stared in shock, realizing that the black lump was actually the gluttonous one. Surrounding him were tentacles pierced by swords, looking truly grotesque. He strained, absorbing the mangled mess into his gut. Kim Kang-chul witnessed this and frowned. "Report," he yelled. After that, the gluttonous one had devoured almost all of those tentacles. Lee Min-hee turned pale with fear at the sight. Boozer Bull's consciousness is still extremely strong. It just swallowed all our weapons. After processing the debris, the gluttonous one wore a sinister grin. At the same time, the system window displayed item information, Twin Star Crown. Ability, significantly increases resistance. Seeing him like that, Lee Hyun-wook grew excited and pulled out his Twin Star Crown, ready to go all out. "What are you laughing at? I've already figured out your eating habits." With that, he flashed toward the gluttonous one, blue energy swirling around both hands. "You'll pay for your gluttony." The swords were now enveloped in blue light, and Lee Hyun-wook's expression turned dead serious. He thought to himself, "Crush the metal," and a surge of energy instantly erupted. The gluttonous one was caught off guard. Lee Hyun-wook stared at him with sharp eyes. This is the price for eating unrefined metal. The gluttonous one took the full brunt of the attack and shattered into small pieces. His head slowly rolled to the ground. Seeing this, Lee Hyun-wook grabbed his artifact. He aimed his arrow at the severed head and declared, "Bypasses all target magic resistance." A blue light immediately enveloped the gluttonous one's head. A cold, emotionless voice rang out. Item info, 7, full defeat sword, Trista. Effect, guarantee hit, 0 miss rate. This finally ends this damn soul wave. Without hesitation, Lee Hyun-wook fired the 7, full defeat sword, Trista, toward him. The artifact whistled through the air, aimed straight at the gluttonous one's head. Suddenly, countless tentacles burst from the head, blocking the weapon. Lee Hyun-wook was incredibly shocked by the impossible sight. While he was stunned, the gluttonous one began devouring his own tentacles. A familiar, cold voice rang out, "Warning. The gluttonous consciousness of the Hell King, Boozer Bull, is beginning to regenerate." Lee Min-hee and Kim Kang-chul gasped in shock. By now, the gluttonous one had finished eating and fully restored himself. Not a single scratch remained. He roared loudly, signaling his rebirth. He reached a hand out toward Lee Hyun-wook to retaliate. An explosion erupted immediately after, causing Lee Hyun-wook to stumble. Seeing him dodge, the monster fired another blast, but with nimble footwork, Lee Hyun-wook dodged again. The gluttonous one wouldn't give up, spamming skills everywhere. Explosions rang out continuously. The drones in the sky were attacked and blew up like popcorn. Seeing the situation going south, Kim Kang-chul screamed into the radio, "Stop immediately. All units, retreat from the area." Lee Min-hee quickly reported, "Sir, I can't see Lee Hyun-wook anywhere." Eun-ha and her team spoke up without hesitation. "We're going in. We need Lee Hyun-wook alive to keep fighting." A massive shockwave released 2 giant swords right above the gluttonous one. He looked warily at this bizarre sight and paused. Just waiting for that moment, the giant swords plunged down, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. The 2 blades slammed into the ground, creating a massive shockwave. Lee Hyun-wook climbed up and called out, "All units, stop. Hold your positions." He shouted his orders. Squad leader Lee. Lee Min-hee teleported as close to that consciousness as possible. Hearing the order, she was struck like a bolt of lightning. "What? You want me to teleport right next to that thing?" Ignoring everyone's doubts, he remained steadfast. "But we can't retreat now." Lee Hyun-wook stood proudly before the giant sword. "If we retreat, no one else can stop it." He continued firmly, "All of Seoul and its people will become its food." As he spoke, the image of the monster destroying the city burned into his mind. It greedily devoured people, while everyone else felt helpless. It was unaffected by bullets and wore a look of utter satisfaction. The soldiers could only stare in horror. Back in the present, Lee Hyun-wook raised his voice. "We can't run anymore. Sir, hurry. There's no more time." Facing his words, Kim Kang-chul gritted his teeth, feeling conflicted. In this life-or-death moment, the system window appeared again. The descent of the Hell King, Boozer Bowl, is being delayed because the disintegration process is incomplete. Time remaining 0 hours, 36 minutes, 11 seconds. Under the pressure of the clock, Kim Kang-chul made his decision. Weapon ready. Lee Hyun-wook, make your move. Fighting back, he replied, "Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook, I will complete this mission at any cost. Steel rain, fire." Immediately, countless long swords rained down again, aiming straight for the gluttonous one. He actually grinned with excitement. Tentacles flooded out of his mouth, quickly covering the space, ready to face the rain. The swords on his tentacles reached out like a flower, welcoming the falling sword energy. Suddenly, the gluttonous one seemed to sense something and darted his eyes. A drone was flying, hidden among the sword energy. It quickly approached the gluttonous one. Lee Min-hee, who was piloting it, shouted, "We got the drone as close as possible, but it's going to notice it soon because it's too noisy." He quickly responded, "It's fine, hold your position. I'll teleport to it." Lee Hyun-wook quickly headed toward the magic circle. This was the only way to ensure it would be destroyed. "I was going to fly into its gut and use the Saint-rank explosive bomb from the inside, but reality hit me like a brick." A gluttonous arm suddenly burst out from the portal. Then, the whole thing appeared and struck him with a blow so sudden he couldn't dodge it and took the full hit. Seeing this, Lee Min-hee screamed in horror. Gluttony looked down at him, lying there covered in blood, with utter disdain. In its hand, it held the heart of Lee Hyun-wook. Without a shred of mercy, it crushed the heart with a wicked grin. A desperate scream echoed across the battlefield. "Report, Lee Min-hee, what just happened?" Min-hee reported. Trembling, Hyun-guk Lee Hyun-wook has fallen after being pierced through the chest. This news hit everyone's morale like a sledgehammer. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. They alone able to believe what they just heard. The battalion commander realized the gravity of the situation and immediately ordered AMT squad, retreat. Following that command, the silhouettes of 3 beasts quickly dashed out. With that momentum, Kim Kang-chul declared, "I, the battalion commander, will buy you all time to retreat." Returning to Hyun-guk, he was now lying limp in a pool of his own blood. Gluttony cautiously used its tentacles to probe him. Just then, a majestic white tiger appeared. Gluttony, annoyed by the interruption, glared at the white tiger. The next thing anyone knew, the white tiger was swatted into the wall before it could even react. Seeing its comrades swatted away, King Kong flew into a rage and charged. But before it could even touch a hair on Gluttony's head, it was hit by a single blow. Seeing King Kong also fall to its might, the blue bird also charged in to help. Without hesitation, it opened its beak wide and aimed straight for Gluttony. A second later, it was swallowed whole into the blue bird's mouth. Having completed its mission, it spread its wings to fly away, but wait, how could such an easy meal exist? Gluttony wasn't playing anymore and struck the blue bird square in the head. With a flick of its hand, the blue bird was ripped in two. Blood sprayed everywhere as its lifeless body slowly plummeted to the ground. The soldiers followed the order and moved out quickly. "Go, don't wait. Hurry up." Gluttony saw them trying to escape and grinned gleefully. It locked onto its target and quickly dove toward the crowd. Kim Kang-chul quickly noticed and jumped up to face Gluttony head-on. Kim Kang-chul braced himself with everything he had to hold it back, buying time for everyone else. "You're not getting past me." Losing their momentum, the two fell straight into the ruins. Gluttony, being blocked, was furious. It grabbed Kim Kang-chul with both hands, used its hair to pierce him through, and tossed him aside. Kim Kang-chul struggled to support his broken body. The form of the white tiger slowly manifested again as he spoke. "I admit, I can't stop you alone." Then, King Kong was summoned back by his mana. Finally, the blue bird appeared, completing the trio. Bolstering his resolve, Kim Kang-chul gritted his teeth and spat out every word. "Even if my mana is drained, even if my body is torn apart, I will not allow you to pursue my soldiers." Gluttony, provoked, let out a mocking smile. Its eyes went dark. The Azure Dragon and King Kong quickly charged forward to attack. Gluttony didn't flinch, calmly gathering its strength. It chuckled cunningly. A heaven-shattering attack swept across the battlefield. Wherever it touched, buildings exploded. Min-hee, standing not far away, was trying to wake Kim Se-hyun up. "Wake up, Se-hyun," she pleaded desperately. "We haven't confirmed that he's really dead. He's dead. His heart was torn out. Even an S-rank healer can't do anything at this point." The city was being relentlessly devastated by Gluttony's power. Hyun-guk was cold and motionless by now. Somewhere, a system interface appeared. Skill info, 7th Fire Breath B rank. Your vitality is bottoming out. The internal organs are failing. The Azazel item appeared with a faint golden glow. At the same time, the mechanical voice echoed again, warning. The fallen angel's holy relic, Gregory Azazel, has not been fully absorbed. Despite that warning, Hyun-wook could only lie there and take it. Back to Kim Kang-chul, he and his summoned beasts had been beaten to a pulp by Gluttony. Covered in wounds, he still forced himself to stand. It's too strong. Gluttony hovered in the air, staring down at the one who had challenged it just moments ago, now limp as a wet noodle. It began to extrude its tentacles. The long, slimy tentacle slowly inched toward Kim Kang-chul. He knew the danger was closing in, but he was completely spent. He could only grit his teeth, thinking, this is it. In that split second, Unha appeared just in time to save him. My lord, seeing her arrive, Kim Kang-chul shouted in panic, "Co Unha, didn't you hear the retreat order?" Understanding the battalion commander's concern, she replied, there are still soldiers being evacuated. I will spend my final moments fighting by your side. Gluttony, seeing a newcomer, narrowed its eyes in displeasure. It felt as though there were auras aimed at it, so it became vigilant. It was Unha's teammates. They tried to ambush Gluttony, but it dodged. Seeing they missed, one of them cursed. Damn it, it can fly too. Having been caught off guard, Gluttony lost its composure and began to counterattack. The team leader sensed danger approaching and grabbed someone, yelling, everyone, retreat now. It's gathering energy for an area of effect attack. Unha and Kim Kang-chul heard this and were shocked. Just as expected, a massive AoE attack was unleashed. The city, already in ruins, was now even more decimated. Minhee's group also had a narrow escape. Hyun-wook still lay there in a heap, his face frozen in that same expression of surprise. Unha was using all her strength to drag her battalion commander out of the area, affected by the explosion. The two people with her also managed to escape death. The scene shifted back to Hyun-wook. He seemed to be observing everything. The item with the faint golden light appeared again, followed by a system message. Skill info, 7th Fire Breath B rank. Your vitality is bottoming out. Internal organs are failing. Suddenly, the light surrounding the item flared brightly. A signal. A new system interface appeared. Skill info, metal manipulation. Warning, error. You are about to violate the rules. The light surrounding the item grew brighter. It seemed to be changing into a new shape. The system's voice echoed incessantly. Warning, you have been detected attempting to break the rules and abusing skills to replace internal organs with an unauthorized item. Using it this way has caused a critical system error. The item, which looked like wings a moment ago, had now transformed into the shape of a heart. Lying safe within Lee Hyun-wook's chest, the system began spamming danger alerts, urgently identifying a player error. You must immediately cease the actions threatening the system. The warning has been issued. You will no longer receive protection from the system or the newly transplanted heart. Countless electrical sparks began to spread in all directions, and the vibrations in Lee Hyun-wook's chest grew more intense. A second later, an aura of deep crimson shot straight into the sky. Lee Min-hee and her companion witnessed this, stunned. The energy erupting from this pillar of aura was incredibly powerful. It forced Lee Min-hee to shield her face with her hand. Gluttony, now noticing this sudden pillar of light, turned his head back. Even he was taken aback by its overwhelming power. Inside that column of energy, Lee Hyun-wook began to levitate. The robotic voice sounded again. Critical system error. Player no longer recognized by the system. Having been reborn, he tore off his outer layer, replacing it with sheer determination. Faced with this uncontrollable variable, the system asked, "Who are you?" He answered the system with eyes full of resolve. 3rd Monster Suppression Brigade, Steel Army. Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook. Lee Hyun-wook then turned to look at the content displayed on the system board beside him, then returned to his main mission. I don't have time for that mindless board. I have plenty of questions, but I have to handle this first. Gluttony, after a moment of shock, reacted. He raised his hand and unleashed a shockwave, aiming to attack Lee Hyun-wook, who was standing below. The unleashed power surged forward rapidly. Lee Hyun-wook didn't just stand there. He crouched low, gathering strength for a counterattack, unleashing. The moment he shouted, from the sky and out of the void, 2 blades as large as skyscrapers formed and descended, shielding him. Gluttony's shockwave was already abnormal, and the power being released kept growing. He gritted his teeth, refusing to accept the situation. From one hand, Gluttony used both hands, unleashing all of his force to destroy those damn blades below. Down there, Lee Hyun-wook replied with steady eyes, "I won't back down a second time." The purple shockwave intensified, shattering the surrounding rock and earth, but it still couldn't penetrate the blades Lee Hyun-wook had created. On the other side of the battlefield, Kim Kang-chul was using his massive body to protect Seal Eun-ha. The intensity of this magical battle was so great that even those taking cover had to look over. Someone from the battlefield ran over to report. Choi Ju-hun suddenly asked the person back, "Lee Hyun-gup is alive," he wondered. But how could he withstand an attack of that level without any protective spells? On Lee Hyun-gup's side, the system notified him of an item update. Item information: Gregory Azazel Necklace Legendary Rank. Attribute: Divine Curse Resistance, Darkness. Passive skill: Wide Area Silence activated. The Divine Power effect suppressed everything around him. Lee Hyun-gup, while maintaining the protective shield, had to think of a next move. Wide Area Silence, my heart is pounding. On the other side, Gluttony split his shockwave into two, aiming to destroy both of Lee Hyun-gup's blades at once, putting him in a predicament. He quickly changed tactics. Lee Hyun-gup lifted both blades into the air, no longer just using them to block attacks. Gluttony stopped his attack, observing his movements. Lee Hyun-gup pointed at Gluttony and commanded, "Metal manipulation." The metal weapons embedded inside Gluttony's body glowed in response to his voice. They seemed to move on their own. They squirmed inside Gluttony, emitting green rays of light representing Lee Hyun-gup's power. He spoke while moving his hands up and down. "Don't you dare underestimate me." Gluttony seemed to be under control. He was forced down by Lee Hyun-gup's hand gestures, slamming into the ground and creating a large crater. Inside that crater, Gluttony moved in rigid, painful spasms. He couldn't fight back against the weapons that were now obeying orders from inside his own stomach. Lee Hyun-gup now had that monster cornered. "With all the weapons you swallowed." Suddenly, in the midst of his writhing, Gluttony broke into a sinister smile, as if he enjoyed being tortured. The system appeared with a deadly skull. Beelzebub, King of Hell. Using mental form, Gluttony to first absorb the objects he has swallowed. His body is enhanced by those objects. The weapons in Gluttony's stomach glowed the green of Lee Hyun-gup's power and the purple of Gluttony's control. Those weapons suddenly moved from his stomach, struggling toward Gluttony's left arm. He suddenly grew larger, growling fiercely, as if he were being enhanced. In no time, he was several times larger than Lee Hyun-gup, who couldn't take his eyes off every change. The system text updated with the next notification. New skill info, metal detection. Detection range, 135 meter radius. Condition, more than 500 grams of metal. Warning, large metal signal detected 36 meters ahead. Gluttony's enhancement was complete. Bright white electrical sparks erupted around him. Lee Hyun-gup used all his might, screaming, "Metal manipulation." Under this order, Gluttony's body began to shrink, something he hadn't expected. He played dirty again, using an old trick. Gluttony stuck out his tongue. Lee Hyun-gup, standing opposite him, was slightly surprised by his resilience. Gluttony released giant tentacles from his mouth, intending to seize Lee Hyun-gup's power. He wasn't foolish enough to let himself be defeated. Lee Hyun-gup grabbed one of his tentacles. "You plan to swallow me?" Gluttony was stunned, eyes wide at his opponent's next move. A black-red aura radiated from Lee Hyun-gup's entire body. He unleashed his power to counter Gluttony's dirty trick. "In the past, I ran away, but this time, you are the one who will be devoured," he commanded. "Bend the metal." The weapons inside him struggled even harder, as if trying to pierce through his flesh. Sharp objects poked out all over his body. The system issued a new warning. Error in metal bending skill information. Reconstructing integrated structure. Rank unknown. Unique skill source. Gregory Azazel Chain. Critical system error causing effects to shift as follows. Free manipulation of metal on a large scale. Ultra-dense integration, regeneration, and enhancement of body parts. Warning. Use of unregistered skills may lead to unforeseen consequences. Lee Hyun-wook didn't seem to care about the system's error logs. He remained focused on Gluttony. But before that, give back what belongs to me. The light representing the power of Lee Hyun-wook appeared on his chest. He continued to speak to the glutton. "That thing doesn't belong in your mouth." This time, the glutton's mouth bulged as if it were trying to vomit out what was inside. The light emitting from it grew increasingly violent. Lee Hyun-wook seized the opportunity to unleash his power. A moment later, the arrow shot out from the glutton's mouth. Lee Hyun-wook formed a glowing red orb in his palm. Reconfigure. Merge. On the opposite side, the glutton's hand was twisting and deforming. The glutton screamed in pain as his body was being sucked into the orb. He clenched his fist, finishing the merger. Metal fusion. The orb floated in mid-air, and the glutton's core fell straight to the ground. Without hesitation, Lee Hyun-wook directed his arrow. He controlled it to directly destroy that core. A notification appeared. "Congratulations. You have destroyed the mental form of the Hell King, Beelzebub. Along with 3 out of 3 decay source cores, all parts of the body of the Hell King, Beelzebub, have been destroyed." The fall had been averted. Lee Hyun-wook looked at the orb in front of him with a probing expression. Then he immediately opened his mouth and prepared to devour it. Detected, absorbing super-dense compound. Target, tactical metal weapon. Power, divided mental form of Beelzebub, the glutton. Absorption progress, analyzing high-level metal reaction. Detected, complex fusion devil form, delaying merger process. 3 out of 8, partial stability control. Absorption latency undetermined. Additional information, fusion compatibility, metal plus 18.6%. Internal load, 72%. Metal inside the body is reacting automatically. The mental form of the glutton is being suppressed. Linkage process, dangerous. Warning, fusion supplement. In current state, may cause form, breakage, or loss of control. Lee Hyun-wook was astonished by the power he had just devoured. The giant barrier began to show cracks, then exploded, sending fragments flying away. A notification continued to appear. Congratulations, you have cleared the soul wave. You have completely eliminated the source of the spread of decay by destroying all the decay source cores. Decay core has been destroyed. Decay progress, 0%. Citizen survival rate, 73.2%. The soul wave dome has been destroyed. Wave clearing rewards. Sky artifact pending activation. Only then did Lee Hyun-wook appear relieved. All decay sources were destroyed. The soul wave. He looked up, finalizing the mission. Yang Jun exclaimed in astonishment. That madman. He actually cleared the soul wave? Who on earth is he? On this side, Kim Kang-chul and Eun-ha both appeared extremely happy, while Kim Se-hee covered her mouth in surprise and Min-hai jumped up in joy. The atmosphere at the school had also stabilized, and the scenery had been restored. Students stood beside soldiers, where just seconds ago they had been praying together. They now felt surprised by the result. Civilians from the subway station were being directed to move to the surface. They buzzed with excitement. The sky has cleared up. It's really over. Somewhere, dust from the collapse was still rising. But more importantly, the sunlight shone down and the sky turned blue. Junmo looked at him and asked, Han, are you okay? Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook, did we really clear the soul wave? He replied gently, it hasn't come yet. Everyone, show yourselves. Junmo asked worriedly, Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook, what do you mean? What is it? At that moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared and loomed over everyone. A giant, pitch-black space gate emerged, parallel to the city, hovering in the sky. Junmo looked up and asked, what is that? A gate on a flying island? Dong-sik held his head in horror. There's still more? Lee Hyun-wook looked up at that thing. It was covered in a layer of dark energy accompanied by lightning. Reward for clearing the wave. Sky artifact, Laputa. An unidentified object has been detected in the soul sky. Object reaction, ancient metal language. Holy artifact signal. Requesting artifact authority. Ownership. Master key, Laputa. Warning, sale unauthorized access restricted. Laputa requesting ownership of the sky artifact. Master key. Lee Hyun-wook had prevented the beginning of humanity's extinction. He confidently declared, and now, with Laputa, I will prevent everyone's death. The system displayed information. Congratulations, you are the first in history to clear a soul wave. You will receive a special reward. Elsewhere, a flying island, thanks to a rift in space, had gained access to the real sky. Down on the ground, Junmo looked up at the sky, wondering, what is that? A castle on a flying island? Another person received the information and lamented. There's still more? It turned out that giant flying island was summoned by Lee Hyun-wook himself. The system continued to announce details about the reward for clearing the wave. Sky divine treasure, Laputa. Detected an unidentified object in the sky. Of soul. Object reaction, ancient metal language. Artifact signal. Requesting artifact ownership. Requires master key, Laputa. Warning, unauthorized access prohibited. Laputa requesting ownership of the sky divine treasure, master key. The massive flying island, under his control, was flying slowly toward the ground. After the system was sure he had understood all the information, it provided some new data. Source. The decaying soul has been completely purified, starting to distribute rewards. Equipment and relics will be distributed based on combat participation level. Maximum experience, plus 150,000 XP. Reward recipients, top 15% of those who participated in the wave-clearing mission. Reward effect, medium decay resistance, plus 15%. Stealth stat in decay areas, plus 10. Beneath the ruined buildings, a group of people were taking shelter. The system continued. Rewards for the top 15% of combat participants. Characteristic points, plus 1. Title, Purification Mission Participant, Warrior. Physical damage, plus 20%. Mental form damage, plus 10%. Weapon slots, plus 1. Tanker, Mage, Healer. Decay resistance, plus 15%. Mana resistance, Wave. Weapon accuracy, plus 12%. Module slots, plus 1. A group of people gathered below, chatting happily. We leveled up again. At this rate, I'll probably become the best in the company. The other person replied happily. Just like Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook said, Ji-hun seemed not to trust this stability very much. The little girl pointed to the other side and asked, "Is it really over? No more monsters coming, right?" Dong-sik turned to look and replied firmly, "Of course, they're gone. It's really over. Everyone survived." Once reassured by him, Ji-hun finally felt at ease and rejoiced in his heart. Someone else on the rooftop cheered loudly about leveling up. He realized he might have just caused a disturbance. Kim Se-hee and Min-hai quickly scratched their heads and laughed. "Sorry, it's been a while since I leveled up." Kim Kang-chul looked at the system notification and smiled. Even a commander can level up? How embarrassing. The system announced rewards for the top 10% of participants. Full plate armor, rare grade. Physical mental resistance plus 15%. Skill cooldown reduction minus 5%. Bonus, attribute points plus 1. Title, Wall Breaker. Sok turned his head to call Unha, who was mesmerized by the armor behind him. "Soldier Unha, we need to start the city cleanup mission." After snapping out of it, she replied, "Yes, sir. I will report immediately on what can be done." Kim Kang-chul reminded her, "Don't you want to claim your rewards first? What's the point of having these bonuses otherwise?" Unha understood and immediately agreed to follow his lead. Yes, thank you. The system announced rewards for the top 5% of participants. Dream Staff, rare grade. Mana capacity plus 10. Spell casting speed plus 10%. Increased effectiveness for electric-type spells. Bonus, talent points plus 2. Title, Lightning Piercing the Sky. Junmo looked at the reward in his hands and whispered to himself, "I'm in the top 5% and even got an item reward from the quest." He grabbed the reward excitedly. "I was only F rank before. Now I'm finally a proper player." After that, Junmo held it up in celebration and jumped around like a child. "Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook, look, I'm in the top 5% and I even got a reward." Finally, the system announced a reward for the most special person. Congratulations, a special reward for the top 1% of contributors. Gillette Ring, heroic grade. Complete invisibility for 30 seconds after channeling mana. When invisible, you cannot be seen, heard, or sensed via mana. Cooldown 10 minutes. Bonus, attribute points plus 3. Title, Purifier of Decay. Lee Hyun-wook received the ring reward and spoke up, "Gotcha." He looked at the ring as it slid onto his index finger. He muttered to himself, "I knew quite a few heroes who disappeared because of this item, yet thanks to it, I was able to save them." Once worn, the ring instantly vanished as if hiding inside his body. Lee Hyun-wook looked around, slightly suspicious. Is that really it? Wait a minute, there must be more rewards related to Laputa. The system continued distributing rewards to players. Rewards for the top 5% of participants. Self-adapting mobile shield, rare grade. Shield automatically activates in dangerous situations. Synchronization mode added. Increases effectiveness when combined with other skills. Bonus, attribute points plus 2. Title, Child Caretaker. Choi Joo-hun looked at the item he received and complained, "Defense plus 20, that's garbage." But then he grabbed it and accepted it. Suddenly, remembering the boy, Suho, he gripped the item tightly and promised himself he would give it to the kid. Once finished, Kim Kang-chul and Unha returned to the rally point with new orders. Steel Army, assemble. Let's start the cleanup mission. Suddenly, where Gluttony had been, a strange, large black hole appeared, emitting a purple light. Junmo looked ahead in panic. Kim Kang-chul and Unha were also surprised by the strange phenomenon. Just then, the system displayed a newly triggered quest. Hidden Quest, Path of Inheriting Ancient Civilization. As the biggest contributor in clearing the wave, you are granted a chance to inherit an ancient civilization. Conditions, top 1% of combat participants. Target, 1. Explore the hidden stage, Dwarf Ruins. 2. Conquer the ruins' guardian deity and stop it from functioning. 3. Verify the master lock with the ancient device. Rewards, full access to Laputa. Stage 1, disable block, Laputa's access. Access to several Laputa features. Warning, this is a one-time quest. If you quit or fail, you cannot try again. Lee Hyun-wook received the information. He wondered, a hidden quest? He cursed the damn system. You bastard system. Won't you let me breathe for a second? After that, Lee Hyun-wook couldn't be irresponsible and leave this hidden quest uncompleted. He turned back and announced, "Sir, I think I have to do this first." Kim Kang-chul was uneasy and asked, Are you okay? You don't look so well. Unha was also worried. She didn't want him to fight alone. Call a healer. Lee Hyun-wook, I order you to at least pull yourself together before you set out. Lee Hyun-wook listened in silence. He didn't say anything more. In another area that seemed more peaceful, the armor emitted a strange blue light as if approaching Han Tae-san. The system displayed the final reward. Reward for the top 10% of participants. Demon Pincer. Dash a short distance and knock back everything in its path. Cooldown 15 seconds. Passive. Demon Kind Resistance plus 10%. Bonus, Attribute Points plus 1. Title. Aimless Wanderer. He stepped back, seemingly wary of the system's reward, receiving the item in this situation. Damn it, the Fist King is really screwed. Han Tae-san glanced to the side and cursed. That damn otaku, I'll kill you no matter what. Returning to Lee Hyun-wook, Kim Kang-chul finally made a decision. Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook, I order you to carry out the hidden quest. Lee Hyun-wook saluted and accepted the mission. Yes, sir. He cautioned his comrade and said goodbye. All right, I have many questions, but I'll ask them after you return. Good luck. Unha made one final request. Don't die, Lee Hyun-wook. This isn't an order, but a request. Lee Hyun-wook looked at them with determined eyes. Filled with confidence, Lee Hyun-wook placed a hand on his chest and promised his two teammates standing before him. Don't worry. I came here fully prepared to die. But I don't plan on dying a second time. Hearing his words, Sol Unha looked slightly stunned. Lee Hyun-wook didn't hesitate any longer. He turned away, ready to carry out his hidden mission. Lee Hyun-wook approached that strange purple rift. He reached out a hand to let it pull him in and said, Time to step into the hidden portal. On the news feed, an image of Earth with a strange purplish-blue hue appeared. Alongside breaking news about Laputa, Maria stood next to the image of the bizarre floating island and spoke to the audience. Breaking news, a massive flying object, Laputa, has appeared in the skies above Seoul. The entire political world is watching Seoul, and citizens everywhere are receiving the news. They are stunned by the strange object reported by journalists, an ancient ruin in the sky. The first time in human history, humanity has surpassed a threshold. Maria's voice echoes. It seems to have appeared after the South Korean military defeated the Gate Corps. Eventually, memories of the beast monsters that attacked the city surface. The scene of the blue-skinned monsters slowly, plants inside the island are captured in sharp detail, revealing how strange they are. Joseph delivers information. First California, second Shanghai, third Berlin. The waves once thought impossible. On another news channel, Felix and Liliana are also reporting on that flying island. However, one Asian country, South Korea, has successfully cleared the wave in Seoul for the first time. The whole world sends congratulations to Seoul for being the first city to achieve this. Jonathan stands before the media and the world, stating, This victory is a miracle worth celebrating. However, considering the massive energy stored within Laputa, we need to discuss our next steps. Elsewhere, a female reporter currently drawing attention from the press reports that Seoul is now a meeting place, symbolizing both the past and the present. We praise them, but we still need a fair and reasonable solution for this global relic. The news about the flying island and Seoul's victory is shocking. It has spread globally, and Arab representatives are answering before the media. Seoul's victory is a cultural blessing, but we must calculate carefully how to share the fruits of this success. They speak incessantly on the topic. Clearing the Seoul wave is a pride for all of East Asia. However, we want to emphasize that Laputa concerns all of humanity. The whole world is interested in the island named Laputa. As one journalist puts it, the world is watching the city that has rewritten history. Laputa is a gift to humanity. Images and audio files regarding this news keep playing everywhere. We praise South Korea's achievement, but we cannot ignore the fact that Laputa could be the key to multidimensional travel. Wherever there is information, reporters and journalists are there, scrambling for the scoop. In the evening, the American flag waves in the wind at the U.S. Special Operations Command. A soldier walks with military posture. He raises his hand to the gas mask he is wearing. Ahead of him is a troop gathered and welcomed by a tall black man. He orders his subordinates, attention. Immediately following the order, they stand at attention, greeting the commander walking in. Gareth moves into the room, then stands at attention with his feet in a V shape. Gareth takes off his mask, looking at those in front of him with stern eyes. He places his mask against his chest and begins his report. According to intelligence, no AI has total control over Laputa. In the current world order, we are always standing on the edge of peace and war. The tall black man focuses on his words. Depending on the AI that possesses that flying fortress, the world will see a new leader in technology. Everyone will fight to claim that relic. The woman beside him maintains her posture, listening silently and intently. Many countries have sent special forces to Seoul. Gareth continues to speak. We will not take what does not belong to us. We will protect the glory of the great United States. Finally, he shouts an order to the entire team. We will gain total control of Laputa for world peace. The soldiers, having understood the information and the commander's orders, simultaneously shout, "Yes, sir." Gareth gives the order once more. Now move out. They receive the order and disperse to carry out the mission. They shout once again, "Yes, sir." After the order, it is revealed that this man with the dangerous face is Colonel Gareth Whitman, commander of the U.S. Special Forces, a Class A player. In another area, where ruined structures lie, blood splatters onto the body of an injured man. The man was attacked. His face has 3 large claw marks, not too deep. His arm is nearly torn off. He lies gasping on the ground, and suddenly, a dark silhouette appears, drawing his attention. It is just the appearance of a boy who looks harmless. Suho looks at him without saying anything, staring with round eyes. The man momentarily doesn't understand who this boy is or if he is someone who will save him. Suddenly, Suho's eyes glow with a red streak. The boy smiles. 9 parts out of 10, it's not with good intentions. The system appears with a deadly skull. Activate unique skill, Necromancer. Effect, Absorb. Skill, Absorption. Some active and passive skills of the target. Sync intent. Receive thoughts of the eaten target with a small probability. Side effect. If thought control fails, they will turn into distorted thoughts. Activation condition. Target must be near death or unconscious. Suho triggers the power. The boy flies up inside the heart of a serpent, representing his essence, and then he uses that serpent to finish off the injured man. The system pops up a notification. Congratulations, you have successfully absorbed the skill. Beast Training of Jukio, the Beast Tamer. Reconstructing skill. Done with the task, Suho returns to his normal state. The boy looks at the dilapidated structure in front of him, then looks back, his eyes glowing with a ghostly blue light. Lee Hyun-wook rushes off, cursing. Hidden mission. Path to becoming the heir of ancient civilization. Submission. Puzzle mission. Find and place the circuit puzzle pieces correctly in the Akashic Armory in the ruins of the dwarves. Total pieces. 5. Time limit. 15 minutes. Ruin Guardian. The armory area of the ruins will be sealed if the mission fails. Why call this a puzzle mission? It's making a fool out of me. Suddenly, a giant armored brute appears behind him. Remaining pieces. 1. Remaining time, 0 minutes and 12 seconds. Ruin Guardian. Lee Hyun-wook quickly dodges the attack and simultaneously summons his weapon to unleash it. He throws his spear, defeating the enemy. Lee Hyun-wook is running out of time. He must quickly complete the mission. Remaining time, 0 minutes and 6 seconds. He lunged with his spear, taking down the enemy. Lee Hyun-wook was running out of time. He had to finish the mission quickly. Remaining time, 0 minutes and 6 seconds. You continue to encounter 2 other giants in the next room, waiting for you. Time is running out fast, only 0 minutes and 2 seconds left. Lee Hyun-wook swiftly slips past the 2 gatekeepers to place the stone in the right spot and end this game. I don't have time to mess around with you, he mutters, right as time hangs by a thread. Can he make it in time? Luckily, Lee Hyun-wook manages it. Congratulations. The circuit has been connected. All pieces of the armory circuit have been restored. The Akashic has been successfully placed. The entrance to the Akashic Armory is unlocked. Suddenly, the space becomes strange, and the surrounding scenery turns blurry. Lee Hyun-wook doesn't understand what's happening. What the hell is this? This damn system was never this generous before. A light emanates from the stone. What's this? The system shows a notification. Warning. Administrator authentication error. Main quest complete. Sub-quest complete. Circuit stabilized. Administrator authentication failed. Error. Player does not match system data. Reason. Player identity not verified. Result. Access to the Akashic Armory denied. Only an emergency key allows entry per the administrator's emergency protocol. Lee Hyun-wook reads it and gets furious. Are you kidding me? Then why the hell did you give me the quest in the first place? What is this? He feels let down, especially after going through all that effort just to reach the gate. Lee Hyun-wook places his hand on his heart, deep in thought. There's nothing else I can do in this situation. Everything Baekshin said has come true, he recalls her words. Replace your body with an item? Are you crazy? Even if it were you, you'd definitely die. Calm down. I was just asking because it sounded theoretically feasible. She had explained the consequences to Lee Hyun-wook in detail. Right. Even if you succeed, you'll be outside the system's parameters. You could lose all your power. You'd be deleted from the system and disappear from all quests. You'll definitely suffer negative effects, Baekshin had warned him. Remember, Lee Hyun-wook, you don't just belong to yourself anymore. Don't ever do unverified things just to save everyone, okay? If that happens, returning to reality. Lee Hyun-wook stands before the gate deep in thought. He's thinking about a few things from his past life. When he failed against the Laputa wave, it wasn't a reward, but a disaster. It said humanity has no right to use the ruins, but the villains still use Laputa's weapons. Suddenly, Lee Hyun-wook realizes something, and his expression changes. That means there's still another way to get in here. This is why you have to read the contract carefully. Warning: player does not match system data. Reason: player identity not verified. Result: access to the Akashic Armory denied. Only an emergency key allows entry per the administrator's emergency protocol. Lee Hyun-wook finally realizes something. The reason I met that bastard at the Gasan gate was to get the spare key for the Akashic Armory. Lee Hyun-wook takes out the key he obtained to open the massive gate before him. Even if access is restricted or whatever, I'm still getting in. The door gradually sucks in the key in Lee Hyun-wook's hand. Finally, the gate opens. But he senses something is wrong. Wait inside, the door is a different space, vast and empty. No AI. Lee Hyun-wook is angry because he didn't find anything there. What the? Why is there nothing inside? Where are the weapons? The master key. Suddenly, a spherical ball flies from somewhere toward Lee Hyun-wook. It's a massive control core. Lee Hyun-wook angrily draws his weapon, ready to fight. What? You think you're going to stand up to me? But it seems it has no intention of harming him. It's scanning. It uses a beam of light to scan Lee Hyun-wook. The process takes quite a while. Suddenly, the control core alerts him of an error. Scan results indicate that while you have the right to become the successor, you have lost your identity according to the emergency protocol. I will conduct further tests for you to prove yourself. It summons a massive entity. Survive against the summoned entity. The system continues to issue orders. Emergency protocol activated. Additional inheritance test. Additional test in progress. Because the player is unidentified, please pass the test. Target: unidentified successor. Combat method: 0 Alpha. Laputa's guardian entity. Requirements to pass, survive, and meet the appropriate conditions. Once you pass the test, you will be granted temporary inheritance rights to the ruins. Lee Hyun-wook is surprised by the system's mission. The robot aggressively charges at him. Lee Hyun-wook nimbly dodges the attack and circles behind the robot, thinking of a way to defeat it. At the very least, you could give me a chance. I'm truly grateful for this opportunity. Lee Hyun-wook isn't panicked. Instead, he prepares to hit it with a finishing move. You're just a robot created by the Haksh Tech. Let's end this. He launches a spear toward the robot. It falls, but unexpectedly, it blocks his attack. Lee Hyun-wook looks intrigued. You block that? Inside the monster's core, as it prepares to unleash a move, it summons a massive, glowing sword. The control core watches from a corner. Lee Hyun-wook glances over and says, I wonder what test means here. Turns out, you never intended to give me access. He angrily declares, but I'm not leaving empty-handed. I'll create my own right to use this place. The robot rushes toward Lee Hyun-wook unexpectedly. He's no pushover either. Do you think it's easy for me to be reborn after sacrificing my own heart? His face is full of determination. Crushing metal upgrade version. Lee Hyun-wook unleashes the super metal crushing move. The scene shifts to another location where the army is preparing to deploy for the mission. Your identities will be erased as soon as the mission begins. This mission is top secret. The commander is motivating everyone. South Africa. Think of your families back home. If we succeed, our country will become a superpower. The battle is very tense. Russia. We will possess advanced weapons once we capture Laputa. Bet your lives on this mission. A soldier reports to Gareth, USA, Sir. Preparations are complete. He receives the notification with a stern face. The Legion is continuously boosting the soldiers' morale. Don't back down. You are the best in the world. Be proud and conquer these ruins. The beacon of the teleportation station turns green. The gate opens. Pausing before teleportation. The Legion orders a hold, then Gareth shouts the command to deploy. The whole army sets off, jumping into the teleportation gate. Seol, Unha, and Park Junmo stand below, feeling strange. Magic circles appear in the sky. A moment later, they realize enemy. Up above, 1 o'clock direction. Seol Unha reports in a panic, Sir, we've been ambushed. Kim Kang-chul didn't expect this move from them. Damn it, they're too fast. The enemies ambush them in waves. Multiple nations have deployed from portals in the sky. Currently, 9 sky portals have been confirmed, and many soldiers are being attacked. The enemy seized the chance to ambush. Detecting the attack, they fired back. As more portals opened, an aerial chaotic battle ensued. Bryson stood in the portal, observing the situation. He coordinated his forces, continuing to fire. Hurry, lower your altitude. We must be the first ones to set foot on the ruins. He jumped down, taking them out one by one. Don't forget, Our only target is Laputa. Many legions were focused on the target below. Laputa's defense system has been activated, activating Tier 2 automated defense protocols. Tier 1, Holy Barrier Impact. It created a barrier covering the area from an ancient energy matrix. Tier 2, Lightning. A magical lightning field formed above the Holy Barrier. Defense protocols will continue until direct instructions from the administrator. Laputa immediately opened a protective shield system, which gradually enveloped the entire structure. They couldn't get inside. Everyone kept crashing into the shield. Any AI that made contact was electrocuted by it. The chaotic battle in the sky continued. Those electrocuted by the shield created clouds of black smoke. Shield detected. Tier 2 defense system on Laputa detected. Activating personal protection equipment. Beginning tactical parachute procedure. The U.S. soldiers' armor was very special, creating a shield that surrounded and protected them. All U.S. soldiers were equipped with specialized parachute armor. They made direct contact with Laputa's shield, and their armor protected them. The personal protection equipment was still working well. The remaining soldiers, seeing that it was safe, jumped in one after another. Many landed safely, but a few soldiers were shot down because the enemy forces were increasing. Many were being taken out. A soldier reported, "Lieutenant Bryson. Report. Most of our troops are engaged in the aerial battle. Fewer than 10 have landed." Bryson ordered, "Continue the mission. This shield can only hold for 5 minutes at most. We must break this defense matrix immediately." The soldiers acknowledged the order. "Yes, sir." They used specialized blades to stab into the shield, beginning to dismantle Laputa's defense barrier. Bryson ordered his team, Sergeant Serrano, prepare to support those who can fly. "And the rest of you, fire back at the forces from other nations." "Understood, sir." He showed his determination. "We must be the first to step into Laputa's control room." Returning to the scene with Lee Hyun-wook, he was unleashing a powerful move, controlling metal. The robot shattered into pieces from his latest attack. Debris flew everywhere. Lee Hyun-wook was getting tired from that move, but the robot began to regenerate into a bizarre shape. Error. Information on metal control skill. Reconfiguration fusion. Level unknown. Unique skill source. Gregory Azazel chain. Critical system error causing effect change as follows: free control of metal over a wide range. Super dense and complex fusion. Regenerating and enhancing body parts. Error warning. Using an unregistered skill may cause unpredictable consequences. Lee Hyun-wook continued to use another technique to absorb the reconfiguring, fused robot. Finally, the monster was destroyed. Metal control. It was now down to just a single core. The system notified that Lee Hyun-wook had collected a liberator. He looked at the control core, and it suddenly turned red. It seemed about to do something. Lee Hyun-wook complained, "Don't make me do any more weird stuff." He yelled angrily, "You call that a puzzle? To me, that's just stupid bullying. Now are you planning to kill me to claim ownership of this place too? If you do that again, I'll swallow you whole." The control core didn't react. It stared silently at Lee Hyun-wook, then suddenly turned a milder shade of blue. Suddenly, a notification appeared. Identity verification complete. You have passed the Ruined Successor test. You have now been granted temporary administrator rights. Providing master administrator key. The Talos control core, the AI containing Laputa's master key. Lee Hyun-wook looked at the system notification, a bit surprised. He gloated, pointing at it. "So, you were the master key. Now I get why you were nagging me so much. Don't be shy, let me love you." The control core grew angry. Restriction imposed due to vulgar language. Choose to take the master key or the liberator outside. Lee Hyun-wook felt his mouth was truly a liability. "Come on," he cursed angrily. "What? Are you kidding me? I said I'd love you. Don't tease me." His face suddenly turned sinister. "Wait, did you say I can only take one thing out?" It didn't understand what Lee Hyun-wook meant. Lee Hyun-wook asked, puzzled, "What does take with you even mean? Does it mean ownership? Belongs to me? Really?" The control core was confused. "No way." Lee Hyun-wook's expression turned cruel. "So that means I just need to swallow this tasty thing, right?" Back to the battle at Laputa. The U.S. troops were struggling to break the shield. They finally managed to open a gap. "Sir, it's opening. I believe we'll be inside soon." Bryson ordered everyone remaining to prepare to enter Laputa. "Hurry, we have to get in before he arrives." Out of nowhere, a bald guy with white hair appeared. A massive fireball plummeted straight down onto Laputa's shield, causing a huge explosion. The blast spread over a wide area. It affected everything around it. Bryson realized what it was. Damn it. That human nuclear bomb from South Korea. That's the old man who commands the 3rd Monster Suppression Brigade. He arrived faster than I thought. Choi Jung-cheon shouted angrily, "Who the hell are you bastards, daring to touch the sky of Korea, huh?" More explosions occurred on Laputa, one after another. Near Konyek's group, a portal appeared. Lee Hyun-wook had just returned after collecting the item. Everyone was panicked. Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook. He had just returned and didn't understand what was going on. What is it? What's happening? It's an invasion. The general has arrived in person. The control corps also returned with Lee Hyun-wook. Its appearance panicked everyone. Thinking it was dangerous, they tried to defend themselves. Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook, watch out behind you. Careful. Lee Hyun-wook immediately reassured them. It's okay. Don't worry. This is the master key for the Laputa control room. After Choi Jung-chan finished, he announced, Commander Kim Kang-chul, I am the brigade commander. He reported the situation. I've taken out a few necessary enemies, but I can't do any more. How is the progress on capturing the master key? Lee Hyun-wook. Lee Hyun-wook quickly reported the progress. I am Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook. I have already secured the master key. Now we just need to enter the control room. Choi Jung-chan asked me what to do. I gave him the command. Do what you do best, destroy everything and clear the path. Hearing that order, Choi Jung-chan grew even more excited. Perfect. I like that about you. Immediately, he summoned a massive fireball. The surrounding earth was pulled into the sphere. Choi Jung-cheon was crafting his masterpiece. Then I'll give it my all, he declared gleefully. I'll show these bastards why they should fear a tactical nuke. Now, that magical bomb grew larger by the second, emitting a blinding, intense light. Faced with this spectacle, his voice became more urgent. Commander Kim Choi, say now. At that moment, the squad of soldiers never stopped firing, trying to suppress Choi Jung-cheon's magic, but he didn't stop, continuing to pour out every ounce of his mana. Immediately after, a giant falcon appeared. It spread its wings wide to block all their attacks, and this sight left the soldiers terrified, unable to believe their eyes. While channeling his magic, Kim Kang-chul shouted to announce, Lee Hyun-wook, I have to get to the commander. The survivors of the fall will be chasing after him soon. On this side, the soldiers seemed completely exhausted, even though their efforts yielded no results. Before leaving, he didn't forget to give strict instructions. I'm almost out of mana, too. Most of my summons are injured. I won't be much help if I stay with you. Plus, the commander will be completely defenseless after he uses his skill. Hearing this, Lee Hyun-wook's gaze immediately sharpened, his voice filled with determination. I completely agree. Please, support him. Finally, Kim Kang-chul looked at him with eyes full of trust, adding, take care of my people. The next second, he turned around and ran in the opposite direction from them. Following that, Lee Hyun-wook announced loudly to the whole team, all right, let's head back to Laputa now. But this left Junmo somewhat skeptical. Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook, how can we get up there when it's floating in the sky? Hearing that, Lee Hyun-wook pointed at Talos and affirmed, don't worry, this thing will handle it. The next second, all three of them were enveloped in a sphere and slowly lifted upward. All three headed straight ahead, postures ready for battle at any moment. Meanwhile, Choi Ju-hun was clutching his body, groaning in pain. I'm reaching my limit, give me some alcohol. Somewhere else, Min-hee was trying her best to persuade her counterpart. What are you saying? Sergeant Kim Choi say this is a command. The commander has already used his skill. If you do this, you might get caught in his attack. You just need to open a portal near Laputa when it appears. I'll handle the rest. But Choi Se-ah remained firm in her decision. Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook can't do it all alone. He needs all the support he can get. Hearing that, he was still confused and asked back, true, but our orders are to stay on the back lines. What do you owe him? Why risk your life like this? Then she recalled the anxious look on Lee Hyun-wook's face when he rushed in. At that moment, is everyone okay? But before the sight of Choi Se-ah with her dense magical network surrounding her, he paused. I came to help. Choi Se-ah glanced over gently, her eyes expressionless after using too much mana. Who is saving whom? Back in reality, Choi Se-ah smiled faintly and muttered, no, truthfully, I don't owe him anything. But I feel like I'm a little indebted to him. Over here, the enemy soldiers were gathering in ever-increasing numbers. Everyone tightened their grip on their weapons, ready to fire if the enemy made a move. Seeing this, Choi Jung-cheon raised his voice even higher. His words carried a threatening tone. You guys were fighting each other to rob us before, and now you're teaming up to bully an old man. His mana gradually converged, creating a glowing fireball in midair. That fireball quickly expanded along with the screech of the falcon. Everything will be consumed by it soon. In the depths of Choi Jung-cheon's eyes, fierce resentment surfaced. He roared, you bastards, get off my home turf. At that moment, a large number of soldiers, caught off guard, were quickly pulled into that fireball. The lead soldier immediately screamed to signal the whole army, run, run away. The two energy sources collided immediately, neither side willing to back down. Faced with this scene, he couldn't hide his terror. On this side, Lee Hyun-wook was gritting his teeth, trying to hold on. The quality of his mana was overwhelming, even though they were all covered in a protective shell. However, the raging flames surrounding them still posed a significant threat, but in the end, the magic sphere managed to break free from the flames. Below them lay the ruins caused by the recent earthquake. After completing the mission, Choi Jung-cheon maintained his stance, but his heavy breathing showed he had consumed a massive amount of mana. Immediately after, Choi Jung-cheon looked back at him with eyes full of trust. "Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook, I believe in you." Hearing that, Lee Hyun-wook quickly received the signal and acted fast. "Thank you. I will definitely protect Laputa." Afterward, Lee Hyun-wook's group moved closer to it to receive more mana. At the same time, the system notification rang out. "Laputa. Admin confirmed temporarily. Intrusion risk from outside, 7%. Disabling part of the defense system. Opening entrance." As the notification ended, an entrance resembling a honeycomb surface quickly lowered. "In this life, I will definitely obtain you." The Hextech city, Laputa. I never thought such a city would exist on a floating island. Look at it. I thought it was just ancient ruins, but everything looks brand new. Just looking at it, you can tell it's expensive. Warning, do not touch. Any damage will result in immediate execution. Laputa can designate buffs to create large-scale blessings and Hextech buffs. Furthermore, unlike the World Tree, Laputa can move anywhere. Not only can it defend, it can also bomb targets. It is the pinnacle of Hextech and the essence of the ancient gnome civilization's technology. Be careful when using it. Finally, Lee Hyun-wook concluded. Simply put, Laputa will bring massive wealth and power to any area that controls it. It also means the owner of this flying battleship can attack anywhere in the world. Looking at it again, his eyes were full of pride. "You talk a lot when you're bragging." Immediately after, the system sound rang again. "We've reached the entrance to the control room. Please verify the temporary administrator credentials." Before them, a maze-like structure appeared, adorned with intricate patterns. Before heading in, Hyun-wook didn't forget to remind her. "As the administrator, only I am permitted to enter the control room. Please wait for me outside. I'll be back shortly." But at that very moment, his pupils dilated as he realized there were far too many metallic signals. Moving quickly, Hyun-wook shouted, 9 o'clock. Ambush. Shortly after, they managed to bypass the obstacles, but a second later, they had to create a protective barrier against a strange surge of magical power, seeing it constantly, attacking relentlessly. Hyun-wook speculated it was a holy weapon. Once they felt safe, they slowly lowered the barrier. Just then, someone brandished a sniper rifle and roared, "Stop right there." Hyun-wook's gaze instinctively darted toward the voice's owner. Beside him, Eun-ha also wore an identical, grim expression. Both of them quickly retorted, "That was just a warning shot. I don't want to spill blood just yet." But one of the soldiers flatly demanded, "Hand over the master key and surrender. We'll spare your lives." This was something Hyun-wook couldn't accept. They destroyed Cell's holy weapon, Eun-ha, with just one strike. Moreover, I didn't even detect them before they attacked. The more he thought, the more suspicious he became. That warning, they weren't bluffing. These guys are strong. Are they from the villain alliance? At the same time, they all looked stunned by the sight before them. The other person maintained a firm stance. "Don't move, or we will kill you. I repeat, hand over the master key." Hearing this, Hyun-wook couldn't hide a smirk. "I feel sorry for you, man. You shouldn't have challenged me while I'm wearing armor." The very next second, he immediately executed his strategy, spread out, flanked them from behind. Close quarters combat. Seeing this, the enemy soldiers didn't hesitate to act, but Hyun-wook wasn't a pushover. He was ready to engage in a one-on-one duel with him. Just then, a system window appeared. Error. Skill information error. Metal control reconstruction fusion unknown unique skill source. Gregory Azazel necklace. Error code 0x00102E11B00F. A critical system error has altered the effect as follows. Wide area manipulation of metal. Fusion super special complex reconstruction body augmentation error warning. Usage of a skill not registered with the system may lead to unpredictable consequences. Immediately after, Hyun-wook used the reconstruction fusion technique, but the system kept blaring notifications. Usage of a skill not registered with the system may lead to unpredictable consequences. The error warning sounds became increasingly clear. Error, skill information error, metal control reconstruction fusion level. Unknown unique skill source. Gregory Azazel necklace error code 0x00102E11B00F. Confirmed multiple uses of unregistered skills. Identifying unknown player as the source of the error. Initiating system purge. The status became destroying, and the worst-case scenario had arrived as the system reported. Status: destroying error. Hyun-wook saw his own hand slowly dissolving like software about to be deleted. This left him visibly panicked, wondering, what the hell is this? Beside him, Anha couldn't move either. It seemed everyone involved in the technique was affected. As the explosion occurred, a voice cried out, Lee Hyun-wook. Unexpectedly, the spirit of a girl appeared and blocked the strike. Seeing this, he widened his eyes and asked, God of Wind? From a distance, Kim Si-hee appeared. At this presence, Hyun-wook was somewhat surprised. Sergeant Kim Si-hee, but she only replied with firm resolve. Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook, I'm here to save you. At that moment, the enemy was creating a magic circle to prepare an attack. Kim Si-hee saw this, her pupils widening, as if she couldn't believe her eyes. But very quickly, she managed to dodge the attack with a sidestep. The opponent kept firing continuously, causing everything around them to be destroyed. Right then, she blocked the attack and paused, looking puzzled. The protective talisman on her wrist flared up brightly. It radiated magical power as if something was about to burst out. In that instant, its power activated, helping her avoid the hit. On this side, Hyun-wook couldn't hide his astonishment. No way. An explosion, an enhancement spell. But immediately after, a piercing system notification rang out. Skill information, enhancement spell error. This made Hyun-wook unable to stop himself from swearing. Damn it. The very next second, a massive explosion occurred, engulfing everything in a sea of fire. It was as if everything was about to be swallowed by those flames. Seeing this, Jun-mo shouted anxiously, Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook. Beside him, Choi Joo-hun also assessed it seriously. A wide-area attack on par with an A rank. With this level of destruction, that thing is truly dangerous. Meanwhile, Hyun-wook was still enduring it, trying to find a way to respond. But at that very moment, Anha lunged forward and stood in front of him. Squad leader. She tried her best to persuade him, if you fall here, you won't be able to protect La Buta, let alone your comrades. Get into the control room now. Her next words snapped Hyun-wook back to reality. I will be your shield. His pupils widened, and he hesitated for a moment. Seo Anha. After understanding everything, Hyun-wook firmly replied, understood. Not wasting a second, Anha charged ahead to act as his shield, but just then, a soldier appeared and blocked her path. You think I'll lose to you? Get out of the way. But fortunately, Anha managed to block the attack in time. Right then, she noticed something strange. What kind of punch is that? You call that an attack? Yet the guy didn't stop and kept launching blows. Hey, you greaseball. In the heat of the moment, Anha saw an incredibly familiar attack before her eyes. It was Choi Joo-hun. He had appeared just in time to help her counter. Want another one? A series of slashes were launched, catching the soldier off guard. Choi Joo-hun landed safely. By now, his iron helmet was cracked, blood was splattered everywhere, and he crashed onto the ground with such force it caused a tremor, rivaling the explosions around them. She shouted aloud, Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook, hurry, get in quickly. We'll hold them off here. Down below, Lee Hyun-wook's group is already in position, ready to fight. Suddenly, Choi Joo-hun's hands holding the sword start shaking violently. He pulls back. This isn't good, my body isn't listening to me, even though I haven't reached my mana limit yet. Lee Hyun-wook sends a signal to him, please, handle this place. Right after that, he shouts to notify everyone, Talos, get to the control room. At the same time, most of the soldiers have been taken down. Right then, he suddenly understands what they were saying. I only need to worry about the guy controlling the metal. Turns out, he wasn't very reliable after all. Suddenly, countless sources of mana erupt around them. Gareth grits his teeth, pushing his mana to the absolute limit. Immediately, a system window pops up. Skill activated. Skill, damage absorption. User, Colonel Gareth Whitman. Target, First Sergeant Jacob Bryson. Target status, full body bruising, fractures, hemorrhaging. Physical trauma at 67%. User is absorbing injuries from the target, regenerating damaged tissue. Recovery result, target health recovered to 89%. User health decreased by 32%. Pain sensation disabled. Warning, combat readiness has dropped. This may lead to a temporary loss of combat capability. After feeling himself become stronger, he murmurs, Thank you, sir. But the sight makes the enemy's pupils dilate in disbelief. Over here, she looks just as surprised. Another system window appears, skill activated. Skill, attribute enhancement buff. User, Colonel Gareth Whitman. Target, First Sergeant Jacob Bryson. Mana attribute flow is more efficient. Attribute bullet attack power increased by 3.2 times. Attribute conversion speed increased by 250%. Mana consumption reduced by 41%. Duration, 60 seconds. Supplementary note, mana bullets and heavy machine guns will be accelerated. With their attributes boosted significantly, the soldiers don't stop raining bullets down. The leader of the squad barks out an order in a stern voice, capture them. Seeing this, Lee Hyun-wook reacts immediately, shouting to block them. Both sides instantly move into fighting stances, as if ready to attack at any moment. Over here, Choi Si-a's eyes show a targeting scope. She stares intently at the gun barrel he is pointing out. At this moment, Seo Eun-ha is slightly confused. They change the ammo attribute without even reloading, but she quickly directs the team, everyone, get behind the shield. She charges forward, doing her best to dodge the incoming fire. Over here, he doesn't dare let his guard down for a second. Choi Joo-hun's pupils widen as he tries to dodge as much as he can, because the power of this attack is no joke. It even forces them to lose their balance and go flying backward, but he quickly lands to avoid injury. That's when Choi Joo-hun realizes the gravity of the situation. Every single one of them is as strong as an entire platoon. What the hell are these things? Suddenly, the attack creates massive blocks of ice covering everything. The soldiers who couldn't get away are trapped inside the ice. In the distance, Lee Hyun-wook is stunned by the scene before him. Seo unable to hide his shock, he wonders, recovery and buffs? This combat style, is that him? The attribute enhancement buff? Over here, Gareth still manages to dodge the attack, not wasting a single second. He leaps away immediately. At the same time, Lee Hyun-wook is still using magic to attack when suddenly, his eyes fill with horror at what he sees. It's as if time and movement have frozen before the raw power of Choi Joo-hun, who is lunging down. Choi Joo-hun smirks triumphantly. You fat piece of trash. I told you to focus on me. But unexpectedly, Gareth's eyes become sharp, as if he had anticipated this. The moment the scorching hot blade is about to touch his face, he glances at it. When Choi Joo-hun swings hard, Gareth simultaneously shifts his body to dodge. This makes Choi Joo-hun grit his teeth in disbelief. This bastard, he realized, even with speed like this. But Choi Joo-hun doesn't give up, raining down attacks. Regardless, Gareth manages to dodge every single one. He even attempts to rush in and strike Choi Joo-hun unexpectedly from behind. The moment the sword hits his fist, Choi Joo-hun is shocked to realize that even though the enemy has a weapon, it seems like Gareth is the one dominating. Choi Joo-hun finds it increasingly hard to believe. He's even keeping up with me? 2 seconds later, a massive explosion occurs. Fire and sparks fly everywhere. Choi Joo-hun is even sent flying back. Caught off guard, he slams hard into the wall behind him, shattering it. Seeing this, Lee Hyun-wook yells out, Sergeant Choi Joo-hun. He keeps shouting, stop the guy doing the buffs over there. Please hold them off until I get back. But Choi Joo-hun is almost completely exhausted. Hold them off? Lee Hyun-wook, you bastard. That's easy for you to say. The priority right now isn't stopping them. He even considers the worst-case scenario. We might actually die. A spark of light appears in the middle of the pitch-black night. Lee Hyun-wook floats in that space, facing that mysterious glow. Then, a voice slowly echoes, clear and distinct. This is the pinnacle of high-tech Namus, the central control room of Laputa. It is one of the few places in the world that can intervene in the system. Hearing this, Lee Hyun-wook clutches his left shoulder and calmly replies, I know. This is where we can fight back against the system. Instantly, the voice speaks up once more. This isn't the time to be surprised. You're about to be erased. Lee Hyun-wook agrees, his brows furrowed tightly. Right. Analyze why I'm being erased first. Suddenly, the system seems to change. His body begins to dissolve. Analyzing administrator error. His face looks incredibly frustrated. He grits his teeth. In front of Lee Hyun-wook are two people whose bodies are also constantly shattering. At the same time, on the system screen, endless streams of information appear. Error analysis result. Error code. Reason. Biological data of the subject is temporarily mismatched. Detected conflict in multiple data streams. Conflicting data list. Player Lee Hyun-wook. Error data. Player exceeds limits. Growth. Level 2. Lee Hyun-wook. In the altered timeline, data logs, incomplete memories, abilities, and the necklace. Grigory Azazel, an entity transformed from an unregistered item. 4. The gluttonous Demon King's remains. Status. Biological existence unstable. Data corruption rate, 68 to 79%, and climbing. Lee Hyun-wook's eyes suddenly widened in shock. He stood frozen, observing the scene before him. A moment later, the system suddenly displayed a notification. Error analysis complete. Cause detected. Multiple registered data collisions. Your current ID is after reading the final line. Lee Hyun-wook, from the altered timeline, hung his head in silence. At that very moment, the notification appeared once more. Item. Grigory Azazel necklace, an entity item. It kept flashing different information. Gluttonous Demon King's Remains, and Error Data, player Lee Hyun-wook, all combined to create this anomaly. You have been classified as an error and will be purged. As the words ended, Lee Hyun-wook glanced back quickly and coughed slightly. So, I'm just a collection of errors. I knew this would happen sooner or later. How do I fix this? Hearing this, it quickly replied, you can resolve this error by separating all the entangled data from the error, but during that process, 3 types of data linked to your error data. Talos's voice was deathly cold. The Grigori Azazel necklace, the entity item, and the Gluttonous Demon King's remains. The memories and skills of Lee Hyun-wook from the altered timeline will be deleted. At this, Lee Hyun-wook knit his brows together, tense. My memories and skills will be deleted. If I lose the power of Azazel here, I'll die. Even if I'm lucky enough to survive, if I lose my memories from my past life, everything I've done will become meaningless. He clutched his shoulder with one hand while turning his head to ask Talos, if you can separate the data, that means you can merge it back together, right? However, only silence from Talos answered him. A moment later, it began to explain in detail. Theoretically, it is possible. However, to merge the data, you must also separate the error data. In that case, the success rate is only 0.0008%, an extremely low probability. You might even lose the error data entirely during that process. Talos didn't seem to be joking. Even if you succeed, with so many data types merging, you might no longer be yourself. Do you still wish to proceed? Hearing this, Lee Hyun-wook slowly closed his eyes and thought in silence. Then, without hesitation, he revealed, I only have one choice left. Lee Hyun-wook tightened his brow, staring at his own clenched fist. Do it. As soon as he spoke, Talos's eyes flashed brightly. Understood. It began to transform the objects and events right in front of Lee Hyun-wook, beginning separation to merge data. I still wanted to say goodbye. After all, there's still a chance you'll be wiped out completely. Seeing that, he couldn't help but turn and shout, Hey, this is the moment you're supposed to encourage me. But Talos was just like a cold machine, announcing, I am starting now. It spoke quickly, proceeding with data separation for merging. Progress, 23%. Warning, high probability of being wiped out during the separation process. Instantly, Lee Hyun-wook's body began to mutate. A moment later, Talos spoke again, proceeding with data separation. Progress, 53%. By now, more than half of Lee Hyun-wook's body had vanished. Talos kept accelerating the process, proceeding with code separation. Current progress, 78%. Warning, data separation speed increasing. Warning, ability to maintain temporary administrator error status is dropping to near zero. Data separation process stopped. This made Lee Hyun-wook incredibly anxious. He screamed, No, don't. His face, which had just opened to yell, began to fade away. Don't stop, no matter what happens. A moment later, Lee Hyun-wook's entire body returned to normal. His feet landed on the ground. In a different scene, giant pillars of ice appeared, blocking his entire view. A man with a gun on his shoulder tried to cover his face with both hands. Nearby, the masked soldier holding the gun tilted his head in surprise, then squinted and said in a low, appreciative voice, I admire you for not giving up, soldier. But we don't need useless sacrifices. Give it up. At this, Lee Hyun-wook's entire body shook uncontrollably as he looked up at the sky. He raised both hands high, then took a stance with his broken sword. What the hell are you talking about? I can't understand your translation at all. Before Lee Hyun-wook stood a wall of ice with countless sharp spikes. A thought immediately surged in his mind. Should I save my team members first? At this point, the soldier didn't hesitate to mock him. You shouldn't even be standing. He quickly balled his hand into a fist, aiming straight at his opponent. I don't like hitting someone who's already stumbling. Instantly, Lee Hyun-wook felt no fear at all. He laughed, replying, You've done enough. Just act like a proper villain, will you? That way, I can play dirty without feeling guilty at all. He immediately swung his sword at his opponent, but the soldier quickly dodged it. The blade and the man's body were only centimeters apart, an extremely dangerous situation. Seeing this, the soldier was taken aback, his eyes and mouth wide open. Then, Lee Hyun-wook swung the broken sword again, forming an arc. He crouched low, sliding across the ground to avoid his opponent's punch. Seeing that, the soldier couldn't help but grit his teeth, his brows knitted tight. Both men swept past each other powerfully and decisively. Just then, a massive, high-speed vortex suddenly appeared above Lee Hyun-wook's head. Across from him, the masked soldier pulled the trigger, the fired bullet creating a strange, patterned design. They quickly flew in front of Lee Hyun-wook. Seeing this, he hurriedly dodged to the side to avoid an unnecessary collision. Instantly, a massive burst of flame erupted. Lee Hyun-wook reflexively leaped high into the air. Once again, he swung his broken sword, shouting, "You only win the game by destroying the main core." Without hesitation, Lee Hyun-wook locked onto the masked soldier. He unleashed a flurry of powerful, sharp slashes at him without any mercy. Lee Hyun-wook couldn't help but let out a grim, ice-cold smirk. Meanwhile, blood gushed continuously from the soldier's body. Gareth couldn't help but shoot a sharp, icy glare behind him, while his system interface displayed several lines of text activating a skill, Counter Armor. Creator, Colonel Gareth Whitman. Effect, reflects a portion of damage. Physical and magical damage are returned to the attacker. A reflection rate of 120% based on the user's defense and focus stats. Activation condition, automatically triggers when attacked. Consumes 10% of the user's HP. Cannot be activated continuously. Warning, 60-second cooldown if the reflected damage is too high. Side effects, may damage the user's muscles and nervous system if activated more than 3 times in a row. The user will fall into a temporary state of paralysis. Elsewhere, Lee Hyun-wook's glasses shattered into 2 pieces, and he bled non-stop. Collapsing to the ground after being sniped, the sniper glanced back coldly and turned to leave, casting a mocking look. What a pity. You could have been a great ranger under my command. Suddenly, countless images of Lee Hyun-wook flashed back into reality. He lay motionless in a pool of blood on the cold floor. The soldier suddenly spoke up. "Attention, this is the next order." With an incredibly cold tone, he commanded, "Capture the Supreme Administrator in the control room." Upon hearing this, the subordinates quickly replied, "Understood, sir." Scene change. Talos's eyes glowed fiercely, and lightning crackled around him as he announced the progress of the process. Command fusion progress, 53%. Half of the main skill data is merging. Lee Hyun-wook's entire body suddenly began to glow blindingly. Talos continued, Command fusion progress, 78%. Final stage, activating stabilization sequence. Target entity being formed. At this moment, he seemed to have fully absorbed the energy. Data fusion, 100%. Fusion sequence complete. All operating data has been merged. Lee Hyun-wook displayed a cold expression, brows furrowed, his eyes revealing 2 strange colors. A man in his suit stood from afar, observing the chaos in the city center. Baek-jun, a level 10 player in Korea, leader of the Daesang Guild, a level 3 guild in South Korea. With one hand in his pocket and the other holding a phone to his ear, he said, "Korean guilds won't have enough resources left to deal with anything else in Seoul because of these internal terrorist attacks." He furrowed his brows, his tone stern. "But is this global chaos really necessary? If a war truly breaks out, how will you respond?" On the other end, a cunning smile appeared as the voice replied, "Respond? Why should we? We stand to gain much more when the whole world tears itself apart." Immediately, Baekjun asked, "But wouldn't our plan be in trouble if South Korea gains control of Laputa?" Hearing this, Gordon couldn't help but remind him, "You're getting old, Baekjun. You worry too much." His eyes narrowed, his tone deep and quiet. The American forces deployed are elite troops specially trained to assassinate S-rankers. With the King of Power unable to act, what's left in Seoul to stop them? Elsewhere, the ice wall stood tall. Lee Hyun-wook still had his eyes closed, floating in midair. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, his face cold as ice. Lee Hyun-wook habitually stared down at the scene below. Talos immediately addressed him. "Warning, damage detected inside Laputa. The cause of the damage is identified as several intruders of unknown identity." Hearing this, Lee Hyun-wook couldn't help but look at those trapped inside the large ice wall, his gaze lowering as he fell silent. Below, lying on the ground, was a body stripped of all strength. Lee Hyun-wook remained silent, his eyes calm yet filled with deep thought. He began to cast his gaze further. Lee Hyun-wook was observing the scene behind the massive ice wall. Suddenly, he stood solemnly in midair and said, "Talos, assess our casualties first." It immediately replied, "Command confirmed." Talos fired a beam of blue light from its eyes and continued, 3 members of the Korean ice team have been identified. No life-threatening injuries detected. One member has a fairly deep, serious wound. However, that person has been given first aid by an unidentified party. As soon as he finished, Lee Hyun-wook warned, "Don't get too close, Talos." Below, countless massive objects continuously shattered the thick ice, using their flames to carry out that difficult task. Suddenly, a giant, iron chain was dropped from among the objects. They quickly approached Lee Hyun-wook decisively. At the same time, the system displayed a notification. U.S. Military Special Equipment, M7 Smart Mine. Smart Mine function, releases magic chains instead of exploding. Automatically captures targets within a 10-meter radius. When resisting, the chains tighten and become stronger, preventing the player from recovering mana and preventing the use of skills. Note, capable of restraining even a level 5 player, immobilizing them for a certain period. A while later, Lee Hyun-wook was wrapped tightly by the iron chains, unable to struggle. At that moment, a voice immediately ordered, "Surrender now. The members of your team have been neutralized." Gareth furrowed his brows and said, "South Korea doesn't have the strength to control Laputa. Hand over the control authority. If you do that, your team in South Korea won't have to suffer any more losses." Hearing this, Lee Hyun-wook showed a cold face. "Is this really how you people operate? You steal everything from those weaker than you." "Huh. Instructor, no. Colonel Gareth Whitman of the R.S." At this moment, both were at a distance sufficient for a direct confrontation. A moment later, Gareth couldn't hold back, his brows furrowing deep. You dare mention RS? A secret like that?" His eyes turned pitch black, teeth gritted in sheer rage. "I don't know what kind of AI you are, but since you know about us, you aren't getting away. We're taking him." As the words left his lips, a giant man suddenly emerged from behind him. "Understood, my lord." At that same moment, a bright red mark appeared at the corner of Jun-guk's eye. Crushed the metal to dust. No sooner had he spoken than the chains, which were supposed to be indestructible, shattered into pieces. Seeing this, Gareth hurriedly stopped his subordinate. "Wait, Lucky, back off." Meanwhile, Lee Hyun-wook managed to break free from the cold iron chains, and without a second thought, he began to manipulate the metal. Lucky still refused to give up, furiously rushing forward. "I can take him down." "Sir." The moment those words left his lips, a massive flame erupted. It surged forward with overwhelming power. Lee Hyun-wook just smirked dismissively. "Fool, you should have followed your commander's orders." Without hesitation, he slammed his hand into his opponent's chest, twisting the metal and controlling it. Lee Hyun-wook then coldly unleashed a powerful blast of force toward Gareth. Instantly, he coughed up blood, his eyes losing focus. Meanwhile, Lee Hyun-wook remained eerily calm, his eyes glowing with intensity. He then darted toward one of the soldiers with incredible speed. Seeing this, Gareth couldn't help but furrow his brow in command. "We have to destroy Laputa. Take him down at any cost." The system quickly displayed information. Skill activated. Skill name, Maximum Attribute Enhancement. Caster, Colonel Gareth Whitman. Target, Sergeant Camilla Serrano. Effect, increases mana, enhances bullet attributes by 43 times. Attribute conversion speed increased by 450%. Mana consumption reduced by 45%. Duration, 30 seconds. Additional description, accelerates attribute transformation. For heavy machine guns, it provides an overwhelming boost to power attributes. Lee Hyun-wook's entire body kept lunging straight ahead. Seeing this, the soldier raised his gun once again and fired wildly. "Copy that, sir." At the same time, Lee Hyun-wook spread his palm wide, focusing his aura. He hovered in the air, continuously darting forward. A massive flame quickly engulfed the surrounding area. The sight left the sniper wide-eyed. Who the hell is he? How is he blocking all the mana-infused bullets? Even with maximum buffs, Lee Hyun-wook just coldly demanded, "Get out of the way," and stared at his opponent, saying, "Metal disassembly." By now, the distance between them had closed significantly. Meanwhile, the girl in the iron armor seemed to have lost consciousness elsewhere. Lee Hyun-wook charged forward aggressively, sword in hand. Gareth couldn't help but knit his brows tightly, completely bewildered. Lee Hyun-wook had already reached his opponent, launching a fierce assault. The system once again displayed several lines of text. Skill activated. Skill name, Armor Rebound. Creator, Colonel Gareth Whitman. Effect, reflects a portion of the physical and magic damage received back onto the attacker. The reflection rate is 120%, based on the user's defense and focus stats. Trigger condition, automatically triggers when attacked. Consumes 10% of the user's HP. Cannot be triggered continuously. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Warning, if the reflected damage is too great, secondary injuries may affect the user's muscles and nervous system. If triggered more than 3 times consecutively, the user will fall into a state of temporary paralysis. Lee Hyun-wook attacked, causing blood to stream down Gareth's head. He glanced to the side, watching the blood spray, and panicked. That bastard. He was baiting me with those light attacks. Lee Hyun-wook said coldly, "I knew you'd use that skill, Colonel." His voice was chillingly calm. A 60-second cooldown. You can't use your immortality skill during that time. I've already figured out how to deal with you in combat. Lee Hyun-wook opened his palm, firing a blue aura toward his opponent. "Just give up. There's something you need to do in the future, and I don't want to kill you. You already know the intel on South Korea and Laputa is false, but Gareth still refused to surrender. How ridiculous. You're trying to bribe me? Do you think a soldier would abandon his mission that easily?" The moment he finished, Lee Hyun-wook revealed his dual-colored eyes and continued, "Most high-level players in the world have disappeared one by one. Day by day, more disputes have erupted between the major powers. Look at Laputa. Every nation attacked at the same time, on the same day." At this moment, the soldier, his mouth smeared with blood, knelt on the ground, still furious. He and the girl kneeling nearby listened to Lee Hyun-wook's confident tone. "Doesn't that strike you as strange?" Hearing this, Gareth furrowed his brow again. "Other nations won't stop attacking just because we retreat. We must occupy Laputa to ensure the world's safety. All national forces, prepare to engage." As soon as he spoke, Lee Hyun-wook didn't hesitate to call out, "Talos, open the armory." It quickly responded to the request, opening the main armory. Instantly, there was a spatial fluctuation. The soldier immediately looked confused, and the curly-haired girl dropped her jaw in astonishment as countless blue streams of energy circled the island. Objects began to float and gather in the sky. Seeing this, Lee Hyun-wook reminded him once more, "I told you to stop." Hearing this, Gareth wore an expression of extreme surprise. Meanwhile, in another scene, B-Sun glanced at the phone by his ear. There was a strange guy on the other end. "He must be the one who's been blocking our path all this time." Gordon just smiled, continuing to listen. If he is a level 5 that the military secretly developed based on what he's done, he didn't hesitate to consider the worst-case scenario. We must also account for the defeat of the USRS team. A moment later, Gordon spoke in a low voice. "An S level is not on our list. Put him at the top of the assassination list, just like we always do." Switching scenes too. Gareth, he furrowed his brow, his dark eyes lost in thought. "Nonsense. What level A? That bastard is definitely level S." Gareth stared at Lee Hyun-wook, completely perplexed. "But what is this? This superhuman strength completely overwhelms all the battles I've fought. No, my instincts are telling me. This is an existence never before seen in this world's system." Opposite him, Lee Hyun-wook opened his palm wide, his eyes cold as ice. The Steel Emperor, a predator on an entirely new level. Returning to the fight, Lee Hyun-wook stretched out his hand, filled with power, reaching toward Gareth. Gareth's pupils dilated as he thought, "We can't win against this monster." But then, Gareth's indomitable will flared up. He remembered his comrades, but for the AGS, abandoning a mission was never an option. Gareth's entire body, suspended in mid-air, held by his power, Hyun-wook spoke with a serious, negotiating tone. "I'm offering you a deal." Gareth thought he had misheard him. "What did you say?" His mouth twitched as he whispered, "I'll give you all some time to think." Stunned into momentary silence, Titan and Raven stood below, ready for any situation. After dropping those words, Hyun-wook inadvertently shoved Gareth downward. "I'll give you all some time to think." As Gareth fell freely, he was luckily caught by a man below. Looking at him with a hint of heartlessness, he smirked and said, "Until this situation is resolved." It seemed the Titans were quite impatient. "Colonel, we can still fight. Give the order." The girl beside him nodded in agreement. Gareth, terrified, immediately stopped them. "Ceasefire, stand by for orders." Raven was confused, but then all three of them looked up, admiring Hyun-wook's physique. "He's offering a deal, even though he could easily overwhelm us. Right now, he hasn't shown any signs of slowing down his arrogance. We need to figure out his true intentions first." Scene shift to another location. Forces restraining in battle, running around like madmen. In another country, Hyun-wook's face darkened as he raised his hand, summoning a terrifying power metal manipulation. The whole area was filled with a suffocating atmosphere. A few people held torches to light up the dark space, but suddenly, everyone there was hit by a current of blue lightning that blasted them into the air, causing them to panic. "What the hell is this?" Even the main units couldn't withstand that pressure. Everyone seemed to be pulled toward the Laputa machine at the center. Talos, nimble after completing its mission, had neutralized all hostile behavior within the scan range. Satisfied, he spoke, "Good." Now Hyun-wook's face crinkled as he grit his teeth and ordered it to fire Laputa main cannon. Logado Aura. Immediately after, Talos emitted a blinding light. "Yes, master." On this side, Gareth was shocked into silence. Beneath the sharp muzzle of Laputa, everyone present was swept away. A true nightmare had been unleashed by Hyun-wook's own hands. Sending this message to all terrorists and invaders, he tilted his chin. "You won't even see the ground. There will only be one warning shot." Hyun-wook's tyrannical empire was about to be unveiled. It arrived, tending to the soldiers' wounds. Watching the helicopter fly overhead, he seemed quite relaxed and satisfied. Then, the colonel strode forward, breaking the quiet atmosphere. Since the goal from the beginning was to suppress, no one had to die, right? Hyun-wook reflexively turned back, saying indifferently, "I know. That's why a deal like this could happen, right?" Every word he uttered was so accurate that Gareth couldn't argue. If there had been casualties, the situation would have been completely different. Glancing at him, Gareth was surprised. "You've returned to your original form already? Was that a kind of combat mode?" Hyun-wook's patience was limited. "Have you made your decision?" But Gareth ignored him. "Let me ask you one thing." Seal unable to hold back, he had to probe. "Why did you only offer this deal to the US side?" Hearing this, Hyun-wook burst into laughter. "I offered it to you, Colonel, not to the United States." At that moment, Gareth felt like he'd been struck by lightning. "I really can't figure out what you're planning." His heart gradually grew fonder of the person before him, but I don't feel any malice in it. Then, he gently took his arm. It was a gesture of friendly cooperation. The sun had risen. Gareth was restless, wanting to learn more about Hyun-wook. "I guess I'll just have to find out little by little." A few days later, the invaders had retreated to their country. The soldiers, covered in wounds, limped back, and of course, only after providing proper compensation. Once again, a massacre had occurred. Conversely, the terrorists interfered with the investigation, claiming that the masterminds had all died on the same day at the same hour. Cut to the hospital. Yang Jun was entirely wrapped in bandages, except for Corporal Choi. Yang Jun was severely injured, while the other team members returned to their unit as soon as they recovered. At the training ground, Eunha flew up along with shattered glass pieces, thanks to Titan's punch. She was only able to enjoy this right on the ring. Kim Se-hee was no exception. Raven wrapped her arms around her neck with a sharp blade. "Stay still, pretty girl." The bullying of the newcomers had to stop when Gareth's majestic voice echoed, "That's enough." No, more accurately, they were being sent to train with the US military in South Korea. He widened his eyes, walked forward with a crooked mouth and gritted teeth. "And jumping? If you're tired, don't push yourself. Go get some rest." The new recruits, thought Gareth, was so kind, but who knew such flowery words were just sarcasm? After all, Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook is doing all the heavy lifting anyway, right? Besides, our RS team isn't learning anything from this session. It seemed he was too arrogant about his own team. "If you guys know what's good for you, go to the corner and eat your rations, okay?" Beads of sweat rolled down Junmo, and he breathed with difficulty. Kim Se-hee was silent, but her eyes were full of resentment. Even strong Eunha couldn't hide her discomfort. Hyun-wook's figure strolled in amidst the loud shouting. "You brats, I'm fine, now get the hell out of here." A wave of respect for the man he was dedicated to Gareth washed over him. Colonel Gareth Whitman, a talented commander and the best trainer. All the RS agents were masterpieces trained by his own hands. Just thinking about it made Hyun-wook smile with pleasure. And he was the last commander of the United States who fought against the villains until the very end in my past life. Glancing at where they were struggling, he was pleased and satisfied. There is no ally more reliable than him. Talos sat hovering above the prime location. Now, the next step was where its eyes suddenly emitted a blinding light. Laputa struck the city. A streak of blue lightning, a wide area buff, was being deployed across Seoul, where Laputa was stationed. Blessing effect, recovery speed, mana increase, resistance to psychological status effects like confusion and madness. The magic circle moved to the large building. Baiseon stretched, her eyes accidentally catching the strange sight. "It's here." Rom gasped in awe. This is what Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook was talking about. Behind them, Hyun-wook stood with both hands in his pockets, standing heroically on his own tower. Above his head, the information displayed: setting region, Balabor. Using Back Seal's workshop as the center. Region characteristics, Balabor. Magical Technology Special Zone, Balabor Region. Magic Engineering District, crafting experience plus 50%, crafting success rate plus 50%, chance of creating mutated works plus 70%. His messy hair fluttered in the passing breeze. This was the true power of Laputa. Thanks to the mana recovery boost, the efficiency of crafters would skyrocket, and with equipment and tools of high quality being churned out en masse, thanks to the Bali-Buber effect, the standard of equipment in every field would be upgraded in the blink of an eye. Alone in the quiet of the night, Jun-wook was lost in a tangle of thoughts. His eyes were beautiful, yet heavy with unspoken burdens. I've finally succeeded in changing one of the greatest currents of Laputa. Will this change bring a glimmer of hope to the future? Jun-wook had asked himself that question many times. Or are we still heading straight into the darkness? The room was vast but devoid of light. Gordon sat haughtily, his hand raised, obscuring half his face. "I don't understand." The headache mounted, and overthinking caused Gordon to lose his cool. Be it the small country of South Korea clearing out the soul monster wave, or the matter regarding RS failing to seize Laputa, these were things that absolutely could not fail. Yet, why? He recalled the overflowing power of Jun-wook and grew suspicious. Could it be that his power level alone isn't enough to explain this situation? Gordon's brows were almost touching, a sign of his deep frustration. There must be something else. I have to find it. Like an emperor on his throne, he was driven by a burning need to find the root and the true essence of this unsettling feeling. 1 month later, in the magic engineering city of Seoul, at the Republic of Korea Army General Staff Headquarters, a press conference was underway with a huge crowd in attendance. The female presenter stood before the Laputa machine and spoke clearly. Today marks exactly 1 month since the incident, Laputa. We are broadcasting live from the site of the International Press Conference in South Korea. The frustrated audience began holding up their signs in unison. Her voice remained steady. South Korea, the country that has always ignored international pressure to share information regarding Laputa. Share your technology already. It was expected that they would hold a press conference to clarify their position for the first time. On the podium, Hyun stood solemnly before the microphone. It seemed the announcement was about to begin. The atmosphere was as tense as a tightened wire. He showed no expression. Jung Ki-han, President of the Republic of Korea. The breaking news was announced immediately by Ki-han. Greetings, citizens of the world. We are gathered here today to announce the establishment of a new South Korean military unit. The reporters below whispered in surprise. A new unit? The person next to them asked, confused. Isn't this a press conference about Laputa? Why? His voice grew louder and louder. A special unit exclusively tasked with managing Laputa. Stomping footsteps echoed out. Real warriors stepped onto the stage and lined up neatly. They will contribute to the security of South Korea and, by extension, world peace. Kan's arms suddenly spread wide as he fiercely declared, introducing the Black Steel Female Regiment, proudly welcoming you, Brigadier General Choi Jung-guk. And next, the Deputy Colonel, Kim Kang-chul. He spoke with strength and authority. 1 air battalion, 3 artillery battalions, along with logistics and medical support battalions, totaling 3 armored and infantry battalions. The high-ranking officials were left in total shock. That equipment, every single piece is top tier, rank A or higher. The man with glasses stuttered, unable to believe it. To produce that many items in just 1 month, the stage lights shone brightly on the warriors. Finally, the reporters began snapping photos continuously. So as not to miss a single moment, the Seoul Unha unit is strictly disciplined. Kyun's voice remained powerful as he roared. A unit that is completely autonomous, independent, and not bound by any conventional military organization. The young, talented faces of the Black Steel platoon. Jung-guk stood there, looking incredibly cool as he was introduced. Platoon leader of the Black Steel platoon and the master of the S-rank Laputa of South Korea. He was chillingly cold. He didn't even manage a smile. The great master is Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook. As the information sank into everyone's minds, the reporters went wild. Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook, what is the secret to possessing Laputa? With this level of military power, aren't you aiming to conquer the world instead of clearing gates? They kept spewing toxic questions. Laputa is too dangerous for one country to hold alone. You must hand over Laputa to the UN for immediate control. Jung-guk's teammates glared at them with open disgust. These bastards, what a bunch of lunatics. Not far away, Choi Jung-cheon rolled his eyes in frustration. Just as expected, the world's interest and wariness regarding Laputa only increased, never decreased. At this rate, the government will make a scene like this every time we move Laputa. His eyes brightened again, showing absolute trust. But you had already anticipated this situation, right? Choi Jung-cheon was excited to see his next move. All right, what crazy stunt are you going to pull this time? Taking the fidye, microphone in his hand, Jung-guk spoke softly. I am a new S-rank of South Korea. Below, all 10 microphones, large and small, were shoved right into his face. Jung-guk honestly admitted, no, I was originally an F-rank player. The surrounding air began to freeze. The reporters were stunned, unable to sit or stand still. But the next words out of his mouth left them frozen solid. However, I discovered that F-rank players have their own unique way of developing, and finally, I was able to reach the realm of an S-rank. On the podium, Kian was sweating bullets. Didn't we agree to keep that a secret? Without a hint of hesitation or fear, Jung-guk dove straight to the point. If anyone can break through the F-rank barrier just like I did, they too could clear. After taking down those monsters and obtaining a legendary item, Kim Ha-young-woo felt quite amused and let out a hearty laugh, as if he'd just hit the jackpot. He even generously suggested, if there's any AI out there currently being ignored or discriminated against just for being an F-rank, please come to South Korea. Despite the chaos unfolding all around, Hyun-woo kept laughing in high spirits. South Korea, Laputa, and I, the great Emperor of Iron, Kim Hyun-woo, will train you all. Now, the real chaos truly began. Reporters swarmed, bombarding him with questions. An F rank, becoming an S rank. Is that even possible? Is it for real? Frantic phone calls flooded in. Where's the intelligence unit? Quickly. Hold on to the F ranks in the country. Instantly, the higher-ups were fuming. What? You just kicked an F rank out? Are you all out of your minds? I don't care how much money it costs. Recruit the F ranks immediately. After that day, the attention on Laputa vanished in the blink of an eye, and thanks to that, he was able to silently prepare his next move. Thanos asked in confusion, is this mineral Regressed? Hyun-wook was lost in his own world, thinking, I have so much to research. I might even dream about this in my sleep. Sehee and her teammates were busy carrying large logs on their shoulders while Titan just sat on top. Hyun-wook's strength had far surpassed what it was in his past life. He had saved many comrades and even acquired Laputa. He stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the massive flying fortress. From now on, Hyun-wook had to prepare a path for total victory, not just any random move. His files, filled with photos, were laid out on the table. An application for an overseas deployment. Night fell, but it was far too loud as bombs continued to rain down. Inside, the worm monsters had crawled out. They used their teeth to slaughter every human they could find. To stop the sacrifices, the gates slowly creaked open. Taking the first step was Hyun-wook. Using his wings, he hovered in mid-air. Before him, Emilia was bathing. He lowered himself closer to her, to stop the corruption of the world tree. Watching the weak Emilia before him, Hyun-wook remained cold as ice. She was kneeling, looking like she was in great pain from the bleeding wounds on her body. A thing that was supposed to be humanity's greatest threat with Laputa. Emilia's eyes shimmered, pleading for help. Save the saintess of the world tree. Before he was reincarnated in the old republic, Liam and Hyun-wook were sitting by a fire trying to stay warm. He asked urgently, are you all right? Liam waved his hand and replied, the miasma today is just too heavy. His eyes were filled with sadness. It's all because of the tree guardians. We can't protect the world tree and the saintess. Liam confided in Hyun-wook that the terrifying miasma radiating from this polluted world tree had strengthened the power of all monsters across the world while simultaneously weakening humanity. The scene of the now decaying world tree appeared a global-scale penalty. If only we hadn't lost the world tree and the saintess. He fell silent, deep in thought. In another timeline, Hyun-wook was standing beside Emilia. He looked at her thoughtfully. Emilia sat under the world tree. After a moment, she stood up and looked at everyone. Emilia Soliate, saintess of the world tree. The two sisters beside her asked anxiously, Saintess, are you all right? It's too dangerous. Please, you must evacuate immediately. Ignoring the panic of the two beside her, Emilia quickly cast a magic circle. Hyun-wook was surrounded by the spell's effects. The system voice chimed in, Blessing of the world tree. Sephiroth's blessing. A portion of the world tree's vitality has been granted to the target. Effects. Vitality and stamina recovery speed plus 30%. Resistance to poison and paralysis plus 30%. Physical enhancement plus 30%. Hearing this, he secretly thought, one of the top-tier buffs, physical enhancement, the blessing of the world tree, really? While he was still wondering, but why did she suddenly bestow this on me? Emilia, down below, raised her voice. What are you doing, just standing there like a statue? Hyun-wook immediately asked, I'm sorry, what did you just say? She bluntly replied, go and quickly take care of the remaining monsters outside. If we rely only on the tree guardians, we won't be able to hold out for long. After saying that, Emilia didn't forget to add, come find me when you're done. Hyun-wook was left stunned. The saintess of the world tree, I heard rumors that she had a rather strange personality, but he furrowed his brows in suspicion. Seeing it in person, she's even more than the rumors suggest. Taking the order, Hyun-wook flew toward the exit. He and Kibuka wiped out the worm monsters. The people being attacked were screaming, begging for help. Save me. The worm monsters tore the citizens apart savagely. Hyun-wook saw the drone and called it over. Talos, Slepnia, drone exclusive to the Black Iron Platoon. Scanning complete. Monster locations identified. The drone scanned the entire area. It was displaying the monster locations on the map. He looked at the map, knitted his brows, and clicked his tongue. These guys are living organisms, so my metal. Manipulation magic doesn't work on them. If we keep hunting them one by one, casualties will only rise. Suddenly, Hyun-wook noticed something on the map. What is this? The monsters are suddenly gathering in one spot. Immediately after, the drone's voice chimed in, analysis complete. These monsters have a habit of being attracted to humans with strong vital energy. Following that, its voice spoke up again to inform him. Currently, the person with the strongest vital energy in this city is you, Master. You have just received the blessing of the world tree. He heard this and his expression darkened. She blessed me. already having calculated this. By now, Hyung-woo was surrounded by the worm monsters. This Lunano, this Saintess Amelia. He began casting magic. All right, I like it. Then, attacking the worm monsters from all sides from midair, Hyung-woo summoned the black hands of the Cloud Master, creating a massive vortex of energy. A metal gale. The shocking sight made Kibuka look up. He couldn't help but think, I thought the scenes of him on TV were exaggerated. Turns out he then blurted out, acknowledging him as the great Emperor of Iron, Kim Hyung-woo. In front of the fortress, Kibuka was still deep in thought. This guy, he's the real deal. Inside the vast, magnificent space, which was nevertheless severely cracked, Hyung-woo walked behind Luna. They stopped at the door. She gestured for him to enter. Kibuka and Amelia were sitting there, enjoying life. She held up a bottle of liquor and said, "You're here? Want a drink?" Seeing that, Hyung-woo felt a bit awkward and replied, "No, thanks. I'll pass." She's not even using a glass, just going straight for the bottle. Sitting below, Amelia, who knows if she was already drunk, praised him. "You handled those monsters well." Beside him, he crossed his arms and snorted, dismissing the idea. "Without you, our World Tree Guardians could handle this easily, and then some." Kibuka still tried to maintain a stern expression. Kibuka, captain of the World Tree Guardians, clearly didn't care for formalities. Hyun-gup slumped onto the ground, his mouth running nonstop. "I'll get straight to the point. What's going on with the World Tree?" The two of them froze for 5 seconds, stunned by Hyun-gup's logic. He had been perfectly on point. The Republic must have been an extremely reclusive nation. The more he spoke, the more suspicious Hyun-gup became. And yet, they accepted my proposal for a friendly exchange way too easily. Seol Ha glanced at him with a disdainful look. "Planning something crazy again, are we?" Hyun-gup's bitter internal monologue echoed. "It was so easy that I feel like a fool for even planning to negotiate, let alone infiltrate." Summoning all his mental focus, he pieced the events together and concluded. They had added conditions, keep it secret, and Hyun-gup must go alone. Weaving these clues together, Hyun-gup grew confident in his deduction. This meant the World Tree was in trouble, and they couldn't find a solution themselves. "That's something you probably verified beforehand, which is why you called me here to borrow Laputa's power." After a pause, Kibuka suddenly looked at Amelia in confusion. She gently pulled down the sleeve of her coat, revealing an arm that looked rough and severely burned. Hyun-gup was stunned. Without waiting long, she began to explain. "As the Saintess, my life is directly connected to the World Tree. You could say the tree's condition is my condition. A few days ago, strange spots started appearing on me." Amelia clutched her arm and shared further. "The problem is, we don't know the cause. Because I don't feel anything abnormal with the World Tree itself." With a look of genuine desperation, she looked up at him, seeking help. "That's why we called you. We thought maybe Laputa would have a way to fix it." Hearing this, Hyun-gup fell into deep thought. Everything felt strange, and a wave of unease washed over him. Hyun-gup had already read all the data on the World Tree stored in Laputa, but there was zero information about this phenomenon. The image of Liam flashed through his mind, words from a survivor of the Republic. Having pondered for a while, Hyun-gup finally spoke clearly. "The corruption is starting from the very center of the World Tree." He calmly looked at them and requested, "We will find the cause if we examine the core. So please, take me to the center of the World Tree." Kibuka's ear must have been itching because he roared, "Are you insane? The center of the World Tree is the source itself. That's not a place for an outsider to—" He couldn't even get near it, but Amelia, the opposite of him, was as light as a feather, sealing the deal and infuriating him. The indifferent Saintess, Amelia, downed a bottle of liquor and stood up. "I'm the one about to die. So why are you the one screaming in protest?" Whether he's allowed or not, Kibuka fell into a panic. That may be true, but, downing another gulp of wine, she said softly, "Don't worry. I have things I need to confirm myself, and if he has any evil intentions, we can just trap him inside this World Tree forever." Faster than lightning, Amelia brought Hyun-gup to the World Tree. They stood at the mouth of the branches, stretching outward. Blinding light flooded his vision. It originated from the giant heart standing in the middle. Experiencing this for the first time, Hyun-gup was moved. "So this is the center of the World Tree. I can feel a massive life force, completely different from mana." He observed it very carefully, but at first glance, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Sensing something new, he felt a jolt at his waist. Hyun-gup was startled by a sword-leaking chaotic energy. Without a second thought, he threw it away, causing her to panic and try to stop him. The sword reflected through his glasses, and Kibuka lunged desperately, trying to catch it. Sadly, his hand grabbed nothing but air. The burning sword approached the giant heart. Currently, Hyun-gup could only ponder deeply. His eyes didn't see it, but he felt something that shouldn't be there. Just as it was about to reach its target, suddenly, an iron bar shot out. Kibuka was so angry he felt like vomiting blood and cursed, "Damn it. That thing had pierced out from the giant heart. The sound of metal clashing rang out. Inside, the Red Knight was happily holding his gear, talking nonstop. This magic is so refined that its only downside is that it will shatter under the slightest impact. The two people below looked up, completely stunned. Even so, I didn't expect you to actually attack the center. The heart is starting to spread, overwhelming everything around it, truly living up to the fame of the great Iron Emperor. Finally, everything was swallowed inside. He sat on a pile of leeches like a god. We met sooner than expected, but I think this is destiny. Nice to meet you. Just call me the Red Knight. Even Amelia was impressed by the Red Knight's charisma. Is it an illusion? And a type of spell strong enough to deceive the World Tree's senses, too. Hyun-wook ran a script in his brain. A villain? But I don't have any memories of this guy. Talking too much ruins the vibe. Hyun-wook charged forward aggressively. Watching him, he felt a wave of questions rise. Was he the one behind the World Tree's corruption? Faster than a flash, the Red Knight held his sword to Hyun-wook's throat. Just need to take this guy down. Caught off guard, he was slashed, blood trickling from his neck. The Red Knight triumphantly prepared to deliver the finishing blow. Then, I'll excuse myself. He quickly slashed at his head, fully confident he was dead. But seeing Hyun-wook still standing firm without moving an inch, the Red Knight wasn't too surprised. In fact, he was even a bit pleased. Seems like you're worth looking forward to. In the moment the blade passed his head, Hyun-wook had used reinforcement to harden his neck. Without wasting a second, Hyun-wook immediately lunged to fight to the death. He swung his heavy weapon repeatedly at the guy's head. Seeing this, the Red Knight shot Hyun-wook a dirty look, and instantly used his weapon to counterattack. Both of them sparred from bottom to top, from morning until night, oblivious to the world. Witnessing that, Amelia and Kibuka could only step aside to move on. She stood beneath the giant heart covered in monster leeches, while Kibuka climbed up. He tried his best to rip them off one by one. Below, Amelia was in constant pain, clutching her heart and coughing up blood. Her cough caught Kibuka's attention. In a crisis, he tried to analyze the situation. If he forcibly ripped them off, the Saintess would be injured too. He couldn't force them out. On the other side, Hyun-wook and the Red Knight were still fiercely dueling. Taking the opportunity while he was blocked by the lightning spear, Hyun-wook intended to use his sickle to attack. The Red Knight quickly dodged the shock damage. Even then, he still complimented him. Your skill proficiency and close-quarters combat level are both exceptional. Hyun-wook quickly replied, thinking to himself that, ultimately, this is a world where being skilled in only one thing makes it hard to survive. Though he appeared calm on the outside, deep down he admitted that even though it was his first time trading blows with him, he was truly powerful. Hyun-wook recalled memories from his past life, comparing him to be as strong as Gordon's teammates from his previous life, or perhaps even stronger than them. If it were him before he had Laputa, his head would have been separated from his neck after the very first strike. He grabbed his arm and twisted it a few times to loosen up. Afterward, Hyun-wook's pupils glowed with a shimmering rainbow light as he quietly affirmed, "But the me of today is far different." Sich Hep smiled mockingly. "Looks like you finally decided to get serious." Even though he was being bound by tree roots, he shouted seriously, "If that's the case, I must prepare properly too." Sich Hep kicked off the ground, springing toward the opening above. Kibuka, meanwhile, was now being cautious. No more playing around with this piece of trash, he thought. The illusion had vanished, and the condition of the center was deteriorating rapidly. No, the terrible state that had been hidden by the illusion was only just now truly revealed. Kibuka continued, "In this situation, I have no choice but to trust the information about Laputa. I don't like your little tricks at all, but at any cost, you must save the Saintess." He jumped up in pursuit, declaring that Kibuka would handle that parasite himself. Hyun-wook called out after him, "Wait, going alone is too dangerous." He told himself that he couldn't just leave the Saintess behind. Hyun-wook secretly calculated that he had to resolve this center section quickly so he could go support him. Scene shift. Kibuka had just jumped to the upper level. As soon as he set foot down, he felt blood beneath his feet. Si Chiep was standing there, surrounded by corpses. He mocked him. "You're a bit late, guardian of the World Tree." Kibuka silently observed those who had been brutally murdered here. Si Chiep wiped the blood off his blood sword and continued, "But regardless, thanks to the guards and the maids who gave me such a warm welcome." He pointed his sword at Kibuka, sneering. The waiting time wasn't all that boring. Si Chiep's eyes suddenly narrowed. Kibuka had lunged forward with a punch straight at his chest. He focused intensely, watching his opponent while he also appeared surprised by the golden power in front of him. That punch created a streak of light following Si Chiep's flight path. He was knocked upward, surrounded by shattered earth and stone. Si Chiep still remained calm, just curling his lip in contempt. Kibuka, meanwhile, managed to jump up to continue closing the distance. He kicked out with immense power, a super-powered stomp directed straight at the stomach of Siege Hip. While he was still suspended in the air, Kibuka successfully slammed him into the ground, causing the surrounding area to crack into a web of fissures. Through his black visor, he looked down at his feet, but didn't see Shichhep, only stone fragments. Kibuka mocked him. "You really are just a little rat." Sichhep appeared hovering behind him. Sichhep spoke up. "If you want to change locations, just ask politely." He smoothed his hair and continued, "But I must admit one thing." Sichhep looked around, assessing. "This place is extremely suitable to be a grave to end a person's life." Kibuka retorted, "This is the plane of the defeated. Monsters crawl out from the gates, those species that dare to trespass and invade the world tree." He took off his cloak, revealing a magic circle on his back, affirming, "This is the graveyard of the defeated, where all of them perish and are buried by me by the very hands of this Kibuka." On his powerful, muscular body, golden magic lines intertwined. They surfaced and enveloped Kibuka's form. He tensed up, radiating a massive wave of power. Opposite him, Sichhep just curled his lip in calm mockery. Kibuka lifted a massive stone block with his bare hands, then flung the rock flying straight towards Sichhep. He swung his sword without bothering to dodge, looking straight at the giant block. A series of rapid slashes were unleashed, slicing the rock into many small pieces. Sichhep pierced through them, heading toward Kibuka. He launched slashes at him, blood sprayed out along with the sound of tearing flesh. Kibuka pulled his hand back into a fist to prepare a counterattack. A golden, glowing punch was unleashed in a flash, knocking Sichhep far away, slamming his back into a rock formation. He staggered out with the cliffside deeply indented from his body. Kibuka lunged forward in a flash, his leg raised high, preparing to strike. The kick was unleashed. A speck of light flared along with the trajectory of the force. Kibuka mocked him. "Nice pose. But it's nothing special." He brushed off his head, bored, and walked away, leaving behind Sichhep's headless body and a long streak created by the kick just now. Suddenly, Kibuka froze. The ground shook, a mystical sound echoed. The one chosen by the world tree, along with the saintess. Sichhep staggered to his feet, even though blood was flowing in streams. His skin was as hard as the scales of an ancient dragon. His muscular power rivaled that of a frost giant, an entity surpassing even S-rank, standing beneath the radiance of the world tree. Kibuka, the war god, slowly turned his head to look. From within Sichhep's body, tentacles, with heads full of sharp fangs emerged. He exclaimed, "What a truly beautiful power." Kibuka looked over, thinking to himself, "This guy, is he not human? No, his true identity doesn't matter." The tentacles coiled together, revealing a glowing eye. He wondered why he could feel the life force of the world tree radiating from him. Kibuka shouted, "How dare you? A filthy parasite like you." He lunged forward with a punch and demanded, "What have you done to the sacred world tree?" From the dust cloud in front of him, at Kibuka's arm, a red streak appeared. His arm had been sliced off, though it was unclear when. Holding the severed arm in his hand, Sichhep's voice turned eerie, mocking, "You poor, pathetic guardian. Your power stems from the life force the world tree bestows upon you," he asserted, "but you were only granted a small, meager portion." Sichhep concluded, "Therefore, this is the obvious outcome." Kibuka gritted his teeth, groaning in pain. His arm had now shrunk and was withering away. Sichhep radiated the dark aura of the world tree. From within the thick smoke, the Blood Knight appeared, declaring, "Because all of the life force of the world tree already belongs to me. It belongs to this Blood Knight." Suddenly, Kibuka channeled his internal energy. After that, he transformed into his primitive, muscular form. Scene shift to Kibuka's past. At that time, he was sitting in front of the world tree. The person the world tree chose first was not the saintess. He just sat there looking at the tree, muttering. Suddenly, the guards ahead panicked as if they had seen a ghost, a small, feeble tribe, a name not even known to the AI. Back when the world tree was young and just sprouting, it radiated a shimmering light. In that situation, what the world tree needed wasn't flowers. But, suddenly, a Tyrannosaurus Rex appeared, smashing the surrounding villages before everyone's terrified eyes. Kibuka calmly stepped up to face it as the narrator's voice resounded again about the protector of the world tree, a thorn capable of guarding it. After just a moment, he defeated it. Not only that, Kibuka also managed to control the green giants. Fast forward to the present, he is now on the battlefield with a much stronger physique. He has conquered hundreds of portals, preventing thousands of invasions. Kibuka took the glasses off a soldier and put them on as an indelible mark. Until the world tree bloomed with its flower, a saintess was born, symbolizing hope, and the Tree Guardian Corps was established from the power of that flower. Until the Republic was officially founded, he seemed to have spent his entire life protecting the world tree. That lone thorn is the existence named Kibuka. Returning to reality, Kibuka is being dealt critical blows by the Blood Knight. Afterward, the guy stood there, praising, truly flawless. As expected, his wounds healed in just a few seconds. The guy commented again, an overwhelming physique accompanied by nearly immortal regenerative abilities. Unexpectedly, as Kibuka stood there deep in thought, an arm that had been severed had long since regrown. Is what that parasite said true? He shifted his gaze toward where the guy was standing, then thought in terror that he had actually stolen the entire life force of the world tree. At that moment, the Blood Knight was also transforming. Outside, Lee Hyun-wook and Emilia were still discussing. He raised the question, if we deal with those leeches, can the wounds on the heart recover? She immediately replied, it's possible, but can you do it? Once you attack, they will go crazy and riot, you know. After speaking, they glanced toward the parasite worms. Lee Hyun-wook tossed out the coins and reassured her, don't worry, just brace yourself. He threw a coin at its body, then the remaining coins were thrown one by one at each different one. Lee Hyun-wook summoned his lightning spear. They'll go wild if I attack carelessly, but he struck their pressure points perfectly with the coins, then activated his divine power, using his eagle eyes to slash through each body one by one. To avoid damaging the heart, he just had to destroy them all at the same time before they could react. That would work. Lee Hyun-wook signaled and shouted, right now. Emilia quickly cast magic, creating an energy orb to envelop the heart. On the ceiling, the severed worm bodies began to wriggle. They bared their sharp teeth and tried to lunge at her. Lee Hyun-wook gritted his teeth, analyzing. These leeches, they definitely target the one with the strongest life force, as they said. He scrambled to block in front of Emilia. His mind kept racing. I guessed they would target the Saintess once she unleashed her power, but I didn't expect so many to be hiding. At the same time, she was still continuously casting spells. Lee Hyun-wook frowned, trying to find a plan. There were too many to handle one by one. He glanced at Emilia, analyzing that. If he used an area of effect skill, the Saintess would be caught in it. The worms were now right in front of Lee Hyun-wook. This is going to be trouble. On Kibuka's side, the fighting was relentless. The Blood Knight slashed, he punched, then both jumped back. Kibuka collapsed to the ground. He had been slashed across the shoulder, blood gushing out. Watching Kibuka kneeling there, the Blood Knight evaluated, it seems the life force granted to you is reaching its limit. He mocked, you must understand the meaning of that better than anyone, right? That the end of the world tree is near. Below the tree, everyone was looking up in horror at the red air radiating from the world tree. Kibuka responded in a low voice with a question. The end, you say? The circle on his back radiated golden energy like the sun. The energy exploded along with his declaration. There will be no such pathetic ending as long as I, Kibuka, am still alive. A giant figure appeared. This form provides physical power, granting attack and defense stats proportional to the amount of life force channeled into it. As long as the world tree's life force is maintained, this form has super regeneration capabilities. Kibuka rushed forward with his skill. With a giant punch, a violent shockwave made everything tremble, dust filling the air. Instinctively, his eyes became fearful. Worms appeared on his skill. The Blood Knight's voice rang out, but this is also just another form of past life force, after all. The tentacles bit into it and sprouted from many places on that body. The Blood Knight stood there, controlling his tentacles, which were consuming and making Kibuka's skill vanish. In the end, it was nothing more than my prey. He fell once again and cried out in pain. From the Blood Knight's hand, a tentacle was slowly emerging. It coiled around Kibuka's neck, and his voice continued, I offer my thanks, O Protector. My final thanks. The Blood Knight moved closer. Thanks to you isolating this kingdom from the rest of the world, I could sneakily enjoy the power of the world tree without being disturbed by anyone. He was being choked, his eyes wide, struggling to breathe. He continued, however, for someone who pioneered isolation like you, now you suddenly let an outsider step in. Kibuka tried to grab that tentacle, but then weakly let go. The Blood Knight was puzzled. That is the only thing I can't understand. Kibuka thought to himself, that's right, I didn't trust outsiders at all. When we didn't have the world tree, they wouldn't even look our way. But as soon as the world tree appeared, those scumbags showed their greed. Closing the kingdom's borders was the obvious choice. He recalled the scene back then, along with his decisions. They sat around the campfire and raised their glasses together, the appearance of lovely children ready to climb all over him. The terrified expression of Kibuka behind his glasses, then witnessing the smile of his daughter, even though her hands and the corners of her mouth were still stained with blood. Returning to reality, Kibuka screamed, but when one's own child is ill, he slammed his head straight into the Blood Knight's face. What father or mother would let some hollow pride stand in their way? But the only thing stuck on his face was his blood. The Blood Knight let go. Kibuka fell to his knees at his feet. A clawed hand reached down to his head with words of comfort. Rest in peace, protector. The Blood Knight gripped his head, hesitating. All that you tried to protect. Before Kibuka's terror, his voice was low, will coexist within me forever. Kibuka whispered to himself, is this really the end? I'm sorry, Saintess. Just then, a streak of energy shot past, grazing Kibuka's shoulder. A bright blue streak of light zoomed forward, carving a long, sharp trail across the landscape. Seeing Kibuka covered in wounds, he exclaimed in shock, is that you? Hung-guk said, looking at him as if he had lost all his muscle mass in such a short time. Hung-guk carried a colossal sword on his shoulder. With a confident smile, he said, ready to swap out, let me take over. Kibuka's face was filled with fear and shock, his eyes wide, his body trembling uncontrollably. Why are you here? Did you just leave the Saintess of the World Tree all alone? He replied calmly, relax. The Saintess herself is the one who sent me here. Kibuka kept his shocked expression. What? What does that mean? Hung-guk looked toward the glowing red energy rising from the fissures between the rocks. He continued, aren't you going back to protect the Saintess? Someone of your caliber can't handle such heap. Kibuka stared straight ahead and said, I've taken down countless S-rank foes. Yet, I couldn't even lay a finger on him. He shouted, he's a monster far beyond any rank. I'll risk my life to stop him, so you. From within the red energy, the silhouette of a monster gradually emerged, followed by an arrogant declaration. Don't worry, Guardian, for it is your fate to become my prey, no matter where you hide. Sitch Heap held a sharp sword surrounded by swirling, dark red energy. He sneered, so, be proud. Sitch Heap turned his back and swung his sword high. The blade sliced through the air with extreme speed. Releasing his full power, Hung-guk's sword grew 1,000 times larger, blocking that devilish energy. The tremor forced Kibuka and him to shield their eyes. The tremor had carved a deep, long trench into the earth. In the distance, Sitch Heap spoke. Guardian Kibuka, you are the one. He turned around. His hand held his sword straight. The one who granted me this power. Hung-guk gripped a blade, radiating a blue glow all around him. Kibuka, behind him, looked bewildered. What? Sitch Heap raised his sword, his voice deep and raspy. I can absorb life force, but I cannot make the world tree grow. He continued. If you had been defeated long ago, the life force I could have drained would have been insignificant. Alongside that, an image of a tall tree appeared. It cast a golden shadow, followed by an image of Kibuka struggling to defend the divine tree from invaders. And yet, thanks to your nurturing of the world tree, I have attained this absolute power. The tree roots gradually transformed into tentacle-like creatures. They coiled together into a monster, binding Kibuka tightly, he added. But it's all thanks to you, Guardian Kibuka. Kibuka realized something in horror. He screamed, I created this monster, and caused the Republic to collapse. A hand gently placed itself on his shoulder, drawing his attention. Hung-guk smiled, reassuring him. No, you did the right thing by protecting the world tree. With a confident and powerful aura, he spoke. Controlling his sword with one hand, he stood tall, flexing his muscles with a confident smile. So, protecting the world tree from that vermin, Hung-guk turned to Kibuka. He continued, will be finished by the hands of Guardian Kibuka himself. Sitch Heap sneered, still pinning your hopes on a soulless shell like Kibuka? How pathetic. Saying that, he lunged at him like a gust of wind, saying, you've gone soft, great general. He flashed a defiant, arrogant smile. You've been an eyesore to me for a while now. He also charged forward. Stop acting so dangerous with that stolen power, you parasite beneath the divine tree. Two streams of energy, one blue and one red, collided with astonishing speed. Jagged, toothy tentacles erupted from the tree trunk. Those below were filled with shock at the sight. The dark red tentacles, full of teeth, were tearing apart and devouring one of their own. The man beside him broke down, screaming, why isn't the tree guardian's power activating? The Saintess of the World Tree, Amelia, was there with her eyes closed. As if sunken into a deep sleep, another one of them shouted, Kibuka, where are they? The sword in Sitch Heap's hand, and the blade in Hung-guk's hand clashed, creating a deafening sound. But unfortunately, the red sword was slowly slicing through his blade, and then the blade was snapped in two. That didn't make him panic. He remained strangely calm, looking to the side. Sparks of light erupted from his hand. He spoke again. You're too slow, great general. Sitch Heap descended like a gale. Kibuka, beside him, was slightly stunned and restless. As expected, it's impossible. No matter how much Hung-guk tries to use his ability, his hand twitched slightly. Sitch Heap was hovering in midair, surrounded by a deadly, glowing red aura. His attack created the image of a giant red cross reaching into the sky. Kibuka thought. His physical strength still overwhelms completely. He swung downward toward Hung-guk, The red cross slammed down, cracking the earth into many pieces, but strangely, his silhouette was right there. This made him beam with joy. A tentacle reached out from behind him. It was Six-Heap. He extended those long tentacles, binding him tightly. Six-Heap spoke. That look in your eyes just a moment ago, you were full of despair, and now you have life again. How annoying. Saying that, he extended his hand, and those tentacles tightened further. Six-Heap continued, in that case, I will kill every single member of the Republic right before your eyes. An image of Emilia in her white dress, stained with blood, appeared. Now, she was pierced through by a sword. He spoke cruelly, then trample and finish off the sanctus of the world tree right there on our pool of blood, just to take your life. After that, those eyes were once again flooded with despair. Kibuka's eyes now turned crazed. He screamed, using all his remaining strength to grip the tentacle. I am Kibuka, guardian of the Republic, and I swear on my honor. This made Six-Heap pause slightly. Then, he bit hard into the tentacle and lunged at him. I will kill you right here. He looked at the scene and just scoffed, poor guardian. Your determination to struggle to the very end is quite commendable. Six-Heap continued. But those fists will never touch me. Suddenly, a tank cannon emerged from the ground, piercing his chest. That surprise attack caused Six-Heap to loosen his tentacles. He fell to the ground, his face stunned and in disbelief. Hunguk, behind him, said. Took longer than I thought. Surrounding him were glowing swords. He raised his hand, and following that, the swords gradually lifted to reclaim all the pride that the old man had built. Kibuka sat slumped, watching Lee Hyun-wook talk to himself, just as he had for the past 15 years. Lee Hyun-wook clenched his fists, gripping the swords and pieces of metal. The remains of the giant scrap heap from earlier formed a massive pile of junk. Six-Heap offered a grotesque smile. If you call this pride, it's truly pathetic. A single slash sliced the sphere of scrap in two. Six-Heap stood in the center, surrounded by floating debris. He sneered, Do you really think you could kill me? Six-Heap, the one who obtained the life force of the world tree, is this all the power you have? Suddenly, the sword from before darted back toward him. Lee Hyun-wook smiled smugly. Who said this was all? We're just getting started. Six-Heap executed several slashes in midair. Even so, these are just remnants of the past. He continued, No matter how many of these pathetic remnants you have, the swords will keep pushing forward, no matter what. But then, a blade drove deep into Six-Heap's eye, blood spraying everywhere. Another blade severed his leg. No matter how many there are, a barrage of different weapons, swords, axes, daggers, and spears, all wrapped in a blue electric current, focused on a single point. Six-Heap's remaining arm was severed, and his body was sliced in two. Half of his face was revealed, his expression had changed completely. Gone was his arrogance and disdain. Now, Six-Heap showed clear shock, even panic, as he was cornered. He let out a cry of resentment. Then, Six-Heap screamed, Please, don't. Faced with the incoming blades, he begged, Stop. But they kept coming, thousands of swords. The summoned weapons formed a massive cross, surrounding and crushing Six-Heap from every side. He wailed in agony. Lee Hyun-wook smiled. What did you say earlier? A block of junk? The scrap heap emitted a blue light. He repeated the words Six-Heap had just spoken, while his eyes were filled with absolute despair. Lee Hyun-wook's eyes flashed with a spark. I'll take your life. Great annihilation. The scrap heap shattered, sending pieces flying everywhere. Kibuka's face, with eyes wide open and a look of astonishment, showed that he had just witnessed an unbelievable power. It was the shock of seeing an enemy thought to be invincible, wiped out cleanly in the blink of an eye. Lee Hyun-wook spoke up. I told you, didn't I? Protecting the world tree from a pest like that, he continued, will be finished by the guardian, Kibuka, himself. Kibuka was still panting. He was in a state of high agitation. He was struggling to move forward. The Sanctus. I must get to her. But Lee Hyun-wook held him back. Calm down. The Sanctus is. His eyes widened with worry. Let me go. She is there all alone. I have to get to her. The image of the little girl beneath the sharp teeth of the tentacles made him even more anxious. That child. I must protect Emilia. Suddenly, a brilliant light appeared at the top of the tree. It radiated a cross-shaped halo, a golden light that covered almost the entire surrounding space. The surrounding space suddenly turned into a field of white daisies. A girl's voice rang out. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Emilia stepped out from a golden magic circle. Kibuka's eyes welled with tears at the sight of her. Emilia brushed her hair and smiled. Since the last time you called me by that name, the sacred tree had returned to its original appearance. The city was built in a circular structure surrounding the tree base. Kibuka, from a frail old man, had now returned to the form of a large, dark-skinned man. Beside him, Lee Hyun-wook was happy for him. You have been completely resurrected. He turned to look at Lee Hyun-wook without answering, leaving the boy puzzled. Kibuka stepped forward. As he walked, he said, "The Sanctus of the World Tree is waiting for you. Follow me." Lee Hyun-wook replied, "Yes, sir." But in his heart, he thought, what's wrong with him? His thoughts continued. Last night, we had such a passionate time. Just kidding. Outside. Of the houses that were still intact, some had been devastated. Kibuka broke the silence. What on earth happened back then? The boy looked bewildered. What? He continued. What happened back then, when only you and the Sanctus were left at the heart of the World Tree? He recalled the scene of being surrounded by the tentacles. Back then, while getting all my equipment out to fight, I discovered that those leeches are very afraid of holy attributes. He continued to explain, so I thought I could make use of these three things: the holy attribute, the core, and the Sanctus of the World Tree. Lee Hyun-wook said, I intended to cast the effect from the crown of light and darkness, to change the attribute of the items to holy, apply it to the Sanctus of the World Tree, and turn the water created from Seol-Eunha's sword into holy water. Then, spread that amount of holy water to the entire World Tree through the heart and wipe out all the leeches at once. Lee Hyun-wook looked out the large window, lost in thought. My plan only went that far. Who would have guessed that the carcasses of the leeches and the holy water would become nutrients to revive the World Tree? The light of the tree canopy continued to radiate. The sky is beautiful today, clear and blue, so different from before. His voice still echoed. Even I couldn't have anticipated that. Kibuka looked toward him and spoke. The Sanctus of the World Tree is chosen by the World Tree itself. The flowers of the World Tree aren't just for show. Lee Hyun-wook turned his head back with a surprised look. He said, I didn't mean it that way, but thought, seriously. What is wrong with this guy? Kibuka said softly, I don't like him at all. He's somewhat useful, but I suppose I have no other choice than to acknowledge someone with his abilities. The boy's face remained blank and naive. Soon, the two arrived at the door. Olivia was standing there waiting. He hadn't escaped the conversation with Kibuka yet, thinking, seriously, I'm sick of this. Acknowledge what? Inside, the Sanctus was sitting on a white cushion. Kibuka stood next to Emilia, acting as her protector, while Lee Hyun-wook sat across from her. Kibuka said, So, you have something to discuss with the Sanctus of the World Tree? Yes, he replied. It's about Crimson Guy. Emilia was full of questions. Wasn't he dead? Lee Hyun-wook spoke up to explain to her. Talos analyzed the illusion magic that Crimson Guy cast on the World Tree. The results showed, he continued, it was a magic spell specifically crafted for the World Tree, built upon a complex and powerful formula. This information left Emilia and Kibuka slightly stunned. Kibuka asked in a deep voice, That's strange. Crimson Knight never once used magic until the moment he died, Lee Hyun-wook replied. Furthermore, considering he must have been hiding inside the heart for a long time, he knew of my existence and was even privy to the latest intel on Laputa. Her eyes widened suddenly. Are you implying that someone fed illusion magic to Crimson Knight and leaked outside information to him? A mastermind? Some mysterious figure in the shadows? He sat at the highest position, surrounded by hovering cards. Emily mused, Do you have any suspects? He pondered for a moment, recalling images from the past until his gaze sharpened. He reached a conclusion in his mind based on the current situation. Gordon Presley is the most suspicious, but there's no concrete proof, Lee Hyun-wook replied. For now, we need to investigate further. For that reason, he made a proposal. I propose an alliance between Korea and the Chat Republic. Lee Hyun-wook thought that if a mastermind truly existed, the threat had yet to vanish. Images of the Steel Brigade surfaced in his mind. He continued calculating. If we combine the power of Laputa and the World Tree, we, the Steel Brigade, will be able to fight and defeat the mastermind even if their influence spans the entire world. But he also considered the flip side. However, at the same time, we would draw attention and become the biggest threat in the eyes of others. We must weigh this very carefully. Emilia smiled. Beside her, a small sword lay neatly. She spoke calmly. Let's do it. Form the alliance. Kibuka shouted, reminding her, Sanctus, you said we need to consider this matter seriously. You're being quite decisive, she asked. Why? He replied, if it's for the common good. Lee Hyun-wook sat silently, listening and drinking water. Emilia replied, It's fine, because the Steel Emperor and I share a special relationship. That statement made Lee Hyun-wook spit out the water he had just been drinking. He broke into a sweat and stammered, Me? With you? The Sanctus of the World Tree? Emilia chuckled. Have you forgotten already? Beside them, Kibuka wore a look of protest. Emilia's expression turned emotional, shy, and brimming with happiness. She said, After doing that thing with me, Kibuka took off his glasses, his eyes blazing with anger. I want to rip the heart that just accepted this guy out right now. Kibuka glared at him. Not only did you do that, but you also dared to do that with the Saintess. Lee Hyun-wook quickly retorted, No, I'm telling you the truth. What on earth are the two of you talking about? A tree branch reached out and bound Kibuka, silencing him into mere muffled grunts. Emilia coldly said, Let's put this noisy one aside for a moment. He thought helplessly that she was the one who caused all this noise from the very beginning. Then, she suddenly asked, Ever since I first saw you, I've been wondering, why do I sense the aura of the world tree from you? He pulled a glowing twig from his pocket. Is this the world tree's aura you're talking about? Lee Hyun-wook pushed the twig forward, leaving Emilia stunned. Misty's seed. Where did you get this? He explained. It was a reward I received after clearing an infestation zone a long time ago. Her beautiful eyes widened as she looked at the twig in his hand. This is a fragment that fell from the world tree. So, the aura I sensed was coming from this little twig. Lee Hyun-wook said, Does that mean Misty is a part of the world tree? She replied, The world tree is a sacred, divine tree with a will of its own. She did her best to explain. Sometimes, when a certain will develops too strongly, it forms a seed and drops off. And then, it becomes a new divine tree, carrying that will. Looking at the twig in her hand, she said, The will of this little twig is the intent to slay gods. She continued, If it continues to grow, it will become a weapon capable of killing gods. Lee Hyun-wook smiled with satisfaction. Actually, I was looking for a way to do just that. Emilia refuted. Unfortunately, that is no longer possible. This surprised him. Huh? Why is that? She gave a faint smile and raised her hand, causing the twig to float forward. Because this little twig no longer wants that. The twig touched Lee Hyun-wook's chest, emitting a purple light. Instead of becoming a weapon, she said, It wants to protect you. It says that protecting you is the best path to achieving the goal of slaying gods. Inside his body, the twig embraced the purple orb. They seemed to merge as they emitted a red flame. A blue box appeared with the text, Misty Twig has taken root in the furnace. The furnace has been granted life. The furnace has evolved into a biological furnace. Current stage, Awakening, Stage 1. Awakening Stage 2 Progress, 1%, 2%. Digestion power increases based on the master's stamina. New skills related to metal have been created. Metal enhancement and metal bending can be substituted with absorbed metals. However, the skills will not activate if there isn't enough of the corresponding metal. Lee Hyun-wook relaxed his body, sensing the energy surging within him. He was full of shock and wonder. Wow, now I can digest almost any metal as soon as I eat it. I can even substitute other types of metal to perform metal enhancement and metal bending. He thought, with enough quantity, I could even bend Damascus steel or mithril. Thoughts raced through his mind. I'm slowly reaching my limit. If I only use mana-enhanced steel, both my attack and defense stats will increase significantly with this. Then, Lee Hyun-wook covered his face, wearing a mischievous grin. I came here just to stop the corruption of the world tree, yet I received such a huge reward. Man, I'm just so lucky. Seeing his strange expression, Kibuka said, You're laughing exactly like a demon king who just successfully pulled off a sinister plot. Emilia, standing next to them, was speechless. Perhaps I shouldn't have implanted it into him, she said. This alliance can be considered agreed upon. The man beside her let out a huh. She looked at him calmly and said, If he were an outsider, he would have had a valid reason to refuse. She continued, But, are you really going to reject an ally chosen by the world tree itself? Kibuka crossed his arms, looking like he had no choice but to accept. He said, We have no other choice. If that is the will of the world tree, then so be it. Lee Hyun-wook gave a military salute. He said, In that case, the government will contact you later to discuss the details of the alliance. Then he turned to stride away. I'll take my leave now. The tree branches blocked the exit. Emilia's gaze was mysterious. You cannot leave. He looked around. What do you mean? She reached out and pinned him against the wall. Emilia said, In the Chat Republic. She explained that placing a crown on a woman's head and offering one's weapon as a gift meant something. Lee Hyun-wook felt a bit flustered because she was standing so close. He continued to listen as she spoke, respecting her intellect and entrusting his courage to her. Emilia finished by saying it was, in essence, a marriage proposal. Lee Hyun-wook shuddered after hearing that. She tilted her head slightly. Do you understand now? She asked. Emilia looked up, meeting his eyes, her gaze burning bright. Will you marry me? Emilia pushed Lee Hyun-wook against the wall and said firmly, Do you get it now? She looked at him with seductive eyes, insisting, You have to take me as your husband. Lee Hyun-wook stared at Emilia, bewildered, not yet understanding what was happening. It took a moment for him to process her words. Emilia didn't let him off the hook. Emilia continued to grill him, So, what kind of wedding do you prefer? A traditional one or something more modern? Lee Hyun-wook was so terrified he felt like he was being crushed against the cliff wall. He stammered, frantically trying to back away. I didn't mean anything like that when I handed you the sword. And besides, he dodged her gaze desperately. I've never even thought about getting married. Emilia, looking charming, placed a hand on her chest and lowered her voice. Why is that? Doesn't everyone dream of a happy future like that? Deep down, Lee Hyun-wook kept telling himself not to overthink it, but out loud, he managed to reply, that's true. But he hesitated. Suddenly, memories of the battlefield flashed before his eyes. In the pouring rain, at the feet of Lee Hyun-wook and Emilia, lay the fallen. Yet, she only had eyes for him, oblivious to the carnage around them. Seeing that cold, haunting scene, Lee Hyun-wook's heart sank. Back in the present, he looked at Emilia, feeling deeply conflicted. He placed a hand on her shoulder, refusing her with a heavy heart. I'm sorry, Saintess. Lee Hyun-wook spoke with resolve. I have no future. He dropped his playful demeanor, looked at himself seriously, and said to Emilia, I only have a past, and I am burdened with the responsibility that comes with it. Lee Hyun-wook's voice remained steady as he continued. I failed to notice the catastrophe sooner, and I must take responsibility for dragging that disaster upon the people I hold dear. He stood tall, looked Emilia in the eye, and asserted, because of that, I have neither the right nor the peace of mind to enjoy something called happiness. Hearing his words, Emilia fell silent. She finally understood his true feelings. Suddenly, a man behind them shouted loudly, at them. You jerk. Nice job. Wait, no. How dare you reject the Saintess? Emilia raised a hand to signal him to be quiet. She sighed and said casually to Lee Hyun-wook, I think I went a bit too far with that joke. Lee Hyun-wook asked, stunned. A joke? Seeing his reaction, Emilia smirked, turned away, and asked haughtily, did you really think the Saintess's husband would be chosen that easily? Lee Hyun-wook offered a strange smile, feeling a weight lift off his chest. I guess not, huh? Emilia walked toward her seat and said leisurely, anyway, I did prepare a gift for you. Take it with you. And next time you visit, remember to bring plenty of Korean liquor, okay? Lee Hyun-wook was surprised, wondering, a gift. He couldn't believe his ears and turned to the guy hanging from the tree. That was just a joke, right? The man shouted, obviously. Elsewhere in the sky, a jet was roaring through the air. Standing inside the palace, Emilia looked out, her mood heavy. Kibuka noticed and asked, are you all right? Is this your first time dealing with heartbreak? She dismissed it. Heartbreak, my foot. It's not even over yet. So how could it be heartbreak? He couldn't stop teasing her. Young people these days call that delusional thinking. She didn't get angry, merely replying, if he says he has a past to carry, it means that once he resolves it, he will think about the future. Emilia thought of Lee Hyun-wook and made a firm resolution. By that day, I will use every means necessary to win him over completely. The great emperor. Lee Hyun-wook returned to his quarters when he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Killing intent? A mechanical voice echoed, Master, are you all right? He quickly ordered, let's go. Maximize the throttle, now. This feels terrifyingly wrong. Talos's voice was stern, acknowledged, Master. Immediately, the spaceship shot into the sky at high speed and vanished. On the ground, as the sun began to set, an ancient tree standing tall in the empty land began to emit a pale golden light. Lee Hyun-wook's spaceship gradually appeared over the open sea. While he was lost in thought, a notification rang out, Master, we are preparing to enter Korean territory. The ship drew closer to the archipelago. Its mechanical voice announced, Welcome back, Master. Atop a magnificent high-rise building, an energy generator released a powerful white surge. Inside, Lee Hyun-wook stood at attention before Jungkook. The man laughed heartily and praised him. Well done. You forged an alliance with the Republic of Trat. You've achieved something no other major power could handle. He promised Lee Hyun-wook, I'm giving you the rest of the day off, so go get some rest. After this, I'll make sure you get a massive reward. Lee Hyun-wook immediately stood tall, saluted respectfully, and shouted, Yes, sir. Understood. Thank you, sir. Choi Jung-cheon didn't forget to add, Oh, and by the way, make sure to get a haircut today. Ignoring Lee Hyun-wook's stunned expression, he continued his critique. You look like a mess. That goes for both your status as a soldier and your personal appearance. Whether he liked it or not, Lee Hyun-wook could only reply with a sigh, Yes, I understand, as he stepped outside. In his hand was a sapling of the world tree, a gift from the Saintess created by taking a small piece from the main tree. Lee Hyun-wook remembered Emilia's instructions. She told him to plant it in Laputa, where there was the most sunlight and a rich flow of mana. As soon as he finished planting it, the trunk suddenly emitted a warm golden glow, enveloping the entire city. It turned out the World Tree's life force would resonate with the wide area blessing effect of Laputa. Current blessing effects: increased mana recovery speed, increased resistance to mental debuffs like confusion and berserk. Blessing effects added: increased health regeneration speed, increased resistance to physical debuffs like illness and poison, increased resistance to soul-based debuffs like soul-stealing curses. Lee Hyun-wook looked at the small sapling and exclaimed, "This is insane. I never thought a tiny little branch could provide effects this powerful." Talos analyzed it and reported, "Effect and range will increase gradually as the tree matures." Emilia's voice suddenly rang out, scaring the soul out of Lee Hyun-wook. "And I can even transmit my consciousness through this tree like this." He jumped back in fright. "Geez, you scared the living daylights out of me." On the other side, Emilia lay comfortably on her chair and explained, "That branch is linked directly to the World Tree in the Republic. It means my Sanctus powers can reach anywhere within the range of that sapling." Lee Hyun-wook found it strange and asked, "Does that mean I get the World Tree's blessing too?" She denied it. "Not yet. We have to wait for it to grow a bit more." Emilia warned him, "So you better take good care of it. You hear? I'm busy for a sec. Gotta go. Bro." Lee Hyun-wook muttered, stumbling into a tree. "Wait, what? Hold on." Even though he couldn't reach Emilia, he scolded himself gently. "Always doing whatever you want, huh?" Lee Hyun-wook thought to himself with a faint smile. "But this young sapling, I'll make sure it grows into a rock-solid foundation. Just you wait." Lee Hyun-wook pictured a certain gate, and images of the training ground flooded his mind. Clouds of smoke, his brave comrades still fighting, he remembered them all. He thought of Seo Eun-ha and Choi Se-ah training until they were exhausted. Especially Ian Jun, who was still tirelessly tanking hits on the battlefield. "My teammates too, they've all gotten so much stronger than in our past lives." Lee Hyun-wook kicked the door open, struggling to carry a pile of goods for them. He was hauling a mountain of pizza and other fast food, like they were about to throw a party. The team immediately dove in, ready for a feast. Lee Hyun-wook thought to himself, even if that tragedy from that day were to repeat itself now, his heart felt light as he remembered the horrors of the past. This time, it's entirely possible to change it. "No, we're definitely going to win." Gareth was scrolling through his phone while eating when he saw the news. He frantically called out to him, "Lee Hyun-wook, check the live stream. Hurry." Lee Hyun-wook quickly called out, "Talos, Talos." It responded instantly, "Yes, master." On the helicopter, the reporter was tensely broadcasting, "Ladies and gentlemen, we have breaking news, super exclusive. We are currently on site." They emphasized the location right here in Shanghai. Seo Eun-ha looked at the screen, stunned, and asked, "Isn't Shanghai the city that was completely flattened during the second sweep?" She remembered the powerful Ogre Legion. Seo Eun-ha couldn't hide her horror as she said, "Humanity failed to stop that sweep and was wiped out, not a soul left." Seo Eun-ha still remembered it vividly, turning Shanghai into the personal kingdom of the Black Ogres. On screen, the reporter's voice continued, "Today, a group of people who claim they will reclaim the metropolis of Shanghai has emerged, and we are risking our lives to bring you this live report." They emphasized the group. They call themselves the Guardians. The whole group was curious about the name. Guardians? I've never heard that name before. Gareth explained that it was a title only granted to players who cleared a special event. It's a hidden class. One of the group members spoke up, "But until now, we'd only heard rumors. We'd never actually verified their existence. We'd all just concluded it was an urban legend." Suddenly, the reporter's voice rang out, "Someone is stepping out of the magic circle. A teleportation spell." The group stood heroically as they emerged from the magic circle, walking into the desolate territory without hesitation. Ian Jun praised them. They looked so cool, just like players appearing in a TV show. Choi Se-ah spotted someone familiar. "Wait, is that Baek Jun from the Great Mountain Guild over there too?" Lee Hyun-wook stared intently at the person in the white cloak. That person took off the hood and stared directly into the camera lens. Lee Hyun-wook was incredibly shocked when he saw him. He scanned the screen, thinking, "Gordon? Why is Gordon appearing there of all places?" Seo Eun-ha hurried over to support him. "Lee Hyun-wook, are you okay?" Lee Hyun-wook didn't even hear her question. He was gritting his teeth in anger. "That Gordon, the prissy guy I know, he never shows his face outside. Even when he was manipulating me and posing as an assistant, I only met him in person exactly once," he thought bitterly. "And yet, now he's willing to go public like this, and he's working with the Guardians too?" Lee Hyun-wook thought seriously. In the past, there were times when the timeline was disrupted, but those changes only revolved around things like spawn times or the types of monsters that appeared. This current situation left Lee Hyun-wook deeply unsettled because everything had been turned upside down. He worried, "It's a future I know absolutely nothing about. I don't have a clue." At the scene, Baek Jun looked worried, asking, "Gordon, Will this be all right? Baekjun asked him somewhat irritably. You said we wouldn't show ourselves until it was all over. Gordon replied calmly. That's right. That was the initial plan. He thought to himself, a perfect plan, accounting for every human situation and variable. The fact that the plan had fallen apart meant only one thing in his mind. The image of Lee Hyun-wook appeared. There is a variable that has deviated from my calculations in an abnormal way. Gordon smirked, arrogant and proud. Of course. That doesn't change the final outcome. He wasn't afraid to face the enemy. His calculations just meant it would be a bit more troublesome. The massive monster glared at Gordon's group. They gathered their soldiers, preparing to confront the tiny humans. The king of the Black Ogres, Stonos, sat on his throne, glaring fiercely at Gordon. Lee Hyun-wook observed everything from start to finish on the screen with his team, secretly fuming. He immediately recognized the monster, the king of the Black Ogres, Stonos. Lee Hyun-wook recalled the past, the first ogre-kin dragon slayer who had defeated an ancient black dragon. They say after eating the meat and drinking the dragon's blood, his physique and magic power reached the realm of a demon lord. Jun-mo reminded them of the intel. According to analysis, the recommended number of players to challenge him is 20 S-rank hunters. Choi Sia countered. That's the minimum. If you count dealing with the entire ogre army, 100 people might not even be enough. Ian Jun told them to be quiet, whispering, it's starting. The monster Stonos laughed savagely at the humans who wanted to destroy him. It immediately raised its scepter, channeling power to create a ball of light. Once the scepter accumulated enough energy, it fired a blinding beam that pierced through several layers of magic shields. Baekjun stood at a distance, silently observing its every move. Suddenly, small stones began falling from the sky like rain. He looked up and realized with horror that they were meteors. The stones were whistling through the air, burning from the wind and leaving streaks of light behind. Someone in his team asked, meteors? They look kind of cute. Baekjun denied it. No, those are just fragments. Jun-mo and Choi Seo watched the screen, also incredibly surprised. The two reporters on the helicopter witnessed that moment and were absolutely stunned. Baekjun pointed out to everyone. Those are the real meteors. A rock larger than the entire area was, plummeting toward the group. They didn't understand what was happening yet and couldn't react in time. The person from before joked again. But that one doesn't look cute at all. Baekjun reassured him, don't worry about it. Gordon had already lunged forward to handle the meteor. Baekjun pointed at him and said, because he's already made his move. With one hand, Gordon exerted his strength to deflect the flight path of that massive meteor. From afar, he looks tiny, dwarfed by the massive meteorite. But suddenly, cracks begin to appear on its surface, spreading rapidly. As if trying to tear the rock apart, a deafening explosion echoes across the sky. Gordon has shattered the meteor into tiny fragments. The explosion is so massive that it glows brilliantly even from outer space, yet Gordon remains calm, watching the debris fall beneath a colossal sphere of light. The light illuminates the entire city. Yang Jun watches the scene in awe, muttering, that's insane. Did he really block that all by himself? Hyung-guk can't believe his eyes either. Completely stunned, he knows that move wasn't designed to be blocked in the first place. He understands the enemy's combat strategy perfectly if you rush straight into the Orc Kingdom. The Orc King always opens the battle with that meteor. It's an unavoidable, scripted event. Hyung-guk knows that's why the standard strategy involves sacrificing countless lives to sneak into the kingdom through hidden paths and sending an elite squad to assassinate the Orc King. He is shocked by Gordon's plan. Stopping that meteor is like breaking a mandatory defeat event. He wonders to himself if he could ever manage to block such a thing. Gordon keeps his serious expression while glaring at the Orc King, who watches his display of power and lets out a sinister, gravelly laugh. Suddenly, the scepter of Stonos slams hard against the floor, and tens of thousands of monster soldiers charge toward them, creating a sea of magic circles to suppress the enemy. The wolf-riding monsters charge in for a physical assault, all rushing toward that sphere of light. Gordon stands beneath it like a saint, spreading his arms to embrace the battle as the orcs. Close in, suddenly, from within the white sphere, countless beams of light fire out, striking down every orc in their path regardless of whether they use swords, spears, or dark arts. They are easily defeated by Gordon. After clearing the obstacles, Gordon directs the light trail straight towards Stonos, while from his own body. Long, continuous beams of light follow him. The reporter on the helicopter in the distance is amazed, and her voice rings out again, "Oh my God." After the barrage of projectiles, Gordon looks like a divine being descending from the heavens. The reporter, growing more excited, asks, "Audience, are you seeing this?" The camera pans to capture the ruins of the city after the battle. The reporter's voice remains steady. Shanghai, a sorrowful city that had long been occupied by the Black Orcs. It seems like today, we might finally reclaim this land of suffering. All of this is thanks to the miracle known as the Guardian. The cameraman shouts, "Wait, look over there." In the distance, Stannis hasn't been defeated yet. It struggles to stand firm and regain its dignity after Gordon's attack. The young man in the team says, "The boss of this wave is seriously tanky," and Baek Jun, standing above, replies, "That's because he's one of the strongest bosses on Earth right now." Baek Jun gazes at Gordon's silhouette, explaining casually that's exactly why he chose him as the sacrificial lamb. Gordon doesn't turn around as he tells Baek Jun, "The stage is set, make your move." He adds, "While I hold off. The Orc King, wipe out the Black Orc Kingdom completely." He says coldly to his teammates, "Old orcs, young ones, even the infants, kill them all. Leave no one alive." The Guardian group immediately gets into position, ready for the purge. Gordon, with a terrifyingly evil look on his face, adds, "If any humans are captured as prisoners, kill them too." From beasts to insects, he intends to slaughter every living thing. He is obsessed with eradicating everything. Tonight only death will remain on the Black Orcs' land. Stannis is not afraid, standing tall until the end to face Gordon's team. He stands high above, and arrogantly says to Stannis, "You aren't wavering at all, even after losing your entire army and facing annihilation." Gordon's eyes lock onto Stannis as he mocks. For a king, that is the only appropriate behavior. Gordon draws his spear and adds his final words, because a king's duty isn't to sacrifice himself, but to rule. Stannis doesn't waste time, swinging his scepter to summon a magic circle. Suddenly, the surrounding area explodes as everything is inverted by a gravity reversal spell. Stannis lets out a roar and launches a spell at Gordon. Countless magic circles appear in the air. Gordon doesn't stand idle, summoning the swirling streams of light from earlier. Stannis' eyes narrow, filled with pure hatred. Gordon breaks into a wicked, competitive grin and charges forward. Both powerful magical currents collide, signaling the start of a fierce battle right there on the front lines. Explosions from their magic erupt constantly, destroying everything nearby. Gordon and his team strike wildly, reducing everything to rubble. He clings to a small rock and is flung into the air, while Stannis immediately hurls a rock the size of a meteorite at Gordon, aiming to take him down. But Gordon isn't easily dealt with. He quickly generates a shield around himself, but suddenly, something in the distance makes him freeze. It is a massive, sharp-tipped meteorite. That rock collides with the spot where Gordon is standing, instantly crushing the small stone into fine dust. That blue rock pierces deep into the geological strata, creating a massive crater, and from within, a powerful beam of light shines onto Stannis' protective barrier. Seeing the situation, Stannis becomes extremely tense. Without hesitation, it immediately unleashes flames, burning that entire patch of land to the ground. The entire Shanghai region is submerged in Stannis' sea of red fire, turning everything to ash in an instant. The battle is broadcast on small screens, and Lee Hyun-wook's teammates exclaim. Using high-level magic continuously like basic attacks, without any cooldown, the man next to them says, "Without a full party, there is no way to defeat this thing." Gareth says with a stern face, "You need a tank to draw aggro, a main damage dealer, and support to flank and exploit blind spots." Even the players in Shanghai with the most optimized formations failed to clear this wave. He acknowledges Gordon's recklessness. Facing the boss of the wave alone like this is truly insane. High up in the sky, the reporter's helicopter continues its struggle to record this historic battle. Elsewhere, the citizens are also extremely worried as they watch the fight. Households everywhere have paused their work, eyes fixed on the screens to follow the battle between Gordon and Stannis. Gordon's white sphere appears on the dark sky once again, surrounding him and forming an impenetrable defensive wall. Stannis is still confused by Gordon's tactics when he charges in to launch his attack. Gordon, fast as lightning, faces Stannis head-on. It saw Gordon's terrifying endurance and its eyes widened in surprise. Stannis reacted quickly, blocking Gordon's attack. The two of them grappled with each other in midair. Neither could gain the upper hand. Gordon and Stannis fought so fiercely that they accidentally destroyed several high-rise buildings. They didn't even notice, leaving holes in the walls everywhere they went. One moment of carelessness and Gordon was hit by Stannis' attack, causing him to fall to the ground. His body began to sink into the sea of fire it had created. Suddenly, Stannis felt something extremely strange, and for a split second, its magic staff snapped in two mid-air. Gordon's figure quickly reappeared. He was majestic and determined to eliminate Stannis. Gordon narrowed his eyes, his voice echoing throughout the space. "Now, what else are you going to show me?" Junmo, witnessing Stannis lose its weapon, excitedly shouted, "He broke the staff. Isn't a mage finished once they lose their staff?" Kim say he hit him and pointed, saying, "Look at the movements of the Black King. And you still don't realize it." She focused on the screen and said, "From the footwork, the center of gravity, and the stance, he isn't a mage." On the battlefield, Stonus changed its combat strategy. Its spear crushed the blue stone beneath its feet, waiting for Stonus to shift forms. It became a physical warrior, and the staff in its hand transformed into a sharp spear. Gordon watched it change, having the plan clear in his mind. Those were clearly the movements of a warrior. Phase 1 was a mage, Phase 2 was a dragon slayer. Stonus didn't let him talk much longer and immediately lunged, wanting to send Gordon to his grave. Amidst the ruined city, the image of a glittering spear strike intended to finish off the opponent flashed by. Gordon didn't flinch. He kept moving forward, fighting, thinking to himself. And now we have entered. Gordon drew his sword to block a blow from Stonus's blade. He knew exactly what the climax of this stage was. The direct combat continued in close quarters, regardless of the terrain. Stonus swung its blade, every strike meant to take its opponent's life. Gordon agilely dodged and parried every terrifying blow. The reporter, observing from afar, updated the situation. The Guardian is being overwhelmed. Could it be that this was impossible from the start? She was worried about the situation. Will Shanghai fall into the hands of the Black Kings so easily again? Gordon was kicked far away by Stonus. He disappeared into the fine dust. Lee Hyun-wook immediately realized his trick. He was creating distance, just as he had predicted. Gordon didn't rush to attack. Here it came. Stonus didn't see any movement and hurried to search. It created a dragon claw trap to eliminate Gordon. The claws erupted from the ground out of nowhere like a dangerous spike trap. The helicopter flew overhead, closely monitoring the Black King Stonus. The reporter and the cameraman were extremely worried as they looked down at the battle over the claws. Gordon's white cloak fluttered in the wind. It was tied to the claw as if it were a white flag of surrender. Stonus landed and stomped hard on its blade. The dust gradually settled, revealing the scene before it. Stonus thought it had won, until a voice sounded out, "That's right, there once was a skill like this." The white orb appeared again in the dark sky. Streams of light gathered and surrounded Gordon once more. He threw away his cloak, sarcastically saying, "I vaguely remember it." Gordon held his sword and said loudly, "Thanks to you." He aimed directly at Stonus, saying his final words, having painted a perfect scenario. He looked sinisterly straight at Stonus. "Farewell. Your role ends here. I will grant you the most magnificent curtain call, worthy of your status." Having said that, Gordon swung his sword forward. Stonus didn't have time to react. It tried to block the sword strike with the hilt of the blade in its hand, but it couldn't stop the power. Stonus struggled against Gordon's blade, gradually losing the strength to resist. Not long after, Gordon's sword tip gradually sliced through Stonus's blade. It shouted in frustration, but ultimately fell in defeat at his hands. The entire land was illuminated by Gordon's sword arc. The battle reached its end. Gordon approached the spot where Stonus had been defeated and picked up its blood-stained crown to admire it. The TV crew on the helicopter were absolutely shocked by the sight. On the other side of the screen, people were cheering, celebrating the victory. Gordon thought to himself, "Laputa, the World Tree, they are all just necessary chess pieces for my plan." He thought arrogantly. "The power gained from those two things has no value to me at all. Keep enjoying that puny power for a little longer." Lee Hyun-wook, who had watched the battle from start to finish, was also extremely stunned. Gordon looked straight into the camera as if to remind him, "Because I will recover it soon enough." Meanwhile, elsewhere, the entire kingdom was engulfed in smoke and fire. Just then, several notifications were sent by the system. "Congratulations, you have destroyed the Black Hawk Kingdom. You are conquering the otherworld Shanghai and reclaiming territory for humanity." Then, he just flew up high, along with the words, "The otherworld raid reward, the primordial essence is waiting to be activated." In another desolate place, the ground was shaking repeatedly. The reporter witnessed it and shouted, "What is that?" "An earthquake." She looked down at the ground and screamed in terror. "Something is emerging from underground." Following that was the appearance of countless monsters. Otherworld raid reward primordial essence Titan, the giant weapon of the forgotten race that fought against the gods. But because of their profession, they weren't just panicking, they were also filming the process. Before them was a giant Titan. Elsewhere, everyone was gathering to hear the news. These things are Titan resources from ancient times. They are the guardians that will protect humanity along with the guardians. Because they know the country is in danger, everyone is ready to help. We, the guardians throughout this time, have protected the weak from the shadows. They come from all over the world with a noble ideal. We don't just protect high-level players. Baekjun looks straight into the camera and declares that powerful guilds and nations must protect even the weak, something the media never mentions. His eyes show clear determination. The reason the Guardians are finally stepping into the light, that statement leaves Lee Hyun-wook and everyone listening in complete shock. It's all because of the existence of Laputa. According to Gordon, the story goes like this. Laputa's power is so immense it could annihilate the entire Black Kingdom. Moreover, it possesses countless pieces of modern machinery that threaten all of humanity. A monopoly on such power. Power like that is as dangerous as a tidal wave. It once caused an entire region to fall into ruin. The reporter, hearing this, immediately asks, so the goal of destroying the Black Kingdom and capturing the Titan is to keep Laputa in check. Gordon immediately swoops down and answers. According to him, capturing the Titan will help humanity overcome this crisis. It's not about monopolizing superior power, but about setting an example of how to protect everyone. That broadcast was displayed on the big screen for the entire public to hear. Not stopping there, Gordon raises his hand and adds, and I plan to transfer ownership of the Titan to the Global Appraisal Council. That statement leaves everyone on edge. Even Amelia is stunned, and as for him, hearing those words makes him want to take a giant dump. Damn it. I just convinced everyone that Laputa was just a way to develop the economy, but in the blink of an eye, everything is back to square one. Over there, Gordon continues his preaching about his decision for world peace. The more he listens, the more it boils Lee Hyun-wook's blood. I wanted to convince the master of Laputa to cooperate with us. The reporter seizes the moment, raises the mic, and asks, "Are you requesting a meeting with Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook? If so, when do you plan to do that?" But he just gives a faint, cold smile. Immediately after, Gordon declares, "Right now." Suddenly, countless strange symbols appear in the sky. The entire space is then plunged into blinding light. He stands there, bewildered, not understanding what is happening. Right now, then, the room where Lee Hyun-wook is suddenly turns red with a terrifying alarm blaring continuously. Warning: unidentified teleportation magic circle detected. Massive scale. Number of magic circles: 13. Everyone in the tower is affected by the appearance of these strange entities. They see the Titan and their jaws drop in surprise. They don't even know when it arrived, standing there, towering over them. Junmo, witnessing this, goes absolutely mad. This is insane. Is he trying to declare war? Next, he hears the order, activate, DEFCON 1. All forces prepare for battle. Elsewhere, everyone is in a frenzy, evacuating civilians to bunkers. Even the most advanced weapons are brought to the front lines to defend the area. Mia City defense magic cannons. Prepare to fire. Coordinates confirmed, target locked. Junmo quickly retreats and yells, activate DEFCON 1, ready for full-scale combat, but he is stopped by Seo Eun-ha. Wait. Look, things only keep getting worse when they discover yet another teleportation magic circle. Seeing the situation becoming unstable, Lee Hyun-wook frowns. From above, Gordon gradually appears within the light of the teleportation circle. That action makes him even angrier, yet Gordon remains calm, as if nothing is happening. Then, that beam of light shines directly down onto a building. Seeing this, Lee Hyun-wook orders Talos prepare to fire Laputa's main cannon, and he receives a response, "Yes, master." But at that exact moment, she calls out, "Are you insane?" However, no matter what she says, it won't shake his decision. Laputa, engines to maximum power. Open the Akashic Arsenal. Hearing this, she roars, "Stop. We don't even know what their intentions are." But she receives reassurance from Lee Hyun-wook. "Don't worry, because more than anyone, I know exactly how rotten Gordon is. I know his intentions all too well." Just a moment later, the machinery alarms ring out again. Laputa's main cannon is ready to fire, awaiting the final order, but Gordon remains incredibly nonchalant. It seems he already knew Lee Hyun-wook couldn't do it. Seeing that, he becomes even more enraged. Main cannon. He is cut off by Seo Eun-ha. "Are you sure about that?" After that, she turns to him and says, "I have decided to trust you. Even if I don't always understand your actions, I know you are right." In Seo Eun-ha's voice is clear trust, no matter what happens next. "Because of that, I want you to confirm it to me. If you do that, I will willingly be your shield once again." She asks again, "You are 100% sure about what you are going to do, right?" Those words make Lee Hyun-wook's entire body freeze for a moment. Meanwhile, Junmo is on edge on the other side. Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook, everyone is just as worried for their loved ones. Any response from the headquarters? Nothing yet. Hearing that, he feels slightly relieved. He slaps his own face to regain his focus. The more he worries, the more chaotic his mind becomes. "I was so stupid and stubborn. If I keep this up, everything will happen exactly like in my past life. I forced Gordon to come all the way here." Lee Hyun-wook looks at everyone, feeling even more worried, and I almost pushed my comrades to a meaningless death. Finally, he lets out a sigh. A moment later, Lee Hyun-wook turns and says, "Thanks to you, I've regained my focus." Then he gets scolded. "Enough with the long talk. What are you going to do now?" But he only stares silently at Gordon's movements. He still stands proudly outside, waiting. Not sure what Gordon sees next, but his expression shifts slightly. From the opposite side, a light suddenly flashes and streaks toward him. Now, the two are face to face. Gordon looks at him intently and says, "Just as I predicted. I knew you would come, great Iron General." While behind Lee Hyun-wook is a pile of swords to prevent the worst-case scenario, his eyes are filled with nothing but rage. But Lee Hyun-wook still tries to keep the last bit of his composure for him. Illegal entry. Illegal possession of weapons. He looks down at the devastated land and continues, property damage and causing public panic. Then he declares once more, before considering those acts of terrorism, right now. Lee Hyun-wook finally lets it all out. We have reached East Asian territory. Etiquette dictates that we must start with a greeting, right? Nice to meet you. And yet Gordon doesn't care at all, and asks back, are you sure? This makes him itch with annoyance because he doesn't understand anything, and the next words really make Lee Hyun-wook boil with rage. Is this truly the first time we have met?